Hashtag C1120 conspiracy to kill each other. The Golden Yiksha has fought in hell for so many years, and today's experience is more terrifying than his battle in hell. The old man in the felt hat was killed by a curse, and the hell snake was torn into several pieces. This emperor's image is too high, he is tyrannical and cruel, and he will kill everyone. Retreat. Golden Yiksha knew very well that if they didn't run away, they would all be buried here. Although the Lord Mingsong had laid many defenses in the 4 city gates, the most powerful ones were still in the central city. He can't fight anymore, he doesn't want to make unnecessary sacrifices. Immediately, there was a heaven-penetrating power of teleportation in the south gate, and a large void formation had already been set up, in order to escape when it was unable to resist. Otherwise, Golden Yasha and the others would not dare to defend inside the city gate. Xuanhuan stood in the air, his eyes sparkled with the law of sealing, and his wave of his hand was the power to seal everything. The sealed door is here. Can't send it. The complexions of the Golden Yiksha and other powerhouses changed suddenly. No matter how pierced their teleportation array was, they could not break Xuanhuan's seal and directly locked their last escape route. You are forcing us to fight you hard. There is no way out. The Golden Yiksha's face turned ferocious. At this moment, his sanctity is absent, and it has turned into a black gold-like color. Anyone who understands this clan will know that this is a real life-threatening. Kill. Xuanhuan looked over lightly. These strong men are all wealth, if they are refined and killed, there will be a few more supremes in the empire. Breaking through the south city gate. God of War and the others roared and killed fiercely. Xuanhuan stared at the Golden Yasha with indifferent eyes. He wanted to risk his life at first, but the killing brought by this look was so indifferent that he trembled in fright, and the strong oppression of the soul also made him stiff. The domineering power of heaven and earth surged out, and Xuanhuan's power seemed to open up the world. When he reached the supreme, he himself had already sublimated. Do your best to lift up the sky. Xuanhuan stepped over and covered the Golden Yiksha in his god's hand, and immediately the blow fell, the Golden Yiksha trembled violently, and his body was collapsing. He growled and fought back. But Xuanhuan is an unshakable sky in his eyes. No matter how I fight, I can't resist his strength. Eternal ages become empty, souls are obliterated. Xuanhuan's giant hand shook down in the air, and it was not the Golden Yasha's body that fell, but his soul. In the power of his soul, the Golden Yasha's eyes suddenly became dizzy, and his soul collapsed. He grabbed it again, and countless soul fragments were extracted, distorted into the appearance of a Golden Yiksha. Golden Yasha was killed by the town, and the leader was gone. His death caused the Nanchangmen army to collapse. Clear the battlefield. Xuanhuan ordered coldly, and at the same time, cleared out the powerhouses of the highest level one by one. Escaping and being unable to escape, Xuanhuan has blocked him to death. All the enemy troops trapped inside were wiped out, leaving no one left. The rolling power was refined by him and descended on the army. Boom. Not long after, Xuanhuan heard 2 sounds that broke through time and space. He sensed the fluctuations of time and space with the gate of the void, and a picture appeared in his eyes. The 2 armies of Tiao had broken through the east and west gates, rushed in, and entered the kingdom of God, the main city of the kingdom of the underworld. Tiao Divine Kingdom has broken through the east and west gates and entered the main city. Xuanhuan silently counted the time, and after a dozen breaths, his eyes glowed with divine light, he raised the human emperor's holy sword, and shouted, "The time has come, follow me into the main city, and attack Mingsong. Kill." Xuanhuan led the team in front, the morale of the army was like a rainbow, and he rushed out of the south gate in an instant. 3 city gates have been broken, our time has come. At the same time, Yuan Mazong and Chidian also rushed in. The scenery in my eyes has changed a lot. After they rushed in, they didn't see countless towering buildings as they had imagined, but came to a gloomy and dim scene in a divine kingdom, and there was a dim giant sun in the sky, radiating death-like light. Boundless and boundless, filled with dim vitality. This is a kingdom of God, a place where all living beings are dead. Bloodrose said. This is the real main city of the underworld god kingdom, where their most terrifying powerhouses gather. Looking at the scene here, Xuanhuan led his army forward slowly, and many buildings appeared in the vitality. These buildings are no longer there. Mingsong's last army must be at the core, and we have not encountered any obstacles along the way. It seems that they also know that blocking along the way is just a waste of troops. God of War said. It's not that simple. Xuanhuan noticed a different aura. When they were moving forward, they suddenly saw a giant floating island. The dark vitality was condensed, and there were many crows croaking, which made people feel restless and very uncomfortable. This is not the most critical. There was an extremely strong scent of medicine coming from the giant island. When I went up to see it, there were plants of incomparably rare and magical medicine growing on it, many of which could be directly used to refine the supreme elixir, and the quantity was extremely large. So many magical medicines. Shui Qiangwei's eyes were cold, and she said in surprise, "It's priceless, look at the fruit that grows on that tree, you can take it directly, and increase the chance of breaking through the master. Why didn't the kingdom of the dark sky take it away, or even destroy it? It can't be, because of lack of time." She felt strange. Things are good things, but Qiangwei, your thinking has gone into a misunderstanding. The treasure is in front of you. There is no trap, itself is the biggest trap. Xuanhuan pointed out. Bloodrose is thinking from the perspective of a predator. I understand. Shui Qiangwei woke up, and felt the ruthlessness of the god kingdom of the underworld, which made her feel cold all over her body. If I'm not mistaken, in this divine country, Mingsong puts most of the treasures in the treasury here, and they are placed in a conspicuous position, without any traps, and deliberately let you see the seizure, because the coalition forces cannibalism itself is biggest trap. How could Xuanhuan not see this conspiracy? Not only one family attacked Mingsong this time, many forces paid a huge price for casualties, and finally hit this piece of the kingdom of God. Seeing so many treasures in front of them, how could they not be moved? In fact, Ryuanma, Akabane and the others entered here, and they no longer wanted to continue attacking, knowing that if they continued to fight, the price they would pay would be too great. I just want to take away all the treasures I can see. As for the burden of destroying the country, let Tianya handle it. From my point of view, it is useless to think so. And if the heavenly Nirvana kingdom paid such a huge price for destroying the country when they saw others collecting treasures in front of them, how could they be reconciled? It is conceivable that if the heavenly Nirvana kingdom also collects treasures, conflicts will break out with other forces. This is a way to kill each other. Treasures touch people's hearts, and no one wants to be used by others. Collecting the medicinal materials on the giant island, I came here to collect treasures. Mingsong generously placed the treasures in front of me, how could he not satisfy his wishes? #C1121 Last Comeback. Facing the treasure, the army of Xuanwu directly attacked, swept away like locusts, and collected all the treasures they saw along the way. And the Lord Mingsong is indeed generous, there are countless treasures placed along the way, without any danger. They are just placed in front of you for you to seize. However, Xuanhuan also discovered that most of the materials collected were medicinal ore, and the real finished products were still extremely rare. Obviously, the Lord Mingsong was not willing to part with it. That's a mighty army. Yuan Mo and Akabane also found Xuanhuan, pondered for a moment, and said fearfully, "Be careful. Don't break out with Xuanwu, let them act as the first birds and our shields, the more he collects, the more it will attract Tianye God." The jealousy of the country. Xuanhuan naturally knew what they were thinking. But he has long been the big target of the Nirvana kingdom, so it doesn't matter. The only thing to do is to strengthen one's own strength when Tiao is dealing with him. This is the real kingly way. Your Majesty, this treasure of the kingdom of God shrinks in a circular shape. The further we go forward, the smaller the area is. This is to attract us to one place. There will be a net of heaven and earth, a place where blood flows like rivers. Ares finds this out. Indeed, but don't worry, there is Tiao ahead, and we will watch the final development of the situation from the sidelines. Xuanhuan said. The martial arts generals nodded. This is to make Tiao suffer the worst beating, and they themselves will pay the least price to obtain the greatest benefit. That's the heavenly blood divine stone. After 1/3 of this area was explored, a small mountain of blood appeared in front of Xuanhuan, which made his eyes shine suddenly. The number of dark gods and sky battle bodies has been slow to increase, precisely because of the lack of the heavenly blood god stone. I thought it was too much to get dozens of yuan from the ancestor of the snapping turtle. If the blood mountain in front of me was smashed, at least a few thousand yuan could be harvested. Very good, I will collect the heavenly blood divine stone. Xuanhuan grabbed it. Bold. But at the moment when Xuanhuan was about to collect it, there was a loud shout. It was a strong man from Tiao Kingdom. A middle-aged man yelled sharply. His eyes were red. Shenwu, you have gained enough all this way. Don't be too greedy. Don't dare to put it down quickly. All the treasures in the kingdom of God belong to my heavenly Nirvana kingdom. Who doesn't have long eyes, dare to stop me? Xuanhuan struck with both hands, knocking the middle-aged man back with one palm, and collected the heavenly blood divine stone with the other. If you want to die, just come here. Xuanhuan looked at them coldly, and the cold murderous aura seemed to make people fall into an endless abyss, making everyone in Tiao Kingdom tremble. Their hands holding the weapons were shaking, which was the extreme of anger and fear. But none of them dared to move. The infinite power emanating from the divine martial god emperor at this moment was too strong. The Shenwu army marched directly forward, and they were too lazy to entangle with them. The most important thing was collecting treasures. When the Lord destroys Tiao, it's time to destroy Shenwu. They can only comfort themselves in this way. But what made them most annoyed and frustrated was that this route had already been taken over by Shenwu. They rolled over, and all the treasures in front of them were collected by them one after another, and they didn't get any benefits at all. There are treasures there. Continue to move forward. Suddenly there is a dazzling light, like a star in front of you. If you look closely, it turns out to be a pill. If you divide it according to cultivation, it will at least reach the highest peak. Such a precious elixir, even a strong man like Lord Tiao cannot ignore it. Collect directly. Xuanhuan simply ignored the army gathered by Tiao. Damn it, hate it, it's the holy blood ancient pill, it's precious and rare, it can improve your cultivation level, and it's just taken away by the martial arts. The strong men of Tiao had bloodshot eyes, and they all gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. Although there were many strong men in their army, they really had to fight with Shenwu, and they were definitely the ones who destroyed them. Don't clash with Shenwu at this time. We can't take this route with them. Push to the other side, meet the king, and destroy Mingsong first. They roared and had no choice but to leave. These followers have finally left. God of War sneered. Mingsong's last elites are all in the central area, and there are still a large number of treasures in the Kadami country that have not been completely taken away. This cannot be let go. Close your eyes, use the gate of the void to sense the aura of the strong. The top strong in Tiao have gathered towards the central area, and said, Xiangwei, now I have given you a task, use your means of predators, and lead some. The army is searching the periphery of the kingdom of God, taking away everything you see. Remember not to get close to the core, the negative mountain and the ghosts will follow you, and I will personally rush to the central area. Leave this matter to me. Shui Qiangwei was confident. Searching for treasures is her housekeeping skill. Let's go. The final battle is about to break out, and the central area is the battlefield. Xuanhuan led his army forward and disappeared immediately. Central region. The Lord of Mingsong stands here. In his eyes, the situation in the entire kingdom of God is being monitored by him, and the picture in front of him is divided into small mirrors. On these mirrors, many places are already fighting each other. They are all small and medium-sized forces. They know that the kingdom of God in the core area has nothing to do with them, and they don't have the strength to go there, and the treasures on the periphery are the objects they compete for and kill. Although there are many treasures, human greed is unlimited. It can be said that the Lord Mingsong's move made the army that was able to enter the central area at this time more time besieging the city before, and fell into internal friction. Mingsong, this is your plan, put the treasure in the kingdom of God and let them get it. She was dissatisfied. Don't forget, these treasures don't belong to you, they all belong to the monarch. It's a pity that Tiao didn't start a war with Xuanhuan Weibao at this time, but it doesn't matter, the treasure is not attractive enough to fight. Even if this battle is unfavorable, I will build an opponent for Tiao. The Lord Mingsong regarded Xi's dissatisfaction as a bloodthirsty look in the air. Come on, come on, come on, I'm going to turn this place into a sure field. Tiao, I'm waiting for you here. He closed his eyes and waited for the time. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. After half an hour passed, his eyes suddenly opened wide, and he looked forward suddenly. You have finally arrived, and you are here to enjoy the last feast I prepared for you. The light of the magic mirror pierces through, dispelling the dark and infuriating energy. Tiao's army arrived first, and they were filled with overwhelming fighting spirit. From their point of view, the kingdom of the gods of the underworld will undoubtedly be destroyed, and those who exist here are just the last mourners. Mingsong, you have no chance to turn defeat into victory. Don't resist fearlessly. If you want to survive, give up all resistance. I will give you a chance to escape from Lord Qizhen. I, Tiao, definitely have this strength. Boom. The situation is changing, the earth is shaking and the mountains are shaking. The Lord of Tiao is coming from the sky, his cold and stern light is dazzling. #C1122 Sinister Intentions, Jealousy. Mingsong has already been attacked and only the kingdom of God is left, and it is powerless to recover, and it will undoubtedly end. I know you have that power in Tiao, but I would rather die in battle than admit defeat to you. An extremely firm voice came from the mouth of the Lord Mingsong. He knew that if he surrendered to Tiao Nirvana, he would accept the dignity trampled by others as a king of subjugation. Although he will not be punished by Lord Qizhen, his Tao heart will be broken. In the future, it will be impossible to break through the half-day path. In that case, he would rather die. It's a pity that you have lost your last chance. Lord Tiao was disappointed, how much he wished Mingsong could surrender. Come and fight. Boom. Hundreds of smoke columns erupted at the same time. Mingsong has placed the most terrifying restriction and the most powerful force here, and at the moment of arousal, his aura is set off even more terrifying. They're all here. Mingsong swept his eyes and saw Xuanhuan, as well as the people from Yuamazong and Chidian. There is a plan. Akabane Palace Master frowned. I know that the purpose of your coming here is nothing more than treasures. Haha, if you want treasures, I will give them to you. After all, some things can't be cheap. Tiao, come and grab them. He burst out laughing. Not good. Lord Tiao already knew what Mingsong was going to do. He only heard a loud noise, and a kingdom of gods in his palm exploded in his hands. Suddenly, countless treasures flew towards the front like a violent storm, but they all fell into the camp of Xuanhuan and other forces. But Tiao's side was empty. Let's grab them all, these fetishes include the Supreme God Pill and the Supreme God Tool. There are so many things, there are too many, and they were collected with great difficulty since the founding of Ming Tsang. I know that you have paid a huge price to kill here, and these are for you. He made a sound. Ruthless. Too cruel. The fetish objects that exploded in front of him are indeed as he said, and many of them are very cherished. Wu Shang was very jealous when he saw it, and he obviously had the strength to take it all away, but he let it out here. He didn't give these things to Tianye, but deliberately exploded them on Xuanhuan's side. The purpose is needless to say. Damn, this Ming Tsang really deserves to die. Although it was expected that Ming Tsang would play this hand with him. But seeing the chaotic situation in front of him, the Lord Tianye was also furious, and shouted, playing such a despicable trick, Ming Tsang, you are also the lord of a country after all, you have the courage to fight me openly. Those who achieve great things do not care about small details. The Lord of Ming Tsang didn't care, and a palm heart god kingdom appeared in his hand again, with ups and downs of treasures inside, and said coldly, also, don't worry, you won't go to Tianye if I'm cheap. Split poison mechanism. Xuanhuan said. If Ming Tsang guarded the treasures and did not release them, all the masters would attack him, but now, with so many treasures appearing, a large number of people fell into the chaos of collecting treasures. Not blasting towards Tianye, which made the Lord Tianye clear that even if he paid the greatest price to destroy Ming Tsang, the greatest benefit would be taken away by this group of people. Boom. Although he knew what kind of trick Ming Tsang was playing, it would be foolish not to seize the treasure at this time. Two-phase choice, Xuanhuan would rather do it now. His great devouring technique suddenly unfolded, with infinite devouring power, the black hole suddenly appeared, and everyone immediately saw that a large number of treasures were collected by Xuanhuan, much faster than Yuan Mazong and Chudian. Don't fight against Xuanhuan. Sect Master Yuanma and Palace Master Akabane shouted sharply. Great devouring technique. Ming Tsang said coldly, take it, I'll let you charge a little more. No hands, no chaos, anyone who dares to collect treasures will surely die. The powerhouses of the heavenly nirvana shouted loudly, their catalogue was about to burst, this rolling treasure could not fall into their hands, Ming Tsang was forcing them to deal with this group of people in advance. Only fools will listen to you. The group scoffed. When is it not charged now? Could it be that after you deal with Ming Tsang, can you mobilize all your forces to suppress them? Seeing that these people didn't listen to their words, and instead collected them more quickly, even though the strong Tianye knew that when Ming Tsang destroyed the country, they would also destroy them. However, taking these treasures away will inevitably make this group of people stronger, and they will have to pay a higher price if they want to be wiped out. The Lord Ming Tsang did it on purpose. He is thinking that even if the country is destroyed today, the loss will be even greater for Tianye's future unification. The real treasure is here. The Lord Ming Tsang was like a Sanbao man, with a fierce and vicious look in his eyes. Without any hesitation, a divine elixir exuding pure vitality spun, and suddenly landed directly in front of Xuanhuan. This elixir is extraordinary, with simple Taoist patterns. A divine pill that contains the power of heaven. Xuanhuan's expression flickered. It's not a real divine pill of heaven, but a demigod pill that contains some power of heaven. Okay, I deliberately put this pill in front of me. Make Tianye hate me. But the treasure was right in front of him, so there was no reason for Xuanhuan not to take it, so he just accepted it with a smile. Ming Tsang, you are willing to give away the Taoist pill for a long time, but you are a boy who spreads money. The Lord of Tianye said coldly. What's a half-day divine pill? I opened an ancient cave in the Tianxue ancient mine, and got more than one. Unfortunately, these divine pills can't make me achieve half-day Dao, otherwise I would really be reluctant to take them out. Lord Ming Tsang looked at Xuanhuan, Xuanhu God Emperor, I will give you 2 more. Then I will thank you. Even though he knew the other party's sinister intentions, when Xuanhuan saw the two half-heaven Taoist pills piercing through him, he still wanted to grab them unceremoniously. Presumptuous, I see you dare to win it again. Finally, there is an unbearable powerhouse in the kingdom of heavenly nirvana. These should have belonged to their wealth after the country was destroyed, but now a large amount has fallen into the hands of others. In particular, the 3 half-heaven Tao divine pills are supreme treasures. That Feng Yi slashed down with his big hand, and the ultimate move exploded, fighting like a wild beast, and unleashed an incomparably violent ultimate move. Eternal eternity becomes empty. Xuanhuan raised his big hand, killing the power of the ancients, and blasted Feng Yi heavily, and the infinite momentum burst out in an instant, and the supernatural powers prevented Feng Yi's power from falling. Feng Yi once again condensed his killer moves, and hundreds of millions of torrents gathered. He dominates the world, his moves are violent, and his strength is as heavy as Tianjin. Xuanhuan looked at him coldly, his aura was like a prehistoric one, he struck with his palm, like the heaven and the earth had just opened, his 5 fingers were like the palm of creation, and the tyrannical emperor's killer moves exploded one after another, making Feng Yi unable to advance an inch at the moment. His aura exploded again, and endless darkness shrouded Feng Yi's eyes. By the time he saw the light again, Xuanhuan had taken away those half-heaven Taoist pills. Hateful, hand over everything, otherwise you will not be able to leave Mingsong, and everyone in your empire will die without a place to bury you. Feng Yi was furious, and shouted the most vicious voice at Xuanhuan. #C1123 Blood Sacrifice. Xuanhuan ignored his words, looked at him with cold and domineering eyes, and urged the power to become more fierce, and the huge power shocked Feng Yi back again and again. Kill. Feng Yi is also very clear in his heart that today he is being used by Mingsong to stage a scene of fighting each other before the kingdom of Mingsong is destroyed. But he can't do anything about this kind of use. If he doesn't suppress the Emperor Shenwu, so many treasures will fall into their pockets. Quickly grab the fetish. Shouting loudly, Yuan Mo, Sect Master, and the others keenly seized the opportunity, taking advantage of Tian Ye's attack on Shenwu. We also seize the fetish. God of War shouted. It was chaos. If Mingsong didn't scatter the fetishes today, it would be surrounded and killed by all the powerful. Let's fight, let's fight. It's better to be more intense, this fire is not enough, burn more vigorously. Thick blood vitality swept out, and Mingsong also spent a lot of money this time, and a blood crystal the size of a human head flew out, which was actually purified with a large amount of heavenly blood divine stone. This is a blood crystal. How many heavenly blood god stones will be needed to purify the spar? Let it go, let it go. Feng Yi roared furiously, his whole body was burning with anger, huge power descended on the top of Xuanhuan's head, turned into a peerless killer move, shaking his giant hand down. This was using a taboo killer move. Forbidden ultimate move. Xuanhuan's breath shook the mountains and rivers. With a swipe of his hand, everything became empty, and all the ultimate moves were destroyed, and then he snatched it from the sky, and this blood crystal fell into his hand and became a treasure. 3 half-heaven Tao divine pills and 1 blood crystal of such a size, these harvests are enough for Xuanhuan to use for several supremes to break through to a higher realm. Stop. The Lord Tian Ye couldn't stand it any longer. Don't fight with them anymore. The current matter is to destroy Mingsong at the speed of thunder and solve this mess. As for these people, I have already remembered them. It is good. Brother, I listen to you. Feng Yi was not angry, but there was nothing he could do. He could only give Xuanhuan a bitter look. The taboo ultimate move just now made his vitality turbulent. Mingsong, let's fight. The Lord of Tian Ye clearly distinguishes the serious from the serious. He looked at Mingsong with fierce eyes, and suddenly rushed out with a magic mirror in his hand. The mighty power swept across, and the light was brilliant, forming a bright contrast with the darkness of Ming Song. I'm waiting for you. The Lord Ming Song also became ruthless. His pride did not allow himself to bow his head to Tiao. The two lords fought wildly and fiercely together. The momentum of this attack is so great, although they are not half-day Dao, but they are also the existence of the highest peak. With a flash of inspiration, they may even step into the powerhouse of this realm. Kill. Tianye's army also rushed out like a tide, fighting together in chaos. All the real powerhouses came out, and their power were not comparable to the previous siege. When they fought out, Ming Song deliberately distributed more treasures to make Tianye angry. Your Majesty, Tianye Ming Song has already fought a decisive battle, how should we deal with it? God of War said. There's no need for us to take action, let the two countries have a final battle, I'll just wait and watch the show, and collect the fetish from Ming Song by the way. Xuanhuan would not help Tianye to truly destroy the country. He wished that Tianye would kill as many strong men as possible, so that even if they wanted to launch an offensive against Xuanhuan, they would not be able to immediately send troops to give him time to breathe. Tianye also knew that Xuanhuan and the others were watching a play, so she hated it. Xuanhuan stared at the battle situation at this time. Although Ming Song has set up extremely powerful restrictions in the Kingdom of God, they are only barely supporting them. It depends on how long they can persist and how many strong people they can kill. After all, they died too much in the previous war. After dissipating a few waves of fetishes, Ming Song stopped, obviously knowing that no matter how much he threw at this time, Lord Tianye would not turn around and deal with these people, but would deal with him wholeheartedly. The previous wave of hatred was enough. Xuanhuan led the army to walk on the edge of the battlefield, and he was also waiting for the opportunity to move. The reason why he didn't leave immediately was that there were still many treasures in the kingdom of Ming Song that were worthy of his possession. We should go. At this time, some small forces had gained a lot of energy, fearing that it would be too late if they didn't leave, so they hurriedly withdrew from the battlefield at this time. Xuanhuan hasn't left yet. Palace Master Akabane frowned. Forget it, let's see what Xuanhuan does next. Rumble. A more intense battle is going on. Although Ming Song resisted tenaciously and caused great damage to Tianye, his own masters suffered heavy losses, and Xuanhuan keenly saw that after those strong men were killed, they were absorbed by the Kingdom of God. Smashing the sky. Lord Tianye killed him, and with a pull of his palm, the endless void was shattered. Ming Song resisted with all his strength, and with the blessing of the formation, he was still blasted out, and said coldly, "What a Tianye, I have already comprehended the power of the heavenly way. Duanqing Lord, you are the number one strongest. You are not wronged if you lose at my hands." He is not a real half-day Dao, but with this trace of half-day Dao power, he has the power to suppress Ming Song. It's not wrong. Ming Song said in a low voice. I can't keep it. She was also panicked at this moment. We can't fight anymore, we will definitely lose. In order to protect the masters, we have to give up Tianduan Mountain and retreat. Fortunately, the monarch has arranged a passage to leave here. He doesn't want to fight anymore. Anyway, this battle is dominated by Ming Song. Even if he loses, he will not bear the biggest responsibility. He does not want to leave his life here. You're going to run away. Ming Song looked at Shi with ruthless eyes. Seeing this, Shi also trembled in fear, but immediately said, "Today's defeat is due to your poor command. I know you are not reconciled, but you should think about how to explain to the monarch. He is leading a group of hell powerhouses to withdraw from the battlefield. There is internal strife." The Lord Tianye secretly said, "I have endured you for a long time, and I still have one final ultimate move. Tianye, this is for you." Ming Song suddenly activated a formation. The sky was dark, the entire kingdom of God was collapsing, and the infinite hell energy was swallowed into his body, and the bones of the strong men who died on the battlefield before were sacrificed by blood. Blood sacrifice. The face of the Lord Tian finally changed. The last fight, you want me even if you want me. He knew that after the blood sacrifice, Ming Song would no longer have the power to resist, but before that, he had to survive this wave to prevent his opponent from causing too much damage to him. Blood sacrifice, to the common people. The secret art of blood sacrifice is the most common secret art for the strong in hell, but the larger the scale of the blood sacrifice, the greater its power. At this moment, the king of Ming Song is extremely evil. He sacrificed a large number of hell powerhouses with blood. He is so vicious that even gods would be afraid of him. You are a strong man in the blood sacrifice hell, why didn't you tell me before? Yin Shi's face changed, he shouted in fear, Ming Song, you dare to sacrifice me with blood. Leaving you until now is precisely to use your life as a blood sacrifice. The Lord Ming Song grabbed Yin Shi. What? It was the most miserable scream. #C1124, destroy the kingdom. The wind was howling, and blood was dripping everywhere. This kingdom of God seemed to have turned into a terrible cage, and blood rained everywhere, and the dimly burning Yin fire was actually burning as a whole. Why bother? The Lord of Tian sternly shouted, the means of hurting both sides is of no benefit to anyone. I know that you will not surrender to me, but I can promise that now you can take people out of here, and I will never stop you. Of course he could see it. Once Ming Song's lore is completed, it will not be easy for him. But as long as the kingdom of Ming Song is destroyed, so what if the Lord of Ming Song leaves? This kingdom of God should be built by collecting precious demon blood, and it is used to take the opportunity to achieve the half-day way. Don't work hard, it's not worth it to you. Haha, since it is activated, there is no reason to stop it, just like my way, there is no turning back. And you want to destroy my country, and you still tell such a shameless joke, so what if you consume this place? Ming Song's voice resounded throughout the world, he didn't care about the power of Xuanhuan and others who were still here, only Tian was in his eyes. The surrounding environment is also extremely strange, as if eerie blood seeped from the wall. Always have to die some. Ming Song's power soared, and a large number of strong people were sacrificed by blood. Humph. What are you afraid of? Suppress and kill him. Fang Yi said. But right after his words came out, Ming Song had already transformed into the most terrifying monster, and his power at this moment could be stopped by half-days, and almost no one could stop him. He reached Fang Ye's body in an instant, and the demon's palm slashed, and Fang Ye's body was almost torn apart. What? Fang Yi made the most tragic sound. Things that don't know how to live or die. Ming Song grabbed Fang Yi. Put him down. The Lord of Tian yelled, dare to kill Fang Yi. I will let you die too. Fang Yi is the most beloved disciple of a half-day Dao ancestor of Tian Shenzong, and he must not die here. He still underestimated Ming Song's power. Brother, save me, save. Just as Fang Yi was howling, his neck was tilted, his soul was obliterated, and he lost his breath. If you kill, you will kill. Do you still have the ability to go to hell for revenge? Ming Song directly sacrificed Fang Ye's blood. It's only one, I lost my wealth for many years because of you, so I have to charge some interest. He continued to kill, the target was not at Tian, but other people. Except for the king, there were few people in Tian who could stop him. He has pitch-black scales, hard bone spurs on his body, and sharp nails on his hands. Except for his personal rudiment, he has turned into a demon in other appearances. It is a method of transforming demons. His essence is the devil in hell, the blood of humans and demons. Trouble. The Lord of Tian's heart sank. He was not afraid that Ming Song would use killing moves against him, but he was afraid that he would use this kind of massacre. There was a bloody storm, and there was a brutal fight. This kingdom of God is about to collapse. Although the Lord of Mingsung can kill a lot, he can't stop the country from being destroyed, but this is also a good thing. Xuanhuan retreats and leaves the Tianyu of Mingsung. This time I have gained a lot of benefits. Looking at the fight, Xuanhuan knew that the overall situation had been settled. Next, he has to prepare well for a series of changes that will be brought about after Mingsung destroys the country. Retreat. The Xuanhuan army withdrew from the kingdom of God. Xuanhuan has retreated, and we will leave too. Other forces also left after Xuanhuan. Rose is there. The kingdom of God was gradually collapsing, and Xuanhuan, the capital of the shrouded country, gradually saw clearly. He sensed the location of Blood Qiangwei and quickly passed by. After he found Shui Qiangwei, he found that she was confronting a large number of strong men from Tianye Kingdom, and several waves of battles had already broken out between the strong men on both sides. He saw that the soldiers of Xuanhuan and Tianye had fallen on the ground, which made his face darken. Qiangwei, what happened? Xuanhuan asked. It's nothing. I led people to discover this palace made of the heavenly blood divine stone. I wanted to collect it directly, but the people from the heavenly Nirvana kingdom ran over and threatened that everything here belonged to them, so a bloody battle broke out. Shui Qiangwei said coldly. Mingsung is about to destroy the country, treasures are being plundered everywhere in the entire capital, and there are too many things like fighting each other for the spoils. Xuanhuan God Emperor. The moment those Tianye powerhouses saw Xuanhuan, their faces changed, and then they bit the bullet and said, Xuanhuan, what do you want to do? The Lord has already ordered that even a stone in the capital of God belongs to me. Kingdom of Nirvana, do you want to disobey the order of the Lord? Although they are afraid of the God of martial God, there is a powerful kingdom of God behind them. These soldiers of mine all died at their hands. Xuanhuan said indifferently. He is very protective of his own people, no matter what the reason is, those who kill him will have to pay the price. Go, don't get entangled with them here. If it was an ordinary force, if they were frightened by this, they would leave in fear, but this martial arts is different, they are not afraid at all. If they knew that Xuanhuan directly took the fetish in front of the Lord Tianye, they would not even dare to fart, let alone respond. Xuanhuan waved his hand at this moment, God of War nodded, and immediately led the army to surround the group of people. What are you going to do? This group of people was frightened and shouted sharply, are you going to kill us all? Xuanhuan, don't be too arrogant and overbearing. We don't want the treasures here. If you want to kill them all, you have to pay a price. Not one left. Xuanhuan said ruthlessly. Kill. The army went out and quickly resolved the battle, leaving no one behind. To snatch the spoils from him and hurt his warriors at the same time is courting death. I plundered a lot of treasures, primeval stone veins, and various resources in Chengdu this time. There are countless of them. Shui Qiangwei flicked her blood-colored hair, and she was also extremely proud, saying, it seems that the battle in God's country is about to end. You have done a good job. I have also obtained a lot of rare fetishes from the kingdom of God this time. I would like to thank that Mingsung. There are things that can allow you to break through to the third heaven. After returning to the God dynasty, I will reward you for your achievements. Xuanhuan nodded. This time it really made a lot of money. Once Mingsung is destroyed, the territory they control will collapse, and Xuanhuan can also take the opportunity to expand the territory in a large amount, and the resources obtained can also allow a large number of powerful people in the empire to be promoted. The battle in God's country is indeed over, and Mingsung has lost. Xuanhuan said. Before the army left the capital, Xuanhuan sensed the fluctuations in the void, and suddenly saw a blood-red demon figure rushing out of a continuously rotating hell passage, directly rushing into the passage. Tiao, come and hunt me down in hell heaven if you have the ability. The Lord Mingsong slaughtered wantonly, knowing that the country's destruction was a foregone conclusion, and did not delusionally think that there was still a chance to turn things around. The wanton kills before made him angry, and he also left an opponent for Tiao. This is helping the enemy. Tiao didn't dare to chase after him. The Lord Mingsong has already fled, and Mingsong has destroyed the kingdom. #C1125 Pattern Change, Number 1 Goal. The destruction of Mingsong Kingdom means that the power structure in the half-day, Broken Mountain, will undergo a major change. At this time, Xuanhuan also sent people to occupy the territory, and quickly established the laws of the gods and martial arts, covering the kingdom of gods. Commander Xuanhuan also went. His Xuanhuan book is just a sharp weapon to incorporate each domain, and it happens to allow him to use it to improve his strength and reach the supreme realm. And the treasures he got this time are really too many, and the most important thing at the moment is to quickly issue orders to improve the strength of the powerhouses of the gods. For a long time, Xuanhuan gave Xuanhuan 2 of the Taoist pills, allowing her to break through to the third heaven. All the way, Lingyu was eating the Yuancher veins of the god kingdom of the underworld, various rare resources, and also raised himself to the realm of the third heaven. However, if you want to upgrade to the fourth heaven, the difficulty will multiply geometrically, and the resources consumed will be 100 times that of breaking through the third heaven. The murderer, the ghostly one, the resuscitator, and the 3 gods of the sun, moon, and star also broke through to the second heaven in this battle. After the distribution of those resources, the time in which Xuanhuan was running within the Shinchao was accelerated, and many people broke through to the supreme realm one after another. For example, Zhu Fengfeng, Feng Lei, and Bone God, the loyal veterans who have long followed him and are stuck in the third heaven and unable to be promoted, have all made corresponding breakthroughs. When the martial arts attain the Tao, others will also ascend. It can be said that Xuanhuan benefited greatly from the extermination of Mingsong this time. If someone with great power watches Shenwu from a distance, he will find that Shenwu's national destiny is like a raging sea, extremely bright, with monstrous flames burning, and it is at its most powerful and powerful. Moreover, all the strong men in Tianduan Mountain knew that Shenwu Shinchao's use of the national fortune was too strong. The gate of hell was also destroyed by the long river of the national games that day. Temple of Martial Arts. Your Majesty, the newly captured Tianyu has already been taken over by someone else, and the divine dynasty is building a new order there. After the collapse of Mingsong, the forces have been reshuffled. Half of their territory is occupied by Tiao, and the remaining half is divided by the divine dynasty. With half of them, Yuan Demon Sect, Red Feather Palace, and many other forces also divided up other territories. Lu Qianfu has been very busy recently. There are too many things. If it is not for his supreme strength and greatly increased soul power, he will be too busy. After all, it is difficult to conquer the world, and it is even more difficult to govern the world. All kinds of complicated and trivial things have piled up, waiting for him to deal with them. But Lu Qianfu also understands that as a courtier, if he can't even handle this matter well, then he will fail His Majesty's trust in him. I will entrust you, King Zhongyong, to take full responsibility for the management of the territory. There is no rush for these matters. I understand that they are more troublesome than fighting. Although the underworld collapsed, there is also Tiao eyeing it. The empire has become their number 1 target. Xuanhuan nodded. This time Tiao destroyed Mingsong, but he spent such a high price, and many benefits were shared by others, so how could he let it go? These ministers have been guarding against Tiao. Ares nodded. Speaking of which, I would like to thank Mingsong. His last blood sacrifice beheaded many strong men in Tiao and caused them heavy losses. Otherwise, this wave of offensive would come even faster, and we would not even have time to breathe. Xuanhuan looked at another person, Ling Qing. how are things going in the Predator's holy city recently? Reporting to your majesty, there has been such a big turmoil in Tianduan Mountain, and many rare black goods have appeared in the holy city. I have sent people to buy them, and with the protection of the gods, others dare not do anything to us. Ling Qing was terrified. He did a good job in the holy city and was rewarded by his majesty. He took this opportunity to break through to the supreme. This made him lament his fate. If he was not wise and turned to his majesty, how could he become supreme? Today, he is also the #1 figure in the Predator's holy city. Whoever dares to deal with him has to think about the martial gods behind him. Good job, but be careful. Xuanhuan nodded. Your Majesty, the envoy of Heaven Nirvana seeks to see you. Suddenly, a guard came into the hall to report. Oh? Messenger of Heavenly Nirvana? Xuanhuan said lightly, did you say something? I'm here to send an invitation to invite His Majesty to attend the celebration banquet for defeating Ming Song. The guard said. Tian Ye's move, why is it for a celebration banquet? The Book of Enlightenment frowned. He is a wise man of martial arts, and he assisted Lu Qianfu in managing internal affairs. It's not a good banquet. I see that they invited not only His Majesty, Yuan Mo, and Qi Bane, but also other forces. They want to declare their strength. After all, their ambition is to make half of the broken mountain belong to them. Let the messenger leave. What does this celebration banquet have to do with me? Xuanhuan raised his hand. He is not interested in going. What's the point of going? He knows the other party's purpose. The #1 target, there is absolutely no possibility of compromise. We continue to talk about state affairs. In the capital of God Nirvana. Your Majesty, that god of martial arts is really abominable. Our envoys were sent away without even seeing the face of the god of martial arts. They are really too rampant. I can't release this bad breath in my heart. When they learned that Emperor Shenwu didn't even see their envoys, they finally couldn't suppress their anger. This time they destroyed Mingsong. They didn't get the benefits they should have. Half of Mingsong's sky was divided by other forces, let alone other resources. Yuan Maqiyu dared to be so bold. It was because of this martial arts in front of him. Because Shenwu didn't come, Yuan Mo, who had promised to come, Qiyu also found excuses to refuse. Our plan to use the celebration banquet to launch an attack failed, all because of Shenwu. If we don't send troops to destroy Shenwu, we won't be considered successful. They looked at the presence on the throne. Don't I know how to send troops to destroy Shenwu? If I want them to continue to exist, I won't know that with each passing day, the strength of these forces such as Shenwu will increase? The Lord of Tian Ye's face was gloomy. This time Ming Song was destroyed, and even Feng Yi was killed in battle. Ming Song's last counterattack made me sacrifice and kill many strong people. Now that I am sending troops to Shenwu, Yuan Maqiyu and the others will definitely move closer to Shenwu, will not be easier than attacking Ming Song. If they want to launch 2 wars of annihilation in succession, even with their national strength, they can't support it, and it will take time to recover. And the more rampant and mysterious Xuanhuan behaved, the more he feared it. We can only wait for the support of the divine sect of the upper realm, said a courtier. This time, Shenzong supported Zhen Miaming Song on a large scale, and the rivals of Shenzong also seized the opportunity to start a war with Shenzong. The transfer of masters is not a short-term thing. During this period of time, there is no good way. Lord Tian Ye was also very dissatisfied. There is no problem with the war of extermination. The only problem that arises is the sudden rise of Shenwu. Their mysterious power makes him afraid. Otherwise, with the power of Yuan Demon Sect and Qiyu Temple, he can immediately kill them with great victories. The previous battle at the Gate of Hell made Lord Tian Ye deeply understand that if he didn't gather the power that could truly destroy Shenwu, then sending a large army to them would be to send them vitality. The divine martial god emperor controls a big method that reaches heaven and earth. Especially the various fetishes that appeared in the capital of Mingtsong. The courtiers were angry, and he was also angry, but he was not in a good state at the moment. It's so unpleasant. I didn't expect Xuanhuan to become our big problem now. These courtiers said. Calm down, get the army ready for war. I know very well that you can't let Xuanhuan survive for a long time. The longer it takes, the more difficult it will be to clean up. When Xinzong's support arrives, immediately send troops to kill Xuanhuan. And before that, he must be oppressed all the time. Lord Tianye did not lose his composure. Suddenly the world shook, his gaze pierced through the void, and he saw a fabulous scene. That's the breath of City Lord Tianduan. #C1126 Young Penghan. Heaven breaks the city. Heavenly Mountain. The Tianduan City Lord has always been the legend of Tianduan Mountain and has existed for a long time. But there are very few people who have seen his true face. Even if he is a man or a woman, he doesn't know what his name is. City Lord Tianduan is shrouded in a halo of mystery. It is precisely because he does not know the name that he is called the Heavenly Duan City Lord. But he is powerful and unquestionable, and he has fought against the real God of Heaven and created a glorious record of immortality. If it weren't for the critical period of his retreat, even with the support of Tianye sect, the Lord of Tianye would not dare to launch a big war. Master's vision. The supreme god Yun Shi also looked up abruptly. A gust of wind that swept through Tianduan Mountain was shaken, and an indistinct figure that could not be seen stepped on the top of the sky. The divine light penetrated the sky and the earth, and the palms moved slowly, causing the sky, earth, time and space to shake with the figure. The infinite multiple energies are all around the city Lord Tianduan. City Lord Tianduan's strength has become stronger. Although he has not yet been promoted to the true God of Heaven, he has a deeper understanding of the way of heaven. The Lord of Tianye has also realized the power of heaven, and is more sensitive to this kind of fluctuation. He stood up abruptly and took a deep breath. Even though they were far away, this fluctuation, just some escaping breath, still made his mind feel uncomfortable, like a huge rock was crushed. My lord, City Lord Tianduan is showing his mana at this moment. What is his purpose? This is a warning to us. The Lord of Tianye said coldly, he doesn't care how we beat this half of Tianduan Mountain, but as long as Xinzong's half-day Dao descends and conflicts with his power, making him unable to cultivate, even if it costs a huge price, he will be terminated. This retreat, he will also shoot for a long time. Supreme shot will not affect City Lord Tianduan. But if the power of the half-day way appears, it belongs to the category of the power of the way of heaven, and it will have an impact on the power of the City Lord Tianduan. If it is serious, it is very likely to go crazy. It takes a long time to kill. Faced with the strength of City Lord Tianduan, they couldn't even generate anger, and they absolutely believed that City Lord Tianduan had such strength. This time, he is about to advance a few places in the half-day Dao list, and he is getting closer to the realm of the heavenly Dao. The half-day Dao list includes the top 1000 half-day Dao in the entire multiverse, and the gold content is very high. There are very few battle records in the history of Tianduan City Lord. It was also because he fought against the real God of Heaven, and left without dying, so he was included in it. But Xinzong has already paid such a high price for Tianduan Mountain, how could he give up, because of you? The Lord of Tianye knows that there is something in Tianduan Mountain that makes Tianye Xinzong tempted, otherwise he would not support it so strongly. We must destroy Xuanhuan first, and form a situation where two tigers are fighting each other. The breath of the heavenly Duan City Lord. With Shenwuxian facing in, Chu Yuan also sensed this fluctuation of the heavenly law. This is the power of the top half of the heavenly law, but the City Lord Tianduan has reached the most critical moment of enlightenment. The army of the heavenly Nirvana kingdom has already gathered on the frontier of our court, but this is only a deterrent. They dare not launch an attack at will when I fight in Mingsong, and the deterrence of the city Lord Tianduan will only benefit me and not harm me. Thinking of this, he also laughed. Jiuyo, you are also supreme. Xuanhuan was also happy for her when she saw that Jiuyo's journey to the Supreme God Tribulation was over and she had successfully reached this realm. Resources are sufficient during this time, and His Majesty sent a lot of power from hell, so I made a breakthrough. Her dark radiance, like the 9-nether divine lotus, gives people a different feeling. It is because you have a firm heart of cultivation that you can make a breakthrough. Xuanhuan smiled. I feel that Tianduan Mountain is actually not suitable for me to cultivate, refining a lot of hell breath. I know that the most suitable place for me is hell heaven. There was a glint in her eyes, and she also had a strong yearning for hell heaven, which was ranked among the top 5 in diversity. Hell heaven is indeed suitable for your cultivation, and your 9-nether breath really fits there. Biluo Huangquan, hell 9 nethers. Xuanhuan said slowly, however, hell heaven is a place I have never set foot on, and I only know very little about it. If you want to go to hell, you can, but you can't go there now. I know. Jiuyo nodded, I'm off to practice. Go. Xuanhuan said. Jiuyo's character is like this, her paranoia about cultivation is incomparable to his other imperial concubines. His spirit is sensing the fluctuations in the entire god through the long river of humanity. He had a plan in mind, but the delay in finding the right talent made it impossible for him to implement it. There. Xuanhuan's gaze suddenly flashed, and he reached a place in an instant. Meteor Mountain Sky Domain. This is the edge of Shenwu, and it has not been long since it was included in the territory of the Shen dynasty. In the Shenwu Academy in the Meteor Mountain Tianyu, a large number of energetic teenagers are practicing martial arts under the leadership of their instructors. Every time a place is conquered, the Shenwu Academy will be opened, and all resources will be taken care of by the Empire. This is already an old tradition of the gods, and it is the same when it comes to the multiverse. Only in this way, opening your own academy can cultivate the backbone of the Empire, discover more talents, and make these people loyal in the education of the gods. The mountain behind the college. A young man who looked to be no more than 14 or 15 years old, whose cultivation was in the realm of supernatural powers, was holding a saber, constantly practicing chopping movements. Kill. 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 Although this young man was young, his murderous intent was strong and his face was determined. The big trees in front of him were chopped off by him again and again, the indifference in his eyes seemed to be his enemies. He is like a training machine, chopping tirelessly. The knives in his hand were cracked due to too much cutting, but he didn't rest, took out a new one, and continued to chop. Aloof, indifferent, resolute. This is the temperament of this boy. Tired? Not tired. Other teenagers are now practicing under the guidance of their mentors, but he is very out of group. He is cultivating when others are practicing, and he is also cultivating when others are not practicing. The only word in his eyes is cultivation. What's the use of cutting these trees? Can it make you stronger? Xuanhuan suddenly appeared in front of the young man. The young man was startled, the person in front of him was so strong that he couldn't sense it, but he knew that this was inside the academy and there would be no danger, so he replied, "My lord, I am practicing the art of killing." Can you learn to kill by cutting down trees? Xuanhuan released a wave of pressure slightly, which descended on the young man, making him sweaty and his legs trembling at the moment. And Xuanhuan has a good control of power, which puts him at the limit of persistence. I'm still weak now, so I can only cultivate like this. The teenager gritted his teeth and persisted. Very good. Seeing that he could bear the pressure he put on him, Xuanhuan put away the pressure and said with a smile, "What's your name? I feel a strong killing intent from you." My name is Pang Han, a native of Meteor Mountain Tianyu. The young man knew that he was a big shot, and said, "But I have no relatives anymore. My parents and relatives all died in this turmoil. I watched helplessly, and I was powerless. If it wasn't for the coming of the powerful gods, I would die too. I know that if you want to survive, you must have strength." His last words were almost screamed out. #C1127 Valkyrie Project. Respect strength. Xuanhuan knows the importance of strength better than Peng Han. Prosperity and wealth are all fake, and only one's own strong strength is the foundation of standing on the top of the world. The young man's family members died in this turmoil. For Xuanhuan, the troubled times were a good time for him to conquer the powerful, but for ordinary people it was an absolute disaster. Just like before, the gate of hell came directly to Xuanhuan. If he hadn't guarded it with strength, all the creatures in the heaven would have died without a place to bury them. "My lord, what do you want from me?" Although Peng Han knew that the strength of the adult in front of him was unfathomable, but his eyes were extremely bright. "You don't want to have great strength. I will give you a chance, but whether you can grasp it depends on whether you can bear it," Xuanhuan said slowly. "Could it be that you are His Majesty, the God Emperor?" Peng Han was also confused. Although he had a resolute personality, withdrawn and indifferent, he would never have thought that he was the ruler of the God dynasty, and His Majesty the God Emperor would come before him. At this time, he also knelt down suddenly. This is a legend of martial arts. After the Tianyu, where he was located, became the territory of Xuanhuan, he had heard the legend about the God Emperor many times. He is smaller than dust in front of His Majesty the God Emperor, and to appear in person today is an honor that no one can get. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, he clenched his fists tightly. "Strength, I want strength, and I can bear it, even if it is a mountain of swords and sea of fire. I will not hesitate. Please show me your Majesty." He knew that His Majesty the God Emperor had many affairs in the country, and he wanted to give him a great fortune. If he could grasp it, he would change his destiny. This is his only chance to soar into the sky. "Very good." Xuanhuan smiled. His image in front of Peng Han was benevolent. "This is a test I've given you, and it's also your greatest chance. If you can come out alive, you've passed my preliminary test." "What test?" "I am willing to accept." Peng Han trembled. "Go in. This is the demon-suppressing tower. It has 9 floors. I know that you have a serious murderous intention. It has been transformed for you to the most suitable experience for you." Xuanhuan waved the demon-suppressing tower. Before entering the black tower body, the screams of countless demons came out. It was eerie and ear-piercing. Not to mention stepping in, just hearing these screams can scare the weak to death. "I'll go in." Peng Han clenched his fists tightly, knowing that this was a life-and-death experience, but it was also an opportunity for him to change his life. Xuanhuan nodded when he saw the young man walking in with resolute steps, even though his face was pale from the shock of these shrill screams. "If you're afraid, there's still time to come out now." Xuanhuan's voice sounded in the demon-suppressing tower. "I'm not afraid." The scene in front of Peng Han changed drastically. It was an endless darkness that wanted to devour everything. There seemed to be countless demons rushing out at any time, tearing him to pieces. But he forced down his fear and nodded firmly. His Majesty came here in person and personally gave him a chance. If he fails to grasp it, he will never see His Majesty again. Thinking of that day's turmoil, when the whole city died in the fight between Tianya and Ming Tsang, and they were powerless, he couldn't help but roar, "What's the point of living without strength?" Going out of the 9th floor of the demon-suppressing tower, those monsters and villains have all kinds of cultivation resources. Every time you kill one, you can get resources from them. Walking out of the 9th floor, you will also have immortal cultivation. Xuanhuan personally built a trial for him. The time is that you walk out alive or die in the Demon Town Tower. The trial begins. Boom! Endless monsters suddenly rushed out, each with their own strengths. There were too many of them, and they drowned him in an instant, roaring the most terrifying voice, trying to tear him apart. The gate of the Demon Town Tower has been closed. The young man knew that he had no way out, he would die if he didn't kill. Kill, kill, kill. The young man roared wildly, with a ferocious face, and swung his knife to kill. But in the next moment, he froze in place, and realized that what appeared in front of him was just a phantom. His Majesty created soul oppression with the means of reaching the sky. It didn't disappoint me. If you can't bear even this bit of soul oppression, then there's no need to continue. Xuanhuan stood indifferently outside the Demon Town Tower. With the resources under his control, he can easily raise the youth to the level of immortality, or even supreme mastery. But it's useless, what he needs is not a master, but someone who can fulfill the plan in his heart. He looked at the demon-suppressing tower, where Peng Han had already fought with the suppressed demon prisoners. It seemed cruel, but Xuanhuan didn't want his life, but to sharpen him, and the difficulty set was also the limit he could bear, the difficulty of a narrow escape. This will be a long training. However, the flow rate of time in the demon-suppressing tower is different. 1 day outside and 1,000 years inside pass, and a huge amount of mana is required to maintain it. It's not bad, I've reached the 2nd floor, and I have made a big breakthrough in my cultivation. Fighting in every life and death, beheading all the enemies in front of me, making my killing stronger and stronger, and coming out alive is what I need. Talents. Xuanhuan said coldly. While he was dealing with state affairs, he was also paying attention to Peng Han in the Demon Town Tower. I can't hold on any longer. At this time, Peng Han was drenched in blood, and there were more than a dozen people in front of him, all of them had the same level of cultivation as him, and they were roaring to tear him apart. Kill him, and you will have a chance to be free. Xuanhuan said coldly. Surviving death, how can I die here in the trial His Majesty set for me? I want to take my life to the sky, I want to seize more resources. In the desperate situation, Peng Han suddenly broke out with a fatal blow, slashing everyone in front of him to death, and his own consumption has reached the limit, enduring the pain to take out the cultivation resources from the bloody bodies of these people. After recovering, he resolutely entered the 3rd floor. In each level of battle, he almost survived from death, which was extremely dangerous, but as time passed, his strength became stronger and stronger, and his breath became more and more cold. Entered the 5th floor. Xuanhuan watched. Each level will become more and more difficult. Your Majesty expended so much effort, put a young man into the bloody fight like raising a goo, and watched him personally. What is the plan? When Xuanhuan came to find Xuanhuan, she also saw the young man in the demon-suppressing tower, and looked at it curiously for a day, but this young man's heart is really strong. In order to be strong and fearless, he has been fighting inside for 1,000 years, right? Several times I thought he was going to die, but he survived. He is indeed a talent. What this kind of talent needs is to give him a chance. Xuanhuan was the one who gave him a chance. The further you go, the more tragic the fight will be. All kinds of opponents. If he wants to practice killing techniques, I will give him a place to kill. Although it is cruel, no one wants to have this opportunity. Xuanhuan, if you kill it, it will be a mighty world. Your Majesty's plan is huge, and it's definitely not just for this young man. Xuanhuan was very curious, and really wanted to know what Xuanhuan was going to do. Xuanhuan glanced at her and said slowly, the martial god plan. #C1128 Slaughter Valkyrie. In the demon-suppressing tower, thousands of years have been fought, but only 10 days have passed in the multiverse. It's out. A figure burst out from the 9th floor of the demon-suppressing tower. He was Peng Han, who was no longer as immature as before. After thousands of years of tempering, he looked extremely firm. His armor was stained red with blood. At this time, Peng Han was indifferent, bloody, killing, and cruel. He got stronger and more mature. In the past 10,000 years, besides practicing, he has been fighting. In the Demon Town Tower, he killed countless opponents. Peng Han has met His Majesty. Peng Han's weapon was also replaced with a huge sword in the demon-suppressing tower, and he knelt down in front of Xuanhuan holding the sword, and said in a cold voice, "Peng Han has completed the trial set by His Majesty, and he has lived up to His Majesty's expectations. His cultivation has reached immortality, and he fought all the way. You have initially completed the test I set for you." When Xuanhuan saw Peng Han, he nodded. He could clearly see the fighting inside, and he could indeed become one of the people in his martial god plan. He took out a giant sword, which was heavy and sharp. "I named it the Excalibur sword, the supreme artifact, and I bestow it on you now. It will be your partner for a while, and will accompany you to continue fighting." The supreme artifact, the Excalibur sword. Even Peng Han was shocked at the moment. This is a supreme artifact. With his current cultivation base, even if he meets the Supreme Being, he will have the power to fight. He took the sword and said, "Peng Han asks His Majesty to continue to test me." He knew that although he was immortal, this level of strength was nothing to Shen Chao, and he was only initially completed. "You will be one of the martial gods under my command," Xuanhuan said. "War god?" Peng Han was also puzzled. "Your Majesty, please make it clear." "The martial god plan, I only need 9 people, and they will be cultivated into the 9 great martial gods around me. They will be the most powerful 9 of the gods in the future. They will not be in the formation of the army, and they will only follow my instructions." Represents the power of the gods. Xuanhuan Dao, and now you are the first person in the Valkyrie plan. 9 martial gods. With Peng Han's heart at the moment, he was severely shaken. The 9 martial gods, this does not belong to the formation of the army, but it will be the most powerful force around His Majesty, the God Emperor. Everyone who can be selected into the martial god plan will be the supreme glory. He understood. This is why His Majesty spent so much effort and set up such a difficult test for him. War God represents the 9 martial powers of the gods. Since you practice the art of killing, I will give you the first title of warrior god. Xuanhuan said majestically, "Killing martial god." Killing, the killing of killing, represents the killing of the power of martial arts. In the future, I will no longer be Peng Han, but the god of martial killer among the 9 martial gods. I will use the god of killer sword in my hand to kill all enemies for the god dynasty. Killing Valkyrie's words are sonorous and beneficial. He waved his hand again, and the Demon Town Tower changed. Continue to enter the Town Demon Tower and kill. This is your second test. After killing it, you will also have the cultivation base of the Dominator God, which shows that you have the qualifications for me to spend infinite resources to train you to be supreme. Xuanhuan Dao, and if you die, the title of martial god will be inherited by others, but I hope you will succeed. I will not give up the title of Valkyrie Killer to others. Martial god Slaughter stepped firmly into the demon-suppressing tower. How difficult it is to train and find the 9 martial gods. Xuanhuan watched Peng Han go in with anticipation in his eyes. Just like a divine dynasty, there must not only be an army to conquer the heavens, but also powerful guardians who specialize in performing various top tasks. Xuanhuan is going to select 9 martial gods this time, and each of them has different powers. This is different from the army, which only has 9 people. As for a martial god, Peng Han reluctantly asked Xuanhuan to see the whole thing. As for the other martial gods who are in charge of other powers, he has not yet found a suitable candidate. God of war, they are different. They are used to command large armies. And the 9 martial gods are the peak individual strength that Xuanhuan used to cultivate. Being able to discover Peng Han so quickly, Xuanhuan also nodded. All beginnings are hard. He knew clearly that there was no rush. The 9 martial gods he wants to train will appear one after another with the development of the empire, and talents must be discovered throughout the multiverse. Let killing Valkyrie practice hard in the demon-suppressing tower. Xuanhuan said. Half a year has passed. The situation in Tianduan Mountain was very unstable. The kingdom of heavenly Nirvana continued to increase its troops towards the border, and more powerful people gathered, but there was no tendency to launch a war for a long time, only to increase its troops. But everyone can see that Tianye Divine Kingdom is trying to put pressure on Xuanhuan, restrain him from continuing to develop, and at the same time, it is also preparing a wave of offensives to push Xuanhu horizontally. When Tianye gathers enough strength, it's time to attack Xuanhu, another tragic battle. Xuanhu, I feel, is much more difficult than Ming Song, and this is why Tianye is not in a hurry to attack. Reason. Inside the Yuan demon sect. The Yuan Ma suzerain is naturally concerned about the situation. After all, the existence of Xuanhu is closely related to him. If Xuanhu is attacked, it will be dead lips and teeth. My Yuan Mazong will not be able to please. After all, because of Xuanhu, we have also received great benefits in the kingdom of Ming Song God. Recently, we have added a few supreme elders. Shangguan Feiyu has broken through the 4th heaven, and is already the #1 deputy head of the Yuan demon sect. The truth is this truth. Sect Master Yuan Mo said, however, as a sect, although it is not like the Emperor Xuanhu God who can bless the Infinity Kingdom Operation War, it also has our advantages. Oh? What does the suzerain mean? Shangguan Feiyu said. If it's really not possible, then we can only give up the foundation of Tianduan Mountain. The closest to Tianduan Mountain is the Wuji Xinghai, and our sect has already arranged a retreat there. The Yuan Ma sect master was also a little helpless. Although I really don't want to part with the territory of Tianduan Mountain, I have to prepare a way out for the sake of the sect's existence. Of course, I still hope that Xuanhu can continue the stalemate with Tianye, and I don't want to take this road unless I have to. Sect Master Yuan Ma looked at Shangguan Feiyu. Feiyu, you should understand what I mean. I see. Shangguan Feiyu did not fluctuate much. The Promised Star Sea is a way out, but Tianduan Mountain is the foundation of their business for countless years. Once they retreat to other places, the road ahead is unpredictable. That woman Akabane thinks the same as me. Shenwushan Dynasty. Your Majesty, after the destruction of the Mingsong Divine Kingdom, the resources were transported back, so that the Divine Dynasty gave birth to a large number of powerful people in a short period of time, and the country's luck increased dramatically. Transport resources in the holy city of the raiders. Lu Qianfu respectfully reported the situation in front of Xuanhuan. The consumption of the heavenly blood divine stone is too high. This is an important strategic resource. The Supreme God has enough heavenly blood divine stone, so the cultivation will be faster. Moreover, the cultivation of the Dark God body and the Sky Battle body require a lot of it. Xuanhuan Dao, I already have a plan. Is that what His Majesty meant? I already have a preliminary understanding of the Tianxue ancient mining area, Mingsong collapses, and some hidden resources are also in my hands. This kind of strategic resource, gods must control the ability to mine themselves. I have decided to go to the Tianxue ancient mining area, to receive their assets. #C1129 Tianxue ancient mining area. We must enter the Tianxue ancient mining area. Lu Qianfu manages internal affairs and knows the importance deeply. It is far inferior to mastering the mining channels by yourself at a high price from others. Not to mention the expensive ones, the quantity is not much. The development of the divine dynasty is not an individual, and the demand for the heavenly blood divine stone is extremely high. I heard that the Tianxue ancient mining area is filled with the power of the gods of heaven. Mining is very dangerous, not only natural disasters, but also evil. Even the gods of the underworld just have the threshold to mine. Lu Qianfu said. This time to destroy Mingsong, I also captured a lot of slaves from hell, and I happened to use them to mine the sacred stone for me. The time for the march is set to be 1 month later. For the first time I will select a group of elites. Chu Yuan Dao, I am equally curious about Tianxue ancient mining area, and the location of the march is temporarily set in the mining area controlled by Mingsong Divine Kingdom. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Yuan glanced at Peng Han, the martial god who had experienced training in the demon-suppressing pagoda. He broke through again, and his temper became more and more cold and stern. Chu Yuan also taught him the great slaughter technique. In order for him to grow into a warrior god who can be used by him as soon as possible, Chu Yuan also spared no effort in supplying him with resources. And Peng Han was also very upbeat and did not disappoint Chu Yuan. It's not enough to just kill in the demon-suppressing tower. Your way is to prove the way by killing. After you reach the Supreme God, you will use killing to prove the strength of your Valkyrie. Here, Shenwu is also ready to enter the Tianxue ancient mining area. God of War, Negative, and other supreme figures followed Chu Yuan. Xuanhuan, the 3 gods of the sun, moon, and star kept them temporarily on guard. After all, they now know very little about the Tianxue ancient mining area, and the first to enter must bear the greatest danger. Going in this time is to find out more information and prepare for a large-scale march in the future. The Tianxue ancient mining area is located in a very high sky. In a mysterious time and space, I have obtained the coordinates of the ancient mine. Now release the Shenzhou, and everyone will follow me to the mining area. Chu Yuan said. It is far from enough to see records only from ancient books. Immediately, Chu Yuan built a space-time passage with the Void Gate, and Shenzhou rushed in, flying upwards at an extremely fast speed, heading towards an inexplicable area. It is said that the Tianxue ancient mining area is located at a central point of the multiverse. According to the corresponding coordinate points of each sky domain, if you fly towards that point, you will be attracted by the power of time and space in the mining area. It's been a long journey to the Tianxue ancient mining area. The upward area of a diagonal line, towards the position of the coordinate point. At the fastest limit speed on the other side of Shenzhou, they traveled for a full month, but they still didn't notice the location of the Tianxue ancient mining area. In the ancient mining area, only the Supreme has the strength to go in alone, and some Supremes dare not go in. There are powerful forces who will build a transit teleportation array. This is the first exploration of the Shen dynasty, and it will take some time. Chu Yuan is not in a hurry. The Gate of the Void, the other side of the Shenzhou, 2 big killers in hand, even if it was only the first time, his speed was faster than others. Keep sailing. The color between the sky and the earth suddenly changed, and it was no longer the diversity seen before. As if with a bang, it crashed into a different time and space. In the eyes is a vast blood-colored mist, thick alien space-time power, and a strong blood-colored gust of wind swept over in this instant. Rumble. The gust of wind hit the Shenzhou, becoming more and more violent. Scarlet storm, space ripples. Chu Yuan urged Shenzhou to move, saying, "We have already reached the Tianxue ancient mining area, and we will reach the real ancient mine within a few months." Is it finally here? God of War is also excited. Lock the Tianxue ancient mining area. Chu Yuan immediately locked the position with the Door of the Void. A more violent force swept over. A supreme god like the ancestor of the snapping turtle came here, not to mention going to the mining area, but he couldn't even stand firm. If you are unlucky, you will be involved in a different time and space, and you will never be able to find your way back. In fact, one aspect of the preciousness of the heavenly blood divine stone is that its utility is too great. But on the other hand, mining is too difficult, and transportation is also difficult and troublesome. Even when mining in the kingdom of the underworld, sometimes shipwrecks and casualties will happen. Unless there is a half-day Taoist presence. All kinds of things made the heavenly blood divine stone so expensive. As time passed, Xuanhuan suddenly saw a huge blood-colored world, such as a giant sky. Anyone would feel small in front of it. Even the God of Heaven will feel powerless in front of this giant sky. This journey has been like flying up, and now I have finally arrived at the Tianxue ancient mining area. Xuanhuan's eyes were bright and sharp, and he stabilized the void. The Shenzhou crossed the space, and with a bang, it broke a barrier of time and space, and finally arrived in the Tianxue ancient mining area. This world is blood-colored mountains rise and fall one after another, and it is extremely desolate. His soul perception spread out, this place is infinitely large, and it is difficult to sense the end. This is a different time and space, which is different from the multiverse. Xuanhuan took a breath of vitality, and the thick blood mist was swallowed by him, transforming into very weak energy, but it was exactly the kind in the heavenly blood divine stone. Your Majesty, have we arrived at the Tianxue ancient mining area? The strange scene in front of him also made God of War curious. Although the Tianxue ancient mining area is multidimensional, it is obviously a different time and space, an independent world. Xuanhuan was very sensitive to the power of the void, and after a moment of silence, he said, "It is rumored that the area of the Tianxue ancient mining area is extremely large, larger than any other day. The heavenly blood and heavenly blood are the blood of the God of Heaven." Xuanhuan doesn't know how big each day is in the 33 days, but the area of a Tianduan mountain is huge enough, but it is only a half-day Dao of Tianduan City Lord. But for each of the 33 days, there is not only one Dao God. From this, it can be deduced that the ancient mining area of Tianxue is huge. Yes, there are only 2 points in any record, one is greatness, and the other is danger. God of War said. The ancient mining area of Tianxue is a forbidden zone in the multiverse, and it is extremely high in the ranking. With the palm of Xuanhuan's hand, he picked up a mountain range, crushed it and refined it, only getting blood crystals the size of a fingernail. It is rumored that this place is a relic from before the ancient era. More than one God of Heaven and Dao fell, and their blood was sprinkled in this world, just like the war led by the emperor in ancient times, but the time is too old, and I just see a little bit from the records. Xuanhuan shook his head. He didn't know much about the human emperor war in the ancient times, let alone the Tianxue ancient mining area, before the ancient era. Xuanhuan is more interested in the human emperor's ancient territory, but the human emperor's ancient territory is too far away from him, unlike the Tianxue ancient mining area, which exists in a different dimension, and can be taken in by flying towards the corresponding coordinate point. And the Tianxue ancient mining area is also very dangerous. It is said that there are many ancient treasures, some are left over from the Tianxue ancient mining area, and some are left here by the fall of many explorers. It is rumored that in the central area of the Tianxue ancient mining area, even the gods of heaven have to be careful not to be counterattacked by the forces of the ancient era. But these have nothing to do with Xuanhuan, for the time being. He waved his hand, and the army marched in one direction. #C1130 Wasteland. The mountains rose up, one after another, with no end in sight, and the blood-red breath filled the earth. Everything in the Tianxue ancient mining area is blood-red. Your Majesty, this is the mining area, controlled by the kingdom of the underworld. An old man walked up to Xuanhuan tremblingly. He was not a member of the divine dynasty, but a captive captured after the demise of the Ming-Tsang kingdom. He was left behind and had visited the mining area many times, allowing him to provide experience for the empire's mining in the ancient mining area. Provide good experience, you can get out of your captive body, accumulate enough contributions, and you can become a citizen of the gods. God of War said. It's indeed a very strong breath of heavenly blood. Xuanhuan looked at the mining area. There are many mines in many places, and there are traces left by mining, but after Mingsong collapsed that day, there were no strong guards, and many things here were plundered by others. Originally there were many slaves in the mining area, but these slaves should either run away or be captured by others. The old man is called Xuanhuan, observing here, this mining area has been mined for thousands of years, about half of the ore deposits have been taken away, and the rest is difficult to mine. It belongs to the edge of the Tianxue ancient mining area. Several mining areas are controlled by other forces. Although the Tianxue ancient mine is large, there are not many mines that can be called mines, especially in this relatively barren edge. I'll take a look at this mining area. Xuanhuan's gaze pierced the void, came to a mine, and walked in slowly. He hit the rock wall with his palm, but it didn't shatter, it just shook a few times. You must know that although he didn't use supernatural powers, the power contained in his palm alone is so powerful. It was the heavenly blood breath everywhere in the mine that dissipated my power. Xuanhuan Dao, the stronger the breath of heavenly blood, the more difficult it is to mine. Many places can only be excavated slowly, which consumes a lot of mind and mana, and is also a troublesome place. He came to the end of the mine. He raised his hand, and with a move of God's hand, the road in front of him collapsed. Crashing, after the boulder shattered, a 10,000-meter passage was opened, and a blood-colored bloodstone nearly 10 feet in size was immediately seen. There is only one piece of ore in the 10,000-meter passage, and this is still me. If the Master God digs it, it will take a very long time. Xuanhuan understood the difficulty of mining the heavenly blood divine stone. Your Majesty, these stones are also good things. Although they are rare in content, they can be refined into blood crystals if they are in large quantities. Xuanhuan said hastily. Eliminate other wandering forces in this mining area, and I will entrust you with the responsibility of God of War. Xuanhuan Dao, use this as the foundation of the God dynasty in the Tianxue ancient mine, gradually spread out, and put the captured hell prisoners into various mines, and kill them if they don't obey. Write them down as an encouragement. Xuanhuan, you are familiar with the mining area, you come to assist, and I will reward you for doing well. Yes, Your Majesty. Xuanhuan knelt down and said respectfully, the mining of ancient mines requires a lot of manpower. In fact, the mining area in front of us is not in any danger. After all, it has been exploited for thousands of years and has been wiped out by Mingsong, but it also means that the reserves in this mining area there are not many left, and hard work is needed. There are two threats to mining here. One is natural disasters. In some places, the breath of heavenly blood will suddenly erupt and condense into various sky-blood beasts. However, this kind of disaster is too much in some untouched areas. Hearing that, Xuanhuan nodded slightly. The so-called sky-blood beasts are not real beasts, but too strong sky-blood breath, mixed with a kind of eternal resentment. The more resource-rich the area, the stronger the strength. Also here, we have to face the conquest of other forces. After all, there are few good mining areas, and everyone will be jealous. There are still some mining bandits who specialize in looting the sacred stone. Xuanhuan said. All in all, this place is too dangerous. If you don't have the strength to dare to mine in the ancient mining area, you are looking for death. Mine bandits? Xuanhuan's expression moved slightly. I'm afraid that some of the mine bandits are people from some powerful forces. They have strong support behind them, and they dare not show up on the surface. They used this method in secret. Mingsong should have used it back then. Yes, Your Majesty. Xuanhuan said, when the mining bandits sometimes rob more than 1,000 years of mining, there must be someone pretending to be it. Therefore, the environment in the mining area is mixed, and strength is needed to gain a foothold. This area alone is not enough, I need to open up some wild areas. Xuanhuan knows that the wild area represents opportunities and unpredictable dangers, but they must be done. Right now, Xuanhuan assigned the tasks. The wandering forces here were also expelled by them, occupying the mining area here, and the various mine veins became full of enthusiasm again, and a large number of captured captives were released into it. Mining is hard work, mana is used for mining, and there is no way to use it for cultivation. And the soldiers of Shenwu want to maintain order and find new mining areas, so now they can only use these captives to mine. Although mining is difficult, this place is actually a good training ground. In addition to capturing a large number of captives, the people of the gods can also come to experience it in the end. It is a two-pronged approach. Xuanhuan Dao, however, these can only be implemented after the Xinqiao has established its foothold and stabilized. A piece of ore is calculated as a square with a length of 1 foot on each side. After Xuanhuan came to the Tianxue ancient mine, it took half a month to dig out more than 20 yuan, even if it is difficult to get 1,000 yuan a year. It seems that there are quite a lot, but you must know how much power Xuanhuan has invested here, and counting the supplementary consumption and the time to transport back to the God dynasty in the middle, there is not a lot of time. However, Xuanhuan doesn't care about what he gets now. What he needs now is to build a base in the Tianxue ancient mine, and as the power of the God dynasty becomes stronger, it will gradually spread and expand. This kind of production material that is useful for cultivation, the channel to control and obtain it is undoubtedly the most important. This vein is still too barren. Xuanhuan shook his head. This is a safe place, but safety means little gain. Your Majesty, I actually know that there is a place with rich resources. Shui Yan knelt down to see Xuanhuan, and looked up at the majestic majesty. Say. Yes, in fact, Mingsong has already begun to excavate there when he was still alive. It is a newly discovered area, but it is very dangerous. At that time, many people died in order to open up wasteland there, and there was even a supreme statue. Shui Yan said honestly, however, the harvest is also great. We mined hundreds of pieces in it in a month. At that time, we only explored halfway. After the war broke out, we had no choice but to retreat. Your Majesty will know the future situation. An area that is being reclaimed. Land reclamation is always the most dangerous, and the casualties are the greatest, but the benefits are also great. I got a few hundred yuan in a month, which is indeed richer than here, so it seems that I can't miss it. Xuanhuan Dao, God of War, call your people. #C1131 Heavenly Blood Beast. Opening up new mining areas is imperative. There are too many heavenly blood divine stones needed for the development of the empire, and acquisition alone is far from enough. Your Majesty, there is the new mining area. A few days later, Shui Yan led the way and arrived at the place, pointing to a stretch of mountains. The aura of heavenly blood is particularly strong here, and some places are thickly blood-black, and there are blood-colored lightning flashes, enveloping the mountain like a thick fog. What a breath of heavenly blood! The God of War exclaimed, this is about to turn into blood poison. Even I have to spend mana to resist it. No wonder a large number of manpower from the kingdom of the underworld is wasted here. It is strange that this place that contains blood poison can breed a divine stone for cultivation. When we went in, we encountered a large number of sky blood beasts, and we only explored half of the area, and we don't know the situation of the other half. Shui Yan was a little afraid of this place. Follow me and find out. When Xuanhuan stepped into the mining area, the great devouring technique activated at the same time, and the surrounding blood poisonous mist rushed into an invisible black hole like crazy. What a strong power! These blood poisons still contain the power of the God of Heaven and Tao, as well as all kinds of resentment. For ordinary people, it is hard to say that it is extremely difficult to refine, and the reward is far less than the reward, but Xuanhuan is not afraid, and even becomes his treasure. God of War and the others wanted to resist with strength, but as Chu Yuan moved forward, the blood and poison disappeared. It was these blood poisons that Chu Yuan devoured. Although the blood poison is poisonous, after the blood poison has been devoured, my cultivation base has also increased. With a vast and majestic force, I will be able to break through the second heaven soon. Chu Yuan smiled. Your Majesty is terrifying. Xuanhuan felt the unfathomable depth of the divine martial god emperor. After traveling half of the area, Chu Yuan could not see many mines left here. And many uncollected skeletons. At the beginning, we killed too many people here, and only half of the area was leveled. Every time Xuanhuan thought of this, he couldn't hide his fear, and said, however, according to our mining speculation, if the entire mining area can be fully excavated, the total amount of minerals here may even be tens of millions, which is enough to extract a large amount of gold. Blood crystal. The sacred stone is sold to those forces that cannot be mined for use, and it is specially used to harvest other people's wealth at a high price. It is blood crystals that really circulate within the great forces. It takes almost 100 god stones to extract one blood crystal. The energy of blood crystals is pure, and impurities are removed, so the benefits of cultivation are even greater. With so many minerals, how can we not control them all in our own hands? Chu Yuan strode forward. Attention, Your Majesty, that's an area we haven't set foot in. Xuanhuan said hastily. The time and space in front of him has completely turned into a blood-black, highly poisonous place. God of War has a strong feeling that if he goes in, if he doesn't come out, he will die there. With me here, everything will be fine. Chu Yuan devoured the blood poison ferociously, turned into an ordinary blood red, and walked deeper into the space. A fierce and cold aura is also transmitted at this moment, with a strong soul shock, as if there is a peerless monster here, let alone contending with him, even being stared at will be timid. The Skyblood beast has appeared. Xuanhuan was nervous. Oh? Let me see what you look like. Chu Yuan waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept across it. Suddenly, his palm was filled with light, and a monstrous force fell, and a large number of strange things appeared in front of him. This is the Skyblood beast? God of War widened his eyes. Even though Xuanhuan had already mentioned the heavenly blood beast, he still felt weird after seeing it. It was a kind of blood-colored, condensed thing, some of which were like beasts, and some of them were human-like. It is formed by the condensation of endless resentment. The heavenly blood ancient mine was formed with the blood of the heavenly Tao god. The heavenly blood beast is the resentment that exists in the blood of the god. The more poisonous the blood, the greater the number, and the core of the resentment is also the soul. Chu Yuan looked at the Skyblood beast indifferently. Die. 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 A large number of sky-blooded beasts let out extremely sharp voices, attacking the soul. Even the Juggernaut couldn't bear it for a few moments, and the soul would collapse. And this kind of soul shock will also cause a person's demons, lose his mind, and become a puppet. Great Soul Technique. Chu Yuan stretched out his palm slowly, as if drawing a circle, forming a vortex, and with a flick of his hand, many Skyblood beasts collapsed. Walk. Chu Yuan's eyes were already completely black with blood. These numerous Skyblood beasts existed in the darkness. Every time they took a step, there would be a large number of roars of souls, but the sound of their rushing out. But these days, the blood beast disappeared before it approached. This is too easy. Xuanhuan trembled all over. Thinking about how much they paid for their lives, there was no good way to use these Skyblood beasts, but in front of His Majesty, everything became easier. No trouble at all. Chu Yuan led the team forward. He was surrounded by a field of light, with a big devouring technique and a big soul. He was not afraid of this strange aura. I devour everything. Chu Yuan looked at the deepest part of the area. He cast his mana at once, devouring all the blood poison along the way with the great devouring technique, and immediately the hand of God fell, and there was a sharp sound. This is a gigantic sky-blood beast with a huge human face and a ferocious and resentful expression. If people stare at it, they will be scared to death. Heavenly God is unwilling to resent. Xuanhuan said slowly. The strength of the heavenly blood beast is indeed very strong this day, and it is good at soul impact. Without the power to restrain it, it would be very troublesome even for the Lord Ming Tsung to deal with it. But in front of Xuanhuan, the soul gate wiped it out with a shock. There is no great danger here. Xuanhuan Dao, now people can mine. No more danger? Xuanhuan's head was still in a daze. It's so simple and easy, His Majesty just walked in all the way, he couldn't even imagine such a method. Your Majesty's supernatural powers are beyond your imagination. God of War warned him. At this time, Xuanhuan's eyes were concentrated on a mountain wall, and he raised his hand and slammed it. The tyrannical mana shook, and a large number of mountains collapsed. At a glance, he saw more than a dozen sacred stones. Too much. Xuanhuan was overjoyed. It's hard to imagine that you can harvest so much just by blasting away a part of the mountain at will. If this area is fully mined, there will be more. I'm afraid it will be more than what Ming Tsung predicted before. The heavenly blood divine stone is very useful for cultivation, but it is the hard currency in the multiverse, and it can be exchanged for many resources. Immediately build a mining hole, and a large number of people will be transferred here. You, Zhao Yu, will help. The speed of mining must be fast, and people will be able to discover new wild areas. The God dynasty needs too many heavenly blood god stones. Xuanhuan ordered immediately. As long as there are a large number of heavenly blood god stones, Xuanhuan can create more supreme gods, and the overall strength of the gods will be promoted quickly. #C1132 Dangerously. A large number of manpower was quickly transferred here. With the help of Ling Yu, they mined thousands of yuan in a month, which can be said to be a great harvest. This is also normal. This is an area that has not been mined much, and has a lot of reserves, and the place in the kingdom of Ming Tsung has been excavated for thousands of years, so how many mineral deposits will there be? It's time for me to appreciate the scenery of the ancient mine. After Xuanhuan stabilized the situation in the mining area, he embarked on his road of exploration alone. He walked alone in the huge Tianxue ancient mine. The area was really too big. During his walk, he also met strong men from other regions. There is a sect from the infinite star sea. Xuanhuan saw an area full of stars. He also has some understanding of the promised star sea, which is a larger area than Tianduan Mountain. The situation is more complicated, and there is more than one half-day way. It is the closest large area to Tianduan Mountain. Xuanhuan ignored it. As he was exploring, he suddenly saw a huge gloomy mountain with billowing black smoke and disordered time and space. He knew it was extremely dangerous at a glance. With the Great Soul technique, he saw the eternal resentment in his eyes, which was turning into a huge human face. A dangerous place. Xuanhuan said silently. There are many dangerous places in the Tianxue ancient mine, and they are very common. And this huge mountain has a stone cave opened up by man. Option 1, enter the cave, get 40,000 vertex points, random lucky draw chance x1. Option 2, don't enter the cave, get 40,000 fulminant points, supreme pill x1. This cave is weird. Xuanhuan made a choice and slowly stepped into the cave. The cave is huge and deep. After walking a certain depth, some skeletons appeared in his eyes. There is no flesh and blood on the body, it is blood red, and it looks extremely hideous and terrifying. Along the way, he has seen more than 10 skeletons, all of which were cultivated by the Supreme God. It's the end. When Xuanhuan came to the end, he saw another skeleton in front of him, sitting on a stone platform, with his hands facing the sky and his head in the air, making a roaring sound. The road ahead is empty, I am unwilling, I want to break through the world, and pursue a glimmer of life in the dark. The roaring resentment from an extremely long time ago is still circling in the cave. His bones are all blood black. This is a strong resentment that has turned into a curse, cursing and killing all those who set foot here. Xuanhuan could see that this was a strong man whose realm had reached the supreme peak, Yunshi's level as the supreme god. But he failed to realize the Tiao, the road to heaven came to an end, his soul collapsed, and he died here. For many strong people who are dedicated to pursuing the way of heaven, if they go the wrong way, they will find that they will never be promoted to the half-day way. The bones contain curse and resentment, which is also a value. Xuanhuan was indifferent. Just as he was waving his hand to collect it with the cursed door, his eyes suddenly turned in one direction, and a huge blood spider that was as large as 10 feet suddenly stabbed at him. This blood spider spins silk, and its tentacles are densely packed, thin and long, making it a shadow at a glance. A blood spider, it seems that the flesh and blood of those strong people are eaten by you, interesting. At this time, Xuanhuan stared at the hideous and ugly blood spider. His big hand swiped out, and the huge sealing power swept out, immediately blocking its attack. The blood spider's mouth still had sharp fangs, and it roared at Xuanhuan. The tentacles were as powerful as a supreme weapon, and they were still tearing apart. Serve me with your life. The strength of this blood spider has also reached the highest level, and refining it will not benefit much, so naturally Xuanhuan will not kill it. Then, the big hand was raised, and the sealed door turned into countless divine chains to bind it. The Great Soul technique impacted the blood spider's soul and directly instilled its loyalty to it. It took only a moment for the blood spider to be suppressed by Xuanhuan. The door of the curse hangs in the air. The more curse power this portal absorbs, the stronger it will be. Merge into the cursed bone. Xuanhuan urged the door. Roar. The skeleton didn't seem to be completely dead yet. Its eyes suddenly opened, and it let out a stern roar. It stood up and rushed towards Xuanhuan in a bloody torrent. The skeleton has no life of its own, but the resentment that still exists dominates. All that is lost will be lost. Xuanhuan was indifferent and ruthless. The skeleton in the door of the curse also pulled the skeleton in an instant, and after the skeleton left the stone platform, a scene of heaven and earth shattered. It seems that the prohibition that suppressed this mountain disappeared. In Xuanhuan's eyes, the entire cave was filled with blood, and the surrounding mountain walls actually seeped blood. Tick-tock, the whole mountain was dripping with blood, which made people's soul tremble uncontrollably. The bones are not the place where his power resides. After his soul dissipated, he has merged into the entire mountain. This is to trap me to death and take my body. Xuanhuan said coldly, not panicking. Give me your body, I want to start a new life and change my life against the sky. The voice was extremely evil. After the blood condensed, Xuanhuan saw a huge blood-condensed face in his eyes, which was indescribably ghastly. This is the final layout of the existence that is only half a step away from Bantian Dao. There is still a sliver of consciousness left in him, for this last moment of eruption, hoping to regain a body. Xuanhuan just stood there, so calmly. The moment the bloody face hit him, there was an even more painful scream. The inviolable emperor's arrogance transformed into a masculine force, which caused great damage to him. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, this era no longer belongs to you. Xuanhuan cast a palm of obliteration. Wan Guqinkong cooperated with the Great Soul technique, and did not try his best to suppress the resentful soul. No. I'm not willing. His screams hadn't fully uttered before dissipating. The blood was recondensed by Xuanhuan. After the soul of resentment was wiped out, these are extremely pure energies, which can create supreme divine effects. This time he stepped into a mountain, suppressed and sealed a spider, and got the blood again, which was a great harvest. But it's also dangerous, because he has great supernatural powers. For other people, even if the realm is higher than him, I'm afraid they will fall here. In the Tianxue ancient mine, there are too many treasures to calculate, but they all need strength to seize them. In the more central area, there are even more precious artifacts left by the god of heaven. Chu Yuan's eyes pierced into the emptiness of Mingming. There is a more dangerous forbidden zone of gods. Going to the Tianxue ancient mine was too troublesome, so Chu Yuan naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity easily, and he wouldn't leave here so easily if he didn't get enough benefits. In the next 3 months, Chu Yuan appeared in various areas of the ancient mine. #C1133 God's Forbidden Zone. In the Tianxue mining area, a figure seemed to be walking aimlessly. In the past few months, Chu Yuan has crossed too many areas of the Tianxue ancient mine. God's Forbidden Zone. Chu Yuan smiled and looked ahead. This is a strange world, with giant peaks rising in forests, and between some giant peaks, appearing from a huge blood-colored ocean, forming a huge mountain sea. It is rumored that the strange scene here is that the blood of the god of heaven and earth dripped down, turning the mountains and rivers into blood. The power of existences like Tiandao God cannot be estimated, all of them are thorough and powerful, and even a drop of blood can even create unimaginable miracles. In this mountain and sea environment, there are many people here, but those in the outermost periphery are ordinary and weak, and only the powerful ones dare to go deep. The blood here is too thin, it's not suitable for me. Chu Yuan moved forward lightly. He walked towards the most central area. Even the well-informed, he was amazed by the mountain and sea environment, which was created by the power of the ancient era. Another person is going to the center of God's Forbidden Zone. It's the most dangerous place in the entire God's Forbidden Zone. Every once in a while someone boldly breaks in. That's right. Last month, one whose strength reached the third heaven broke into it, but he was never seen appearing. Too many powerful people fell in the restricted area of the gods. There is a huge city where a large number of people gather. Seeing a person walking towards the center of the restricted area, they all shook their heads. The restricted area of the gods is the miracle of the Tianxue ancient mine, and there is not only one place, the most dangerous area, ordinary people are not allowed to enter. The purpose of my trip is to step into the forbidden zone of God. Chu Yuan is indifferent, this God's forbidden area is the closest to him, if it is not dangerous, he will not come here. Opportunities and dangers coexist. The scene in front of him changed in an instant. After entering the center of the restricted area, he came to the core area, surrounded by giant peaks to form a huge circular area. Intense blood engulfed him. Here, there are other restrictions. The power of the whole person seems to be suppressed by a kind of power in the dark, and a lot of mana is consumed every moment to resist. Here the juggernaut can't even fly, and the weak supreme can't hold on for too long. Chu Yuan stared at the sea of blood. The rumors should be true, the blood of the god of heaven should have dripped here, and the aftermath of power swept here, creating a dangerous forbidden zone. He couldn't help but think that this place was just a drop of blood, and how dangerous it would be if it was a place where the gods of heaven had truly fallen. He sat upright above the sea of blood. When his great devouring technique spread out, he was an extremely huge black hole, and a vortex the size of a sea eye appeared on the sea surface, and the infinite seawater was swallowed by him. Wisps of blood turned into tyrannical energy laws and wrapped around his body. His strength is constantly increasing, to break a certain barrier. Originally, the seawater contained strong heavenly blood power, but the area was too large, and the ordinary supreme could not be extracted by this method, but with the great devouring technique nearby, Chu Yuan was fearless. He is in the most central area of the restricted area of the gods, and his power is spreading towards the entire restricted area. his devouring produced a strong vision. The vision of God's restricted area has appeared. What happened? God, you see, the power in the entire restricted area is in turmoil, as if being drawn by a force. What's going on? The water level in the entire God's forbidden zone is dropping, and it seems to be evaporating. Could it be that this kind of vision is due to some internal change, and some extraordinary treasure is about to be born? Don't go in for the time being, this kind of vision is too dangerous, wait until you calm down and investigate again. Fearing the forbidden zone of the gods, the strong in this area did not move forward immediately. They knew deeply that although breaking into the vision might take the lead, the danger would also increase exponentially. They don't understand what's going on. But where the strange treasure appeared, it was just a vision produced by Xuanhuan's devouring. Supreme Second Heaven. After devouring it for several days, Xuanhuan's strength was full. The aura of his dominance spread out, directly breaking through to the Supreme Second Heaven. He should have been able to break through. After the destruction of the country, the territory of the empire increased sharply, and a large number of masters were promoted. This time, the energy of the Sea of Blood in the forbidden zone of the gods was swallowed up, allowing him to break through the realm directly. With just a breakthrough, a more miraculous scene appeared in his eyes. The way of heaven is becoming more and more real. In the boundless world, he can see countless attributes of power, which are being constructed as his way of heaven. My way of heaven is to control and mobilize thousands of forces. There is nothing else other than that. Xuanhuan is full of invincible confidence in his way of heaven. It can be said that his current power is soaring violently. Although the breakthrough of each realm is difficult, the surge in his own strength is also huge. In the second heaven, with his tyrannical combat power, there is almost no one who can be suppressed among the supreme gods, unless he has realized the existence of the half-day way. Ding! The host completed the branch line and broke through the supreme second heaven, and obtained 10 million vertex points, supernatural power fruit X19384, supreme artifact advanced card, bloody trial opening volume, random lucky draw chance X1. Ding! The current branch line has been released, breaking through the third heaven. System reward released. Xuanhuan's gaze fell immediately. The power of the Supreme Artifact advanced with the Supreme Artifact advanced card is very huge, and the power is the pinnacle of the Supreme Artifact, second only to the half-heavenly Tao artifact. And the bloody trial opens. Bloody trial opening volume, no upper level. After the host uses it, a different time and space of bloody trial will be opened, which is extremely dangerous, but if you can pass the level, there will be rich rewards at the same time. Remarks, it can only be used by the host, and cannot be given to others. Bloody trials, rich rewards. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly brightened. Of course he knows that the system has said that there are generous rewards, so the benefits will definitely be indispensable. There is also a different time and space teleportation volume in his system space, put the two together, and he is not going to open it now. The test of the highest level can go at any time. Now, he has more important things. The blood-colored sea in front of him contained the blood and mighty power of the God of Heaven and Tao, which was stronger than the ordinary heavenly blood god stone. Since he came here, Xuanhuan naturally wanted to take it away. Wherever it passes, not a single blade of grass grows, and the great devouring technique plunders everything. What is there in this blood-colored seawater? Xuanhuan said silently. At this moment, his great devouring technique spread out crazily. The power of devouring was 10 times stronger than before, and the infinite bloody halo enveloped him, creating a miracle that reached the sky. These extracting and devouring powers are stabilizing the realm of the second heaven for him. The great devouring technique will undergo a qualitative change as Xuanhuan's strength grows. And elsewhere. After the other people saw it, they were horrified to find that the seawater in the entire God's forbidden zone had dried up, exposing blood mud. Hashtag C1134 Sea of Blood. A scene that has never been seen since ancient times has occurred in this forbidden area of the gods. The huge sea of blood was drying up, evaporated by a mysterious and powerful force, and a large piece of blood mud appeared, revealing what was buried inside. The outsiders don't know exactly what happened, but they guess that there may be a terrifying treasure appearing. Great devouring technique. At this moment, Xuanhuan's power was skyrocketing, and the divine blood of heavenly Tao that dripped here was diluted, but he gathered it in this way and transformed it into a kind of energy, which was devoured and plundered by him. When he waved his hand, he had monstrous and terrifying power. His eyes immediately looked towards the god's forbidden zone after drying up. In the blood mud, he actually saw a vast building, radiating out in a circular spreading shape. This is the sect from before the ancient era. Xuanhuan immediately withdrew his strength. He came to a mountain gate with distorted words on it. It was difficult to tell what was written, but the moment Xuanhuan looked at it intently, an indestructible majesty burst out immediately. Humph! Xuanhuan snorted coldly, waved his hands to counter the majesty, and observed with his eyes, "The building buried in the sea of blood has reappeared in the world because of my reasons. This is probably the sect that existed in the Tianxue ancient mine back then. Let me see the wonder here." The ancient sect. The mountain gate contains an indestructible majesty, which has never been born before, and may contain a great treasure. Which gave Xuanhuan the idea of exploring. He had seen it from the hearsay records. There are many sects in the Tianxue ancient mine, and it would be a great harvest to develop one. He walked in this mountain gate, feeling the breath of the ages ago. There are still people here. He saw many lifelike people wearing ancient costumes and holding weapons in their hands, but they were already dead, as if they were about to rush out to fight and guard the existence of the sect. But Xuanhuan could tell. Just as these people were about to come out, before they could make any other moves, they were directly shocked and killed by a terrifying force. The irresistible force destroyed this sect. In Xuanhuan's mind, a picture formed. When the Great War came, the members of this sect came out to guard, but their strengths were completely unequal. Before the fight, everyone from the elders to the disciples died in an instant. Later, in the evolution of the years, it was submerged in a sea of blood. The originally lifelike body quickly turned into bones at this moment, and finally disappeared into ashes. Without the breath of heavenly Tao God and the sea of blood to protect the body, it will vaporize when exposed to the air. Only the way of heaven can last forever. Xuanhuan said deeply. The power of time is too terrifying, only the power of heaven can last forever in the long river of time. He continued to walk forward. The core of a sect should have been protected by a dangerous prohibition, but the sect has been destroyed and everything has decayed, so there are no restrictions. Soon, he arrived at the center of the sect. The power of heaven. His eyes suddenly changed. There are 9 straight towers in front of an ancient building. In front of the 9 divine towers, there was an indestructible radiance. On the top of the divine towers, there were 9 pearls the size of fists, which all released 9 ripples and gathered together. That is. Xuanhuan stared fixedly, and said in surprise, "It's actually 9 half-heaven pills. I feel that the power contained in these 9 half-heaven pills is stronger than the power obtained in Mingsong. Strong, and 9 kinds of the same attribute. If Mingsong's few are low-grade, then these 9 are top-notch." His eyes pierced into the tower, and the power of the void penetrated, and he found that there were still many ashes inside. Immediately he understood. "I see." Xuanhuan said clearly, "These are 9 alchemy pagodas. There are a lot of rare alchemy, but the others can't resist the decay of time. Only the half-day divine alchemy exists, so the surrounding main hall." He could tell that these 9 Dan towers were actually a kind of cultivation formation, and they all served a mysterious existence in the main hall. To be able to have such a big hand, you don't need to think too much, you know that it is the most important person in this sect. No wonder there are so many people exploring God's forbidden area regardless of the danger. The Sea of Blood cuts off the detection of the soul power. If Xuanhuan hadn't swallowed up the Sea of Blood today, it would be difficult for him to find it. This is the greatest opportunity in front of me. Xuanhuan laughed. If the 9 half-heaven Tao God pills are brought back to the Empire, how many powerful people will be created for him, and the surge in national fortune will make it easier for him to reach the level of the 3rd heaven. Once he reaches the 3rd heaven, with the means he controls, he can fight even if there is a half-day Tao. Half-day Tao divine pill. Suddenly a powerful presence descended from the outside world, and the moment he saw Danta, he recognized it and let out a joyful voice. Xuanhuan was not surprised that a strong man came. There will be strong people in every god's restricted area, and the movement of him devouring the Sea of Blood has attracted the attention of many strong people. But here, Xuanhuan was the first to discover that whoever dares to take the pill in front of him is his enemy. Elder, someone has already arrived in front of the Tao God pill in half a day. He wants to take the pill in front of us. Fortunately, we came in time and were not snatched away by others first. This group of people immediately saw Xuanhuan in front of the Dan Tower. Half-heaven Tao divine pill belongs to me. Even if I get one, I may cultivate to the highest peak. If I get all 9 of them, I will be bullied by half-heaven Tao. Anyone who dares to stop me, kill, kill, kill. An old man also went crazy, and shouted, "Where do you come from? I am the supreme elder of Wuji Star Haixingquan Men. If you are sensible, get out of here, or I will kill you." Faced with such a temptation, he couldn't help but not go crazy. People from the Promised Star Sea. Xuanhuan's face was calm. He glanced casually. There are more than a dozen people who are indeed powerful, all of them are supreme. From this we can also infer the strength of Xuanhuan. Is Xuanhuan great? If you want to seize the pill, you have to ask me if I agree. In the past few breaths, a large number of people rushed over. The strength of this group of people was equally strong, and the leader was a middle-aged man with a fierce face. The old man looked at the middle-aged man, his face changed slightly, and he said coldly, "I thought who it was. It turned out to be the evil spirit Valley. Why, do you still want to snatch the half-day Taoist pill from me?" A master continued to come over. What, Xuanhuan and Zilingu are all forces that Xuanhuan has never heard of. Of course they could see that, although they didn't know why the Sea of Blood evaporated, it might have something to do with it. But the relics of the sect here are the biggest treasure in this forbidden zone of the gods. And if they knew that it was Xuanhuan in front of them that caused the Sea of Blood to dry up, they would be scared to death. #C1135 It's all mine. Xuanhuan and Evil Spirit Valley are facing each other, and the terrifying smell of gunpowder is colliding. Killing people will explode at any time. Facing the temptation of the half-day Taoist pill, no one can ignore it. This is a shortcut to cultivation. As for Xuanhuan being alone, they have been ignored. I don't think you guys should fight anymore. In order to avoid casualties, why don't you hand over these 9 pills to me, and I'll distribute them to you. At this moment, a chill hit, and a handsome young man appeared. He smiled lightly. That cold demeanor was like the most venomous snake with a deadly move hidden in it. Chi Feng. The people in Evil Spirit Valley immediately recognized it. This Chi Feng practiced a kind of vicious poison technique, which is hard to defend against. Sometimes you are poisoned by the strange poison of heaven and earth he prepared before you saw him make a move. It is said that he was inherited from a poison demon sovereign in one motion. Don't look at him like this, but his actions are vicious and cold. He once slaughtered cities in the Tianxue mining area and seized the sacred stone. Some people will tremble with fear when they hear his name. Although Chi Feng was standing here alone, they subconsciously moved a little further away from him. Humph. Leave it to you, isn't it just that the meat bun beats the dog and never returns? Do you think this seat will be so stupid? The Xingqimen strong man sneered. Although Qifeng's method was weird and troublesome, they couldn't give it to him. What did you say? Hearing that he was compared to a dog, Qifeng's anger suddenly swept out, but the expression on his face remained calm. You are very confident in your strength. His palm made a swaying movement, making people afraid when they saw him. What strange poison he was using. Haha, Qifeng, you can scare others, but you can't scare me. Your strength is very powerful, but I won't be afraid of you. If you want to take the magic pill in front of me, it depends on whether you have it or not. This is strength. But although he said it with disdain, he was actually very vigilant. Capture the pill. Qifeng's eyes turned cold. Apparate. Suddenly a black blood mist erupted, and in the next moment, he was in front of the pill, spread his 5 fingers, and grabbed it fiercely. This is a poison mixed with blood poison, which has the effect of melting mana. Qifeng, you have enough vicious methods. The strong man in the Evil Spirit Valley yelled, the evil god's immortal skill. A surge of evil intention surged out, and the strong man from the Evil Spirit Valley rushed out, carrying the blood poison, and arrived in front of Qifeng, where a lawless evil hand fought fiercely with him. Hand of the Star. The Xingqimen powerhouse also waved his Hand of the Star. The 3 forces created violent fluctuations in an instant. Trouble. Qifeng's eyes were cold, and he was destined to get a few of the Taoist pills for a long time. It's no problem to face one case alone with his strength, but it makes him very uncomfortable that both cases are targeting him. Kill. In an instant, the 3 parties fought together again. Xuanhuan was independent and watched with cold eyes. Stop. After fighting several moves, Qifeng suddenly shouted. Qifeng, are you too scared to do anything? Shouted the Xingqimen powerhouse. I'm afraid of you? Qifeng said coldly, we can't fight any longer. We are not the only ones who are eyeing this place. If we delay, no one will get any benefits. Why don't we just stop and divide it equally to prevent others from fighting, coming of power? In fact, Xingqimen and Zilingu are also worried about this. This time, the changes in the restricted area of God fluctuated too much. What kind of bisection? Simple, 3 forces, 3 for each side. Qifeng said. No, you can only get 1. And I want 4. Yes, I want 4 too. Xingqiuan Gate and Evil Spirit Valley shouted at the same time. Greedy stupid guy. Qifeng cursed secretly in his heart, but at the same time his tone was strong, and he said fiercely, okay, I'll let you get 4, but I won't get any benefit if I fight hard, and I will fight you to the end, and wait until more people come. You may not even have 3, don't doubt it. I have this strength. They fell silent. What Qifeng said is true. If they are really entangled, it is true that no one will benefit. Okay, this seat agrees. 3 is 3, not a lot, enough for him to cultivate to the supreme peak, and to spy on the power of the half-day way. Although the strong Xingqimen are greedy, they also understand this truth. Qifeng would definitely dare to fight them to the death. Then share the pill. Qifeng smiled. You don't need to divide. At this moment in Xuanhuan, an aura of invincible control came out in awe. He looked at this group of people with domineering and majestic eyes, and his body was like a pillar of heaven, supporting the sky and the earth. Really pretending that he doesn't exist anymore, dare to divide Dan directly in front of him. It seems that there are still people who want to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Qifeng smiled. Then kill him. The powerhouses in the Evil Spirit Valley knew that time could not be delayed for too long. The power Xuanhuan exuded was terrifying, but with so many of them, would they still be afraid of him? Don't waste time with him. Immediately, the strong man in the evil spirit valley urges an evil palm to descend from the sky, the gloomy and cold breath pierces into his bones, and his ultimate move explodes, which is a way to take his life. Xuanhuan was unwavering in that evil force. He stepped forward lightly, and the eternal legend made him the absolute focus of attention. The Emperor's domineering spirit turned into a powerful counterattack and came out in shock. I can't shake him. The strong man in the evil spirit valley changed drastically. Kill. The Xuanhuan powerhouse rushed out, hand of the stars. When he swung his palm, it was a brilliant star point, as if condensed into a kind of entity, and the vision of billions of galaxies was also shaken out, as if there were countless stars contained in his palm. But what made his eyes widen? As soon as his star hand reached Xuanhuan, it suddenly disappeared invisible. This strange scene was like a black hole in the universe, devouring the stars. Everything in the divine pill belongs to me, move it and die. Xuanhuan's calm tone contained an unquestionable will to dominate the world. Crazy enough, even crazier than me. Qifeng already felt that he was crazy enough, and one person was going to take 3 pills from the 2 major forces, but this person directly threatened to take all of them, so what if he was not crazy than him? He suddenly appeared in front of Xuanhuan. With a wave of his palm, the sky suddenly rained blood, and a strong poison was contained in the rain of blood, causing the faces of the experts from Xilingu and Xuanhuan to change when they saw it. It's said that Qifeng is good at using poison, and it's true. If the poison is sprinkled on me, it will be very uncomfortable. Crash! The sky cracked blood, and Qifeng was confident that as long as he didn't realize the existence of Ban Tian Dao, it would be impossible to ignore his poison. Eternal ages become empty. Xuanhuan's palm turned everything into nothingness. With the power of the eternal ruler, he stands on the top of the sky, powerful and unshakable, with fierce brilliance in his eyes. If he hadn't broken through the second heaven, the combination of these 3 forces might still cause him big trouble. But now, it's not his opponent. God is in control. Xuanhuan is the master of heaven and earth. Qifeng quickly waved his hand to resist when his palm fell, but the moment this huge force fell, all his magic power collapsed and he retreated again and again. Qifeng's strength is stronger than that of weird and highly poisonous, and his ability to attack and kill is not strong. If you dare to take what belongs to me, you will die. Xuanhuan's domineering tone shocked people's hearts. He's an unstoppable giant god. With a wave of his hand, a pillar of thunder from the sky descended directly on Qifeng's head, immediately empowering him with a thunderbolt. When Xiao was gone, his whole body smelled of burnt black. #C1136 roll to one side. Even Qifeng is not his opponent. Fighting with him, he suffered a big loss after a few moves. The poison seems to be difficult for him. Xuanhuan's overbearing power made them frightened. The Xuanhuan strongman and the Evil Spirit Valley strongman looked at each other, knowing how many more they could get if they joined forces with Qifeng. But this man is too domineering, and he is the only one who respects me, so it is impossible to share it with them. Let's join forces and deal with him together. The strong man in the Evil Spirit Valley shouted angrily, and endless evil energy spewed out. He incarnates as the evil within the evil, and every step he takes, the gods and demons will die. This is a completely different kind of mana. His evil power hit like a flood. The Xuanhuan powerhouse also came out, and the people he brought all formed a large formation, condensed into a star god giant, and transformed into a killer move. Let's see how much power you can resist. Qifeng also drank sternly. Xuanhuan's palms changed, Yin-Yang Qianquan power surged out, the great Yin-Yang technique moved directly, and the Yin-Yang giant god impact directly slapped the star god, crashing and shattering. Afterwards, he cast the great fire flame technique. The gate of flame was about to burn the sky into nothingness. Facing the evil spirit, it couldn't bear such a fierce and powerful flame like him. Just breathing, the strong man in the evil spirit valley screamed in pain. His evil spirit seemed to be the biggest accelerant, and it was about to burn him. Qi Feng retreated again, and he spilled all kinds of precious poisonous powder he had prepared. But what made his face even more gloomy and ugly was that this person was not afraid of poison at all, which made him feel powerless. How to deal with him? They didn't know how to deal with Xuanhuan. Eternal ages become empty. Xuanhuan once again created an absolutely taboo field with the power of eternity, which made them face a drastic change, thinking that if they stepped into this field, they would all die with their strength. He's too strong. The power of Xuanhuan. The gods will also tremble, and the demons will retreat. He stared at the 9 alchemy towers, and suddenly grabbed them with his palm, but in an instant, he didn't catch them in his hand, but a strong restraint, which was aroused in an instant. It seems to have broken the eternal silence. The main hall has undergone incredible changes. Boom, boom, boom. It seemed to be the sound of a beating heart, but the door of the main hall opened by itself, and an ancient figure came out, and the fierce aura that came out made people tremble. That is the existence in this sect. Qi Feng shouted. What? A scream came out. Several supreme gods who were closer suddenly made a shrill sound, and their bodies were directly broken in two. Not good, retreat quickly. The moment they retreated, they saw the figure clearly. It was an old man with a strong physique. He held a giant black axe in his palm. It was this giant axe that directly killed several supreme gods. The aura emanating from it was frightening. That's a half-day artifact. At this moment, everyone felt the power of this half-heavenly artifact. This is a half-day way. Xuanhuan said. Only with the half-day power in his body can he resist the corruption of time and last forever. Obviously this giant axe is his treasure. He died. Xuanhuan saw a bloody hole, the size of a bowl on the old man's Tianling cover. His soul was directly obliterated by a more terrifying force, which prevented him from even resisting. Only God of Heaven can do it. It's no wonder that this God's forbidden zone has existed for a long time, but no one can get the treasure, and everyone who stepped here has been beheaded by the old man. Although he is dead, the 9 half-heaven god pills have given him the power to move. Whoever dares to touch the god pills will be activated. Xuanhuan looked at the old man coldly, and landed on the giant axe of Ban Tiandao. If this giant axe is controlled by him, his own strength will also be greatly increased, and the background of the god dynasty will also be greatly increased. But the trouble is, the old man must be solved first. He can no longer exert half of his strength. What supports his actions is the eternal obsession in his body, nourished by the divine pill, and temporarily has the power to move. Xuanhuan said coldly, if you kill that will, he won't be able to move. He is bound to win. Haha, I didn't expect my luck to be so good. This is the greatest opportunity that God has bestowed on me. Half-heavenly Tao divine pill, half-heavenly Tao divine artifact, what a precious treasure, unexpectedly appeared in front of me. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A round of fierce shenyang descended from the sky, and a middle-aged man wearing a fiery red armor appeared. He was tall and burly, and the dazzling golden red light burst out continuously from his body. He doesn't look like a person, but more like a round of shenyang. This fierce force. The Xingqimen powerhouse had seen a lot, and said in surprise, only the people of the true sun have this kind of power. Since I recognize that this seed is from Xinyangshan, why don't you get out of here quickly, or I will kill you all. Today, this seed is in a good mood, so I won't kill you. He was arrogant and looked down on the group of people in front of him, only the old man existed in his eyes. True Yang Tian, as one of the previous 33 days. Even if it has fallen, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and it is still a god. Humph. You have died in the eternal era, and you still exist with a single obsession. Today, I will destroy your obsession. As for the treasures you left behind, I will accept them all without hesitation. He could see that the old man was far from the strength at his peak. His mana is so fierce that he is the most restrained of this kind of obsession, and he has absolute confidence that he can melt him. The most holy Tianyang skill. He swung his hands away, domineering and fierce, and the infinite heavenly sun, divine fire descended and landed on the old man, causing a strong confrontation immediately. I know who he is. The Xingqimen strongman shouted, Holy Tianyang, he is from the Tianliang family of Xinjiang. If I am not mistaken, he is Liangqing, from the Liang family. He is a big family that has been passed down from ancient times to today. The Tianliang family in Xinjiang was inhabited by the god of heaven and Tao in the ancient times. But it fell in the Great Ancient War. But even so, their background is not comparable to that of ordinary families, and the supreme gods who come out are far stronger than some supreme gods. When Liangqing heard the exclamation of others, he was also very proud. This was the pride of the heavenly Tao god family. At this moment, he wholeheartedly dealt with the old man, the most holy Tianyang, and his ferocious power burned on the old man. I believe that with his magic power, it would not take long to extinguish this obsession. Hundreds of heavenly suns were burning around the old man. But the old man was expressionless. He swung his huge axe away, the sun and the moon were darkened, all the suns were cut off, even Liangqing was so violently backlashed, he spit out a mouthful of blood. It's hard to deal with, it should be at a very high level in the half-day Tao back then. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, but no matter how difficult it is to deal with, I will destroy your resentment. Get out of my way, don't block my way, waste my time. Suddenly, a more domineering force came over, shaking Liangqing so much that he couldn't stand. #C1137 Long Night, Dark Forever. The domineering, irresistible majesty of the emperor swept over at this moment. Liangqing was shocked to the side, and when he saw Chu Yuan, an extremely angry expression appeared on his face. I still want to use strong means to deal with this half-day Tao god corpse. Well, I will see how you die. Even if you are half-day Tao, the majesty after death cannot be violated. He confronted the god corpse just now, and he deeply knew the monstrous strength contained in the god corpse. Boom! The god corpse erupted with a powerful killing intent. He swung his gigantic axe, with a sharp edge, unleashing the power of a demonic battle. The power to open up the world appeared in an instant, and the power of a half-day divine weapon was enough to shatter Supreme. It can be said that the reason why the god corpse still has such a powerful combat power after its death for eternity is largely because of this artifact. Chop him to death. These people thought viciously in their hearts. But Chu Yuan didn't change his face. The emperor's sword was shining, and he swung the giant axe away with a single strike. The infinite power of the emperor appeared at this moment. At this moment, he was in the brightest and most dazzling existence. What is lost will be lost. Chu Yuan's every word contained a majesty that pierced the soul. The night is long, and the darkness is eternal. His hand covered it all at once. This is the darkness of the ages, showing all kinds of visions, like the eternal darkness when a person's life comes to an end, or like a civilization that has come to an end, there is no future light, and it completely collapses. This is the long river, the silence of all. After the improvement of cultivation base, Chu Yuan's various supernatural powers and avenues have exerted more powerful power, and the essence has changed. The god corpse is dead, but the 9 half-day Tao god pills are still supporting his actions. Suddenly, the darkness fell forever, and he seemed to let out a roar, and a curse that was unwilling to resentment broke out. This is the eternal curse suppressed in him. It is the resentment in the heart, which is the most poisonous poison, how terrible it is when it erupts. Not good, the eternal curse, the unwilling idea of a half-heaven Taoist. Liangqing and the others were shocked, and they didn't want to be tainted by this curse. Swallow the curse. Xuanhuan evolved a portal of curses, and the curses disappeared in front of him, and his dark hands carried the eternal night to completely obliterate the god corpse's head. The god corpse's eyes suddenly lost color, the aura on his body dissipated, and he didn't move anymore. War Demon Great Axe. Xuanhuan didn't stop, and grabbed the giant axe from his hand in an instant. A half-heavenly power turned into a terrifying thought rush, directly rushing to the soul, as if an existence swung a huge axe to slash at the source of the soul. Take control. Xuanhuan gripped the giant axe tightly. There was a confrontation between souls, but Xuanhuan's momentum was even more majestic. He created an image with the Great Soul technique, which instantly shattered the opponent, and the giant axe was under his control at this moment. What a half-heaven artifact! Xuanhuan was happy and angry without saying a word. Through the War Demon Great Axe, this sect should be a demon sect, but there are too few data preserved. God pills come here. Xuanhuan swept across again, and the 9 Dan towers were uprooted and all fell into the system space. He didn't even leave this divine corpse behind. Although the corpse of the god is dead, it still contains the power of half the heavens and has not been corrupted by time. After he brings it back, he can use his great supernatural powers to condense him into a puppet in the way of hell. Although he can't exert half the power of the Tao, it is a powerful trump card for Xuanhuan to face the oppression from the heavenly Nirvana kingdom. Giant Axe. Divine Pill. All this happened in a short period of time. Liangqing thought that the god corpse's counterattack would hurt this person, so he could watch his jokes from the sidelines. But his eyes widened, the situation was completely different from what he had imagined, and he was charged directly by this person. And he didn't get any benefits, which made him unwilling. Leave the treasure, or you will die without a place to bury you. Liangqing yelled loudly. He had cultivated the kung fu techniques to the highest degree, and his character was already extremely irritable, so he couldn't suffer at all. People like Qi Feng also gathered together, and they just retreated like this, feeling really unwilling in their hearts. If you want it, take your life to fill it. Xuanhuan held the battle demon giant axe, which was as heavy as the sky and the earth, and his cold eyes immediately looked at everyone. Stop going crazy. At this moment, Liangqing's hair was full of golden light. He pushed with both hands, and a round of golden sun burst out. But Xuanhuan swung the huge axe casually, and Jin Yang exploded. I want to die. In just a split second, Xuanhuan came to Liangqing with an axe in hand, and slashed forward. Liangqing felt the threat of death from the pressure from the half-heaven artifact. He roared, and his mana exploded. But he was vulnerable in front of the giant axe, and it directly tore open his defense, and he was sent flying out. With Xuanhuan's strength, and with a half-day artifact in hand, his strength is terrifying, like fighting the world and shaking the sky. He is the existence that controls everything, and he slashes at Liangqing again. Puff. Liangqing vomited blood and retreated violently, looking at his chest. The precious artifact armor on his body was shattered just by the sharp edge. No, this person is fierce. He can deal with the corpse of a god and overwhelm Liangqing. This kind of strength is not something we can deal with. He is the biggest taboo in this forbidden zone of God. Although the strong men in the evil spirit valley are jealous of treasures, they are not idiots. This kind of strength is no longer something they can deal with. They also want to join forces to deal with Xuanhuan, but in the face of absolute strength, they can't even bring up this idea. Go. The strong man from the evil spirit valley was about to flee immediately. War Demon God Axe, open up the world. With the vast power of opening up the world, Xuanhuan descended in front of this group of people at once. Today he wants to start a killing spree, not to reveal the news here, so as not to cause trouble for himself. Cutting the weeds and rooting out the roots is always the fastest way to eradicate hidden dangers. Don't kill us. The strong man in the evil spirit valley was terrified, only seeing an axe fall down. They screamed. The moment the giant axe fell, boom. All the vitality was wiped out, and the strong people in the evil spirit valley exploded again, and finally fell on the leader. The evil god comes to the world. This person is absolutely unwilling to die just like that, and is still fighting back and struggling. But his struggles and resistance were all in vain. With a slash of the giant axe, his body had already been chopped into the air, cut in half from the waist, his head tilted, and he died. Seeing such a scene, the strong man from Xuanhuan screamed in fright. This person is too bloody and tyrannical, and there is no reason to kill him at all. You can't kill us, my Xingchuan sect also has a half-day Taoist. They just want to escape from here, they don't want any treasures, no matter how good the treasure is, they have to live to enjoy it. In an instant, the light that turned into a shooting star was about to flee. Xuanhuan looked over with cold eyes, locked the space, it was still just an axe, and this group of people exploded again and again, everyone in Xuanhuan was leveled under his axe, refined into bloody vitality. #C1138 Soul Servant. I can't compete with him. Liangqing was also frightened and calmed down when he saw that both the Xuanhuan and the Evil Spirit Valley experts had been beheaded. Xuanhuan's majesty and domineering made his heart tremble, and he instantly understood that this kind of existence was not something he could compete with, and that saving his life was the top priority. Tiangang escape method. Liangqing's escape method was obviously much more sophisticated than others, and he disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Hateful, who is this person and why is he so powerful? I have never seen it in the ancient mind before. According to the logic, there will not be too many extremely powerful forces in this position. After running away for a long distance, Liangqing saw the surrounding environment and said with peace of mind, but it's not that easy to kill me. I remember you. His face was extremely ferocious at the moment. You are doomed. But suddenly, an inexplicable voice rang in his ears. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him with an indifferent face. When he slashed with the axe, the sharp edge cut through the space and sent his body flying. You can catch up with my speed and discover my existence. Liangqing endured the severe pain and ran away again in fright. But when he shifted space, he was horrified to find that this person followed him like a shadow, waiting for him in front of him. Impossible! Liangqing roared. He ran away again and again, but what made him more and more frightened was, no matter where he fled, this person can track and lock his whereabouts, and the speed of space travel is much faster than him, appearing in front of him in advance. He found himself unable to escape. The other party is playing with him. Don't you really dare to kill me? He roared at Xuanhuan, I am Xinjiang Tianliang's family. As soon as I die, the family will immediately notice it, and even use the means of heaven and magic to track down your whereabouts, and you will have to pay the price in blood. Killing you is better than keeping you. Xuanhuan's indifference turned into an eternal chill. He brought up the giant axe of battle, and his domineering intent made Liangqing's heart almost collapse. I must not die here, I am unyielding. Unyielding intentions boiled over, Liangqing was not reconciled. It is not easy for him to cultivate to today's state, his whole body is like a giant star exploding, this is a secret method of survival and death. Everything will disappear. However, Xuanhuan's strike with the axe was like adding fuel to the fire, completely causing the area to explode. The violent particle storm blew on him, but they all disappeared without a trace. He used the Great Devouring technique to resolve these fluctuations. Liangqing's body also disappeared, and Xuanhuan completely annihilated him with an axe. One left. Chu Yuan disappeared instantly. Fortunately, I ran fast enough. Damn it, how could I meet such a terrifying person today and almost lose my life there? Fortunately, I survived. This is the best thing. When Chu Yuan was chasing and killing Liangqing, Qi Feng hid in a hidden mine with lingering fear. He checked the formation carefully, and he was relieved to be sure that it was safe. It will take a while to kill Liangqing, he will never find me. Qi Feng said. Do not. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly widened. The giant axe split open the mine, making him appear immediately, and he also saw the person he least wanted to see. Did he kill Liangqing in this short moment? He was terrified. Forgive me, Your Majesty, forgive me. He didn't know that Chu Yuan had traced his whereabouts with endless origin. And he didn't have that much determination to die. Chu Yuan wanted to chop him to death with an axe, but changed his mind in an instant. His big hand suddenly wiped him down, and his strong soul power was shaking. When Qi Feng was afraid and his soul was disturbed, he hit him. In an instant, his whole body was shaking violently. After a dozen or so breaths, Qi Feng's face turned respectful, and he said reverently, "Meet the master." The Great Soul technique is used to transform the secret method of the soul servant. Chu Yuan didn't kill Qi Feng, but turned him into a soul servant. He forcibly destroyed and changed his beliefs. He no longer had his own thoughts. He was completely loyal to himself and became his slave. Liangqing, Xuanhuan, and Evil Spirit Valley can all be killed. It would be a pity to kill Qi Feng. The Great Soul technique is mysterious and extraordinary, although it has been transformed into a soul servant. It is impossible for Qi Feng to achieve half-day Tao in the future, which is equivalent to having no potential, but he will never have the idea of betrayal. He is completely a puppet and becomes his tool man. In the future, Qi Feng can be guarded in the mining area. It is impossible for Chu Yuan to stay here for a long time. And Qi Feng is proficient in poisonous methods, and he has all kinds of poisonous techniques at his fingertips. It is more useful for him to guard than a few fellows. In the future, guard the mining area for me and show your abilities. Chu Yuan said indifferently. The harvest this time is really too big, a god corpse, a half-heaven artifact, 9 god pills, and a soul servant. 9 half-heaven Dao god pills, Linger, Yueying, Xiener, Jiuyo, and Changwei can all get one, to stabilize their foundation, and my women should also be strong. In addition, God of War, King Zhongyong also gets 1, and 2, 1 for martial god, and the last one will be discussed later. Chu Yuan has already been assigned. In addition, refining the god corpse into a war puppet requires various rare materials and a long time. This point is brought back to the Empire, and time is accelerated. Chu Yuan was thinking. He headed back towards the mine. Something went wrong. Chu Yuan frowned and didn't return for several months. The atmosphere in the mining area was tense, as if he was facing a big enemy. His Majesty is back. When God of War saw Chu Yuan, he immediately came out to see him, and he was relieved. God of War, something happened in the mining area while I was away. Chu Yuan asked. It's the minister's dereliction of duty, and he didn't do a good job. God of War blamed himself. Just 2 months after His Majesty left, we encountered a group of bandits who plundered our Xinqiao mining area and attacked several times. Although I led the army to resist, it also slowed down the progress of mining. Where did the miners dare to attack me? Chu Yuan's breath immediately cooled down. He didn't find it strange either. They have opened up this vein, which means that a large amount of heavenly blood divine stone has been paid in. Those miners are the most sensitive to the aura of the sacred stone, so naturally they will not let this place go. This group of miners sent someone to talk to the minister half a month ago, and they actually said brazenly that if we don't give them half of the sacred stones we mined every month, we will come here every day. Speaking of this, God of War also clenched his palms tightly. The entanglement of this group of miners made him aggrieved. Unlike the Imperial attack, he knew that you were not weak, so he didn't fight you head-on at all, and harassed you like a hyena. The endless harassment is the most annoying. Their people dare not leave the mining area at all, otherwise a large number of mining bandits will appear to deal with you. Crazy tone, this is courting death. Xuanhuan sneered and said, think I'm easy to provoke? I dare to come and rob anywhere. I see that these mining bandits are also supported by people. I won't let them go easily. He moved to kill. This time I stepped into the god's forbidden zone and got many treasures. I see that you are very close to the third heaven. I will help you break through the third heaven, and then lead the army to crush these bandits. Xuanhuan said. Although the half-day Dao pill is precious, it does not have a great effect on Xuanhuan himself. He needs to gather endless national luck and sufficient energy to allow him to control the invincible strength. #C1139 It will be you. With a half-heaven Taoist pill and the vitality of several supreme gods, the cultivation of God of War has been promoted to the third heaven. And the God of War pill was not completely refined, and only 1/10 of the energy was consumed. The main reason is that the medicinal effect is too powerful. It exists in his dantian, like a star pill, slowly rotating, continuously releasing the nourishing medicinal power. This time, your Stone Bone Alliance will be destroyed. God of War has a strong killing intent. With His Majesty sitting in the mining area, he can go out without any scruples. Destroy them. The God of War led his army to exterminate the mine bandits. The Stone Bone Alliance exists in a deserted ancient mining area. It is a relatively large mining bandit organization in the surrounding area. It is notorious, not to mention the martial arts, even the former Ming Tsang has been looted. Although the Stone Bone Alliance's own strength is nothing to Ming Tsang. But the mine bandits are different, they come and go without a trace, a poisonous snake hiding in the dark. As long as they are watching, you will always have a tiger nap. Only by giving them some sacred stones can they gain temporary peace. Inside the Stone Bone Alliance, a large number of miners are gathering here. The time for Xuanhuan is almost up. Have any of their people honestly come over to hand over the divine stone? A man asked. It doesn't seem to be there yet. The guard of Xuanhuan is very tough, much tougher than Ming Tsang at that time. He sternly said that he would not pay us even a piece of sacred stone. It is a very difficult bone. A mine bandit said. The boss of their Stone Bone Alliance is a powerhouse who stands above the third heaven. What's the use of being tough? We don't play head-on confrontation with them at all, if we don't hand in, let them try our strength. I can guarantee that their people can't get out of the mining area. If one of them comes out, I will kill one and see if they are afraid. A mine bandit said grimly. The leader of the Stone Bone Alliance said, we must continue to put pressure on them. In the area they occupy, the sacred stone resources are too rich, and they can mine a lot every month, but it is too dangerous and troublesome to mine by themselves. It's much simpler, everyone has to abide by our rules. Shurgu, the elders of the sect are about to break through the realm recently, and there is a great demand for the God Stone. I don't care what method you use, you have to hand over what the sect needs in the shortest possible time. A man wearing a mask made a sound to hide his true face. Young Master Feng, I know. Shurgu nodded, give that Xuanhuan 3 more days, if you don't hand over the person we will come to harden, please rest assured Mr. Feng. Behind the Stone Bone Alliance is also supported by a powerful sect, and 70% of each looting has to be handed over to the Shangzong. Although they handed in a lot, Shurgu also knew deeply that the reason why he was able to dominate was because of the secret support of the Shangzong behind him, who helped them fight against many dangers. Shangzong can't show his face, and can't let others know that they are behind the Stone Bone League. This is the rule in the Tianxue ancient mine, and many forces secretly cultivate and support mine bandits. Of course, it is impossible for all the mining bandit forces to be supported, but those who can dominate one side are the strong. And those who are really powerful and can ignore the rules are directly plundered. Okay, as long as you know. Mr. Feng nodded. Stone Bone Alliance, give me a blast. Rumble. Suddenly, violent artillery fire fell from the sky, flooding the mining area in an instant, and the god of war led an army to kill him. He couldn't bear this kind of secret method the most. It's you. When Shergu saw the god of war coming, his face changed drastically. Why didn't the men he sent to monitor the mining area report back to him? You mining bandits, it's fine to rob others, but you dare to hit us with ideas, and today I will hand over to you to be human. After a wave of bombardment, God of War strode forward, and a mine bandit standing in front of him was crushed by his punch. The Xinwu army was ferocious, and they rushed in directly. In the face of this kind of army attack, the arrogant stone-boned allies collapsed instantly, and a large number of people were strangled like chickens and dogs. They are good at looting and sneaking. But this kind of army attack was enough to kill them. They've been too aggressive lately. You dare! Shergu shouted. When he attacked the mining area before, he also fought against the god of war, and immediately strode forward, unable to watch the god of war continue to kill, roaring, and threw out a fierce punch. Die to this god. The god of war was full of fighting spirit. With just one punch, Shergu felt that his whole body was going to be crushed, and he backed away in pain. The Supreme Three Heavens, your realm has broken through. Shergu was terrified. Although they are all three heavens, how can he be an opponent of the god of war in this kind of three heavens? The god of war stepped forward, wanting to repay the grievances of the day, and instantly punched him again, causing the bones to retreat repeatedly. Lord Feng, this group of people is too fierce. We are no match for them. Now we have to retreat quickly and find a plan. Shergu shouted. He didn't want to fight God of War anymore, and head-on collisions were not their advantage. Okay, retreat for now. Mr. Feng's eyes also changed dramatically. Roar. However, the moment he ran away, Negative U's huge claws came down, and its claws pressed down, covering Mr. Feng. Do not. Mr. Feng was terrified. Boom. Mr. Feng instantly lost his body and spirit, and was slapped into a pulp. Negative U ate too many good things in the mining area. Although his cultivation base has not yet broken through the fourth heaven, but to deal with a guy like Mr. Feng, it is a matter of patting his paws. God of War didn't dare to attack before, because he was afraid that someone would steal the mining area. You. Stone-bone fear, don't kill me, it's not that I want to deal with you, but the master behind me, they drove me, let me go this time, I can reveal more information to you, and there are many hidden treasures, you don't even know where it is. Sucking your soul, searching for the memory of your soul can also know, kill, and do something to me, it is unforgivable. God of War's supreme combat power erupted, stormy offensive, without other accidents, the stone bone was beaten into a meatloaf by him, he did not completely die, and his soul was still preserved. He knows that His Majesty the God Emperor is proficient in soul means, and if you bring it back to search for the soul, you will find any memory for you. My lord, the Stone Bone Alliance has been completely wiped out. It didn't take long for all the mine bandits of the Stone Bone League to be wiped out. This is the fate of offending Xuanhuan. Search this place for the gods. Ares ordered. After some searching, more than 30,000 heavenly blood god stones were found. That's enough. The God of War sighed, no wonder so many forces secretly support the mine bandits. This time it only took a few days to go out and get more than 30,000 sacred stones. This is still in a Stone Bone Alliance, which is much faster than mining by yourself. Gone. His Majesty will be delighted to bring back so many heavenly blood divine stones. It's a pity that many of the Stone Bone Alliance's sacred stones were handed over to Shangzong, otherwise there would be more. My lord, we also found a lot of slaves. After questioning, they were all plundered by the Stone Bone Alliance. It was reported. Slave? God of War nodded, take me to see. The barbarian god of war, it will be you. Among the large number of slaves, one person's eyes lit up, and he let out a voice of exclamation, full of disbelief. It's actually you. God of War was also a little surprised. #C1140 looting. We haven't seen each other for a long time, Ouyang Jun. God of War smiled and looked at one of the slaves, Ouyang Jun, from Xuanhuan. He didn't expect to see an acquaintance from the same universe here suddenly. Although in Xinwu Tian, I only met Ouyang Jun a few times, because of His Majesty. However, in this vast multiverse, God of War still feels very kind to be able to meet people from one universe. You are already the supreme god, you have destroyed the Stone Bone Alliance. Ouyang Jun fixed his eyes on the God of War, envious of his supreme strength, and then said sadly, but I am a prisoner, a slave, everything is different, everything is empty. Ouyang Jun, why are you here? God of War asked. It's tortuous to say. Ouyang Jun said bitterly, that day when the God Emperor defeated God, I left the universe with the Heaven Emperor and came to the vast multiverse. The Heaven Emperor, the Demon God, and the others left towards other locations, while I and the people in the universe left the universe. A few companions headed towards Tianduan Mountain. Just as they broke through to the cultivation level of the Juggernaut God, they were suddenly caught by Ming Tsang and sent to the Tianxue ancient mine for mining. People took me away, and my companions are already dead. He was ambitious, so he refused the invitation of the god of martial arts, and he only wanted to flex his muscles in a wider world. He originally thought that since he could break through the cultivation of the Overlord God at any time, he would be able to gain a foothold even if he reached diversity, and then hit a more powerful peak. But who would have thought that the Juggernaut God is nothing in the multiverse, so he was captured by Ming Tsang and brought to the mining area. And when he saw the God of War, he knew that the God Emperor of martial arts was stronger, and the irresistible Stone Bone Alliance in his eyes was easily destroyed. Okay, they all came from the same universe. I have completed my mission today, and I will take you to see His Majesty. Meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land, God of War also smiled. He knew that Ouyang Jun had had a hard time these years. If he had stayed in Xinwu back then, with his talent, he would be a strong member of Xinwu today. On the way back, God of War casually talked to Ouyang Jun about the important events of Xinwu in Tianduan Mountain these years. I didn't expect the divine martial god emperor to be so powerful. Ouyang Jun was shocked. But he does not regret his actions, this is his own choice, although he suffered hardships, but he survived, and his soul and will have been greatly tempered. This time, he believes that his achievements will be even higher in the future. In the mining area. Ouyang Jun. When Xuanhuan saw Ouyang Jun, he nodded. He also had a meeting with the Emperor of Heaven. Since you have been rescued by the God of War, I will give you two choices. One is that I will take you out of the mining area and give you a copy of the multiverse. Leave the map inside, and stay in Xinwu to serve me. After all, he was an acquaintance back then, and Xuanhuan was still very gentle. Don't leave, I have already seen the danger of the outside world. Ouyang Jun knelt down, see your majesty, I am willing to serve your majesty. When I was in the Stone Bone Alliance, I heard the word phone. It seems to be the master behind them. In the universe, the God Emperor of martial arts was in existence who had achieved shocking feats. And when I saw him today, Ouyang Jun knew that with his own strength, he was no different from courting death if he ventured into the world alone. Take him to search for the soul, and you will know. As soon as Xuanhuan sucked in his palm, the stone bone immediately let out a shrill scream. After a few breaths, he understood something. Silver Maple Valley, a force from the Promised Star Sea, controls multiple mine bandit forces. Xuanhuan said coldly, God of War, I ordered you to lead the army, to wipe out the bandits around the mine veins. I don't care if he is Silver Maple Valley or Golden Maple Valley. If he offends me, he will have to pay the price. With the resolute order, Ouyang Jun deeply sighed, the imperial arrogance of the divine martial god emperor is getting more and more terrifying. Xuanhuan left the mining area one step at a time. Silver Maple City. This is a huge city, bustling, built on a resource-rich mine. Damn it, why hasn't the divine stone been delivered yet? This elder has already ordered Wu Xin to deliver it within the shortest possible time. My breakthrough has been delayed. Don't think about it for any of you. An old man dressed in silver sat in a magnificent palace, with a strong evil spirit. Why are my eyelids always twitching today? Could something big happen? This feeling from the heart made the old man very uncomfortable. He said, regardless of these illusory things, guarding the Tianxue ancient mine is hard work, and you will face many unexpected dangers. I won't come here either, I'm already the pinnacle of the supreme four heavens, and I only owe it to Dongfeng to have everything. What's going on? What happened outside? When he was upset, suddenly there were mixed voices from the outside world, which made him go out unhappy. The moment he stepped out of the palace, the sky suddenly darkened, and deadly murderous intent swept in. Not good, there is a strong attack. The old man realized in an instant that a mighty and invincible existence appeared in the dark sky. He was a giant god with a huge axe in his hand, as if playing the final song of death. Just seeing this person, he felt a kind of fear in his heart. Run! It was his only thought. But before he had time to turn around, the stalwart existence was chopped down with an axe. Under the power of the half-day divine weapon, he had no way to resist, and his whole body was cut in half with blood spattering. Destroy the world. Xuanhuan said coldly. The entire city was destroyed by his power, and everyone in Silver Maple Valley was caught by his magic power, and all of them survived and became captive slaves. The earth split open, and after Xuanhuan destroyed Yinfeng City, he took away all the infinite wealth left here. The heavenly blood divine stone has accumulated more than 400,000 pieces, which is quite a lot. There are also other materials. Xuanhuan nodded casually. More than 400,000 heavenly blood divine stones are enough for him to mine for many years. Silver Maple City has been destroyed. My God, what kind of strong man did they offend? Look at this city, it seems that it was destroyed by an axe. In that deep crack, I noticed the majesty of the half-day artifact. Destroyed very quickly, only in an instant, such a strong man is irresistible to us. In the past 2 days, many mining bandit forces have been wiped out. The destruction of Silver Maple City immediately caused a shock to the surrounding forces. It would be fine if it was destroyed in a fierce fight, but it was destroyed by a single blow, which would make people fearful. It's best to be honest during this time. I heard that a forbidden area of God disappeared, and there was a big earthquake there, and many strong people died. Many people are reminding their subordinates not to cause trouble, so as not to lead to the disaster of extinction. Your Majesty, during the past 2 months, I have eliminated many mining bandits in a row. Although some of them did not belong to the Yinfeng Valley, they were also eliminated by the minister. The heavenly blood god stone I got was a total of 212,312 pieces, and another 100 blood crystals, and captured a large number of captives to force mines for us. God of War reduced the number of heavenly blood divine stones to single digits. You have done a good job. No one will dare to cause trouble here in the near future. If there are mining bandits, they will be eradicated directly. God of War is still reassuring. Xuanhuan Dao, as for the connection between the divine dynasty and the mining area, I will also let people get through it as soon as possible to shorten the time to this alien space. This time I got a large amount of heavenly blood divine stone. You stay here to guard, my soul, the servant will also be here to assist you. #C1141 Breakthrough. This time Xuanhuan returned with a full load and returned to the Shin dynasty with a large amount of heavenly blood divine stone. If so many heavenly blood divine stones were to be purchased from Tianjuanqing, one would have to pay a price. As expected, only one who controlled the productivity by himself was the real king. After Xuanhuan reached the supreme second heaven, he opened up a void passage by himself, and the return time was reduced by 1/3 compared with before. Infinite fetishes, tempering the body, great soul skills, creating a fighting spirit. After he returned to the divine dynasty, he immediately tempered the divine body in the time-accelerated environment. Boom! He put the corpse of the god into the gate of flames. Even the supreme god would melt under such raging flames, but this corpse of the god is invulnerable to water and fire, protected by the will of heaven. The melting of a large number of gods is also increasing his strength. There is a half-day power in the body, very good. Xuanhuan is not in a hurry, take his time, there is no rush, it will take a while for the god corpse to gain combat power. His expression changed suddenly, and he came to the demon-suppressing tower, and said, very good, martial god, you have passed my second test. This is a half-day Taoist pill and a lot of cultivation resources. Continue to practice, to the realm of the supreme god. Martial killer respectfully obeys His Majesty's order. Time accelerated, and his time in the Demon Town Tower was calculated in tens of thousands of years. At this moment, his breath was icy cold, and a thick evil spirit swept out. He was like a piece of eternal ice, standing on the ground with the épée sword, kneeling down on one knee towards Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan glanced at him. Killing Valkyrie seems to have no feelings of his own at this time, only his arrogance and allegiance to Xuanhu in his eyes, a machine that only knows killing. Go to practice. I look forward to the day when you will achieve the Supreme. When you reach the Supreme, I will take you to a place where you can kill more people to practice. Xuanhuan also has expectations. Although there is only one martial god now, he deeply knows that once the 9 martial gods are truly cultivated, it will be his great weapon in the martial god dynasty. Peng Han, the god of martial slaughter, was silent. Nodding his head, he started his training again. Your Majesty, I want to go to the Promised Star Sea. Not long after his return, the Thunder Beast eagerly begged to see him. Thunder Beast, what are you going to do in the Promised Star Sea? Xuanhuan asked. I am going to serve His Majesty in the Infinity Star Sea. I know from Yeliatong's soul that there are other Thunder Beast tribes there. Now that the God Dynasty is facing a war with the Heavenly Nirvana Kingdom, I am going there to conquer Thunder Beasts for Your Majesty tribe. Thunder Beast was anxious. It learned from Xuanhuan that the God of War had broken through the third heaven, and it had just reached the second heaven, but was thrown off by the God of War again. If it didn't work hard, it would really be eliminated by the God Dynasty, and it would not be able to take the top position. Thunder Beast tribe. Xuanhuan looked at it, of course he knew what was in Thunder Beast's heart. It is true to subdue the Thunder Beast tribe, but the bigger purpose is to form an army composed entirely of Thunder Beasts. The starting point is good, and Xuanhuan doesn't know the situation of Wuji Xinghai very well. Just letting the Thunder Beasts subdue some Thunder Beasts would be beneficial to the development of his dynasty. The Promised Star Sea is a larger area than Tianduan Mountain. There is not only 1/2 step of the Heavenly Tao. I don't worry if you go alone. In this way, I will let the murderous and mysterious people accompany you there. The irresistible danger cannot be fought recklessly. Xuanhuan thought for a while and approved its action. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Thunder Beast was delighted. Spring goes and autumn comes, and the year of the multiverse passes. The border area is becoming more and more unstable. The soldiers and horses of the heavenly Nirvana kingdom are gathering, and they are about to recover from the previous damage. There are already small-scale conflicts happening. This does not give me a chance to develop steadily. How could Xuanhuan not know what the other party thought? His divine dynasty and national fortune are getting stronger and stronger, and every other day, there will be a significant increase, which makes Tianye divine kingdom more and more afraid. Since Tianye has increased its troops, I have also made a gesture of gathering troops at the border. The stronger the divine dynasty's national fortune, the more afraid the opponent will make a move. I want them to know that I am more difficult to deal with than Ming Song. Xuanhuan has been fighting all his life, and he has an almost instinctive sensitivity to war. 3 waves of supreme divine calamity. At this time, Xuanhuan, who lived in the Imperial palace, noticed the 3 fluctuations, and suddenly smiled. They are all starting to break through to the Supreme God. He left the Imperial palace and saw 3 graceful figures crossing the catastrophe at the same time in the sky above the divine capital. They seemed to have made an appointment, choosing to be at the same moment. Xuanhuan just watched them break through and didn't worry about it. Each of them got a precious half-heaven Taoist pill. Breakthrough is very simple as long as it is refined with time. Your Majesty has been able to get Tao God pills for a long time in the Heavenly Blood Ancient Mine this time, and obtained a large amount of Heavenly Blood God stones. Even I have also received a lot of benefits. I feel that the realm of the 4th heaven is getting closer and closer to me. Xuanhuan appeared beside Xuanhuan. During this time, Xuanhuan was too busy, and she didn't see her a few times. It is good to realize that the sign of a breakthrough is good. The cultivation of the Supreme God is to determine your own path to heaven. Xuanhuan, you must not be blindly hasty. I once found a person in the ancient mine. His path was wrong. Soul desperate to collapse and die. Xuanhuan warned her. His path is the path of controlling invincibility, mastering all power, but not everyone can take this path. I know that. Xuanhuan nodded. I entered the Tao with blood, and will use blood to determine the way of heaven in the future, but I stay in the God dynasty all day, doing nothing, which makes me very boring. I heard that there are many bandits in the ancient mine. Better go there. She is unrestrained and greedy, and it is a kind of torture for her to be in the court of God. After hearing Xuanhuan's detailed description of the situation in the Tianxue ancient mine, her eyes lit up. That was her favorite environment, full of excitement and majesty, full of challenges. Don't worry, there will be a chance for you to flex your muscles. Xuanhuan patted her shoulder lightly. That powerful palm gave Xuanhuan a feeling of peace of mind, and then raised her long blood-colored hair. Jiuyou is different from Xuanhuan. He only has cultivation in his eyes, and he doesn't even look at the fluctuations of the breakthrough of the 3 supreme gods. Xuanhuan's eyes fell on the place where Jiuyou was. The darkness fell there, forming the 9 nether realm, and the cold air was oppressive, and she was building the 9 nether realm that belonged to her. That day she said that Hell Sky is suitable for her, but Xuanhuan responded that it is not time to go to Hell Sky. She retreated, and she didn't hope to go to places with treasures to plunder like Xuanhuan. That Jiuyou. Xuanhuan also frowned. Jiuyou is taciturn, cold and gloomy, but she has to admit that Jiuyou's talent is indeed very powerful. If this gets her to a place suitable for her cultivation, she will grow by leaps and bounds, and even I can't compare to her. Xuanhuan looked at people very viciously. Okay, Linger, Yueying, and Xianer have all successfully broken through. Let's go. I will personally congratulate them. Xuanhuan walked over with a smile. Of course, he knew that the reason why the 3 of them chose to break through at the same time was to use himself to break through the Supreme God, so that the fortunes of the country would skyrocket, so that Tianye Kingdom could not understand their situation. #C1142 Grand Idea. The breakthrough power of the three supreme gods seems to have poured a large pot of oil on the already burning national fortune. With a bang, it burned even more fiercely, like a wave of fire rolling violently. Xuanhuan's national fortune suddenly became stronger, and a strong man was born in their empire. The heavenly Nirvana divine kingdom is watching the Xuanhuan national fortune closely all the time. Seeing such a scene, it was also a shock, and suddenly felt tricky. During this time, such a picture has appeared many times. The concubine joins His Majesty. Yao Linger and the others had happy faces. The half-day Dao Shendan is not only as simple as allowing them to break through the supreme, but more importantly, it has laid a solid foundation for them, and the power will last for a while. Haha, I'm holding a celebration banquet. Xuanhuan laughed. What is gratifying is that after the three of Yao Linger broke through. In the following 6 months, several people broke through to the Supreme God, thanks to the large amount of Heavenly Blood God Stone he obtained in the Heavenly Blood Ancient Mine. It is difficult to practice breakthrough alone, but it will be completely different if there is the support of powerful forces behind it. The number of the Sky Battle Body and the Dark God Body has reached 300 people. Xuanhuan checked the combat power of the Empire. He has always been looking forward to the two physiques. In the recent skirmish with Tiao, the team composed of the two physiques shined brilliantly and caused a lot of trouble for the opponent. The surge in the number is due to the expansion of the territory. There are more people to choose from, and there is no need to save the Heavenly Blood Divine Stone. The sky is the sky, with the power of heaven and earth. The next Valkyrie will appear in the Sky Battle Body. Xuanhuan already had a plan for what kind of power the next martial god should have. All members of the Tsangqiang army see me. Xuanhuan summoned the Tsangqiang army. See your majesty. The people of the Sky Army saw His Majesty, the God Emperor, sitting on Gao Gaodi's seat. Excited, their faces were full of admiration, and they knelt down one after another. I will start a trial in the Sky Army, and the one who performs the best will become my martial god. Xuanhuan said. Tianwushan. Hearing these 3 words, the breathing of all members of the Sky Army froze. Although I don't know exactly what the word war god stands for, but I know that it is a symbol of strength and the highest glory of the empire. I must become the martial god of the empire. Everyone clenched their fists tightly. Okay, let's go back and practice. Xuanhuan waved his hand and gave them motivational goals. In the selection of the 9 martial gods, Xuanhuan knew clearly that there was no rush and that he had to take his time to choose the most suitable candidate. This represented the 9 powers of the empire, just like the 9 bloods. And this is the fortune of the gods. As soon as the 9 martial gods come out, let the world know that it is Xuanhuan. This is the grand idea that Xuanhuan wants to carry out. Huh? The forging plan for the God Corpse is almost complete. Xuanhuan came to the Gate of Flames and saw the God Corpse. In the blazing flames sat an ancient existence. His body was wrapped in a ferocious black armor, and the breath of demonic warfare, blood, cruelty, and killing was transmitted from him. His aura makes people feel frightened that ancient sect was a demon sect before the ancient era. During Xuanhuan's forging, this divine corpse has become a killing machine. Although he can't exert half of the divine power, he can't even exert all kinds of mysterious supernatural powers. But his physique itself is the most powerful weapon, which exists under the incomplete power of heaven. Half of the way of heaven is also an incomplete power of the way of heaven. But as long as the term Ban Tian Dao is contaminated, it represents a kind of strength. Rise. Xuanhuan struck with a flash of inspiration. The god corpse stood up abruptly, his eyes opened suddenly, they were blood red, and the moment he walked towards Xuanhuan, he was filled with evil spirit. And it feels like he has his own soul. Yes, he did have a soul. But this soul was forcibly created by Xuanhuan with the Great Soul technique, not to restore his mind, but to instill the true meaning of various battles so that he can command this body. It can be said that this soul is not that soul, it is like a program to control him, and he is completely loyal to Xuanhuan. The Great Soul technique is too mysterious, and Xuanhuan can display more mysterious power because he has the soul gate. The best energy to drive the God corpse is the breath of heavenly blood. Every minute he fights, he will consume 10,000 yuan. Fortunately, I have obtained a large amount from the ancient mine of heavenly blood, which is enough to last for a long time. Xuanhuan played various mysterious laws in his hands, and in a short moment, hundreds of thousands of heavenly blood god stones were directly turned into stone powder, which turned into rich energy and filled the body of the god corpse. At this moment, the god corpse is full of powerful combat power. If the war demon god axe was handed over to him again, it would not be easy to capture him even if he met Lord Tiao. Staying in the divine dynasty is useless. Your greatest role is to go to the border and guard one side for me. Xuanhuan knew very well that Tiao's attack on him could happen at any time, and it was impossible for him to guard the border for a long time, just to let this powerful corpse go to the right place. Follow me to the border. Xuanhuan quickly moved to the border sky with the corpse. Border Chanyu, in order to deal with the threat of Tiao Divine Kingdom attacking at any time, Xuanhuan deployed more than half of the country's legions here, countless large camps rose up to cover the sky, and many warships cruised. Xuanhuan took a look. Away from it, the army of Tiao Divine Kingdom also put on an offensive posture, increasing its troops every day. These armies, that were used to deal with Mingsong before, have now become Xuanhuan's opponents. The Lord of Tiao also knew deeply that if he wanted to break through Xuanhuan, he must never fight fiercely with them. He had to use the morale that he would win in a single battle to destroy and completely destroy this divine dynasty. Join your majesty. The three gods of the sun, moon and stars, guarding the border area, will come to salute Xuanhuan immediately when they see Xuanhuan. You don't need to be too polite. You have done a good job in border defense recently. I am very satisfied. Xuanhuan said. Your Majesty, Tiao is putting more and more pressure on us at the border. All kinds of supreme powers appear frequently, and there are several waves of probing attacks. If we don't rely on the luck of the country to resist, we will not be able to bear it at all. Moon Spirit General frowned, and I see, the war is inevitable, the time will definitely not be too long, they will not give us time to develop. Xuanhuan nodded. He asked God of War and Negative You to guard the heavenly blood ancient mine to seize the divine stone, and it was very helpless to divide some of the powerhouses. After all, if he didn't have enough heavenly blood divine stone, he wouldn't even be able to move the divine corpse. I know the pressure on the border, so I will also bring you a guardian general this time. Xuanhuan made the corpse appear in front of him. This god corpse. The moment he saw the corpse, he felt that breath. Immediately, the god General Yeri rejoiced and said, with this god corpse here, the defense of the frontier will be more secure, unless it is a really large-scale decisive battle. #C1143 God's Corpse. Putting the god's corpse on the frontier Chanyu to guard, Xuanhuan didn't stay long, and returned directly to the capital of God. Nowadays, with Lu Qianfu's assistance in state affairs and internal affairs, he only needs to plan in the general direction, while various generals are in charge of military training. With the power of the national fortune, he can supervise any aspect. Xuanhuan knew it deeply. This is different from countries in the dunya. As the emperor of the God dynasty, the most important thing for him is to ensure that his own combat power is strong, so that he can be confident, otherwise he will not be able to beat his opponent, and everything will be in vain. Many portals, all revealed. With a wave of his hand, the gate of thunder, the gate of storm, the gate of void, the gate of curse, and many other portals lined up and spun around him, and the torrent of various forces swept across on him. Control the invincible power. Xuanhuan is determined, he wants to control everything with strength. At this time it was as if he had transformed into an omnipotent giant god. He was as sacred as a god, and people would have infinite admiration just by looking at him. A large amount of heavenly blood divine stone was also burned and consumed by his side. It is also fortunate that he has the ability to mine in the mining area, otherwise he would not be able to support such consumption. What are you afraid of when you run out? For Xuanhuan, resources are used for consumption. There are a lot of divine stones in the Tianxue ancient mine. If they are gone, go and attack a few more mining bandits, conquer other forces, and plunder all of them. There is no end to the time of cultivation, half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the situation at the border is like fire and water. Hui God General, Star Spirit God General, look at the movement of Tianye God Kingdom. God General Yeri looked at Tianye fiercely. A large number of strong men left the station, but they did not launch an attack directly. No, they have to move. This breath is against the fate of the country shrouded in martial arts. Quickly pass on the fate of the country, and report to His Majesty. Faced with this action, the three generals dare not be careless. Tianye. Xuanhuan, who was in retreat, received this message, his eyes pierced the void, and reached an extremely distant place. Are you going to test it? Brother Guizhou is too cautious. After Mingsong is destroyed, we should take the momentum of victory and attack Xuanwu directly, instead of letting them exist and develop. Even Mingsong is destroyed. Are we still afraid of this Xuanwu? It's always good to be cautious, and I didn't do anything wrong. This time, Brother Guizhou has contributed a lot to destroying Mingsong. In Tianye's army, several men appeared, all of them were powerful. They all came from Dui Tianyi. Don't procrastinate with them any longer. God's power is immortal, and the remaining forces are not wiped out. We can't carry out the next step in Tianduan Mountain. They knew very well that if they did not destroy Xuanwu, they would not be able to suppress Tianjuanqing. The purpose of Tianduan City is also very simple. Now that the city lord of Tianduan is at the most critical time, he will not make a move until the most urgent period. He hopes that Xuanwu can continue to entangle with Tianye for a while. For Tianduan Mountain, this extraordinary area, Tianye Shinzong is also bound to win. This time with the consent of senior brother Guizhou, let's make a move to test the strength of Xuanwu. In fact, in my opinion, there is no need to test it. Except for the God Emperor, the Xuanwu is a character, and everyone else is vulnerable. In an instant, the three godlike existences hit the sky at once, and their cultivation bases all reached the realm of the supreme fourth heaven. This is the foundation of Tianye Shinzong. According to their information, although Xuanwu is somewhat supreme, the realm is not extremely high. The purpose of their attack this time is to reveal the strength of Xuanwu. If there is no one in the army who can resist them, then the next step is to drive straight into the capital of God. Xuanwu, if you don't want to die, surrender the whole country. A man shouted loudly, with the power of the four heavens, even if the three gods of the sun, moon and stars are united, they are not opponents at all, let alone three gods as soon as they appear. It seems that they are going to be stubborn to the end and not surrender. Another person said. It's better not to surrender, otherwise it will be a waste of us to spend a lot of money to descend from the doom heaven. Let's see how much weight they have. Haha, they want to compete with us, with their supernatural power. They laughed. According to the data, although the God Emperor of martial arts is powerful, they are not worried. This person can't make a move at all, and someone has been staring at him for a long time. The three of them were arrogant, and at the same time, in the Tianye Shinzong's residence, a monstrous force emerged to suppress them. It's only been half a year since the corpse was left at the border, and it's about to be dispatched. It's a good time. Xuanhuan was indifferent. Kill those Supremes. They immediately stared at the position of the three generals of the sun, moon and stars, and the power of the three quadruple heavens swept down in an instant. Court death. The sun, moon, and star generals didn't have the panic they imagined on their faces, but sneered. War. Kill. The ferocious beast-like breath erupted like a flood at this moment. The sky suddenly darkened, a ferocious figure suddenly stepped out with a strong smell of blood, and a black giant axe was struck out in his hand. What happened? Why do I feel like I'm being targeted by a wild beast? No, this kind of power has never appeared in intelligence, so fight it quickly. The three of them immediately shifted their strength and bombarded a figure oppressing them in front of them. Boom! But the figure didn't waver at all, and the black giant axe fell down, making them all aware of an irresistible divine power. Half-Heaven Tao artifact. Fear appeared in a person's eyes, and the next moment, a scream came out, ah! From the middle of his head to the bottom of his body was split into two pieces by the war demon giant axe. He was not completely dead and twisted. The god corpse's eyes were bloodshot, and it shattered the corpse with one kick, and its fierce eyes stared at it immediately. Half-Heaven artifacts, why do they have half-Heaven artifacts? Why didn't Senior Brother Guizhou find out such important information? The remaining two were trembling with fear. They didn't have the previous arrogance, they were scared to death when they looked at this hideous figure. They came to Tianduan Mountain to make meritorious achievements, not to die. He is not a living person, but a corpse. In just a moment, they discovered the strangeness, but this made them even more terrified, because they sensed the power of the half-day way from the god corpse. This divine corpse was a half-day existence in life. God, it would be fine if it was just a half-day Tao god corpse, but there is also a half-day Tao artifact that goes with him. Although this kind of power has no threat to those real half-day Tao existences, it is enough to kill them. Run. They turned to run away. Kill them all, leave no one behind. There is a voice in the god corpse's head ordering him. The god corpse swung the huge axe again and again, and the brilliance of blood was tinged with the screams. #C1144 Promise Sea of Stars. The world was silent. The god corpse disappeared. The three people who had come to challenge Xuanhuan so aggressively just now also completely dissipated in the world. To the end of their lives, they never figured out why Xuanhuan would suddenly appear with such a powerful combat power, killing them. The news spread to the entire Tianduan mountain area like a hurricane. This is too scary, a half-day Tao artifact, a dead half-day Tao god corpse, oh my god, how could Xuanhuan have such a terrifying thing? That day, the three strong men of Nirvana died unjustly. They wanted to show their prestige, but they failed. Instead, they became a tool for others to show their prestige, and they died tragically on the spot. Even such a horror has appeared, what else can't appear in Xuanhuan? I don't know about the others, but I can be sure that Lord Tian will have trouble sleeping and eating this time. Hee, this martial arts is even more difficult to deal with than Mingsong. The entire Tianduan mountain is discussing Xuanhuan. The Lord Tian's eyes pierced fiercely to the territory of Xuanhuan, and his face was extremely gloomy. He had known for a long time that Xuanhuan was a big problem, so he immediately prepared to destroy Xuanhuan after Mingsong was destroyed, but the sect needed time to prepare, and then it took time to get here from Duertian. The appearance of the god corpse made him look at the gods and feel that this god dynasty is a huge black hole that seems to be able to swallow everything, making him even more unpredictable. Xuanhuan is immortal, and plans are difficult to develop. Shinzong must give me greater support, stronger than Mingsong's power. I can't tolerate them continuing to grow bigger. Lord Tian said. He no longer dares to launch probing attacks at will now. This corpse is too terrifying. He has a half-day artifact, which is not something ordinary strong people can deal with. Send someone to visit Xuanhuan's country immediately. Sect Master Yuan Mo ordered. No, this time, the sect will visit in person. The explosion of Xuanhuan's combat power was beyond his imagination. The moment Master Akabane received the news. Already went to Xuanhuan. Shangguan Feiyu reminded the suzerain. That woman Akabane is really fast, humph. The Yuan Mo sect master hastily left the sect. These two suzerains visited quickly. Seeing that we had gained a little advantage, they came over immediately. After Chu Yuan finished receiving Yuan Ma Chiyu, Shui Qiangwei let out a cold voice. If it weren't for the sudden burst of peerless combat power from the God Corps, these two people would not have come. My subordinates have found out the news, and they have already been preparing for it. Run away. I don't care if they run or not, and I never expected them to help me. I only received them out of courtesy, and their attitude will also affect the deployment of Tian Yashinzong. Chu Yuan said. He deeply understands. This time the power of the God Corpses exploded, and Tian Yan knew their strength. There will be no attack against them in a short period of time, but if there is an action, it will inevitably be many times more terrifying than the current strength. The Lord of Tianduan City is here, and the half-day way of the Heavenly Nirvana Divine Sect is difficult to get rid of before I get rid of it. I need the tiger skin of Tianduan City, and Tianduan City also needs me to fight against Tian'er. Chu Yuan laughed when he thought of this. Months passed again. Surprisingly, the ghost is back. Phantom, you went to the Infinite Star Sea with the Thunder Beast, come back now, what is the important thing you need my help for? Chu Yuan said. Your Majesty, this is what the Thunder Beast wants to say to you. The ghostly person took out a thunder bead. When the thunder bead was activated, the Thunder Beast's big head appeared. Xiao Lei joins His Majesty. Thunder Beast knelt down in the picture, and said, Mystery and the savages are killing all directions in the Sea of Wuji Star, and we have found and subdued Yeliatong's tribe. Look, this is the strong man of Yelei tribe, it all belongs to His Majesty. It first asked for credit, and let Chu Yuan see a large number of Thunder Beasts worshipping. Chu Yuan nodded. But Your Majesty, we have also encountered trouble. I know from them that the Yelei tribe belongs to the big clan among the Thunder Beasts in the Infinite Star Sea. This tribe has the most powerful people in the fifth heaven. This kind of opponent is not something we can deal with. In the near future, the Yelei clan will hold a thunder god sacrifice to worship the sacred object of this clan. It seems to be a god robbery bead, which is more powerful than mine. At that time, all the supreme powers of the Yelei tribe everyone will come. I request His Majesty to come to the Infinite Star Sea, and when the time comes, we will wipe out all of them, and bring all the Yelei clan under the Emperor's command. This is the news from Thunder Beast. The Yelei tribe, the Thunder Beast clan, has another god tribulation bead. As for Thunder Beast's thoughtfulness, Chu Yuan knew very clearly that it was nothing more than wanting to possess the god tribulation bead. However, it would be of great benefit to Chu Yuan if this clan of Thunder Beasts could be brought under the command of Shen Chao. He is now facing the attack of the Nirvana dynasty, which is the time when he needs a strong man. The half-day Dao God Corpse's shot bought him a buffer time, which was the time for him to go to the Promised Star Sea. It seems that I have to go to the Infinite Star Sea. I want this Yelei tribe. Chu Yuan didn't waste any time, opened up a void passage in an instant, and led the ghost to the Infinite Star Sea. Walking from the other side of Tianduan Mountain, across a long distance, is where the Infinite Star Sea is. Chu Yuan's speed is extremely fast. With the Gate of Void, he directly shuttled inside the dimension, and after a period of time on the road, he finally saw the location of the Promised Sea of Stars. That's the Promised Star Sea. Chu Yuan looked at the Infinite Star Sea. The incomparably huge area, the galaxies like light, the light flickering, is different from the picture seen where Tianduan Mountain is full of giant mountains, here unexpectedly condensed into superstars one by one. These stars are rolling in the sea of stars, which is very strange. As he breathed, he smelled an extremely strong vitality. Compared with Tianduan Mountain, the area of Wuji Xinghai is larger, and the forces are more complicated. There is not only one force in the half-day way, there are many sects, and there are many strong clans. The Thunder Beast clan is a powerful race in the Promised Star Sea. It is said that Wuji Xinghai once marched into Tianduan Mountain, but was defeated by Tianduan City Lord, and even Ban Tiandao was killed, which made them dare not touch Tianduan Mountain again. Even in this battle, the Promised Star Sea remained silent. There is no other reason, but he was afraid of being killed by the city lord Tianduan. As strong as Tian Yashenzong, he only dared to attack at the critical moment when the Tianduan city lord comprehended the way of heaven. I have also heard some legends about the Wuji Xinghai. In the ancient times, it was a part of Gaiyuanshan. A real god of heaven fell here. His power transformed into Tao and permeated the Xinghai. Therefore, Wuji, there are many strong people in Xinghai. Chu Yuan Dao, that day, the Taoist god also belonged to Gu Yuan Tian. Thinking of Gu Yuan Tian, Chu Yuan couldn't help but think of goddess Yanran. Where did she go? Chu Yuan stepped into the sea of infinite stars, and he passed through them. Some stars are too big, unimaginably big, and various civilizations, all kinds of grievances and hatreds have evolved on them. There are more powerhouses in the Promised Star Sea than in Tianduan Mountain. Chu Yuan Dao, your spirit, let's go see Chu Lei. #C1145 Yuri Royal Family. The Infinite Star Sea. The tribe where Yeliatong is located. When Chu Yuan arrived, he saw a sea of thunder. Many thunder and lightning stars rise and fall here, endless lightning strikes, and you can see many thunder beasts of different strengths bathing in the sea of thunder and practicing. The thunder beasts were born in the thunder and lightning, and the lightning is their best nourishment. Your Majesty, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as Chu Lei, the thunder beast, knew that Chu Yuan had arrived, he opened his mouth and immediately came in front of Chu Yuan, and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, please follow me to the ancient Lei Hall. Inside Gulei Hall, Chu Yuan sat on one of the highest thunder seats, his eyes radiated, and he said, Chu Lei, tell me the specific situation. Hurry up and join His Majesty, the great God Emperor. The thunder beast shouted violently, and there were dozens of thunder beasts in this ancient thunder hall, kneeling tremblingly. Yi Leiwei brings the thunder beast tribe to meet His Majesty the God Emperor. A thunder beast with the largest body shape, whose strength has reached the second heaven, is called Yeliwei. It was originally the patriarch of the thunder beast tribe. But the thunder beast clan preyed on the weak and the strong. When Chu Lei arrived, he immediately suppressed it, and the entire tribe was forcibly captured. At this moment, it raised its head slightly to look at Chu Yuan's eyes. There seemed to be an endless sea of thunder in those eyes, like a majestic giant manipulating thunder and lightning, making its heart tremble all the time. This is to suppress it, His Majesty, the God Emperor of Chu Lei. Your Majesty, I subdued these. Chu Lei asked for credit beside him. I will remember your credit for you. Chu Yuan Dao, Yi Leiwei, tell me the details of this time. Yes, every 10,000 years, the Yelei tribe will hold a sacrifice. At that time, all the thunder beasts in the whole tribe whose strength reaches immortality will go to the royal family to pay homage to obtain the power of thunder and lightning. Yelawai only felt that his huge body was as humble as dust in front of His Majesty, the God Emperor. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. There are probably hundreds of ethnic groups in the entire Yelei tribe, and the tribe where Yeliwei is located is not too weak. As for the royal family, that is the powerful main family, with the presence of the supreme five heavens sitting in command. This is the same as the human family. A big family has the main clan and many offshoots, and whenever the clan wants to offer sacrifices, they will go there. The Thunder Beast clan worships the god of thunder, How powerful is the entire Thunder Beast in the everlasting Star Sea? Xuanhuan asked. Reporting to the great God Emperor, the Thunder Beast clan has 6 royal families and 1 royal family in the infinite Star Sea. Among them, the strength of the royal family is almost the same as that of our Yelei tribe, but there is a half-day Tao in the royal family. We must obey the orders of the royal family. The status of the Thunder Beast clan is very strict, and those of the royal family cannot resist the royal family, and even if they are killed directly, they cannot have the slightest complaint. Like Yeliwei, they also believe in the royal family. Our Thunder Beast clan all believe in the God of Thunder, and are servants of the God of Thunder. Yeliwei said again. Shut up for me, the one you all have to believe in is God Emperor Xuanhuan. Thunder Beast Xulei was very dissatisfied. How many times has it said that their beliefs will be changed in the future, and the God of Martial God is what they want to believe in? Yes, yes, we are all servants of His Majesty, the God Emperor. Yeliwei also trembled. All right. Xuanhuan raised his hand and said majestically, how long will it be before the sacrifice? Reporting to your Majesty, there are still 2 months left, and the Yelei tribe will hold a grand sacrifice once every 10,000 years. Yeliwei said honestly. 2 months, very good. Xuanhuan said slowly, at that time I will go with you to the royal family, and meet the strongest member of the royal family, the Yelei tribe. Yeliwei's heart trembled. Of course it knew that it was the royal family's idea to fight the God Emperor, and the immortal members would go there, and the entire royal family would be wiped out. Did you hear me? Xulei swaggered in front of them and said, Your Majesty wants to subdue the entire Yelei tribe this time, be obedient to me, or you will feel better when the time comes, Your Majesty, when the time comes, which God tribulation bead. You can use it to practice. Xuanhuan said, since you are practicing Leifa, Yeliwei, you come with me. Seeing the God Emperor stepping out of the Gulei Palace step by step, Yeliwei was also a little confused. The Gate of Thunder. Boom. Xuanhuan stood upright, and he waved his hand to appear at the Thunder Gate. The moment his mana was activated, a sea of thunder swept out from the gate, completely submerging the entire tribal area. This pure thunder and lightning power permeates, and various lightning powers, among which even divine thunder has evolved into various ancient existences, and countless thunder and lightning temples have also evolved. The position where Xuanhuan stood was a thunder eye. The power within this thunder eye is too strong. As a force that runs through epochs, thunder and lightning can be found in almost any era. Xuanhuan seems to have come out from the ancient era, using the gate of heavenly thunder to extract the source of the mighty thunder and lightning from the long river. Special portals will gain stronger power as Xuanhuan's strength grows. Especially now that Xuanhuan's cultivation has reached the highest level, the lightning power he extracted is even more turbulent and ancient. These thunderbolts. Yeliwei's eyes widened. Although it practiced thunder and lightning skills, what Xuanhuan descended on seemed to be the thunder of the era. When it reached the position of the thunder eye, its thunder and lightning body would be wiped out in an instant, and it could not resist it at all. Before it was trembling in Xuanhuan's powerful strength. But now, seeing the appearance of this ancient thunder and lightning, it was as if the God of Thunder they believed in came to the world, and the entire animal heart was conquered. Your Majesty, the God Emperor, you are so terrifying. Xulei secretly said. The throne of divine thunder came out, and Xuanhuan sat upright. Above his head was the gate of heavenly thunder, whose majesty was unimaginable. Meet His Majesty, the God Emperor. All the thunder beasts in the tribe knelt down when they saw the scene. You are all cultivating in Thunder Sea, and I have extracted the most original lightning power for you with supreme supernatural powers. Xuanhuan's voice was transmitted throughout the tribe along with the thunder and lightning. He did this to erase Thunder Beast's belief in Thunder God, and to submit to him wholeheartedly. This Thunder Beast tribe is very important to him. He wants to harvest not only the Yelei tribe, but also all the royal families. Of course, start with the Year tribe. The Promised Star Sea is a good place. It has more resources than Tianduan Mountain. Xuanhuan said silently. Fast forward to 2 months. Time is up. Xuanhuan opened his eyes, and suddenly 2 whirlpools of thunder and lightning floated out, and said in a mighty voice, "Go to the royal family of Yelei." "Yes, your majesty." Yeliwei immediately commanded all the beasts above immortal, "Follow your majesty Yelei royal family." Seeing such godlike thunder and lightning methods, its mentality has changed. It only has the shadow of Thunder God in its soul memory, but Xuanhuan's methods completely suppressed that shadow. C 1146 years ruling. In the boundless and vast sea of thunder, many palaces made of thunder stones, there are thunder beasts swallowing the power of thunder. Members of royal families are generally much more powerful than other races. Huge thunder beasts are constantly gathering into the royal family from all directions. The land of the royal family. In the deep hidden time and space, no one noticed that there was a figure, walking in the yard, ignoring all kinds of restrictions as if they were nothing, as if stepping in a parallel time and space, following Yellow and the others into the royal family. This is exactly Xuanhuan. He uses the Gate of the Void to perform eternal exile, and unless his cultivation reaches the half-day level, his existence will never be noticed. It turns out to be Patriarch Yelloweye. "Please come in, the sacrifice is about to begin." On the only way to enter the royal family, in front of the huge thunder gate, there are several thunder beasts whose strength has reached the first level, guarding them, and they don't have the slightest respect for Yelei, who is at the second level. This is the arrogance from the royal family. The law of the jungle is even more cruel in Thunder Beast. Okay, this patriarch is here to participate in the sacrifice and appreciate the great power of Thunder God. Yeliwei said. "Ha ha ha ha, Yelloweye, you are here too." In the distance, another Ultralisk clan arrived, and the leader Ultralisk laughed. "I don't know who it is, so it's you, Yelei Chen." Yeliwei said coldly. "Thousands of years have passed, and you still haven't made any progress. You are still in the second heaven, and you have been unable to take that step. It seems that you will end this realm forever, and your tribe may be annexed someday." When Yeliken spoke, monstrous coercion burst out. "The Supreme Three Heavens." Yileiwei's expression changed. "Unexpectedly, my realm has already reached the third heaven." Yurechen swung his giant claws. Thunder beasts have already absorbed lightning and inherited the fury of thunder law, and it is not uncommon for them to fight with each other even if they disagree with each other. The 2 patriarchs. "This is the royal family. I advise you not to do anything. If you disturb the sacrifice, you will be punished by the patriarch, and even become a sacrifice to the god of thunder." A royal thunder beast said calmly. "You're lucky, you can't do anything in the royal family." Yelei said coldly, matching its hideous face, and then stepped into the thunder gate. "Humph. I'm still afraid of you. What royal family? The entire Yelei tribe will be subdued this time, and you, Yelei Shen, better be more sensible, or be careful of your life." Yeliwei didn't care. It also stepped into Kaminaraman in an instant. In the time and space inside Laymen, the scene has changed drastically. There is a vast world of thunder and lightning. The only thing that exists here is a huge thunder and lightning star, and various auras of divine calamity are staged in turn. God Tribulation Pearl. It is the same as the Shenjiezu that appeared in Shenwu before. But the one in front of me is obviously 100 times larger than Shenwushen, and its power is also more terrifying. The divine calamity created on it is more mysterious, and it can simulate the fluctuation of the highest level. Not only the Year tribe. In the entire Infinite Star Sea, there are 6 royal families and 1 major royal family, and each family has a God Tribulation bead, which is divided into king beads and imperial beads. The one in the royal family is even more terrifying, and can even simulate some powers of doom. Every time you sacrifice to God Jeju, according to your devout beliefs, the power of Thunder God will be different depending on how much you sacrifice. This time the sacrifice is very intensive. Although it happens every 10,000 years, this time is a great sacrifice for 1,000,000 years. Yi Leiwei seemed to be explaining to the Thunder Beast beside him, but it was speaking to Xuanhuan. It knew that His Majesty the God Emperor was by its side, but it couldn't perceive the specific location at all. The God of Tribulation Pearl is refined by the God of Thunder, and there are a lot of them in the multiverse. Although Thunder Beast is a family of Thunder God's servants, there are many people who believe in Thunder God, and Thunder Beast is just one of them. Yelei gazed at the magnificent and majestic Shenjiezu. Even though he saw it once every 10,000 years, his heart was still deeply shocked. Around Shenjiezu, more and more Thunder Beasts arrived. Immortal Cultivation is eligible to participate in the sacrifice. A dense crowd of Thunder Beasts appeared here, with a serious look, which also made Xuanhuan feel strange for a while in the time and space of exile. Thor has refined so many God tribulation beads and spread them all over the universe. What is his purpose? Is it to control the fate in the multiverse? Xuanhuan speculates on Thor's intention. After a day passed, Yelloweye whispered, the Thunder Beast tribe that should come has almost arrived, and the Shenjiezu has also changed. The infinitely ancient thunder and lightning fell, pierced by divine lights, and a vague figure exuded the power of thunder. The moment he saw him, he would trigger the terrifying doom. In the records, Thor is also an ancient god of heaven. Quiet. About a day later, 3 tyrannical forces suppressed the audience and descended slowly from the nothingness. 3 huge thunder beasts also appeared in the holy place. On their backs, streaks of dark silver light flickered. Royal family. Yi Leiwei immediately said, look, those are Yeliazeng and Yelei, the 2 deputy patriarchs of the royal family, both of whom are at the peak of the 4 heavens, and the one in the middle is the royal patriarch, Yelei ruling, it is the giant of the 5th heaven. In the land of the royal family, Yelei judgment can manipulate the endless thunder method, even the supreme god Yunchi can't do anything about it. What Yelei's ruling is vulnerable to His Majesty? Thunder Beast Chu Lei swept his eyes, they are all here, there is no one left. Everyone who should come has come, and no one dares to be careless in the sacrifice. Yi Leiwei whispered. Thousands of years have passed, and the strength of my Yelei tribe has grown stronger again, very good. Yelei's ruling sounded like a bell, and the huge thunder eyes glanced and nodded. All ethnic groups are separated from the royal family, and the royal family will also absorb excellent people to join the royal family. Today is the Thunder God Festival once every 10,000 years, and it is also an important festival once every 1,000,000 years. I hope the great Thunder God will bestow upon us the Thunder Beast family more powerful power and a brighter future. We will pass on more pious beliefs to the great Thor. The voice of Yelei's ruling aroused the echo of many ultralisks. My patriarch announces that the Thunder God Festival has officially begun. In the sound of his words, many sacrifices were brought out, including beasts and humans, various spirit races, and many races were pushed to the God Tribulation planet as livestock. Terrible fear appeared on the faces of these sacrifices. There are quite a few sacrifices, some of which are of the highest level. Chu Lei scanned them. Yes, for this sacrifice, the royal family broke through a sect not long ago and sacrificed all the members of this sect. Yi Leiwei said in a low voice. Sacrifice. 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 Many thunder beasts shouted loudly. No. Those sacrifices were terrified. Sacrificing to the great thunder god is your greatest honor. Just when Yelei ruled to preside over the sacrifice, the entire time and space suddenly froze, and his sacrifice could not go on anyway. #C1147 I give you a chance. Someone is destroying the sacrificial ceremony, and it is lurking in my Yele tribe. Yele Judgment noticed this unusual fluctuation, knowing that he might be in trouble today, and immediately searched the void with fierce eyes. But to his disappointment, he couldn't find the source of that power at all. Your Majesty, he has made a move. Chu Lei hid in the Thunder Beast, feeling excited. Which friends come to our Thunder Beast tribe, please come out and see them. If you also believe in Thunder God, I, Yele, welcome you, but if you come to make trouble, I'm not afraid. It said in a deep voice. The Lightning Beast tribe, including you Yele, all surrender to me. There is no choice, there is no second way. In the void, a domineering figure slowly appeared. He stepped on the divine tribulation star, looked at the entire Thunder Beast tribe, and suppressed the audience. Listen to your order, your excellency has such a big tone, who are you? Yeri ruled that it had its eyes on the man. Bother you for something. Although the oppression brought by this person is extremely powerful, it is within the clan territory. And it can clearly perceive that this person's cultivation has not reached the level of the half-day way, so it has nothing to fear. Humph. Who is this person? His arrogance is boundless. He dares to be so arrogant in my royal family. If you want us to submit to him, don't you know that we all only believe in Thor? That's right, this is impossible. Within the clan, unless the heavenly Tao descends, there is no such possibility. The patriarch will use even more domineering magical powers to tear him apart. Many Thunder Beasts looked at Xuanhuan fiercely. They were already violent, so how could they bear Xuanhuan's arrogance? Soon they will know how powerful His Majesty is. Chu Lei sneered, he was absolutely sure of His Majesty's arrival. In the face of death, belief is not immutable. The Thunder Beast family respects strength and rules are made with strength. I will give you a chance to resist. Xuanhuan's supreme and domineering majesty suppressed every Thunder Beast at this moment. He had to subdue this Yele tribe, and to deal with this fierce and brutal beast tribe, everything he said was false. The only way to suppress them with powerful force is to let them know that they cannot resist. Patriarch, let's see how strong he is. Yeliazang and Yelasian roared. Of course they could see that Xuanhuan's strength was extraordinary. However, those who dare to act arrogantly and unrestrainedly in the clan territory and sabotage the Thunder God festival must be punished. Boom! In an instant, the huge bodies of Yeliazang and Yelizan came through the air, and the lightning mana of the two beasts merged. In just an instant, a vast beam of lightning had descended and swept across Xuanhuan. Facing Lei high, Xuanhuan only had majesty on his face, and he slammed on him without wavering, without any effect. What? Our attack is invalid. Yele hid, Yele said in shock. Although they are not as good as Yele Judgment, they are also masters second only to the Patriarch. Be careful, this person is weird and powerful. The moment Yeliazang reminded him, its huge animal claws fell into the air, and the thunder pierced through the air, containing terrifying explosive power. At this moment, the 4 animal claws fell at the same time. Hand of God. As soon as Xuanhuan made a move, the boundless emperor came out in shock. His divine hand shattered space and time. At this moment, all thunder beasts have a feeling that time and space are dominated by him, the avenue is manipulated by him, and all kinds of forces in the world are revolving around him. The hand of God came out, and Yele hid, and Yelizan suddenly felt unbearable pressure. The moment their beast claws were fighting against the hand of the sky, there was a continuous explosion sound from the whole beast body, and the thunderous blood shot out, and the scales on the body surface collapsed inch by inch. I am God. Xuanhuan covered the sky with one hand. With just one palm, hitting the limit of strength, Yeliazang and Yelizan couldn't resist any more. Their bodies were shaken away again and again, swept away by the power of this palm, and swept back to the side. What? The two deputy patriarchs were defeated with one palm. How powerful and terrifying is his strength? Impossible, he is not a half-day Tiao, how could he have such a worldwide power? Many thunder beasts froze in shock. Surrender to me. Like the heavy hammer of the soul, Xuanhuan's voice was conveyed deeply with the great soul technique. After hearing it, many thunder beasts trembled in their souls. Bold, dare to be lawless in my tribe. Yele Judgment saw Xuanhuan defeat Yeliazang and Yelizan in a clean and neat manner, and was extremely shocked. With his advanced cultivation, he resisted this wave of voice from the soul. You can do whatever you want in the clan territory. You have committed a big taboo by choosing to do it at the Thunder God Festival. Yele Judgment was full of thunder and lightning tyranny. It glared at Xuanhuan, great god of thunder. Please give the loyal thunder servant great strength to kill this disrespectful blasphemer. All the power of the entire Yele tribe, the endless sea of thunder is converging towards Yele's ruling. On the huge divine tribulation planet, Yele rolled over. This is the holy thing of its kind. It immediately had a connection with the god of tribulation, making it like the incarnation of Thor at this moment. It towers over the sky and stands on the ground. The thunder power is too strong, and if it is swallowed at will, it will be countless divine thunders that will destroy the sky and destroy the earth. As long as it is not a half-day way, it is not afraid. With the blessing of the power of the holy object, it can explode the power far beyond its own clan, otherwise the Thunder Beast clan would not become a tyrant in the infinite star sea. You will be punished by God tribulation. Yele Judgment exhaled a terrifying breath of thunder and lightning. The patriarch and the sacred object are fused, it will definitely kill the invading enemy. Yes, for so many years, our Yele tribe has experienced countless storms, and many powerful enemies have invaded, but they all died under the claws of the patriarch. Our Thunder Beast clan is the great thunder god Thunder Servant, born close to thunder and lightning. With the help of the power of holy objects, you can borrow the power of God tribulation. Haha, he will understand how it is to enter my Yele tribe alone. Madness. He can't escape, he was locked by Lei Hai, this will be his burial place. Many thunder beasts were roaring loudly, cheering for Yele's ruling. The cruelty and bloodiness made them want to see Xuanhuan being torn apart alive. Humph. Your Majesty's strength is something that the Yele Judgment can contend with, even with holy objects, because you don't even know how great and terrifying your Majesty is. When you surrender, your Majesty will hand over the entire tribe to me to rule. Thunder Beast Xulei is extremely confident in His Majesty, the God Emperor. When the illusions of other thunder beasts were torn apart, it seemed to have seen itself, King's Landing, the picture of the Thunder Beast tribe. Sometimes, don't be so arrogant, not all places are allowed to break free. Yele ruled that every step he took, the huge body and the violent thunder and lightning would bring tyrannical oppression. With a light breath from its nose, it is a hurricane of thunder and lightning that is infinitely destructive, sweeping out wildly. #C1148 The Power of the Wave. Yele's ruling aura continued to climb, reaching a peak. When it looked at Xuanhuan, its eyes met, and suddenly felt a deep fear from the soul. The other party's eyes are like an endless abyss, and its soul is about to sink into it. I practice Leifa to restrain all weirdness. Yele Judgment shouted loudly, bang bang bang. The endless divine thunder formed a sea of thunder and rolled towards Xuanhuan. Holy thunder, infinite destruction. It is confident that a blow from its cultivation base, no matter how powerful this person is, cannot be ignored. In the clan land, with the blessing of the God Tribulation Pearl, it hardly has to worry about the consumption of vitality, and can perform various ultimate moves. But its eyes widened in the next moment, and the roaring thunder river burst on this person's body, and it couldn't shake him. How is this possible? Yele Judgment has already killed the moment of surprise, its thunder claws fell, and the thunder and lightning universe was condensed in the palm, which is many times more ferocious than that Yelei Zong, and the ordinary fifth heaven will also be beaten into meatloaf by it. Come over. Chu Yuan's voice swept through the entire tribe like a cosmic storm. With his various means, in the realm of Supreme, there are really few people worthy of his fear. And he also controls the Gate of Thunder, the most restrained fetish of Yelei's ruling. Come to fight. Yelei Judgment yelled violently, and the thunder was rolling. If you can defeat me, the Yelei tribe will submit to you. If you can't, then you will die for me. Its claws slashed, its sharp nails tore apart the sky, and its eyes turned blood red. This is when it is furious, the blood in its body is boiling, and the violent power is endlessly rushing out. Yuri is angry at the ruling. Yelei set aside. This is the wrath of the royal patriarch, earth-shattering. Fighting directly with the hand of God, Chu Yuan and Yelei Judgment fought together with one palm. In the center of the direct two-point confrontation, infinite divine light radiates out, creating endless waves of destruction. Yelei's ruling immediately felt a strong murderous intent. In its eyes, the human body was small, but at this moment, it burst out with the Supreme Emperor's arrogance, and the monstrous Emperor's power turned into soul power to oppress it. Lei Fa, go against the sky. Yelei Judgment launched its killing move against Chu Yuan with its huge body. With every move and style, there was a divine thunder striking in the sky and earth, trying to kill Chu Yuan alive. It manipulated and suddenly condensed the ancient formation of divine punishment on the divine robbery bead, and countless divine thunder swords appeared. Suddenly, a huge thunder beam of light smashed on the top of Chu Yuan's head and penetrated directly. I will use the power accumulated over millions of years of the Shenjiezu to launch a divine punishment strike on you. Let's see how you resist. Yurli ruled with great confidence in the blow. Let's all dissipate. Chu Yuan waved. Nailai's self-confident divine punishment blow disappeared in an instant with a gust of wind and smoke. How is this possible? God's punishment ancient formation, hack, continue hacking for me. Yelei's ruling was ignored, Chu Yuan gave it too much oppression. Thunderbolts rolled down from the sky, and the supreme five heavens would be hacked to death, but Chu Yuan's face was calm in the face of such an attack. He just waved his hand to wipe out all thunder and punishment. He is invulnerable. What happened? Even if Yelei ruled calmly, seeing such a scene, he couldn't help but lose his mind. If Chu Yuan used all kinds of magical powers to fight and resolve it, that's fine. But just waving his hands made him unacceptable anyway. I will fight you with Lei Fa, which you are best at. Chu Yuan's voice resounded clearly in the soul of Yelei Judgment at this moment. When he swung a punch, it was an infinite electric glow, as if a thunder universe blasted away with his punch. The power of thunder. Yelei Judgment became nervous when he saw the thunder and lightning fist of the vast universe, and he didn't know that this person's thunder technique was so powerful. I am the body of thunder and lightning, and I am not afraid of any thunder. Its breath is closely combined with the Shenjiezu, roaring and roaring. The pride of being close to thunder and lightning by nature does not allow it to retreat in front of the same thunder power. Its huge divine body slammed into Chu Yuan's thunder and lightning fist. In an instant, Chu Yuan's punch was far more powerful than ordinary thunder, with the power of heaven and earth. How mysterious the punch intertwined with the purest source of thunder and lightning. With the combination of strength and a decisive blow, Yelei Judgment found out in horror that it was blown away by a punch. Chu Yuan's 5 fingers snapped open, like a thunder and lightning net, shattering all the resistance of Yelei Judgment. In just a moment, he slapped Yelei Judgment's body. What? A growl of pain erupted from Yelei Judgment. It was slammed into the air, its body almost shattered, and it suffered serious injuries. I will not admit defeat. Yelei's Judgment roared, God's robbery strikes back, endless destruction. It opened its eyes wildly, and the Shenjiezu produced the most violent fluctuations, as if summoning Thor's thoughts. The vast sea of thunder was submerged, and the infinite thunder and lightning condensed into one stream, almost bursting out the accumulated power. Every time this god tribulation bead is sacrificed, the accumulated power is so huge and so ferocious that it is simply impossible to resist. This is Yelei Judgment's strongest counterattack move. The divine thunder beam that pierces through seems to condense the power of thunder and heaven. Without the corresponding force to resist, the supreme five heavens will be wiped out in an instant. Die to me. This is the ultimate trick. There was also endless thunder in Chu Yuan's eyes, locking on Yelei's ruling. When he made a move, the heavenly thunder gate appeared, and inside that gate seemed to be another universe, a universe that was completely a sea of thunder. What is that? Yelei Judgment's eyes widened. It saw the world belonging to thunder and roared. It's also a fetish of thunder, and it actually contains the original power of thunder and lightning. You can actually open the time and space that belongs to thunder and lightning. Seeing the heavenly thunder gate, he felt fear. But at this time, the arrow was on the string, and it couldn't stop it, it could only hit it. The moment its ultimate move hit the heavenly thunder gate, it was not earth-shattering as imagined, but unusually calm. The power that the thunder gate unleashed that day sucked its power into the thunder world. The gate of thunder is like a bridge between reality and dimension. Chu Yuan circulated a powerful force and passed it on in reverse. His palm was also pressed at this moment, and the mana gathered, like a thunder palm formed by a large number of lightning sources, directly suppressed and covered Yelei Judgment's body. The scream of Yelei's ruling was also issued at the same time. Although it was close to thunder and lightning and practiced lightning techniques, the power that Chu Yuan drew from the heavenly thunder gate had already exceeded the limit it could bear. This is not something it can contend with. The patriarch is not an opponent. The Yelei tribe also panicked and feared, and none of their strongest patriarchs were opponents. The Great Sealing Technique. Chu Yuan's Great Sealing Technique tied Yelei's ruling and rolled it to Li Tianlei's gate. It swept over it with the most terrifying force. #C1149 Mind Breakdown. Yelei Judgment was bound by the Great Sealing Technique and could not move. The lightning source that he swept out from the heavenly thunder gate was impacting, and his whole body was cracking. The power of this kind of thunder and lightning is too violent, too ancient, and it cannot bear it. The patriarch is defeated, not his opponent. What should we do? Seeing this scene, the other thunder beasts panicked and made a mess. In the face of Chu Yuanxiong's domineering majesty, they didn't even dare to resist at this time, and they were trembling wherever there was even the slightest ferocity of the thunder beast. The opponent's control over Lei Fa far exceeds them. They are not afraid of death, but they are afraid of this kind of power that controls Xeon lightning. We have only one way out, and that is to take refuge in His Majesty, the God Emperor. Otherwise, all the beasts of the Yelei tribe will die without a place to bury them. Yelei also deliberately made his own voice at this time. The other thunder beasts didn't know that it had taken refuge in Chu Yuan. Take refuge, surrender? Defeating Yelei's judgment with the most powerful and upright means, and also mastering the most powerful and powerful thunder law, the hearts of these thunder beasts have long since collapsed. Yuri's ruling, serve me. At the same time, Chu Yuan applied the Great Soul Technique, a strong soul impact, to attack its soul. In his heart, he still hoped that Yelei's ruling would be wise to rely on. Otherwise, even if one forcibly transforms into a soul servant with the Great Soul Technique, it will lose its potential, and there will be no achievements in the future. Yearly ruling is in the deepest pain. In its soul, there appeared such an image, a great existence shrouded in endless mysterious brilliance, manipulating many various avenues. Being defeated, under the oppression of the Great Soul Technique, its mind will also collapse. The Thunder Beast clan, the strong are respected, and Xuanhuan defeated the strong with the most powerful means, so that at the last moment made a wise choice. You defeated me with Lei Fa, I am willing to serve you. He was so powerful that Yuri Judgment shuddered. Xuanhuan's palm grabbed Yelei Judgment's head. Without any resistance, a small ball of soul origin was grabbed by him, and he said majestically, Yelei Judgment, you have made the most correct choice, otherwise you now has become a mindless soul servant. After controlling Yelei's ruling, all the thunder beasts in the entire Yelei tribe fell into Xuanhuan's control. This is a huge force. Your Majesty. Chu Lei looked at Xuanhuan eagerly. I will form an army of thunder beasts, Chu Lei, and I will hand it over to you to lead, and Yelei judges you to assist me. If you do well, I will have rewards, the endless source of thunder and lightning, and I can also draw power from the gate of heavenly thunder, strengthen your strength, and pave the way for you to achieve the half-day path. Xuanhuan said. Yelei ruling didn't understand his whole story at this time. That strange thunder beast had long been under the command of His Majesty the God Emperor. But how dare it resist at this time? The opponent's thunder method is far stronger than it. To deal with thunder beasts, it is useless to say that it is worthwhile, or to lure them with benefits. They must be conquered by the most violent means, and they will be terrified. Thunder Beast Legion. Chu Lei is delighted, so many thunder beasts will be under its command in the future, and there is Yelei Judgment for it to drive. And with the help of the Thunder Beast tribe, it is stabilized at the top 3 levels. Follow His Majesty's side again, it is very possible for it to cultivate to the highest peak in the future and realize its own way of heaven. The supreme peak is the limit of the power of the Supreme God, and the most critical threshold to realize the power of the heaven is only a short distance away from the barrier of the heaven. It suddenly thought of other things. Your Majesty, there are not only Yelei tribes among the Thunder Beast tribes in the Promised Star Sea. Yelei's ruling trembled. This is to hit the target to other tribes. Other Thunder Beast tribes. Xuanhuan pondered for a moment. Don't move for now. If you want to move, you will kill them all. The Yelei tribe doesn't need to openly join the Empire. For my secret power in the Infinite Star Sea, I need the Yelei tribe to collect information about other tribes for greater use. After all, Thunder Beast has the royal family and the existence of half-day Dao, which is not something Shenwu can deal with. The Yelei tribe ranks 5th among the 6 royal families, and the top 3 royal families have more than 1/5 heaven. Yelei ruled with his head down. At this moment, it has no other ideas. The Thunder Beast tribe is indeed powerful, and the power of the Promised Star Sea is more complicated than that of Tianduan Mountain. Xuanhuan said. He doesn't intend to let the Yelei tribe directly enter his dynasty. This is a hidden force, and it is even a nail nailed into the sea of the infinite star. It was a helpless move to put the god of war in the heavenly blood ancient mine before. As the god of war god, he needs to return to the god dynasty to lead the army for me. The Yelei tribe can draw some strong men and put them in the heavenly blood ancient mine to replace the god of war. Xuanhuan had an idea long ago to exchange the god of war back. It seems that he will go to the heavenly blood ancient mine in person again after a while. Slaughter god of war should also be about to reach the realm of the supreme god. Xuanhuan pondered. He looked at Yelei's ruling, and slowly said, Chu Lei, you stay in the infinite star sea for the time being, and train the Thunder Beast Legion for me. From the outside world, everything here should be the same as usual. As for Yelei's ruling, you will return with me. God Dynasty. Yelei dare not disobey the ruling. His current center of gravity is in Tianduan Mountain. Although it is known that the resources of the Promised Star Sea are more abundant and the area is wider, the power of the Divine Dynasty cannot come here for the time being. Right now, the Yelei tribe has just been violently conquered by him, and some matters have not been completely resolved, so Xuanhuan must stay for a while. Year's verdict, the order of the royal family. How is your Yelei tribe's Thunder God festival going? Is there any accident? Suddenly, a tyrannical aura swept over from the outside world, and a thunder beast also appeared, whose strength had fully reached the fifth heaven. This is the thunder beast emissary of the royal family. Yele ruled that he was nervous, and every time there was a big sacrifice to the royal family, he would send a strong person to check. But this time is different, it is secretly surrendered to Xuanhuan, which is equivalent to betraying the royal family and the belief in Thor. As usual, you go to meet the royal envoy. Xuanhuan said. Haha, everything is fine. The Thunder God festival went very smoothly this time. I prepared a lot of sacrifices. The great Thunder God gave me great gifts. There are several strong men in my Yele tribe, and even I have received great blessings, the benefits of. Yele decided to change his mood and laughed. Extremely pure original power of thunder and lightning. It seems that this time, your pious belief in Yele's ruling has moved the great Lord Thor. It is much stronger than what I felt last time. The envoys of the royal family stepped into the side of the god Tribulation Star. The pure original power of thunder and lightning was flowing, and it nodded in satisfaction. The traces of the previous battle had long been erased, and Xuanhuan also used the heavenly thunder gate to restore the huge thunder sea for the Yele tribe. You did a good job this time. The envoys of the 6 royal families have already investigated, and your Yele tribe is at the forefront. The envoys of the royal family checked and found that the Thunder God festivals of the 6 royal families were all well done, and they had a great effect on the royal family. #C1150 Ascension in Killing. The envoys of the royal family inspected the entire Yele tribe, and the Thunder God festival was done very well. Although the royal family is high above them, the 6 royal families are also very important to them. The royal family can't maintain that many numbers, let them develop themselves in the endless sea of stars, absorb outstanding members, and continuously provide strong people. Your achievements have been recorded by this envoy, and I will report your achievements to the ancestors. Don't send them off. This envoy will return to the royal family as soon as possible. The royal envoy left. Only then did Yele heave a sigh of relief. It is afraid that the royal family will find out that the entire Yele tribe has surrendered to its master. At that time it will inevitably lead to conquest by the royal family, and the monstrous anger will descend. Fortunately, the attention of the envoys of the royal family was attracted by the Thunder God festival. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Xuanhuan shuttled around the endless sea of stars. This is a unique ore in the Wuji star sea, called the Star Stone, which contains powerful energy, similar to the Heavenly Blood Divine Stone in the Heavenly Blood Ancient Mine. A piece of ore appeared in Xuanhuan's hand, full of starlight, and a mysterious star universe seemed to be contained in a small piece of stone. Rumor has it that the fallen supreme god practiced the way of heaven in the universe. After his death, his power spread to the entire Wuji star sea. Of course, the promised star sea is far inferior to the Tianxue ancient mine. Star stones are most effective for those who practice the law of the universe, and the gods are in the house. Only the 3 gods of the sun, moon and star are the most suitable, but they can let them practice. First, dig a large number of star stones with the Yele tribe and go back. Xuanhuan pondered. The promised star sea doesn't care about it for the time being. Xuanhuan returned to the Yele tribe and said, Yele ruled, this time you bring some thunder beasts back to the Imperial court with me. Chulei, the matter of the Wuji Xinghai will be temporarily handed over to you. I will do well for His Majesty. Chulei looked excited. Of course it knows that letting it be in the infinite star sea is to let it control part of the power alone. Really entitled. There are so many things going on in the divine dynasty, and I can't stay here for long. Xuanhuan returned to Shen dynasty. On the other side of Shenzhou. With the operation of the Thunder Gate, Xuanhuan extracted a thick source of thunder and lightning and fell on Yele judgment. All kinds of ancient thunder breaths were striking. It immediately raised its head to the sky and roared wildly. The aura of divine thunder became more and more intense, as if it was about to reach a peak. Now that the sole source of Yelei judgment has been controlled by Xuanhuan, of course, he will spare no effort to strengthen its strength. I feel that my realm is not far from the supreme peak. If I continue in this environment, it will not be a problem. The growth in strength made yearly ruling happy. Supreme cultivation is a process of comprehending the laws of heaven and exploring and determining one's own path of heaven. Xuanhuan's majestic voice said, and you are naturally close to thunder and lightning. Although it makes it easier for you to practice the law of thunder and lightning as a thunder beast, it also restricts your evolution of other paths. Both luck and misfortune are in it. Year ruled silent. Indeed so. It is twice the result with half the effort for their thunder beasts to practice lightning techniques, but it is twice the result with half the effort to comprehend other powers. Since that's the case, let's dig out the power of thunder and lightning. There are thousands of thunder and lightning, and there are many insignificant ones. You take one as your own way of heaven. Xuanhuan said. Yes, there are thousands of lightning methods, but I only take one, and with this one, I can achieve the half-day way. Yelei ruled and knelt down. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance. But it's easy to say, but very difficult to do. Xuanhuan didn't just say it was good, but spent his mind and heart, letting Yelei judgment see and comprehend it with the purest source of thunder and lightning. This is the source of thunder and lightning. From the source, you are like swimming in an ocean of rules, energy is second, but you can analyze the law of thunder you want to practice from it. A pure essence wraps the yearly judgment. For Yelei judgment, what it needs is not energy, but understanding of Lei Dao. The reason why every thunder god sacrifice is so important is because there is the breath of thunder god on the god of robbery pearl, and the sacrifice can make the god of robbery pearl release the pure power of thunder and lightning, and feel the way of heaven from it. But sacrifices are needed to induce it. How could it be so enjoyable for Xuanhuan to directly extract the source of thunder and lightning for him to see? I'm really very likely to achieve half-day Dao this time. Yelei was ecstatic at the verdict. He took refuge in Xuanhuan before, because of corruption, but this time he practiced in the other side of Shenzhou, which is the real spiritual surrender. Your Majesty, I need more pure original power of thunder and lightning to comprehend the way of heaven. Yelei made a request. I will give you this chance. After a few months, Xuanhuan returned to Shenwu Shenchao, and Lu Qianfu immediately reported to him some important things about Shenwu Shenchao recently. Fortunately, the divine corpse suddenly erupted with peerless power, which made Tian Nirvana dare not act rashly. Although the borderland had been increasing its troops, it did not dare to attack at will without absolute certainty. Suppressing Demon Tower. Xuanhuan arrived at the location of Zhenma Pagoda. Slaying Valkyrie joins His Majesty. A murderous voice came out. Peng Han walked out from the demon-suppressing tower. At this moment, he seemed to have no feelings of his own. He was just the coldest and bloodiest existence, holding the slaying god sword in his hand, like a cruel killing god. In order to train him, Xuanhuan spent too much resources on him. The half-day Dao God pill, tens of thousands of heaven blood god stone, and a large number of other pills finally raised his cultivation to the highest level. Supreme Realm. Xuanhuan nodded. In the end, you will become the Supreme God, but this is the beginning of your journey as a martial god. The martial killer understands. His voice has no emotional fluctuations, and he was trained to be a killing machine. This is the Valkyrie armor specially made for you by Shenchao, put it on. Xuanhuan gave the armor to Valkyrie. This armor is pitch black, the color of death and killing, and it perfectly wraps his body. The helmet on his head is closed, and only a pair of ruthless eyes can be seen, emitting the light of looking for prey. As soon as the image of Valkyrie slaughter comes out, one can definitely feel the trembling of being stared at by the god of death. There is no suitable place for you to cultivate in Xinqiao. I will take you to the Tianxue ancient mine, where there is a suitable place for you. Xuanhuan planned to go to the Tianxue ancient mine. Let Yelei Judgment replace God of War. Although the potential of Yelei Judgment is not as good as that of God of War, it is still the highest 5 heavens after all. Everything follows His Majesty's orders. Kill Martial God. Get ready to follow me to the Heavenly Blood ancient mine within a few months. Xuanhuan disappeared in front of him. The road of Valkyrie, the road of killing. Peng Han, the martial god, clenched his heavy sword tightly. If he hadn't been selected by the God Emperor into the Martial God project, it would be absolutely impossible for his cultivation to rise from a small supernatural power to the supreme god. He has been left far behind. I am no longer me, but the mighty God of War. Peng Han looked at the sky of this martial god is His Majesty. The martial god will either sublimate in the killing, or die and wither in the killing. This is the fate that the martial god cannot change. #C1151 Shura Martial Arts Arena. Heavenly Blood Ancient Mine. After traveling for several months, Xuanhuan returned again. His Majesty. The God of War saw Xuanhuan return to the mining area again, and greeted him immediately. During this period of time, I have mined more than 70,000 heavenly blood god stones, and I led the army to attack several mining bandits, and got some from them. The biggest gain is that a large number of captives have been captured, and the speed of mining has greatly increased. Ouyang Jun is by his side, and his cultivation base has been promoted very quickly, and he has become the ruler of the third heaven. He is the deputy of the God of War, advising and planning his actions in the Heavenly Blood ancient mine. After all, Ouyang Jun also dominated one side in the previous Xuanhuan. His strength is gone, but his wisdom is still there. You did a good job, God of War. This is the judgment of Yelei. It will replace your guard in the mining area. You can return to the God dynasty with me. Xuanhuan said. This God of War. Although the God of War is still only the supreme 3 heavens, Yelei Judgment has a premonition that his own strength can overwhelm him, but he will definitely not be able to kill him. This person's path to the supreme is clearer and firmer than him, and it is easier than him to prove the way for half a day. His huge body immediately crawled down, follow the master's order. When I was in the Shin dynasty, I already poured the purest source of lightning into you in order to create the source of lightning. When you guard the mining area, you don't need to do anything on weekdays. You are mainly responsible for the dangers that you cannot face. Xuanhuan ordered, and I will specially set aside for you the heavenly blood divine stone that has been cultivated to the highest peak. Thank you, Master. Yeri ruling was even more agitated. Your Majesty, who is this? The God of War looked at the God of War. The martial god of killing is in charge of the power of killing. Xuanhuan said. Slaying Valkyrie. God of War felt a soaring killing intent from Valkyrie slaughter, which was ghastly and piercing. Facing the prying eyes of God of War. Killing Valkyrie has no fluctuations, giving the impression that he is a cold sword. Martial God, come with me to the same place. Xuanhuan stepped away in an instant. The huge Tianxue ancient mine covers an area larger than any day in the 33 days, and the area surveyed by Shenwu is only a very small corner. A dazzling giant city appeared in Xuanhuan's sight. The ancient city as big as a star was extremely eye-catching on the blood-colored land. This is Sun Chasing City, and the developer behind it is Sun Chasing Sect. Xuanhuan took them to Juri City. This city was discovered by Xuanhuan when he was traveling in the ancient mine, and it is the most extensive city in the surrounding area. It is said that the Chasing Sun sect behind it has a half-day way. Therefore, those who enter Sun Jue City must abide by the rules of Sun Jue Shinzong. A lot of strong people. Following the god emperor into the sun-chasing city, the god of war glanced around. The whole city was full of people. People above immortal were everywhere, even on the wide street. Even Supreme saw a few statues. This is the center of the area. Just entering the sun-chasing city requires a heavenly blood divine stone. How many people enter each day? The sun-chasing city is an astonishing wealth just to charge the entrance fee, and it will be merciless. The god of war was also jealous when he saw how easy it was to obtain the heavenly blood divine stone from Juri Sun City. If you don't have strong strength, if you want to build a city and charge an entry fee, it is tantamount to courting death. Xuanhuan said calmly, in Juri City, it is also a good place to sell stolen goods, and it integrates auctions, trading pavilions, and holy places for cultivation. Relying on strength, I can earn a lot of heavenly blood divine stones. Not for that. Ares nodded. Juri City dares to build such a city arrogantly, which means it has the real half-day way. Your Majesty, what are we doing in Juri City? Is it to buy treasures? God of War asked. It's not to buy treasures, but to take you to a place. Xuanhuan took a step forward, but he didn't hide his cultivation, releasing a terrifying aura. In such a dangerous place as the Tianxue ancient mine, only strong strength can gain the respect of others. A bloody road appeared in front of him, connecting a huge palace. Sura Martial Arts Arena. The god of war immediately looked towards the palace, and there was a terrifying evil spirit coming from the 5 characters of Shura Martial Arena, bloody and thick. These 5 characters were written by Ban Tian Dao. This is to tell everyone that entering the Shura Martial Arts Arena must obey their rules. God of War seemed to understand something. He couldn't help but look at the silent god of war next to him. Many people also gathered in the Shura Martial Arena from all directions. We enter the arena. Xuanhuan said. Stop, each person needs 10 heavenly blood divine stones to enter the Shura Martial Arena. At the door, several guards stopped him coldly. The god of war took out 30 heavenly blood divine stones, handed them over to them, and stepped inside. Boom! As the battles turned and the stars moved, the moment he stepped into the Shura Martial Arena, the picture changed drastically. Inside was a vast cosmic starry sky. Many stars appeared and became battle platforms one by one. Where they are is the spectator area protected by the power of the formation. What a hard space! God of War circulated his power and said in surprise, only the half-day way can create this kind of time and space. This Shura Martial Arts Arena is a specially open place for fighting. Those who have not participated in Azura's fighting should not step into the fighting area at will. A voice resounded here. Kill, kill, kill him. Many strong men gathered in a cosmic world dedicated to fighting for the highest level, roaring loudly. At this time, they saw 2 figures frantically fighting, and the bloodthirsty killing made them all boil. The 2 supreme gods are fighting to the death. God of War said. The Shura Martial Arena is a place specially set up by Sun Chaser City for fighting and fighting. You can pay the God Stone to enter. Here, you can even see the Supreme Existence fighting to the death. Xuanhuan came here once before to watch the deathmatch of the strong in the battlefield. The killing light in the eyes of the martial god is also flickering. The fighting was fierce, and one person in the battle saw that he was not an opponent, and wanted to escape, but was brutally torn into 2 halves. Yuansheng. The person in the Shura Martial Arena said immediately. This Yuan is so fierce and ferocious. This is already his 20th victory. He is too strong at the level of the Supreme One. That's right, Yuan also obtained a large amount of heavenly blood divine stone in the Azura Martial Arts Arena, totaling 200,000. Few of those who fought against him were able to leave alive. Many spectators are discussing. The heavenly blood god stone worth 10 yuan is worth it. The god of war solemnly said, Your Majesty, the position of the audience in the Shura martial arena will not be in danger. As long as you pay the Godstone to enter, even if it is immortal, you can use the most positive and intuitive way to see the fighting of the highest level. I understand it. No wonder there will be so many people going in, watching the supreme fight. You can get a lot of insights, which is very beneficial to cultivation. This Xuanhuan is also a top-level expert in the supreme heaven. Martial God, did you see that? He is your opponent in the first battle in the Azure martial arts arena. Go up and kill him. Xuanhuan points to Xuanhuan. The martial killer understands. The voice of martial God Slaughter was cold, with an eternal killing intent, like a cruel Shura in hell. #C1152-1 Sword. Is no one willing to fight anymore? Xuanhuan stood in the time and space built by Sun-chasing city. Seeing that no one was willing to take the stage for a long time, he felt a bleak and invincible feeling of seeking defeat. Blood God Stone, I only want one defeat to prove my supreme Tao heart. 200,000 heavenly blood God Stones. Boom. The atmosphere of the entire arena is boiling. This is a full 200,000 heavenly blood God Stone. For example, although Xuanhuan opened up a new mining area, the mining area is less than 200,000 yuan a year, which is quite rich. There are rules in the Shura martial arts arena. In the competition of the highest level, each player must take out 10,000 sacred stones as a benefit, and the winner will take away the sacred stones. Xuanhuan won 20 games in a row without losing, so he naturally won 200,000. However, Sun-chasing city will not charge any benefit fees. As much as you win is yours. They have already made a lot of money by charging tickets to enter the martial arts arena, and they also use this method to stimulate more powerful people to fight. It was Xuanhuan's own choice to take out 200,000 yuan. With a push of his palm, the 200,000 heavenly blood God stone was wrapped in a mana space. This Xuanhuan is too arrogant. He dared to spend 200,000 yuan. Isn't he afraid that he will lose if he encounters a powerful person? He is also capable. If he continues to win like this, he is very likely to break through 40 victories, 50 victories, and even reach the extremely rare 100 victories. He wants to attract powerful masters, and use this opportunity to oppress himself and break through the second heaven. If you don't succeed, you will succeed. Many people's eyes lit up. This is not a small number. The Shura martial arts arena is so exciting. I come. As soon as a strong man was about to rush out, the icy murderous aura of martial God came over, making this person tremble in fright, and he saw that martial God had left the auditorium and arrived in the cosmic battlefield. Your name? The person from the Shura martial arena asked. Slaying Valkyrie. Killing Valkyrie said coldly. Slaughtering Valkyrie? Although it was a code name, no one would care. This is the 200,000 heavenly blood God stone. We will fight with you. God of War snorted coldly, and took out 200,000. He knew that His Majesty wanted martial killer to hone in the Shura martial arena. It's time to start. Zurucheng said, the rules of the martial arts arena, there is no admitting defeat, no surrender, life and death are up to God. If you feel that you can't defeat the opponent, run to the auditorium, enter the audience space. You can escape yourself. If you can't escape, you will die inside. This person who is called Martial God Killer seems to be a bit powerful, and the influential person casually took out 200,000, which shows that he is also very powerful. Why don't we guess which of the two will win? It's no fun to guess how much you win. Let's play something more exciting. Just guess whether one of these two people will die in it. Okay, I'll compete with you. Just like a coliseum, from the perspective of all the audience in the Shura martial arena, in fact, it is not every day that there are martial arts of the highest level. Slaying Valkyrie. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at this person, which made him a little apprehensive, and said slowly, you are qualified to let me draw the sword. He pulled out his sword in an instant, and the world turned pale. Yu Yuan didn't hold anything back. At this moment, a long river of saber energy swept out. How is the strength of the martial god? God of War is a stranger to Valkyrie. Just now Qi Yuan simply told him that the martial god killer is one of his martial god plans, cultivated in the Empire. The martial killing god was speechless, facing the long river of saber energy unwaveringly. He pressed his hand on his own killing god sword and lifted it up. You are so brave, how dare you directly take my god-slaying saber technique? Yu Yuan was also a little sullen. He had once fought against the supreme second heaven with the sword technique of slaughtering gods. This person did not dodge or evade. Boom! Facing the long river of saber energy, martial god brought up a black shadow, and his sword slashed away. The power of the Ape shattered the long river of saber energy. Before Yu Yuan could even utter a scream, his whole body was cut from the feet to halves. Die. The soul was also strangled to pieces by the killing breath. What, he killed Yu Yuan with a single sword? This is a strong man with a record of 20 victories. How could he die so easily? That martial god is really supreme. It's definitely the supreme heaven. There is a half-heaven artifact in the Shura martial arts arena to suppress it. It's too powerful, this martial god is terrifying. The atmosphere in the martial arts arena was boiling, and martial god slaughter was victorious. What a strong killing breath! What I practice is the great killing technique. God of War was also a little shocked. He murmured, Your Majesty's purpose is to make him sublimate in the slaughter. His potential will definitely not be weaker than mine. He glanced at the calm god emperor beside him, understood, and said, Who else dares to fight? When his voice came out, some people were about to weigh themselves. The strength of martial god is too terrifying, not much stronger than Yu Yuan, so he can't play easily. Whoever fights against martial god can only pay 10,000 entry fees. If they win, they can win 400,000 heavenly blood god stones. Seeing that no one was on stage, Qi Yuan's voice came out. Winning the god stone is one purpose, and the greater purpose is to gain experience for the martial god. There is no supreme god in the gods for him to really kill. The 400,000 heavenly blood god stone. The huge temptation passed on in the martial arts arena stimulated the greed of these people. Such a big handwriting can only be seen by stronger supreme gods. I have to fight. Under the heavy reward, there must be a brave man, and there are still some people who dare to fight. A storm suddenly rolled into the martial arts universe. This is a vast figure, constantly changing between the real and the false, and has reached a very deep level of comprehension of the power of the void and the wind. It's Supreme God Fengji who is on the stage. Fengji once set a record of 40 victories in a row. He is too difficult to deal with. Many masters who practice the void and wind Dao have been tortured to death by him. Yeah, although Yu Yuan is powerful, his record of discipline is higher than him. The 400,000 heavenly blood god stones make him have to do it. Some people have pointed out how powerful the discipline is. This person cultivates the art of killing, but my void and wind are not easy to mess with. If you have these 400,000 heavenly blood god stones, you can buy a divine object from Juri City that will allow me to break through the second heaven. If you take 10,000 steps back, this person great, I only lost 10,000 god stones, and I can retreat immediately. He is extremely confident in his means of escape, which is also the reason why he dares to fight. Martial Killer's eyes were cold and lifeless. He clearly knew that His Majesty brought him to Sun Jue City specially for him, and received so many resources from Xin Chao. If he could not show his sufficient strength, His Majesty would be disappointed. As a strong man cultivated by His Majesty, he cannot let His Majesty down, and cannot let the title of martial god lose its glory. Void Storm. An infinite void storm blew up, and the voice of Feng Ji was erratic. In the cosmic battlefield, with the passing of the wind and the movement of the void, hundreds of him unexpectedly appeared, as if each of them was real. Xuanhuan could see Feng Ji's real body at a glance, and he nodded slightly when he saw the Sword of Martial Killer move. #C1153 Ruthless. Hundreds of Fengji Void Kazakage are constantly changing, circling quickly around the martial god, and there are desperate moves brewing among them. The real strong can see that each of these hundreds of disciplines may be false or true, and they can change form and change at any time by means of void. Without this bit of confidence, he didn't dare to challenge the martial god. Kill. Martial god Slaughter stands upright, without the concept of fear in his consciousness. He either dies in battle or kills the opponent, and suddenly the giant sword is swept out in an instant, bursting out with a cold big killing technique. It's naive to want to destroy all phantoms. Feng Ji was not surprised, but happy. If his void wind shadow was really so easy to deal with, it wouldn't make his opponent fearful. But in the next moment, his face changed dramatically. The murderous aura of the Great Slaughter technique exploded all the phantoms in an instant. The martial god did not play with him at all, and directly killed the one with the breath of life. A sword pierced through the void and locked on him, causing the battlefield to be destroyed like destruction. Not good. Feng Ji is about to withdraw from the battlefield. But everyone saw that the figure of the god of martial slayer, Shura, descended like a demon god. The huge sword locked the void, and the sword blasted on the body of a figure, smashing Feng Ji into a ball of flesh. It's too cruel. This is the consensus of many people's fear of Valkyrie. Broken spaces are being repaired fast. Xuanhuan raised his head and saw through the void immediately, and he vaguely saw a half-heavenly artifact of the void that was holding time and space. And at this moment, blood was dripping from the sword of martial god, and there was still meat paste on it, and it swept towards everyone mercilessly. Is there anyone else who challenges martial god? The person from Sun Chasing Shinzong reminded. The auditorium was silent, and Feng Ji, who had won 40 consecutive victories, was killed in a short period of time. Ordinary people would still be courting death if they went there. No one dares to fight? Xuanhuan sent a look to God of War. Let the God of War immediately say, let's change the game. The martial god alone challenges 3 gods of the same realm, and the winner can get 410,000 blood god stones on the field. As soon as this sentence came out, it shocked the audience again. 1 fights 3, which is different from the rules of ordinary martial arts. But this is what the forces behind the martial god kill said, and the jury Shinzong would not say anything. It is your business to die on it. Don't you dare to challenge the martial god? If so, I'm so disappointed. God of War shook his head. Don't be too arrogant. I know that you let that martial god come on stage to practice in killing. Well, I will satisfy you. A burly figure stepped onto the battlefield with a huge hammer in his hand. His aura was as violent as a troll. That person's codename is Giant Hammer. He is a legend who has won 50 consecutive victories. He is on the field. His strength is much stronger than Feng Ji. Someone shouted. There are still 2 more. God of War said. He sighed in his heart. His Majesty is trying to squeeze the strength of martial god to the limit. Let's. Soon, 2 more people stepped into the battlefield, both of whom had a record of 50 consecutive victories. They defeated 50 fellow fighters alone. If they were alone, they might still be afraid to think about it. But the 3 of them teamed up and they had great confidence. 41,000 god stones, the 3 of them have a lot of points. Yo, you 2 are here too. Giant Hammer looked at the other 2. Of course, the temptation of the 410,000 divine stone is too great, enough to make me buy a few treasures. Who wouldn't be tempted? Although winning in this way is not a skill, but who would care about such things? Said a man holding a spear tightly. I am proficient in the soul, and I can limit his soul. The other person is a woman, and said coldly, the forces behind this martial god are too arrogant, this time they will lose both their lives and money. Okay, let's pay 10,000 yuan for the entrance fee of the god stone, and play with him. The 30,000 god stones were released immediately. Martial god Slaughter didn't look at these three people at this time, but Xuanhuan in the auditorium. From His Majesty's eyes, he only saw one word. Kill. This battle is interesting. It is a legend of creating 50 consecutive victories. I am afraid that it will not be so easy for this martial god to deal with them, but even if he loses, it is still possible to escape? It's a bit difficult. You haven't seen these three people. One has a strong physique, the other has a fierce attack, and that woman is good at soul attacks. Place your bets and see who gets the last laugh. Kill. Martial god has no fear fluctuations, besieging him has encountered too many in the demon-suppressing tower, but the opponent in front of him has been replaced by Supreme. His foundation is too solid in Xuanhuan's unlimited supply of divine pills, and there are various divine pills in every realm that are extremely stable. He gripped the giant sword tightly, stepped forward, and slashed directly at one of them. Ha 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 ha, give me a hammer. The sledgehammer roared up to the sky, the sound was loud, he was most afraid of heart attacks, he immediately resisted with a hammer, but in the next moment, his face changed, and the killing power of the Valkyrie god directly eroded into his head. These three people are probably dead in the eyes of His Majesty. God of War secretly said. The battle on the battlefield is too fierce. The three of them originally thought that they could suppress martial god together and scrape 410,000 heavenly blood god stones, but when they actually fought, they realized that they had made a big mistake, martial martyr was really too strong. The road to slaughter, the glory of martial arts. The icy halo of supreme killing enveloped Valkyrie. He didn't have the concept of fear at all. The strong man with the long spear suddenly turned around and shot at the back of the head of Valkyrie killer. Soul-bound. The woman who was good at soul power also imposed restrictions immediately. However, killing Valkyrie's will was too firm, and his soul power had no effect on him. He turned around suddenly, and Killing's eyes looked at the man with the spear, which made him slow down his attack. Poochie! The killing sword went straight into the spearman's head. What? Without any suspense, the man with the spear was beheaded to death on the spot by the Valkyrie killer in a clean manner. After beheading the man with the spear, he turned around and killed the man with the giant hammer without any hesitation. I can't take these 410,000 god stones, they will kill me. The man with the giant hammer would never have thought that it would be so easy for one person to die. He used the giant hammer to resist in front of him, and at the same time retreated quickly to the outside of the battlefield. Killing Valkyrie made great strides, and the huge sword was pressed down heavily. How come? The man with the giant hammer was stunned. He uttered a sound, and a crack appeared on his face, directly causing his body to be torn apart. Do not kill me. The woman looked at martial god Killing with pitiful eyes. This appearance made people feel pitiful, and she couldn't bear to do it. Soul attack. As long as there is a moment, she can leave the battlefield. Martial killer has no mercy, he strikes brutally and viciously, in his eyes there is only the choice of killing or not killing. The giant sword fell, then put it away, and fell to the side with his arm. The woman fell on her back. The man whose face was covered by a helmet and only showed a pair of eyes was too ruthless to kill her directly. #C11540 Battle King, kill. All were killed by him, he is too cruel. Many people were dumbfounded. These are the existences of the top 3 who have created a record in the top 50, and all of them have cultivated to the peak in the realm of the supreme first layer. The strong man who was also capable of fighting against Xuanhuan died on it just like that. Although there are fierce fights in the Shura martial arena, It is actually very rare for the supreme god to die here. The ferocity of the martial god has shocked the vast majority of people. At the level of the supreme heaven, who else can fight him? The mighty power of a half-day artifact. Xuanhuan felt that there seemed to be no commission for each battle, but everyone's battles were recorded by the half-day Taoist artifact to study their Taoism. In the Tianqihua ancient mine, I will naturally open up a city and become a central giant city. Xuanhuan already had an idea in mind. Who else can fight? Under Xuanhuan's signal, God of War directly asked martial god Kill to take out 500,000 heavenly blood god stones. 500,000 heavenly blood god stone. Many people's breathing is almost stagnant. This is a full 500,000. This time the forces behind the martial god have won so many sacred stones at once, but they have to have their lives if they want to get them. It seems that no one dares to fight. That's right, that martial god killer is like a demon, killing people without batting an eyelid. No one can survive a fight with him. In the supreme heaven, few people will be his opponents. Many people talked about it. I will fight with you. Just when everyone thought that no one would dare to fight against martial god, a figure stepped forward, and a vast sea of blood naturally condensed under his feet, and then submerged in the entire space battlefield. This is a man with a cold face. His breath communicates the supreme way of heaven. He could ascend to the second heaven anytime and anywhere, but he used all kinds of secret methods and did not allow himself to break through. Ling Hui, the king of hundreds of battles, turned out to be him. He is still in the first layer of heaven, and has not broken through for a long time. The moment they saw this person, everyone exclaimed. The king of 100 battles means that he has defeated hundreds of people in the martial arts arena. Even in the history of Sunstrider City, there are very few people with such an honor. Each of them is extremely powerful in their own realm. Killing martial god looked at him with indifferent eyes. Kill me, and the 500,000 heavenly blood god stones will be yours. I want your 500,000 heavenly blood god stone. Ling Hui is full of strong confidence in his own strength. As a king of hundreds of battles, he has created a legendary existence in the martial arts arena. He will not insult his dignity with 10,000 god stones. At the same time, he also released 500,000 divine stones. Ling Hui is a strong man of the Linghai sect. He cultivates the way of the Sea of Blood. With one move, the Sea of Blood is boundless and drowns all living beings. The king of hundreds of battles, many people know about him. With these 500,000 heavenly blood god stones, the fetish that was unearthed from the God's Forbidden Zone by the Sun Chaser School and priced at millions of heavenly blood god stones will fall into my hands. The foundation is solid, and it is not a problem to break through the supreme peak all the way. He had a big plan, and for that fetish, he went on the field to fight against Valkyrie. He fixed his eyes on martial god, building up the boundless pressure of the vast sea of blood, in order to form a tyrannical mental oppression, and to see his details. However, there was no fluctuation in the martial god killing. A long river of killing swept over, countless corpses surrendered, and countless bloody weapons were broken. He is the embodiment of killing, the martial god of killing. There is no life in the sea of blood, and the destination of life. Facing martial killer, although Ling Hui was arrogant, he didn't slacken the slightest bit. The domain was built, his blood was spreading, the breath of death was permeating, and the terrifying waves beat and submerged martial killer directly. The power of death is penetrating. Facing the power of the sea of blood, martial god is like a humble and insignificant person in the sea, powerless to resist natural disasters. Ling Hui is the king who has created consecutive victories in hundreds of battles. How can you compare to him? With the great power of Ling Haizong watching the battle, he is full of confidence in Ling Hui. Kill. No matter what move you use or what kind of vision you build, the god of war killer only has the word to kill, and he immediately steps out with a giant sword, and the boundless killing power directly cuts into the sea of blood. Delusion to use killing means to deal with me is useless. Ling Hui manipulates the sea of blood, and he is extremely good at using the power of the domain. Many people are staring at this battle. The battle between the former king of 100 battles and the sudden emergence of the god of war, the two peak powerhouses, is the most shocking. Die. The moment he slashed with his sword, he shattered everything, with the divine power to destroy any life. The moment he slashed into the sea of blood with his sword, the huge sword shattered countless blood mist, and unexpectedly swept the sea of blood with him. Boom. Of course Ling Hui could feel the oppression that martial god brought to him was very strong, and he was not afraid. He slapped out one after another divine power with both hands, soaring into the sky. A huge blood-colored god condensed out of the sea of blood, and grabbed at the giant hand of martial god. Killing Valkyrie strikes, he doesn't care about your fancy supernatural powers, he just killed him with a cold sword. The bloody god tried to resist the sword from killing Valkyrie, but with a bang, the entire huge body returned to the sea of blood. Ling Hui wanted to reunite, but suddenly a deadly danger swept his heart. He suddenly saw that wearing black armor and with no visible face, the martial killing god slashed down like a martial killing god, and his simple moves contained deadly killing techniques. The moment the giant sword fell, the sky and the earth became dark. The blood of heaven. His huge sea of blood shrank suddenly and condensed into a palm. Although the area was smaller, it conveyed even more terrifying power. Kill everything. Killing martial god smashed the bloody palm with a single sword, and with a bang, the moment his palm collapsed, he was submerged in the boundless sea of blood. With these kinds of magical operations, Ling Hui has almost reached the point where it can be called good fortune. Humph. I can win all kinds of battles, and the means I have mastered are not something you can guess with common sense. A smile appeared on Ling Hui's face. He knew that martial god killing was extremely powerful in killing methods, so he deliberately lured him into his own trap. But his smile froze in the next moment. In the sea of blood, the figure of the god of martial slaughter burst out directly, and the great slaughter technique turned into a death slaughter technique, and the glorious glory of the martial arts was created and staged at this moment. Killing martial god cut and killed, Ling Hui couldn't defend himself with all his strength. Ling Hui's face changed in surprise. Why is this person's killing technique so powerful, stronger than him? And fear appeared in the depths of his heart, as if facing an irresistible god of killing. He spit out a mouthful of blood suddenly, and the blood light once again enveloped and swept across. Kill, funeral. As if the sound of a funeral bell, the attack of the martial god was too terrifying, and the épée struck out with a single strike. How come? A crack appeared on Ling Hui's head, his eyes were full of disbelief, and then his whole body was torn apart. Killing Valkyrie stood calmly, regardless of the various voices in the audience. He was bloody, cruel, and ruthless. #C1155 Extreme Pressing. In the duel between the strong, sometimes the winner and the loser can be separated, and it may only be a matter of an instant. Martial god killed Ling Hui, leaving him without a chance to escape, and the 500,000 divine stones also belonged to Xuanhuan, and even all the wealth on him belonged to Xuanhuan. At this moment, the shock he caused was greater than the birth of a king of hundreds of battles. His method of beheading souls is too shocking, simple, and sharp, without a trace of fancy. It is completely made for killing. Xuanhuan saw that there was no fluctuation on his face. King of 100 battles, Ling Hui just died like this? In the auditorium, many people hadn't recovered from the shock. Looking at the martial god in the battlefield, no matter how many heavenly blood divine stones they took out, no one would dare to fight him. Has no one dared to fight? The god of war is also very happy. The strength of the martial god represents the power of the gods, and the glory he created is also the glory of the gods. Many people fell silent. Although there are still 3 heavens and 4 heavens and above, according to the rules, they are not allowed to challenge. Ling Hui's death was too miserable, too wronged. Many strong men also came to Ling Haizong. Seeing Ling Hui's tragic death, they all gritted their teeth, with hatred in their hearts. You must know that with the strength of Ling Hui, it is very possible to break through to the supreme fifth heaven in the future, adding great power to Ling Haizong. However, to die like this, the loss is too great. That martial god is still so arrogant on the battlefield. If I can't make a move, I really want to kill him. Ling Haizong's hatred was overwhelming. The supreme second heaven can challenge the martial god. The winner will take away all his wealth. Chu Yuan's indifferent voice suddenly spread out at this moment. God of War was also taken aback. Your Majesty is extremely confident in the strength of the martial god. Although that Ling Hui claims to be able to fight against the second heaven. But the realm of the second heaven is much higher than that of the first heaven, and the comprehension of the laws is completely different. Even Ling Hui needs to do his best to deal with it. This is to squeeze out the ultimate strength of Valkyrie Killer. If you want to let the first level fight against the second level, the people behind it are too confident. You know, the wealth of the martial god is astonishing. If you kill him, the wealth you get will be crazy. The Shura martial arts arena was seething. Take out 500,000 heavenly blood god stones, and the martial god will fight Chong Tian. Chu Yuan added. He just wants to let the Valkyrie kill at the limit. Deputy Suzerain, that person is presumptuous. I feel that he is telling us on purpose. Ling Hui doesn't only have 500,000 heavenly blood god stones on him. This is our best chance to get it back. The experts of Ling Hai sect gathered together, speaking with hatred. If it was still the first level, the strongest Ling Hui of their Ling Hai sect would be dead, and absolutely no one would dare to fight him, but they would dare to let the stronger second level. That man has the aura of a domineering emperor, I know. He wants to use the extreme experience of a strong man in a life-and-death fight to train that martial god. The strong man of Ling Haizong said coldly, take back Ling Hui's wealth and defend the glory of my Ling Haizong. Who of you dare to fight him? Deputy Suzerain, I will fight him. A strong man with a dark face said immediately. They came to the sun-chasing sect this time, originally to buy a lot of treasures, and for the safety of the road, so many strong people came. Okay, Lingjiu, your strength is also at the peak in the second heaven, so it's up to you to defend the glory of the sect, said the deputy suzerain. Give it to me. Lingjiu yelled loudly. He teleported into the battlefield suddenly, and looked at the god of valor with a gloomy gaze. You are very arrogant, the master behind you is more confident in you, let you fight the second heaven, this is to make you court death. Kill. Kill. Valkyrie always has only one kill word in response to his opponent. His black armored figure blatantly charged out, the épée was astonishingly powerful, and his reckless killing intent galloped out, and a ray of sword light slashed out in the midst of the massacre. Well done, I will let you know the power of the second heaven. Lingjiu is not afraid at all, a level higher than that crushes people to death, he pushes with both hands, and the peerless ultimate move bursts out, standing in the air, each palm is like the deep ocean, with infinite power. Hu! Killing the cold wind, the sword of the martial god immediately made the battlefield dark. He slashed the sword directly, and the profound meaning of killing already existed in his soul and flesh, and the monstrous killing intent even suppressed the power of Lingjiu. This martial god is too fierce. Everyone marveled at the ferocity of Valkyrie, what kind of will supported his fearlessness. They all saw that Valkyrie's slaughter came out completely regardless of his own cost, and others used the smallest cost to severely injure their opponents. But he is not. In order to be able to kill his opponent, he can pay the greatest price. At this moment, even Lingjiu suddenly felt a kind of fear in his heart. Joke, how can I be scared by you? With the movement of Lingjiu, every stroke of his palm force washed the sky and penetrated into the depths of time and space. However, martial killer chopping his sword again and again, and the cruel fighting in the demon-suppressing tower every day has already made him fearless of life and death, and he will not frown when the knife cuts on him. His style of play is that either he dies or the opponent dies. This kind of person who regards his own life as nothing is the most frightening. Think about it, people who don't even care about their own lives are not surprised by any crazy actions. Lingju, be careful. The strong man of Linghazong shouted. They found that they still underestimated the martial god killer. This kind of strong man should be cultivated in any sect, but the existence behind him completely disregarded his life and death, and practiced in the most cruel way. Killing Valkyrie deeply remembered His Majesty's words. If he dies, the title of martial god will fall to someone else. He grasped martial god Slaughter tightly, slashing out fierce killing moves and costly secret techniques one after another. War God will never let His Majesty down. Once Kill Marshal is released, he will be a demon that everyone fears. Blood oozed from his black armor, his own blood. This is a forbidden technique regardless of life and death. If he can't kill Lingju before his power is exhausted, he will die. You're crazy. Lingju drank a lot. Facing the extremely threatening attack of the Valkyrie killer, he also yelled angrily, "Okay, play hard with me, let's see how long you can fight. My realm is always stronger than you, and you can't beat me when you play consumption." He also knew that if he didn't fight, the other party could fight him to death. In terms of potential, he is not as good as killing Valkyrie, but he also has the biggest advantage. Both are working hard. Many people in the auditorium said nervously. Your Majesty. God of War couldn't help feeling a little worried. He could see that if Martial God Killer didn't choose to go all out, even if he was defeated, Lingju couldn't kill him, but His Majesty made Martial God Killer choose this way. Slaughter Martial God is the 9 martial gods of divine martial arts. If they don't sublimate in the killing, they will die in the killing. This is the fate I gave them. Xuanhuan was indifferent and ruthless. Kill. The power of the killing god of war was also stimulated to the extreme at this moment. The blood-black brilliance was the color of death, allowing him to inject power into the killing god's sword with the simple will of life or death, and unleash the strongest killing technique. Fight with me, and I will fight with you. After a short confrontation, the fight was so fierce, Lingju roared, he couldn't dodge the sword, he had to fight him. Time stood still at this moment, and amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the battle between him and the Valkyrie killer was also decided. #C1156-1 net out. The storm dissipated, and the sword of Valkyrie was directly inserted into Lingju's head, and his body was almost crushed by Lingju. But Martial God didn't care, he was still alive, his body didn't seem to be his, and he didn't frown at the pain. In the experience of the demon-suppressing tower, he has experienced too much such a frontline of life and death, eating and drinking frequently. Lingju is dead, and he actually beheaded a second heaven. Many people were shocked. Lingju is not an ordinary second heaven, but has reached its peak. Of course, if he had just entered the second heaven, he wouldn't let Martial Killer work so hard. You can come back. Xuanhuan said. Martial God took away all the wealth, and when he walked out of the battlefield, his body was still dripping with blood, and every step he took was covered with blood marks. He didn't let out a scream in such pain. Is he really a human? Many people trembled. Your Majesty, this is all the spoils that Martial God has won in this battle. Martial Killer handed over all the trophies to Xuanhuan, and all those killed by him had more than 2 million sacred stones. He didn't feel reluctant at all, and the Empire paid too much for cultivating him. The 2 million heavenly blood divine stones also made God of War gasp. He worked hard to mine and got so much. Of course, I also understand that even if Martial Killer continues to play, no one in the first and second heavens will dare to fight him. I'm very satisfied. Xuanhuan gave him a bottle of Supreme God healing potion to recover. Let's go. He left the Heavenly Blood God stone with Martial Killer. Many people watched them leave with deep greed in their eyes, but when they thought that such a powerful slaughter warrior god was so cruel, how powerful the people behind him would be. Slaying Valkyrie. The strong man of Ling Haizong also roared at this moment, I, Ling Haizong, and you are inseparable. Others also understand very well, after all, Ling Haizong has suffered a lot this time. Let's go too. The strong Ling Haizong gritted his teeth. Outside Juri City, the experts of Ling Haizong were returning at full speed. Deputy Sect Master, what should we do? The loss this time is so great that we can't explain it to the suzerain master. Ling Hui Lingju died in battle, and they plundered a large number of Heavenly Blood God stones. Their faces were very ugly. My status is likely to be unstable because of this. The deputy suzerain looked gloomy. Although there is no half-day Dao in the Linghai sect, he is not only the deputy suzerain of the Supreme Fifth Heaven, but also some elders are watching his position. This time when the news was sent back to the sect, he was likely to be attacked by his opponent, and he would lose his position as the deputy suzerain and become an elder. The treatment of elders and deputy suzerains is completely different. We have to save the situation. Someone said. That's right, now there is only a remedy for the dead. The death of Ling Hui Lingju is inevitable. Now we must find out the forces behind the martial god killer and gather the power of Ling Haizong in the Tianxue ancient mine. Here, how much do I have? I have a friend who is not weaker than me, and I can ask them for help. Now, he can only make up for the loss as much as possible. The person who came with the martial god, although his strength was unfathomable, he didn't feel the aura of the half-day way. Otherwise, the entire Linghai sect would not dare to think of revenge. That's the only way to do it. When they were on their way, they stopped suddenly and looked at the three people who appeared in front of them. Their expressions suddenly changed drastically. It's you. The vice suzerain uttered a stern voice, and someone actually blocked their way back. It was Xuanhuan, and the other party actually intercepted and killed them on the way. Isn't it enough to kill my Linghai sect powerhouse in the martial arts arena? You still want to intercept and kill me halfway and catch them all? He calmed himself down. Boom. But in that instant, Xuanhuan's giant magic hand fell, dark clouds gathered, thunder and lightning flickered, and the void thunder hand brought doomsday fluctuations, directly bombarding the deputy lord of Linghai sect. Xuanhuan was ruthless and direct in his work. If you can cut the weeds and eradicate the roots, there will never be one left. I'll deal with him. Fu Hai's big handprint was printed, and the vice president knew that the other party was coming with the intention of killing. Of all the people present, he was the only one who could confront the other party. Although he is also the Supreme Five Heavens, his strength is far from controlling a tribe like Yele's ruling. The sea-covering handprint just hit Xuanhuan's void thunder hand and collapsed immediately. His body also shook with a thunderbolt, and intense pain swept through his heart. Deputy Suzerain. The others shouted anxiously. Xuanhuan attacked again, the sky was shaking, the majestic and invincible momentum, he was the only one, he was too domineering, and the hand of God fell with one move. I am not his opponent. The vice suzerain was deeply oppressed, and his face showed fear. The next moment, he turned around and ran away. But at this time, the void was completely locked, and it was all under Xuanhuan's control. He ran no matter what, making his face pale, and the moment the hand of God fell, his whole body suffered an indescribable blow. Ah! He uttered a tragic cry, forgive others and forgive others. I, Ling Haizong, are not easy to mess with. Eternal ages are empty, no one survives. Xuanhuan's god's hand wiped out everything and fell on the deputy suzerain, squeezing him like a bean in a millstone. No magical power or secret method could escape the control of this power. With another palm, the soul of the sect master was shattered. Xuanhuan rolled his hand, condensed into a pure divine power, penetrated into the body of martial god, and said, "Martial god, this time you have one honor and a lot of resources for the gods, and I will give you the reward of breaking through the second heaven." When this supreme energy was injected into the body of Valkyrie Killing, his heart of asking questions is as firm as the god of war, and he takes killing as his main way, directly breaking through to the realm of the second heaven. "Don't kill us." Seeing the deputy suzerain being directly obliterated by others, this group of people trembled with fear. It was too terrifying. No wonder they were able to cultivate such an existence as the martial god. Great Soul Technique. A soul gate appeared above Xuanhuan's head. He originally wanted to kill this group of people directly and refine them into energy, but after a second thought, he cast the Great Soul Technique, and the violent soul power directly rushed into the souls of this group of people, directly destroying their consciousness. This kind of violent power to destroy consciousness makes them lose their own thoughts, and they are completely walking corpses. "I have seen His Majesty." They knelt down mechanically, their eyes blank. "The Great Soul Technique is too terrifying," God of War said. He has heard that after the Great Soul Technique has been cultivated to an extremely high level, it can tamper with other people's memories and change their beliefs. And Xuanhuan kept them alive precisely because there are too many people needed for mining recently. He doesn't need these people to have the possibility of cultivation and promotion, he only needs to obey orders with absolute loyalty. The speed of mining with Supreme is very fast. Xuanhuan rolled his hands, and flew like lightning, traveling through the void, and returned to the Xuanhuan mining area. #C1157 Consciousness Obliteration. Xuanhuan mining area. Many strong men are located at the bottom, waiting for orders. God of War, you lead the army to Zhejialei. I have a soul servant to go to the Linghezong mining area with thunderous speed and capture the opponent. Remember, I don't need you to kill a lot in this battle. What I want is prisoners. Capture them for me. The more you have, the better. Shen Chao is short of manpower. Xuanhuan ordered quickly. He had captured a lot of strong people from the Linghai sect before, and by browsing their memories, he had already accurately known the distribution of the strong people from the Linghai sect in the Tianxue ancient mine. Killing one of their deputy lords had wiped out their power in the mining area more than half. He is really short of manpower right now. There are many mining areas, but there are not enough people to mine them by hand. The rules in the Tianxue ancient mine are very cruel, and the eternal theme is plunder and killing. Yes. The year ruling was also exciting. This is the first time it has served for the gods, so it must be done beautifully. Go. Xuanhuan waved. The army went out. Xuanhuan leaned on his throne, his eyes were wise, and he thought a lot at this moment. About a few days later, the army returned from the expedition, and a large number of captives were sealed with mana, and they were escorted back to the Xuanhuan mining area neatly. Kneel down and pay homage to our God Emperor. The God of War suppressed these captives. Some soldiers kicked some tough legs fiercely. The God of War said, "Live up to your Majesty's order, the mining area of Linghezong has been captured by us, except for those who were killed in the resistance. All the prisoners are already here, and their spoils in the mining area have also been brought back. Your Majesty, this time it's a great harvest." He is also happy. Sure enough, only plunder can get more resources. Using bandits is only the most common and low-level method. It is said that every once in a while, the real powerful forces in the Tianxue ancient mine would send out a large army to sweep them away, taking all the resources from those weak forces and concentrating them in their own hands, making themselves stronger and stronger. Those small powers have been plundered, and they are also dumb eating Coptus, unable to tell what they are suffering. A large amount of trophies were piled up in front of Xuanhuan, and he also nodded. Counting what martial god won in the Shura martial arena before, a total of 4 to 5 million heavenly blood god stones were placed in front of his eyes. When I was in Tianduan Mountain, I couldn't even imagine it. On the spot, the ancestor of the crocodile turtle used tricks to snatch a sacred stone by means of celebrating his birthday. Of course, that's not surprising. The snapping turtle ancestor didn't have the ability to mine, and he didn't dare to come to the mining area alone. Devil, you plunder my Ling Heizong like this, our power cannot let you go. That day, when they were attacked by God of War, the people of Ling Heizong were stunned. God of War led the army, like a demon god descending from heaven, and swept them directly. Before they had time to react, they were destroyed. Looking at the existence on the throne, they trembled deeply. Hey! Yele shouted in judgment, how dare you be disrespectful, I'll crush your heads. Consciousness obliteration. Xuanhuan directly collapsed their consciousness with the Great Soul technique, turning them into obedient tools. He needs to be a group for mining. Then he waved his hand, exile them to the mining area, and mine these ancient mines in the shortest possible time. At the same time, the mining area of Ling Heizong was wiped out by others, and all the living people were captured and reduced to slaves. Why did it die so suddenly? Although Ling Heizong didn't have a half-day way, it was considered top in this area. Who killed them? I don't know. Who can tell what happened in the Tianxue ancient mine? But being able to destroy the Ling Heizong mining area shows that they are very strong and definitely not weak. Sect Master Linghai is going to vomit blood this time. Sect Master Linghai is also very strong. He was only a little bit close to comprehending Ban Tian Dao. He once fought against Ban Tian Dao and left safely. I don't know how he will deal with it. This time he suffered a heavy loss. In the Tianxue ancient mine, today either you will kill me, or I will kill you. The news that the Ling Heizong mining area was destroyed also caused quite a shock. Except for being surprised by who destroyed the Ling Heizong mining area, no one felt strange. After all, there were too many such things. Of course you should not offend others, but having resources is the original sin. Qi Feng, how many materials are needed to refine the hemolytic poisonous mist? Xuanhuan did not leave the mining area immediately, and came to the place where his sole servant, Qi Feng, was researching. Owner. Qi Feng knelt down. The hemolytic poisonous mist needs a lot of blood poison, and the more poisonous the blood poison, the better. There is no shortage of materials, but what is lacking is severe blood poison. As long as there is enough blood poison, I can prepare more blood poison for the master. Awesome. Qi Feng is good at the way of poison. This kind of hemolytic poison can dissolve the mana of the strong. I will gather for you. Xuanhuan said. In a blink of an eye, a month later. Haha, I have finally succeeded in cultivating the Supreme Peak realm, and the next step is to comprehend the half-day way that belongs to my Yele ruling. During this period of time, Xuanhuan consumed 2 million heavenly blood divine stones on Yele's judgment to push its cultivation to the peak. Yuri's ruling. Xuanhuan instantly appeared in front of it. See your majesty. Although it was forced to take refuge in Shenwu, the benefits it got were real. If there is no supply of Xuanhuan's large resources, it does not know how long it will take to cultivate to the highest peak. It worshipped Thor so many times, but it didn't get such a big benefit. This is what my judgment of Yele really needs to believe in. Yurli ruled secretly. I think you should have determined your own half-day way. Xuanhuan smiled. At this moment, he is benevolent and peaceful, and he is completely free from the cruelty of suppressing Yele's ruling. I have already realized the power of Ban Tian Dao. There are thousands of lightning methods, but I understand that with my talent, I can only choose one: Thunder Master Killing, God Tribulation, and many other powers, and I have to choose the one of judgment. Ray, judge everything. At this moment, Yele's verdict became wild with excitement. Use my thunder method to judge all enemies who disrespect His Majesty and threaten Xuanhuan. The thunder of judgment. Xuanhuan pondered for a moment, nodded and said, the power of judgment is also a kind of fierce heaven, which is in line with the attribute of Leifa. Walk on this road well. As for the others, I will give you the greatest help and let you arrive as soon as possible. Here. With the flick of his fingers, a magic pill arrived in front of Yele's ruling. This is a top-notch, half-heaven-dao divine pill. Yele Judgment's eyes turned red the moment he saw this magic pill, and he couldn't hide his greed. It can clearly perceive the pure attributes in this divine elixir, which is of great benefit to it in cultivating lightning techniques. It can greatly shorten the time it takes for it to comprehend half the way of heaven, and make its foundation stable again. At this moment, it feels extremely happy. If it had been known earlier, it would have been of such great benefit. Why would it have been beaten up by His Majesty before, and surrendered early? Cultivate hard, become a half-day Taoist, and become the Judgment Thunder Beast of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan smiled. 9 half-heaven Dao divine pills. 5 to his own woman. 1 was given to God of War, 1 was given to Lu Qianfu, 1 was given to Killing Valkyrie, and the last one was given to Yele Judgment, which is gone. However, if Yele's ruling can achieve a half-day way, the benefits will be too great. Come here, I have something to tell you. #C1158 March, the new forbidden zone of the gods. I will enter the Shinda mining area. Xuanhuan looked at the strong men who had been summoned, and said slowly. Shinda mining area? Where? God of War asked. Right here. Xuanhuan waved his hand to transform the miniature map, transforming a large area, and pointed to a location. God's Forbidden Zone. The God of War blurted out, and immediately said, I have heard about it. It is a huge forbidden zone of the gods. It is said to be half the size of Tianduan Mountain. It was torn apart by the endless void thousands of years ago and revealed. There, it is extremely dangerous. And there are half-day Taoist forces exploiting it, such as the sun-chasing god sect is also there. God's Forbidden Zone contains too many treasures, this is a consensus. The area that Xuanhuan went to before can only be regarded as a small restricted area, but this one is a large restricted area. In fact, the forces of Tianduan City are also mining there, but after thousands of years, the area explored is only 1/10. As far as I know, the Jurishan Zone once excavated some ancient relics there, and even got a few half-day artifacts, but it was also dangerous. Once, they tried to go deeper and lost more than half of their hands, including a supreme peak. Xuanhuan knew the danger there. However, even if it is in danger, Xinqiao still has to develop it. The speed of consumption of the heavenly blood god stone is too fast, and the income is far from keeping up with the income. Xuanhuan said. Don't look at the fact that he got several million yuan at once, but the Yele ruling alone cost 2 million yuan. It's far from enough to support him for a long time, let alone how much he will use. If you want the strong to maintain a high rate of promotion, resources must keep up. Such as God of War and Martial God, in fact, they are very firm in their own way. What they lack is a large number of resources to support them. And those who want to quickly promote the supreme powerhouse are very precious. Xinqiao really wants to develop a new mining area. God of War said firmly. Yes, new mining areas must be developed. Let's go there. Yele's ruling is firmer. It deeply knows that once a large amount of ore is mined, at least half of the resources will be provided exclusively to it. For a long time it has longed for this realm, for too long. There are few people left in the mining area here. After 3 days, follow me to the Forbidden Zone of God. Mining in the restricted area of the gods is bound to encounter terrible dangers. This time, Qu Yuan captured a large number of captives of Ling Heizong, and it happened to be the time to use their lives to mine resources. When it comes to the amount of cannon fodder, Hell Sky has the most. Thinking of this, Qu Yuan became even more curious about Hell Sky. Although Hell Days and Multi-Days are at war, many powerhouses also like to go deep into Hell and capture a lot of cannon fodder. Ahead is the Forbidden Zone of God. After 3 days of preparation, Qu Yuan personally led most of the troops to the God's Forbidden Zone. Before they got close, an extremely dangerous aura came out from there. Look very far. What a huge mining area it was, surrounded by thick blood mist. The ground showed a frightening crimson color, as if it had been stained red by countless blood. In the strange forbidden zone of the gods, apart from the sky-blood beasts, the greater danger is the various restrictions inside and the aftermath of the ancient war. Some of the powers left by the gods of heaven are eternal. Not to mention supreme, even a strong man with a half-day way should be careful walking here. At the beginning of the exploration, the periphery is relatively safe, but as the exploration deepens, danger will be everywhere. Advance slowly, follow behind me, and look for mineral veins with abundant resources. Boom! The moment Qu Yuan stepped into the God's Forbidden Zone, an endless bloody storm swept in, mixed with the aftermath of terrifying power, which would tear everyone who stepped here alive. The power of shelter suddenly turned into a shield to protect everyone. The environment here is even more weird, and there are traces of the aftermath of the war everywhere. After stepping into a certain depth, more sky-blood beasts fought over, but just as they approached the army, they were all swallowed up by a black hole, and they could only let out a mournful cry. The sacred stone resources here are not rich yet. Qu Yuan cut open a mountain range with one finger, and found a lot of sacred stones, but they were a little more than the one mined before, and it was not worth Xuanhu spending a lot of time mining here. He can't see it. Go deeper. Qu Yuan didn't stop. This God's Forbidden Zone is too big. Although there are half-heavenly forces like Sun Chaser Sect and Tianduan City stationed there, it is impossible for their power to monopolize the entire field. There are too many areas that they have not stepped into. Going deeper will be more dangerous. God of War secretly said. You don't need to take action now. I will take action to resist the natural disasters here. Qu Yuan was concentrating all his attention, and he couldn't relax in the slightest. In such a large forbidden zone of gods, the blood of the gods of heaven penetrated, and some veins were buried deep underground. Soon, they penetrated more than 1/10 of the area. A deep blood mist shrouded the front, and the unique breath suppressed the soul's perception to a limit. Even if Qu Yuan had a great soul skill, it was difficult to see through the picture inside the blood mist. Click, click, click. As they walked towards the blood fog, they stepped on bones from time to time. Some of these bones were left not long ago, and some were left from an older period. They were sheltered by the breath of heavenly blood, and they were not completely decayed. God of War also felt a deep chill at this time. And at this time, don't use the void shuttle or fly randomly, because you don't know where there will be the aftermath of the gods and spirits that will last forever, and you will have no place to complain if you are strangled. This is the truth that countless people have explored with their lives. Fortunately, although Qu Yuan does not travel through the void, he has the gate of the void and is extremely sensitive to the dangers in the void. They walked along the way, and did not see other forces. After all, although this place is large, many people are actually fixed in one direction, and they will not change directions at will after they have not exhausted the resources on one side. Unfamiliar places represent unpredictable dangers. Endless origin. Qu Yuan sensed the place with the strongest breath of heavenly blood with his endless origin. After advancing slowly for about half a month, Qu Yuan stopped suddenly. The edge of Renhuang's sword instantly illuminated an area, and he directly slashed at the ground in front of him. Boom! The earth split open, and endless blood burst out. Inside the cracks, the heavenly blood god stones shone brightly like jewels, making people unable to move their eyes away. There are a lot of heavenly blood divine stones. If you look at them casually, you can divide them into thousands of pieces. Yearly Judgment's eyes widened. This is a place rich in resources. Set up a camp and build a mining area. The army will stay here to mine temporarily. At the same time, Yele ordered you to lead people to slowly clean up the dangers in the surrounding area. Chuyuan's solemn face, for many days, finally showed a smile at this moment. #C1159 Shinzo. The opening of a new mining area, especially in the dangerous environment of God's Forbidden Zone, where many unknown and dangerous environments awaited them. Although Chuyuan was guarding this place, he still encountered many terrible dangers within 2 months, and even the god of war almost fell once. Your Majesty, in the past 2 months, we have lost 1/10 of the slaves we used for mining, but the monthly mining volume has also reached an astonishing 100,000 yuan, especially this month. Mining in half a month we paid 70,000 yuan, and even discovered some ancient treasures. God of War organizes recent mining gains. The reserves of divine stones in the forbidden area of the gods are too large, and at the same time, they are also dangerous. If Chuyuan hadn't sent troops to destroy the Linghazong mining area before, there would not have been enough slaves for mining. Consolidate the existing mining area, and then gradually develop towards the surrounding areas. I don't need you to be fast. The most important thing is stability. Chuyuan said. I understand. God of War is still very reassuring. Soon it will be 3 months. The mining is still very stable, and the number is rising every month. If things go on like this place will become the main source of the God Stone. Chuyuan sorted out his recent income. Part of it was used for the cultivation of the strong in the mining area, and some of it was brought back when he returned to Shenqiao. Boom! Suddenly one day, an earth-shattering shock occurred in the mining area. The infinite void was shattered, a crimson beam of light rushed straight, and in an instant, the boundless crimson aura spread out crazily. They dug up something. Chuyuan didn't think about it, and quickly sealed the wave of fluctuations with the sealing door, and then he came to the mining site. What happened? Chuyuan looked at a void that was constantly gushing out red power. Your Majesty, we don't know either. It seems that a layer of seal has been broken, and it is the breath of another time and space. Jejir was terrified. This fluctuation came too suddenly, swallowing many slaves in an instant. Fortunately, His Majesty stopped it with a seal in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Let me take a look. Chuyuan's eyes evolved into void. He suddenly saw a layer of chaotic turbulence in the void, reaching the depths of the dimension, and said, there is a small alien space here, and it is the excavation brought about by mining that has affected the balance of time and space, causing the breath inside to rush away. Come out. Small alien space. Yele's eyes lit up. This is in the Heavenly Blood ancient mine. The laws are powerful, and anyone who can resist the Heavenly Blood rules and open up a small alien space must have a half-day cultivation base. Follow me in and have a look. In Chuyuan's seal, the aura inside is still constantly colliding. Such a different dimension often also represents fortune by chance. He used the power of the void to balance the chaotic time and space. Behind him, the god of war, the god of Valkyrie, and Yele judgment immediately followed. The world in this time and space is not very big, desolate and ancient. Without a trace of vitality, there is the power of heaven, which resists the erosion from the breath of heavenly blood. Could it be that this is left by the existence in the Tianxue ancient mine before the ancient era? God of War guessed. I don't think so. Yele rolled and shook his head. I feel that the aura here is not that old, and the aura of the heavenly blood ancient mine is still very recognizable. The existence that opened up this space is indeed as guessed by the Yele ruling, and it is not that old. Xuanhuan said. He walked at a constant speed, as if he had reached the center of this space. Suddenly a blazing sun swept out of his eyes, as if he saw the sun rise one day, and it turned out to be an ancient palace. This palace stands there, like a day of death, and the day of panic is inviolable. A palace? Yele Judgment widened his eyes. This should be the most precious treasure in this time and space. They took a few steps forward, and there was a bang. Suddenly, there were 9 rounds of blazing sun-like light rushing out of the palace. When they looked carefully, they found that they were actually 9 gods wearing sun armor. Each of the 9 god generals has a big red flag in their hands, and when it is gently shaken, it has the power to burn all things. With a bang, the entire space turned into a sea of flames. That doesn't seem to be a real creature. The god of war shouted in surprise when he saw the 9 generals. I can also see that these 9 banners are a set of artifacts, and these 9 generals are the spirits of the artifacts. They are used to protect the temple. They are so powerful, and each artifact is supreme. The best 9 pieces form an array, bursting out with a power comparable to that of a half-day divine weapon. Yele Judgment is well informed, and instantly sensed the power of the 9 artifacts. Half-Heaven Dao artifact. The god of war was greatly moved. This kind of artifact can be called the foundation of the country, and every time you get one, the national power will increase greatly. Of course Xuanhuan could tell that this set of artifacts was actually far inferior to the war demon giant axe. However, possessing the power of half-heavenly artifacts represents their extraordinariness, and it is worth his shot. The guards on the outside use this kind of artifact, so what's inside? The power under his sole control grabbed at the 9 artifacts at this moment. The scorching sun and sky flames were burning crazily, and the 9 gods formed a formation. Immediately, the monstrous and terrifying flames burned towards Xuanhuan, but it reached him. At the same time, there is also a kind of hot flame against the impact. Your Majesty's way of fire is so powerful. Ye was stunned by the ruling. After taking refuge in Xuanhuan, it has already seen too much power of the God Emperor, such as thunder and lightning, void, devouring, sealing, all kinds of things, and now it sees the power of a domineering and staunch flame. It also feels weird to me. That is, His Majesty does not specialize in these ways, but controls them with a domineering and invincible force. The power to control, Yele Judgment murmured. At this moment, the flames of the 9 gods general had surrounded Xuanhuan. The gate of fire. The portal of the flames sucked in all the flames, and Xuanhuan stepped forward. His palms obliterated the bodies of the 9 figures, and they all collapsed in an instant. The 9 flags also fell to the ground with a bang. A set of treasures, comparable to a half-day artifact. Xuanhuan was not afraid of the divine power of the flames above. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed one of them and looked at it carefully. There is a word written in distorted flame script on the flag, but Xuanhuan has read many books. It is difficult to recognize what is written on it. It seems to be a kind of script of heaven. It is difficult to recognize. The background of the divine dynasty has been strengthened again. Ares rejoices. Tens of millions of sacred stones were mined, but none of them could match this set of divine tools. He naturally knew that the Shenqiao was now facing strong pressure from the heavenly Nirvana kingdom. The 9 flags are not the only ones. Let me see what's in the palace. When Xuanhuan opened the gate, it was as if he had come to the purgatory of flames and saw something enshrined on a high altar. #C1160, the treasure key of the God of Heaven. In the raging flames of the temple, on the altar above, there is a red crystal-like key about 10 feet long, and the force of the fierce flame is spreading towards the surroundings. A bunch of keys? God of War's face moved slightly. He didn't feel any fluctuations of the artifact from the key. He guessed, does this key represent some kind of treasure? With the power of the sky-high flames emitted by the key, as a courtier, he wanted to check for His Majesty whether there was any danger here. Suddenly, he held the key with his broad palm and wanted to take it off the altar. The key was taken by him. But after only a moment, he suddenly withdrew his hand. He looked at his palm and it was scorched black. The whole body was almost ignited, and he said in surprise, "What kind of flame is this? It's so fierce and powerful that I can't even get the key with my strength. God of War, there is a power of heaven on this key, you can't pick it up." Xuanhuan came to the key and picked it up casually. He controls the flame gate and possesses the great devouring technique. No matter how powerful this kind of power similar to the flame of heaven is, it will definitely not be able to help him. Seeing His Majesty taking out the key easily, God of War couldn't help but let out a cry of exclamation. Ding! The scan was successful. The system suddenly made a sound, and said in a voice that only Xuanhuan could hear, "The key to the treasure of the God of Heaven, hold this key, and you can open the treasure house left by the God of Heaven and get the treasure inside it." The key to the treasure of the God of Heaven. Xuanhuan looked sharply. Could it be that the treasure is in this alien space? No, I didn't feel the aura of the treasure, but from the treasure key, I sensed that the location is very far away from me. As long as any treasure is stained with the word Tian Dao Shen, it will be terrible. The location is in the true sun. System way. True sunny day. So far away. Xuanhuan said to himself. He naturally knew that to go to the true sun heaven, he had to cross the promised star sea first, and then after a long distance, he could reach the true sun heaven. At his speed, it will take a while. Ding! The current branch line has been released, and the time-limited task is to obtain the treasure of the God of Heaven within 5 years. If it exceeds the time, it is considered that the branch line has not been completed. At this moment, the system issued a side mission. This is to let me get the treasure of the God of Heaven within 5 years. Xuanhuan has obtained the system for so many years, and he knows that the more tasks, with special requirements, the richer the rewards will be. Okay, leaving this alien time and space, I already know that this key represents an ancient treasure, but the location of the treasure is not here. Xuanhuan left here. After returning to the mining area, I will return to Xinqiao in 3 days, and the mining in the mining area will be temporarily abandoned. Xuanhuan began to order. Yilei ruled, God of War, all of you will return to the God dynasty together with me. The mining of the mining area will not be carried out during this period. I have a bigger matter, which is far more important than mining. Now I am facing the world. The threat of Nirvana, you need to go back with me to guard the gate of the country. Don't mine anymore. Ares was startled. Then I figured it out. His Majesty must have known the location of the treasure, and it is estimated that he will leave Xinqiao for a while, so he transferred all the experts back. All according to His Majesty's orders. Yelei decided to follow Xuanhuan, and the benefits he got were real. He naturally knew that he would become a half-day Taoist, and only His Majesty, the God Emperor, could help him. Now, it has to be obedient. The treasure of the God of Heaven. Xuanhuan waved people away and leaned on the throne. Not to mention the unknown benefits and rewards of the system, he is also looking forward to what a God of Heaven will leave inside the treasure. After returning to the divine dynasty, the God of War immediately rushed to the border heaven to guard against the heavenly nirvana. Yelei judgment did not reveal its own breath, it was dormant in the depths of the empire, as a hidden trump card. Tianye God dynasty, the offensive will not be far away. Before that, I must do something to break their war deployment. Xuanhuan's eyes piercing through the void fell fiercely into Tianye God's country. Of course he is not afraid of a heavenly nirvana divine kingdom, but behind this country is the heavenly nirvana divine sect's support. During this time, in order to target the divine corpse, a large number of powerful people have been mobilized from the divine sect, causing great pressure. And Xuanhuan also knew. Dao God's treasure that day, he must go there once before that, get a lot of treasures, and win this war. Tian Ye. Xuanhuan's voice was transmitted to the heavenly Nirvana kingdom by means of the supreme void. The terrified power brought a shocking pressure. In the heavenly Nirvana kingdom, cracks were opened in the void, and infinite lightning filled the air. The means of the divine martial god emperor. Seeing such a change suddenly, the powerhouse of Tian Ye kingdom was also taken aback, and sternly shouted, "What the hell is he going to do? Call me, there must be a purpose." The Lord Tian Ye also woke up from a deep closed state. "Outside Wanwu Tanyu, I'm waiting for you." Xuanhuan used his supernatural powers to transmit the voice mightily. At the same time, he appeared in Wanwu Tanyu, standing upright, waiting quietly. Wanwu Tanyu? That's not the border between Shenwu and Shenwu, confront Tanyu. According to our people's quick report, the Emperor Shenwu has appeared outside Wanwu Tanyu. One person appeared in Wanwu Tanyu. Is he doing this to challenge the king? The entire heavenly Nirvana kingdom shook. No need to guess. The Lord Tian Ye finished his retreat, and said coldly, "Shenwu God Emperor, I already know his thoughts. He wants to challenge me in Wanwu Tanyu, and fight with me at the border, and at the same time, he wants to let everyone in Tianduan Mountain Sea arrive. To fight the king, good idea." Someone snorted coldly, "My lord, I don't think you should pay attention to him. He is a struggling animal. He knows that we are dispatching troops. The Shenzong army is on an expedition. It is estimated that there will be a few years before the heavenly judgment Shaniai. When the time comes, we will eradicate him together. I do not believe that he is even more difficult to deal with than Ming Tsong." "No, you are wrong." Lord Tian Ye shook his head. "In my eyes, he is more difficult to deal with than Ming Tsong, and he must have the confidence to challenge me this time. Look, Ichen, there's no need to fight him, just let him wait." Someone said. "No, for this battle, the Emperor Shenwu is already building momentum. If the Lord does not fight, isn't he telling everyone that the Lord is afraid of him? This will have a huge impact on morale. Even Ming Tsong has been defeated by the Lord." Defeated, do you still need to be afraid of him? Some people are expressing different opinions. In my opinion, there must be a battle. First, the Shenzong army will not come in a short time. It is just a good time to use this battle to find out the strength of the Shenwu God Emperor. Second, we can also use his strength to make with a different response. If we can directly defeat him, we will win half of this battle. Don't forget that Tianduan Mountain doesn't want to see a single country dominate behind the scenes. Now that we are powerful, they are secretly supporting us. This battle, I have no reason not to fight. Shenwu, I am very curious about your strength. What kind of confidence do you have?" While the Lord Tian Ye was thinking, he had disappeared in an instant and appeared in Wanwu Tanyu. #C1161 Invitation to Battle. Wanwu Tanyu, the Emperor Shenwu God invites you to fight against the Lord of Nirvana. The entire Tianduan Mountain was boiling because of this sudden battle. This is a fight between the two kings of the God dynasty. After hearing the news, Supreme God Yunshi had a strange expression on his face. That martial arts is unpredictable, and he showed great mystery when he was on Tongshanshan Mountain, so this god also went to watch the battle. Shenwu God Emperor will fight with Tian Ye, Kingdom Lord in Wanwu Tanyu. After hearing the news, the members of Yuan Mazong and Chiyu Temple hurried to Wanwu Tanyu. They deeply knew that if Shenwu hadn't withstood the greatest pressure in front, they would have been unable to hold on, and they were also very curious about the strength of Shenwu God Emperor. Wanwu Tanyu. Shenwu. The Lord of Tian Ye looked at a supreme figure with stern eyes, and the magic power that disintegrated the will was contained in his voice. "Why bother to struggle and resist? Even Ming Tsong is not my opponent, and if you fail and escape, you will not be my opponent either. It's no good for me to fight in Tianduanshan. I don't need to say much about the rest. I invite you to fight today to give you a chance. If you can kill me, my empire will collapse without attack, and Xuanhuan will no longer be able to stop you for half a day. Chuyuan's calm voice had a strong dominance. Are these two heroes who command the empire of the gods really going to fight to the death? There are already strong people coming quickly. They saw the auras of the two emperors confronting each other, their forces colliding in the void, and their expressions changed rapidly. Although Lord Tianye had defeated Ming Tsang before, Ming Tsang was already in a certain situation of doom. And Shenwu, at this time, has an invisible power, which makes people look forward to it. Kill you. The aura of the Lord Tianye climbed to the peak at this moment, and said, okay, now my cultivation base is only a hair away from stepping into the real half-day way, let me take this step with your blood. Looking at Chuyuan, who seemed to be in control of everything, Lord Tianye knew deeply. This battle will be even more difficult than when he fought against Ming Tsang. But as the lord of a country, facing Chuyuan's direct invitation to fight, he could not retreat. This Danye's strength is very strong. Shui Chengwei was also watching, with a serious expression on his face. Your Majesty, he will definitely defeat his opponent. Yao Linger was full of confidence in Chuyuan. Although her cultivation has reached the highest level, she can't help in this kind of battle. This sky-like man is about to fight against the powerful god Lord Tianye. Shangguan Xiandao, your Majesty has no other way. He needs time, but Tianye will not give it to him. He wants to use this battle to tell Tianye that their current manpower is far from enough. If they want to defeat him, they must send more strong men. Show your strength and make your opponent more afraid. Your Majesty is delaying time. Luo Yueying nodded and said, Duertian is too far away from Tianduan Mountain. If His Majesty shows shocking strength in this battle, the opponent will redeploy and report to Tianye Divine Sect. Once again, His Majesty will plan again. Gain time. At this time, Jiuyou also left the customs, looked at Chuyuan, and said nothing. Brother Emperor. Chu Chenzi was beside the two sisters, also watching. Boom. But at this time, in an instant, the Lord Tianye showed his tyrannical strength. Without talking nonsense with Chuyuan, he strode forward, attacked suddenly, and killed with a palm. It was an infinite lightning storm. It's time to fight. Many people have the bottom of their hearts. Facing the attack of God Lord Tianye, Chuyuan was not surprised at all, and his aura climbed to the extreme. He enveloped it with his palm, as if carrying a black hole. The deep brilliance spat out the most deadly cold light, and in an instant, he had the most head-on collision with the Lord Tianye. A boundless storm of destruction swept across. The huge Wanwu Tianyu was shrouded in the power of the two fighting, and in the deep time and space, a more violent dimensional torrent was raging. If the ordinary supreme gods were affected, they would undoubtedly die. Fortunately, because Wanwu Tianyu is a border gathering point, no one has survived. This is the horror of the battle between the strongest supreme gods, which can spread to the entire sky. There are means. It was just a one-stroke fight. Chuyuan's power to control everything made the Lord Tianye look dignified, and it was indeed much more difficult to deal with than Ming Tsang. Do I still fear you? Lord Tianye launched another attack. Why can't he see that the opponent wants to let him see his strength and break the existing war deployment, but he also wants to use Chuyuan to sharpen his strength and strive to enter the half-day way as soon as possible. His palm blasted out, carrying a strong power to destroy the void. Chuyuan did not show any weakness, and released his mighty majesty to his heart's content, and his palms were also clashing with the Lord Tianye. The two of them didn't seem to move in a large range, but the aftermath of power spread too terrifyingly, like a group of world-ending storms. And everyone can see that the two of them didn't play any fancy supernatural powers at all. They just fought with the strongest strength, and if the strength of the one was not as good as the others, they would be severely shocked back. The strength of this martial god emperor is too strong. Lord Akabane was shocked. I know the strength of Lord Tianye very well, and there are not many people in Duanshan who can collide head-on with him today. The battle is still raging. The Lord of Nirvana is concentrating on it, and there is a brilliant luster on his palm. This is a power to destroy the void. As the hand of Nirvana, it can nirvana in time and space, causing a terrifying shattering. So quickly cast a killing move. The eyes of the supreme god Yunchi are shining with countless divine lights, deducing the power of Taoist changes. Thunder. Xuanhuan would not give in. He slapped it down with 5 fingers. It was a giant hand of thunder and lightning intertwined by countless lightnings, and at the same time he used the gate of void to store himself, ignoring the damage caused by time and space. The collision between the giant hand of Tianlei and the hand of Tianye is a wave of power that destroys the world. As long as the realm of the Lord Tianye does not break through to the half-day way, then Xuanhuan has no fear of his power. He wants to buy time for Shenwu. Boom. But at this moment, in the shattered brilliance, Xuanhuan came from the sky, and various forces were intertwined. Surprise flashed in the eyes of Lord Tianye. The opponent's strength was too fierce, and he couldn't please him. Okay, even Ming Tsong didn't make me feel such a strong oppression that day. The Lord of Tianye pierced through with 1 finger, and a crack appeared in time and space. Xuanhuan fought back, using a large cutting technique to fight against the opponent's nirvana finger. At the same time, the giant lightning palm in his left hand and the giant void palm in his right hand strangled them together under the cover of the conquest in troubled times. Void power, lightning power. Lord Tianye was shocked again. Of course he could see that Xuanhuan's control over these 2 forces had reached an extraordinary level. Even so, you can't. The Lord of Tianye shouted, God, Annihilation, Nirvana. #C1162 Purpose achieved. God. Annihilation. Nekong. This is not a big killing move, but a series of 3 big killing moves. Use this trick. Yunchi Supreme God's expression also changed drastically at this moment. This was created by Tianye Shenzong. Even if she wants to resist it, she will have to pay a huge price, and she may even be seriously injured. It depends on how the divine martial god emperor responds. She thought. Shenwu, there are not many people who can force me to use these 3 ultimate moves, and there are not many people in the highest level who can resist them. That primordial demon, Akabane, will be killed instantly with this move. Lord Tianye's voice was indifferent and domineering. He deliberately spoke to Xuanhuan and disturbed his mind. At this time, before the 3 ultimate moves were released, Xuanhuan's surroundings underwent monstrous changes. Time and space disappeared into nothingness at this moment, and the 3 forces locked on Xuanhuan and launched a peerless attack on him. He waved his hand again, and the half-day magic mirror suddenly appeared, reflecting the shining light of the sun. Boom! Xuanhuan also waved his hand, and the giant axe of the war demon slashed out. The terrifying force collided with the magic mirror, causing a series of destruction. Kill. Using a half-heavenly artifact to create fluctuations, Lord Tianye's ultimate move was completely unleashed. With the bombardment of his power, the laws disappeared, and he was the only hero in the world who controlled the world. I see what you can resist. Lord Tianye shouted. Eternal eternity becomes empty. Xuanhuan's expression remained unchanged, and he used the trick of Wangu Chimkong. The extinction of the ages and the youth of the era seemed to be the same trick to turn everything into nothingness and disappear. However, the supreme god Yunchi was keenly aware that the move of the Lord Tianye was to annihilate the laws of time and space. However, the god emperor Shenwu emptied everything, the past of the epic, the history of the world, the existence and non-existence. Eternal ages become empty, eternal ages become empty. The supreme god Yunshi murmured. She and Chu Yuan watched the vision on Tongshanshan Mountain that day, so of course she knew the mystery of eternal emptiness. The ultimate moves of the two collided at this moment. There was no earth-shattering sound, but in the eyes of everyone, it was a black hole. The strength of the two of them had already wiped out everything and created a space of silence. In the end, what happened? Many people tried to see clearly. The three ultimate moves didn't hurt him. But at the moment, the Lord Tianye is very clear. His three ultimate moves did not achieve the desired effect. The night is long, and the darkness lasts forever. Chu Yuan's majestic voice broke the barrier of time and space, and turned into a great soul technique to directly pierce his soul, making people's eyes go black. This is eternal darkness, like a dark and silent time and space after death. This is a great darkness technique. With his knowledge, he can certainly perceive the death fluctuations brought about by the great darkness technique. Pierce the darkness. The moment Chu Yuan's obliterating palm fell, Lord Tianye broke through the darkness in time. Lord Tianye's killing move didn't seriously injure God Emperor Xuanhuan, but he was almost hurt by God Emperor Xuanhuan just now. With such a record, many people's faces would change in shock. It was so unbelievable. If it was an ordinary Supreme Fifth Heaven, he would have died in the fight just now. At this moment, I don't know how many eyes fell on the two of them. Chu Yuan looked at the other party coldly, without any fluctuations on his face. This day, the Nirvana Lord is not an ordinary Supreme Fifth Heaven. He has already realized his own half-heavenly way, but he has not yet broken through, otherwise the darkness that cannot stop him will last forever. He didn't say much, and with another palm, yin and yang coexisted with heaven and earth. How many magical powers and secret techniques has he mastered? Lord Tianye felt that he was becoming more and more uncertain about Chu Yuan. But he couldn't retreat, and attacked again. This time, his attack was deliberately creating more violent fluctuations to confuse everyone's eyes. This kind of fluctuation will definitely hide his ultimate move. Yunchi Supreme God felt that something was wrong. Swish. Sure enough, suddenly there was a wave that belonged to the half-day divine weapon, and there was a gray-white long sword in the hand of Tianye, which was murderous, and directly killed Chu Yuan with a sharp angle. Half-heaven Dao artifact. Everyone was shocked. This artifact was something that no one had seen Lord Tianye use before. Without the same artifact resistance, you will be injured. God Lord Tianye's face was terribly cold. He discovered this artifact in the Heavenly Blood ancient mine, and he never told anyone about it, and it has always been his trump card. This time, it was time to show its edge. I'm also waiting for your killing move. When the long gray sword reached Chu Yuan's body, he lightly raised the Renhuang sword, resisting it in the simplest way. What, your sword? Lord Tianye could no longer calm down. All his previous killing moves were actually for the eruption of this sword, but the opponent just raised his sword and blocked his sword force. He stared at Chu Yuan's human emperor's holy sword. This sword contains infinite power, monstrous good fortune, and epic power of the era, but it can't feel the real quality. What surprised him even more was that no matter how much he pressed the sword, he couldn't cut it down, which meant that the opponent's sword was far stronger than him. How can the emperor's holy sword be compared to his sword? The opening reward of the system is the sword of faith forged by the emperor with the entire multiverse and infinite human race. No divine weapon of heaven can compare with it. The more power of faith it absorbs, the more it will exert its ultimate divine power. Chu Yuan raised his sword, and the overwhelming coercion made Chu Yuan's aura at this moment suppress the Lord Tianye. Under the force of the human emperor's sword, the Lord Tianye withdrew. The momentary release of power just now caused a kind of fear in his heart, as if an irresistible existence appeared in front of him. The divine martial god emperor has nothing to do with Lord Tianye. Not only Yuan Mo, sect master, Qiyu Palace Master, even the supreme god Yunqi, can't calm down. To be honest, even if she fights with Tianye Kingdom Lord, it is very likely that she will not be his opponent. You are stronger than I imagined. The Lord Tianye's expression was extremely serious. The strength of the opponent has already made him unable to deal with the opponent with continuous killing moves. Of course he is not limited to these methods, but he can also see that the opponent really has to use all his strength. He doesn't believe it. At this moment, Xuanhuan was standing in front of him. He couldn't see through the other party at all, shrouded in a mysterious fog. People would never know how many killer moves he was hiding. This feeling is hard. Fighting against Ming Song is different. He knows that Ming Song is powerful, but he can figure out what cards Ming Song has and make a countermeasure. But in the face of the divine martial god emperor, he couldn't do it at all. I'm waiting for your attack. Xuanhuan only said this calmly. It's a big problem if you don't die. The Lord Tianye disappeared directly in front of Xuanhuan. He knew that the opponent's purpose had been achieved. With his current strength, even if he goes all out, he won't be able to deal with the opponent, and he may even fall into the trap woven for him by the god emperor Xuanwu. Fighting with Xuanhuan, he felt a kind of difficulty. #C1163*C. Lord Tianye left. Knowing that he couldn't deal with Xuanhuan, it was useless to explode his ultimate move, but it would only increase his majesty, so why did he fight? But the repercussions of his retreat have been enormous. First of all the previous offensive arrangements will be cancelled. The strength of the divine martial god emperor has far exceeded his expectations. With him, he can't destroy the country at all. He must deploy more powerful people from the Tianye divine sect. What annoyed the Lord Tianye was. This deployment is another long period of time. But there is no way how to attack with his current strength, and he has no idea how much power Xuanwu still hides. He also thought about dragging Xuanwu directly into the quagmire of war and launching an attack now, but he was also worried. What would happen if the opponent broke out with an irresistible force before the arrival of support? The situation is really beyond control, and Tianjuanqing will not only watch dramas. He dared not take the risk. His status in Tianye divine sect relies heavily on the Tianye divine kingdom. Xuanwu. Yunqi supreme god stared deeply at Xuanhuan. She admires Xuanhuan. But to be honest, whether it's Tianye or Xuanwu, she doesn't want one family to dominate. We have to make the latest deployment, and we can't even stay on Broken Mountain this day. Yuan Mo, sect master, is also bitter at the moment. He originally thought that Xuanwu needed their strength, but today's battle made him understand that the opponent didn't care about them at all. Xuanhuan's eyes scanned the group of people. Today his goal was achieved. Tianye did not dare to attack casually for a period of time, and he also won a breathing space. The army is retreating from the border, not defending. Xuanhuan suddenly issued an order. Xuanwu's army is not guarding the border? At this moment, Xuanwu seems to have opened the door of his own house. A large number of troops who had gathered here retreated quickly, as if they were going to attack whatever Tianye wanted. Damn it, this Xuanwu is too arrogant, they are provoking us and deliberately let us attack. Seeing Xuanwu's actions, the strong man of Tianye divine kingdom was angry. Of course he knew that the other party did it on purpose. If it was an ordinary force, they would have attacked and killed them in a fit of anger. But the king didn't get any benefits from Xuanwu, and the open border gate was like a black hole, waiting to devour them. The arrangement of fiction and reality makes the opponent most uncomfortable. They are deliberately making us attack. Entering the interior of a god, the damage is too great. Especially seeing Xuanwu's national fortune like a raging fire, everyone knows that it is impossible to do it with their hands. Now the only thing we can do is to let the great senior come urgently to calm down the situation. What I have to do now is to stabilize it. The Lord Tianye's face was serious. Although Shangzong is strong, Duertian is not without enemies. With too many masters drawn out at once, many strategic points in Duertian cannot be guarded. Shenwu Guiyun. Chu Yuan sat in the city of God. He used monstrous means of good fortune, flowing everywhere in the empire with the long river of humanity, and his breath power is everywhere. Unless the half-day Tao comes, otherwise with the means I left behind, even if I am not in the divine dynasty, with the blessing of the national destiny, the heavenly nirvana divine kingdom will never be able to break through in a short period of time, and the Lord of Heaven's Duan has reached the most critical moment of enlightenment, isn't it? Allow half-day power to attack him. Xinyangshan must go, and I must get this treasure too. It took Chu Yuan 2 months to prepare, and after leaving a lot of backup, he set foot on the road to Xinyangshan. He also knew that he had to get more resources, otherwise he would still be unable to resist when more powerhouses from the heavenly nirvana kingdom came. The road to Xinyangshan is very long. On the way, you have to pass through the infinite star sea, and then there are a lot of wild and unknown areas before you can reach it. The Gate of the Void. After constructing the Void Channel, Chu Yuan directly used the higher-grade Heavenly Blood God Stone to drive the other side of the Shenzhou regardless of consumption, and headed quickly. It took only half of the time before, and Chu Yuan arrived at the Wuji Xinghai. The splendid infinite sea of stars is more unusually beautiful than Tianduan Mountain. The starry sky environment of the Promised Star Sea is splendid and vast, but Chu Yuan didn't have time to watch it, he just shuttled quickly. Probably have reached the central star sea of the Promised Star Sea. After crossing for a period of time, Chu Yuan's eyes became more splendid. There was a huge sea of stars in front of him. Countless stars were rolling, and there were still starlights twinkling. If the infinite star sea is miniaturized, the map will present a halo-shaped circle, and stepping into the star sea will be the most central location. It is rumored that the god of heavenly Tao fell, and the power of heavenly Tao spread, presenting a splendor like this sea of stars. Is this starlight the power of the star god? A meteor-like light suddenly shot out. Chu Yuan had long been curious about the starlight, and he appeared from the Shenzhou, and caught the starlight at once. This starlight seemed to be alive and spiritual, and it was constantly twisting in his hands. This is the original power of the God of Heaven, and it is turned into starlight and is impacting. Chu Yuan had heard of the unique starlight of the Promised Star Sea long ago, and after careful consideration, he realized the power attribute in it. The reason why there are so many powerhouses in the Promised Star Sea is inseparable from the fact that the origin of the God of Heaven has turned into starlight and collapsed. Originally, the Promised Star Sea was not so rich, but it was nourished by the original power of the God of Heaven. The power of a God of Heaven is too terrifying, and it is completely beyond the imagination of the highest level. Well, there is another starlight? According to Chu Yuan's understanding, the number of starlights appearing is very rare, but in a short period of time in his eyes, more than a dozen of them flew out at the same time. You dare to plunder all the starlight? Just when Chu Yuan was about to wipe out all Xinguang, several people suddenly appeared. They had been staring at Xinguang's birth for a long time, and when they saw Chu Yuan take him away, they were very angry. Chu Yuan's eyes flashed, the big hand turned to cover their heads. Great soul technique, soul search. He was searching for the memories of these people. After a while, a clear expression appeared on his face, and he said, I see. Goddess Yanran, have you been to the Promised Star Sea during this time? Chu Yuan searched the soul and got the news of the Goddess Yanran from the soul memories of these people. Just a few years ago, Goddess Yanran came to the Infinite Star Sea. She seems to have taken something from the heavenly Tao God who fell here, causing many strange situations to appear here recently. At that time, there were several half-heaven Taoist gods who wanted to take what she had taken, but she killed one of them casually. At that time, Yele Judgment was preparing for the Thunder God Festival with all his heart, and didn't know what was going on here. It seems that the memory of Goddess Yanran has recovered a lot, and her strength is gradually returning to the strongest time. Chu Yuan couldn't forget the statue of Goddess Yanran, and the scene where even the gods of heaven obeyed her orders. Goddess Yanran was at her peak, and in ancient times, she must have been the most supreme ruler of the day. #C 1164 Obliterate directly. Goddess Yanran appeared in Wuji Xinghai. Where did she go now? It's really a mysterious existence. She waved her hands and killed for a long time. Her current strength should soon have the power of the god of heaven, right? Chu Yuan cared about the news about Goddess Yanran. Her whereabouts are surreptitious. But Chu Yuan knew that he and Yanran must meet again. Don't worry about this for now. In the future, even if I don't go to her, she will come to me. Chu Yuan put away the Shenzhou, and this time he crossed the promised sea of stars on foot. One after another, strands of bright starlight, many starlights were swallowed into his body by Chu Yuan with the great devouring technique. This kind of starlight contains the original power of the god of heaven and Tao, which is extremely high and pure. In the constant devouring, Chu Yuan found that it greatly promoted his own cultivation, which he couldn't miss. The original power of the god of heaven and Goddess Yanran decided to take away something extremely important back then, causing the original power to be unable to suppress, and that's why this vision was created. Chu Yuan said. He used boundless void means to fix the point, and in an instant, the starry sky crossed, and he arrived at a place where the power fluctuations were the strongest. This is a source of the eruption of the power of heaven. Chu Yuan stood here. The great devouring technique sucked it up horribly. The starlight in the center of the star sea was already traveling extremely powerfully. When the power of devouring penetrated into the starry sky, all the light gathered on Chu Yuan alone. At this moment, from a distance, he looks like a bright star god, an extremely brilliant and tall figure in the starry universe. The light on his body became brighter and brighter, and the escaping aura seemed to build a universe of heaven and earth, an infinite avenue of time and space. What's going on? Why did the starlight that keeps appearing disappear? I waited for several hours, but I couldn't even see one of them. What happened in the promised star sea? It's such a bright light, look quickly, what is that? My God, what a magnificent scene, as if condensed into a giant, representing the existence of the universe. There are so many stars that appear. Chu Yuan's wanton plundering shows that the amount others get will be greatly reduced, and it is difficult not to attract the attention of others. Chu Yuan sensed the fluctuations inside the void. He can naturally perceive that Xinghai is the place where the god of heavenly Tao fell, a cemetery-like existence of gods, and his original power of the Tao of heaven is here. The power penetrated into the infinite starry sky, and Chu Yuan's eyes suddenly froze. His palm slowly rotated, as if the heaven, earth and universe were rotating with his palm, and the invisible vortex reached the interior of time and space. The original power, the long river of heaven. Chu Yuan hit the great devouring technique into the interior of time and space. His eyes just saw that a long river of light that seemed to be composed of gathered stars was about to be forcibly extracted from the interior of time and space by him. He naturally knew that others were paying attention to him. But he didn't care. Who is that? I know. No wonder there is no starlight in the past few hours. It turns out that he snatched all the starlight away. What a powerful method. At this time, because of the disappearance of the starlight, many masters found the source of the disappearance, and when the voids opened up, they all saw the existence of Chu Yuan. He plunders the stars so recklessly, is he making an enemy of all of us and causing everyone's anger? A supremely strong man had an extremely ugly expression on his face. This person directly snatched this large expanse of starlight from the source of the starlight. You must know that this kind of power that contains the origin of the gods of heaven has a great effect on cultivation, and it is what all of them need. God, look at it. At this moment, someone uttered a heaven-shattering exclamation, and a long river of starlight was directly drawn out by that person. The starlight in it was like being caught by a fish caught in a big net. The amount is so large that many people's eyes are red. If we go on like this, we can't even imagine a starlight. Who is he, and where did he come from? It seems that there is no such strong man as him in the infinite star sea. All the benefits are already his. There was a supremely strong man with an extremely gloomy face. Everyone, we can't watch him plunder like this. If he stays and doesn't leave, should we plunder the stars? If we just let him be unscrupulous, what will our interests be? Manage. Flying Rainbow Sect powerhouse. Someone secretly said. This Feihong sect is the largest sect in the infinite star sea, and the ancestor of Feihong is a half-day way. That's right, our forces must be united and drive him out, otherwise let him go on like this. Several people echoed. Although Xuanhuan's extraordinary means of extracting starlight made them feel deeply afraid, they didn't feel the power of the half-day way from Xuanhuan, which made them dare to fight. If it was true, they would have run away long ago, and they still dared to gather. Some people thought about it when they heard their joint proposal. What are you still thinking about? So many people are afraid of him alone? That Feihong sect expert shouted sharply. But as soon as his words fell, the world became turbulent. The majestic existence shrouded in starlight suddenly moved, and a lawless giant hand suddenly crossed the distant void and descended suddenly. Eternity becomes empty, eternal night descends. Just as the Feihong sect expert was about to call out danger, he was wiped out by Xuanhuan in an instant, and there was no scum left. There were also a few people who responded to him just now, but they were also killed before they had time to escape. He's so cruel. Many people were scared silly. They would never have imagined that this person would be so ruthless and direct in his actions, that just as someone thought badly about him, he would be wiped out instantly before he had time to act. This is simply the most terrifying killing god. No one is afraid of this kind of direct obliteration without any nonsense. Walk, walk, don't stay here. He kills people without blinking an eye. Anyone who dares to attack him will be obliterated by him. These people ran extremely fast, and in just a moment, they all disappeared. Xuanhuan didn't have that many thoughts to talk nonsense with them. Killing and deterring them was always the best method. He obliterated a few people, so that these people would no longer dare to have the idea of spying on him. Rivers of starlight were continuously drawn out by him. The number was so large that it was heart-stirring. His aura is rapidly increasing. But Xuanhuan knows, don't look at how much he has drawn out. But for the true origin of the God of Heaven, that is a drop in the bucket. The power of God of Heaven is so vast that it cannot be deduced by common sense. The time and space here have undergone drastic changes, and the origin of the gods of heaven and earth cannot be locked. It is time for me to plunder. Xuanhuan extracted the starlight. His gaze pierced into the interior of time and space, and suddenly saw an extremely bright object, and his big void hand immediately grabbed it. #C1165 Really sunny day. Treasure of the God of Heaven. Xuanhuan increased his strength to swallow, and suddenly an incomparably bright divine light burst out. It turned out to be a stone tablet the size of a palm, with spiritual light flashing on it, and among the twists, it formed characters that he couldn't recognize one by one. He knew that this was a kind of heavenly writing. Heavenly Tao gods are deities transcending heaven and earth, and their heavenly Tao characters are their own perceptions of heavenly Tao. If they casually write out an ancient character of heavenly Tao, that is a treasure that is extremely cherished. The words of the Tao of heaven are very precious, and they are not used to look at them, but to be used to comprehend them. This should be the steel of stars. The area on Chu Yuan's palm was very irregular, and it was shattered by a force so that it was torn apart. The Xingquanmen had several fragments of the Steel of Stars, and their Xingquan ancestors broke through to the Half-Day Way and opened up a sect. He stared intently at the Steel of Stars. Suddenly his soul was pulled into a mysterious time and space, and vaguely, he saw a majestic existence opening up the world, waving his hands to create star universes, like the creation gods. The God of Heaven's perception of the power of heaven. Chu Yuan let out a long breath. This is a precious feeling, just like the inheritance of an imperial dynasty. This is the inheritance of the gods of heaven. It's a pity that there are too few ancient steels, and the inheritance of the gods of heaven is incomplete, but he also accepted them and brought them back to the emperor's court for his people to understand. Wuji Xinghai is of great value. The value of Tianduan Mountain lies in the heaven-reaching divine mountain. The purpose of the tiny divine sex efforts is probably to reach the heaven-reaching divine mountain. The Wuji Xinghai lies in the various original powers and various inheritances of this heavenly Tao God after the fall. Chu Yuan said slowly, now I don't have time to waste here, but Wuji Xinghai has memorized it. He knew that if he searched slowly, he could find more stellar monuments, but the time it took was too long, and there was no time to waste here. The figure disappeared in a shuttle, and left here. On the road to Xinyangshan again. True sunny sky, it should be here soon. It has been 2 or 3 years since Chu Yuan set off. It only took him a few months to go to Tianlei Ancient Mine, and then he crossed this road for a full 3 years. He discerned the void environment around him, found a comparison point, and nodded, which matched his map. Thanks to him, he used the void gate to continuously open the time and space channel in the past 3 years. If it is an ordinary supreme, it will take tens of thousands of years to go from Tianduan Mountain to Xinjiang Tian. It is rumored that the gods of the heavens and gods will use the trick of the shuttle of the heavens, and the speed is really terrifying. Chu Yuan sighed. The other side of the Shenzhou, shuttle again, the true sun and the gods. In the turbulent time and space turbulence, Chu Yuan increased his speed again. Then about half a year passed. Boom, an extremely scorching fire wave spread over the face, and the raging flames would burn the body. The true sun has arrived. A full 3.5 years on the road. Chu Yuan's eyes immediately saw a fiery red scene in front of him. The multiple energies are all in the color of flames, an incomparably huge giant sky, burning with monstrous flames. It occupies an infinitely huge diversity, like a plane. This is really sunny. Although the current Xinjiang Tian is no longer 33 days, but the emaciated camel is bigger than the horse, so there is still some background. With the real God of Heaven sitting in the town, they are the top batch of heavens in the 33 days, and they are qualified to attack the 33 days again. The sky is also promoted, just like the gods are promoted. But what was presented to Chu Yuan was only the tip of the iceberg. The size of Xinjiang Tian is certainly not as large as the Tianxue ancient mine, but even if the entire Tianduan mountain is filled in, it can only be regarded as a small part. This also means that there are many strong people in Xinjiang Tian. And the unique attributes of the true young heaven also make it possible for cultivators on this day to mostly use flames in their exercises. The treasure key has sensed. Chu Yuan's expression changed. Arriving at the boundary of Xinyangshan, the treasure key has an inexplicable induction, guiding a direction. Go to Xinjiang Tian to search for it now. Chu Yuan put away the Shenzhou, and stepped into the Xinjiang sky in one step. The outside world of Xinjiang Tian was covered with monstrous flames. When Chu Yuan stepped into it, an infinitely huge dazzling light swept over him. He saw countless huge Shenyang stars rolling and bursting into light. The Shenyang belt shrouded in the true sun heaven, it is said that the entire true sun heaven is shrouded in this kind of Shenyang, so that there is no night here, and there is light everywhere. Chu Yuan's spirit felt a little bit, and he sensed millions of shenyang, and this was just a drop in the bucket. The geographical environment of a giant sky like the true Yang heaven cannot be guessed by common sense. Even ordinary masters of this kind of shenyang belt cannot escape, and only Supreme has the qualification to leave alone. In other words, if you don't reach the Supreme God, it's hard to leave the true Yang heaven on your own. But the true sun sky is too big, and the resources are too rich, and ordinary cultivators don't need to leave. Chu Yuan has not really stepped into the Xinjiang heaven now, but is still in the Shenyang belt outside. Let me sense, where is the treasure of the God of heaven hidden? According to Chu Yuan's induction, the treasure is on the front line of Shenyang belt. After he traced the endless origin and raised his perception to the limit, he hurried towards an area quickly. Rumble. This is an extremely dangerous environment. The power of the flames here is 100 times fiercer than that of the Shenyang belt. In the sky, infinite divine fires are burning, sweeping over like a tsunami. He saw countless flaming stars falling from the sky, falling into a sea of flames, and some of them collided with others, creating a violent scene of star destruction, like in purgatory. Infinite sky fire. Seeing the completely different environment in Xinyangshan and other places, Chu Yuan couldn't help sighing. The Shenyang collided, and then more Shenyang was born from the sea of fire in purgatory, and was pushed into the extremely high sky by the heat wave, and then fell down again. It's like a balloon blown into the sky, and then falling rapidly. Even if Xinyangshan is not 33 days old, their background cannot be ignored. It is said that Xinyangshan has been dormant since the ancient times and is about to recover from the ancient war. Their status. Chu Yuan said. He didn't know what it meant to be 33 days, but it seemed to have the power of the era of good fortune, and the God of heaven who was in charge of one day would also get huge benefits from it and get greater luck. Seeing such a world, he also gradually understood how terrible the great ancient war was, and how tragic it was to destroy a day. The origin of power, treasure tracking. Chu Yuan calmed down and didn't think about it too much. He sat down upright, and he pushed his strength into the key of the treasure, and fixed it accurately. Shenyang Xingxing exploded beside him, but Chu Yuan's expression was indifferent, he didn't care at all, and he couldn't threaten him at all. #C1166 Sun-kissed person. Just when Chu Yuan locked the treasure, two people unexpectedly appeared in the sea of flames. Although the environment here is dangerous and harsh, the more dangerous the place, the more exotic treasures will appear, and those who can come here are the strong among the strong. Trouble, the fire-sacred beast was too hard to chase that day. We chased and killed it here for a full month, and it escaped here. Now I don't know where it went again. These are two men, wearing red clothes. A man glanced around and said with an extremely unkind expression. As for the other person, whose face looks to be between a young man and a middle-aged man, if he moves at will, there will be endless burning fires burning, and he said lightly, if the holy beast of heaven fire is so easy to kill, it won't be so cherished. From tracking to hunting, the two of us have spent decades. The strength of these two people is extremely powerful, even the Lord Tian is no more than this. Humph. The soul-devouring holy beast can't escape, I have already imprinted the Vulcan seal on it. One of them snorted coldly. He mobilized a force, looked at a place suddenly, and shouted, "Brother, let's go, I found the holy fire beast that day, this time I must catch it for you." At the same time, his power hit the sea of flames, magma-like liquid splashed out, and a gigantic beast as large as 1,000 feet screamed loudly. That giant beast was twisted like a mass of flames, like a giant tiger. The flames on its body were like hair swinging, and it opened its mouth to spew out a pillar of fire. This is the heavenly fire holy beast. The heavenly fire holy beast saw the two of them, the flames burst like hair, and they were running away towards one place. "Where do you want to go?" The two were chasing after them quickly. The holy beast of Skyfire knew that he was far from their opponent. It is somewhat similar to the thunder beast, which is naturally close to flames. Here, like a fish in water, it can exert stronger power than other places. This heavenly fire sacred beast is cunning, and ran into the divine fire purgatory. One person shouted. "It's okay, it can't escape, I will do my best to help you get it." 2 people and 1 beast were chasing and shuttling quickly in this place, called Xuanhuan Purgatory. Damn it, it's about to run away again. It's not our opponent, but it can be integrated into the flames, and it can travel through flames that we can't reach. It's similar to the way of heaven. A man scolded angrily. At this moment, another person suddenly shouted, "Look, there is a person over there." They saw a majestic being sitting there, and the dangerous fluctuations of Xuanhuan Purgatory couldn't get close to him, releasing a majestic mighty force. He won't want to seize the heavenly fire holy beast too. He was also a little nervous in his heart, and suddenly shouted at Xuanhuan, "Brother, please help us stop that heavenly fire sacred beast. After it is done, there must be a big thank you." A strong man and the true sun. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly fell on the 2 of them. He was also a little surprised. Not long after he came to Xinyangshan, he saw 2 strong men whose cultivation base was not weaker than the Lord Tian. He saw a holy beast fleeing in one direction, and he waved his hand casually, and the endless sealing chains appeared immediately, and then the heavenly fire holy beast seemed to be sealed in a time and space, unable to escape. For Xuanhuan, using the great sealing technique to seal the heavenly fire sacred beast was just a matter of lifting his hands. What a strong space-time blockade ability! One person was also shocked when he saw this kind of control and blockade of time and space, and then he was overjoyed. The holy beast of Skyfire could not escape. The 2 of them arrived in an instant, displayed their boundless supernatural powers, and captured it. Haha, thank you brother for taking action. Without brother taking action, this heavenly fire holy beast is about to run away. When this person was talking, he suddenly looked forward, and that person had already disappeared in front of him. The control over the void made them unaware when it disappeared. He left. It's really good deeds, without leaving a name. Who is he? Such a strong strength, but the real sun is too big, and it is normal for strange strong people to appear. A man said, "Fensu, this time you get the heavenly fire holy beast and refine its power, which is enough to improve your strength again." That's right. The strong man named Fensu said, "This time I have to thank my elder brother. Without my elder brother's help, I would not be able to get it. As for the group of people in the sect, they would not help me. One of these 2 people is named Fensu, and the other is Tiao, too. Haha, between us brothers, what else do we need to thank? If you hadn't saved me back then, I would have died a long time ago." The strong man named Tiao, too said heartily. "In addition to the heavenly fire holy beast, I also need some other fetishes, but these have to be purchased in a nearby giant city." Fensu said. "Okay, if you don't have enough wealth, I have it." Tiao too also had a fierce expression on his face when he spoke. "Fensu, when you get these things, you will soon be promoted to the half-day Tao. I really envy you. I have been stuck at this level for a long time. It's really coming soon." Fensu said. "Hey, when you get to the half-day Tao, I will follow you back to the sect, big brother, suppress those old antiques, and completely win the control of the sect. I've long been annoyed at seeing them domineering." Jiaotu said. "Actually, I'm not interested in this kind of thing. Those trivial things are too troublesome. What I like is walking the heavens." Fensu shook his head. "Humph. People are bullied by people, and horses are ridden by others. If you don't deal with them, they will deal with you. Since your old man is gone, they are ready to move, and now you have no choice. Jiaotu's murderous spirit, moreover, only with strength can we run rampant in the multiverse. I also understand. Fensu said, it just involves you. What are you talking about? I'm your elder brother. If I don't help you, who will help you? Jiaotu didn't care and said, besides, if you win the control, I can also benefit from it. With your power, I can break through to the realm of half-day Dao. This is also my goal. He and Fensu are true life and death brothers. And he never concealed his purpose, straight to the point. He helped Fensu partly to let him win the control, and partly to promote himself to the Bantian Dao. It is also this kind of directness that makes the two of them defenseless against each other. Okay, I know what to do. Fensu said fiercely, now let's go, buy what I need. Walk. When the two left, they also released their induction, trying to find the trace of that person, but they couldn't find it at all. The treasure of the God of Heaven is here. At this moment, Chu Yuan appeared in other places in Xuanhuan Purgatory, and he looked ahead. For the previous matter, he just acted casually, and didn't bother to waste time listening to their thanks. He picked up the key in his hand, pointed at a piece of space, and pushed the power, click, click, like the sound of opening a door. It opened up a mysterious time and space. #C1167 Happy Treasure Hunt, 1 Fire. The moment the treasure space was opened, divine power that was scorching hot enough to melt and burn Supreme spewed out. This terrifying power, without the strength of the Supreme Peak, can never resist it. But Chu Yuan stood there calmly, his face remained unchanged, and he was not afraid of this divine power at all. He walked calmly and stepped into the space of the treasure in one step. The entire treasure space is not very huge, but it is full of seas of flames gushing out from the sky. What this supreme god is good at is the way of heaven in the aspect of fire. Chu Yuan leisurely walked in the courtyard, just like admiring flowers and scenery, casually looking at them in his imperial garden. The treasure is in that flame cauldron. His eyes instantly fixed on a huge flame god cauldron. Chu Yuan's face was expressionless, he waved his hand calmly, and a force was injected into the flame god cauldron, as if something had been knocked over. The violent restraint was activated immediately, and even more terrifying power spewed out. A force like a flaming galaxy flooded this time and space almost instantly. The original divine power of the God of Heaven. It's amazing, what is sealed in the cauldron is the divine power of the supreme gods, to kill those who trespass into this time and space. All energy, all for me to refine. Chu Yuan was fearless and took this source of divine power as his greatest source of energy. His realm itself has reached the peak of the second heaven, and now he is about to use this source of divine power to make himself a breakthrough. And the power of the original divine power is by no means as simple as an impact. A flame god manipulated the soul and supreme flame magic to attack and kill him the most tragically. The more power the better, I am lacking these. Chu Yuan stood upright, and his strength was washed away, not only could not obliterate his body, but made his strength stronger and stronger. In the end, when there is no sea of fire in the entire time and space, his realm has broken through to the supreme third heaven. This time I spent a lot of time and traveled a long way to come here. Just breaking through the third heaven is the biggest benefit. Chu Yuan knew it deeply. When he was at the peak of the second heaven, he was able to overwhelm opponents like the Lord of Nirvana. Once this reaches the third heaven, it will be an earth-shaking change. Even if you encounter a real Bantian Dao existence, you still have the strength to really fight against it. Have this kind of strength. It was only then that Chu Yuan realized that he had a firm foothold in this multiverse. The majestic power filled his body, making him move at will, and there would be waves of lawlessness. Ding! The host completes the side mission to break through the supreme three heavens, and obtains 11 million vertex points, supernatural fruit X19384, supreme artifact advanced card X1, supreme god healing potion X1, ancient god general X1, Random Lucky Draw Chance X1. Ding! The current branch has been released, breaking through the third heaven. Ancient Gods and Generals. Xuanhuan waved his hand. In front of him appeared a tall general with golden patterns of divine light shining all over his body. Between his brows, there was a spot of light shining, radiating divine light, shrouded in a kind of divine ring. His aura also reached an astonishing peak, with the majesty of a god. The ancient gods will meet with his majesty. The ancient god knelt down to Xuanhuan with this ancient godlike existence. This ancient god in general is not a puppet, but really has his own life, his own thoughts, and it is unknown from which time and space the system was summoned, as if he is omnipotent destiny. Ancient God and General. Xuanhuan looked at him and said, I gave you a name, take Gu as your surname, and you will be called Gu Xian from now on. Gu Xian thanked His Majesty for the name. The generals summoned by the system are absolutely loyal to Xuanhuan. The next step is to obtain the treasure left by the God of Heaven. Xuanhuan's stronger power penetrated into the Shendang. The divine cauldron contained time and space, and under the sudden explosion of his power, a book burning with raging flames flew out first. This is a book of flames, which was held by Xuanhuan in his hand. After he opened it, it was also a distorted text of the Way of Heaven, but he could sense that a god of the Way of Heaven who controlled the fire of heaven was performing his way of evolution. Book of Flames. Xuanhuan's expression was greatly moved. The value of this Book of Flames is not comparable to that of a star tablet of a small size. Not to mention the artistic conception of the law of heaven contained in it, even the power that drives the Book of Flames is extremely terrifying. What else? His strength was shaken again. A fist-sized ball of fire fell into his hand. Skyfire bead. A sudden feeling told Xuanhuan. Half-day Dao artifact. More treasures came out of the divine cauldron. This is a flame knife. Xuanhuan grabbed it, and a flaming long knife appeared, which was also a half-day magic weapon. And that's not all. The process of treasure hunting was enjoyable. After a while, Xuanhuan saw two ring-like objects appearing, one fire and one water attribute, and they were also half-heaven artifacts. The two opposing forces coexist side by side at this moment, forming an indescribably weird balance. But Xuanhuan knew that it was very difficult to refine a set of artifacts with opposite attributes, not to mention that it was even more troublesome to achieve balance and complementarity for half-day artifacts. But with it, it is also more powerful. His divine sense peeped into the inside of the cauldron, and many supreme artifacts were randomly piled aside like garbage. For Tiandao God, a half-Tiandao artifact is really nothing, only a real Tiandao artifact can make Tiandao God. He inadvertently thought of his own Tai Pil furnace, which is still the master artifact. During this period of time, he fought and fed it to devour and sacrifice many universes, but he was unable to be promoted to the supreme artifact. Xuanhuan understood very well that the Tai Pil furnace in its heyday was too terrifying. Although it was a supreme artifact, its value was more precious than some heavenly Dao artifacts. Artifact. Tai Tianjun is a very ancient god of heaven. There are also a large number of heavenly blood divine stones, all of which are in the hundreds of millions, piled up into huge mountains, like rubbish piled beside them, and are not cared by the heavenly Dao god at all. For the heavenly Dao gods, getting some heavenly blood divine stones is not a matter of waving their hands, and it has no effect on them. After all, their blood itself is the blood of the heavenly Dao. Standing at a different height, you see it differently. But these had a great effect on Xuanhuan and were used to develop the empire. With a sweep of Xuanhuan's spiritual thoughts, a giant mountain represented 100 million heavenly blood divine stones. There are as many as 9 seats here. There are also some fiery red stones, also piled up into 9 giant mountains, which should be the unique Xinyang stones of Xinyangshan. This kind of true sunstone is more useful for monks who practice the flame than the heavenly blood god stone. The heavenly blood divine stone is superior in its gentle power, which can be absorbed by practitioners of any attribute. The number 99, the highest number, represents an ancient definite number. There are also some half-day Taoist pills. Xuanhuan saw several bottles and jars, all of which were sealed with the half-day Taoist pill. For heavenly Tao God, these treasures are still a little small. Although it seems that Xuanhuan got a lot, but with the rich wealth of Tiandishan, these things are really nothing. While he was meditating, there was something at the bottom of the cauldron, emitting light, like a ball of flame, which looked very faint. This is? Xuanhuan's soul touched the flame, and suddenly a tingling pain swept through his heart, burning his soul. This is a fire, the fire of life, the fire of heaven. #C1168 The fire is immortal, he is immortal. This flame is weird, as if it contains life, but it is not a spiritual thing. Xuanhuan looked at the flame carefully. The firewood represents the source of life of the God of heaven and Tao. The firewood is immortal, and he is immortal. He leaves the firewood behind. I hope that one day I can break the law of life and death and be reborn in the world. System Sound Channel. Fire of Life. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed suddenly. Of course he could see that this firewood was not for refining, but for other purposes. What is the specific function of this firewood? Xuanhuan asked. Use enough sacrifices to sacrifice the firewood, and summon the power of the God of Heaven from the dark time and space. The strength of the summoned power depends on the number of sacrifices and the strength of the God of Heaven. The system explained. Use sacrifices to summon the gods of heaven, then the best sacrifices are flesh and blood or faith. Xuanhuan grabbed the firewood suddenly, and said, the power of the gods of heaven is too unimaginable. Even those half-day Tao, who claim to have realized the power of heaven, are far from being able to compare with the real gods of heaven, and this Tao the torch is like a bridge of calling. He pondered carefully. The power of the God of heaven is too mysterious. Sometimes even though they fall, the power of heaven does not disappear and exists in the world. The so-called sacrifice is to summon their power that exists in the world. Xuanhuan has also heard the ancient legend. Some gods of heaven seem to be dead, and their souls and bodies have collapsed, but because their own heavens do not disappear, through sacrifices, they can be resurrected and appear in the world again. There are examples. Of course, it is too difficult to achieve this, and it is no easier than breaking through to the God of heaven. If you want this fire to summon power, you need too many flesh and blood sacrifices, but it's still a trump card. Xuanhuan said. He also took the flame cauldron away. This treasure space was also destroyed. Ding. The system completes the side missions, and within 5 years, you can get the treasure of the heavenly Tao God, get 11 million vertex points, the Supreme God Healing Potion X1, the Supernatural Fruit X19384, the Supreme Artifact Advanced Card X1, the Ancient Demon General X1, Random Lottery Chance X1. His gaze immediately turned to the Ancient Demon General. His body was taller than the ancient god Gu Xian, his skin was bronze-colored, his burly body was as majestic as an iron tower, his fists were clenched tightly, he possessed the power of an ancient demon god, and he had a strong sense of smashing and killing. I also gave you a name, Guze. Xuanhuan said. He is also in a good mood. The ancient god, Gu Xian, the ancient demon Guze. The rewards of 2 side quests give his empire a powerful boost. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the name. Guze's magic was overwhelming, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. This is not a treasure owned by a god of heaven. Xuanhuan looked at the collapsed treasure space. These treasures are nothing to the God of heaven. I have never even seen a real artifact of heaven, but he left behind a firewood, so what is his purpose? I know, it's a sacrifice. Xuanhuan said coldly, this god of heaven doesn't want to die, but he probably knew that he was in a situation where he must die, so he left many treasures and placed his firewood. Maybe it is impossible to really revive him, but after all, there is a glimmer of life left. It is very likely that with the sacrifices made again and again, the treasure of this god of heaven will gradually be revealed. Of course, the premise is that enough sacrifices must be made. At this moment, Xuanhuan wanted to understand many things. Of course, he didn't expect to revive this heavenly Tao god, it was too difficult. He kept this firewood in the empire, and it was to be used as a trump card. It's time to leave this Shenyang belt. Xuanhuan stepped out of here. After his cultivation was promoted to the first layer of heaven, his control over the void was much stronger than before. Boom! He stepped into the real Shenyang heaven, and when he was traveling through the infinite void, on the magma-like land, there was an ancient and magnificent city rising from the ground, exuding a magnificent momentum. This is a huge city in the sun. By looking at the magnificence of this ancient city, Xuanhuan also knew that there must be strong protection. With huge wealth in hand, the road to Xinyangshan is too long. I will see if I can transform some unused resources in my hand into what the gods can use in a short period of time, and enhance the strength of the powerhouses of the gods. Xuanhuan came down. What he has to deal with is not a heavenly nirvana kingdom, but their heavenly nirvana sect. Outside the city gates are wide open, and the city is extremely prosperous. At a glance, Xuanhuan saw that there were too many people, and there were enough strong people. Those who were immortal and above could be seen everywhere, and there were not a few people who were even supreme. There are so many strong men in one city, this is the fundamental strength of Xinyangshan. Gu Xian and Gu Zhe followed beside him, their tall bodies and the overwhelming pressure immediately attracted the attention of many people. Look, those two supernatural beings seem to be that person's guards. Those two supernatural beings are so powerful. It must be extremely high-level supreme. It's not surprising, I really have too many strong people in Yangtian. Many people secretly said. Xuanhuan did not choose the so-called low-key, the atmosphere in Xinyangshan was different from other places. The hot environment makes many people here have a direct temper, advocating the supreme and strong. Gu Xian, go and find out information about this city for me, Xuanhuan said. Yes. After Gu Xian took the order, he came back soon, and said, Your Majesty, this city is called Yanling City, and it is the largest main city among the surrounding cities. Yangtianting is set up in various parts of Xinjiang. True Sun Heavenly Court. Xuanhuan nodded slightly. The Heavenly Court of True Sun is the most powerful force in the Heaven of True Sun, which existed in ancient times, and the Heavenly Tao God of this day also sits there, ruling the entire Heaven of True Sun. It is easy to understand Xinyangshan as a country. Xinjiang Heavenly Court is where the capital of the country is located. All sects and families in Xinjiang Heaven can be regarded as the servants of Xinjiang Heaven. However, the Xinjiang Heavenly Court is different from the model of the real empire. But in short, within the True Sun Heaven, the True Sun Heavenly Court is the most powerful. It is said that the Lord of the Heavenly Court who founded the Xinjiang Heavenly Court fell in the Great War in the ancient times, and it was the fall of the Lord of the Heavenly Court that caused the ranking of the Xinjiang Heavenly Court to drop by 33 days, and lost the power of good fortune in the era. That Heavenly Lord is very powerful. Xuanhuan said to himself. The great ancient war was too tragic, so tragic that it was unimaginable, even an existence like the human sovereign fell, let alone other strong men who died. Why did you fight? This kind of secret is probably only known to the oldest gods of heaven. Your Majesty, the biggest trading place in Yanling City is the Xinjiang Palace, which gathers the most treasures in the entire Xinjiang Heaven. It was opened by the Xinjiang Heavenly Court, and firmly controls the treasure acquisition channels of many powerful people in this day. Gu Xian said again. Okay, let's go to the True Yang Palace. Chu Yuan is also very curious about this true sun. #C1169 Small Trade Fair. I don't know if there are gods in the huge Xinyang Palace that allow the god of war, and the others to break through quickly, or even allow Yelei ruling to be promoted to the half-day Dao. With such a purpose, Chu Yuan stepped into the Xinyang Palace. This True Yang Palace is as eye-catching as a star from the outside world. When they got to the inside, it was even more vast space-time, and every place showed their extraordinariness. Every treasure here is not placed on any cargo platform, but is floating in the air, shrouded in light clusters. As long as you peek into it with your spirit, you can know their effectiveness. Behind the Xinyang Palace is the Xinyang Heavenly Court. Even half-day Taoists would not dare to openly loot here. It's amazing. Chu Yuan was walking in the vast space-time. If he needs to buy something, he doesn't need to say hello at all. As long as he puts enough sacred stones into the light group, the treasure will belong to him. Any fire attribute fetish is very expensive. After all, things are rare and expensive, and there are too many people who need them, but fetishes with other attributes will be much cheaper than outsiders. Chu Yuan bought thousands of artifacts in a short period of time. There are too many practitioners of the fire attribute in Xinyang Tian, and relatively few practitioners of other exercises. This guest, what do you want to buy? I don't need to say more about the background of my Xinyang Palace. The customer also knows that this place is only the outermost part. What is really cherished cannot be seen. I am the Xinyang Palace in Yanling City. The person in charge can recommend for guests. Chu Yuan's bold move immediately attracted the attention of the people in Xinyang Palace. This strong man is a man with a middle-aged face. He is wearing a fiery red robe and has a golden red heaven mark on his chest, representing his identity. His spirit is quietly spying on Chu Yuan at this moment. Suddenly his soul shook, and there was a sea of flames in front of his eyes, as if he had been pulled into an abyss. In this abyss, there were monstrous flames everywhere, burning his soul, and he was being punished by purgatory. Soul fire. He looked at Chu Yuan again. This man is like an abyss. Don't spy, secretly said. It turns out that the one who cultivates is the soul flame, which is a bit rare in my true son. The godlike existence behind him is even stronger than me. Of course, he wasn't worried about making trouble here. Tell me what is precious here, I have no shortage of wealth. Chu Yuan said lightly. Haha, you're asking the right person. For example, the Imperial treasure in Yanling Xinyang Palace is a fragment of the heavenly artifact. Is the guest interested? Middle-aged humane. It's just a fragment, even if it is refined by the gods of heaven, its value is limited. Chu Yuan said. You can't say that, heavenly Tao God, what a great god that is, even the fragments contain their Tao and Dharma, their power is not inferior to some half-heavenly Tao artifacts, not to mention they can comprehend the Tao Dharma inside? The middle-aged man said, in addition, I can find half-day Tao God pills, half-day Tao artifacts, and all kinds of gods in the multiverse in my Xinyang Palace. As long as the customers can afford the price, Yanling City doesn't have them, so I will give them to the guests from somewhere. Ship it. He has never met Chu Yuan. Of course, he doesn't care either. The true Yang Heaven is too big, and there are too many masters, even the true Yang Heavenly Court has not registered all the strong ones. Some cherished ones can't be bought now. The middle-aged man said, if the guests are not in a hurry, there will be a small fair in 3 days. At that time, all the masters from the surrounding 100,000 cities will come here. Join. 3 days, okay, I will wait for these 3 days. Chu Yuan is not in a hurry for these few days. He knew that Xinyang Palace would not show some truly cherished fetishes until this small trade fair. Haha, for the next 3 days, guests can rest and wait in my True Yang palace. The middle-aged man said. In 3 days, I will come by myself. Xuanhuan stepped out of Xinyang Palace. In a time and space exiled by mystery, with his magic power at this moment, not even a half-day Taoist can spy on his existence. This salary. Xuanhuan looked at the ball of firewood quietly, and suddenly, he shot out a powerful divine power of faith, and suddenly saw the firewood jumping up, a mysterious law rhythmically. Has an effect. Xuanhuan continued to increase the burning of the power of faith. This is not an ordinary belief in divine power, but it is burned by the long river of human nature, pure and great. In the effect of this kind of belief burning, Xuanhuan seemed to see the way of heaven in the diversity, a vast river of the way of heaven flowing slowly, hard to disappear, recording the way of the gods of heaven. The more power his sacrifice burns, the more real this river becomes. This is the way of the Taoist god that day. Xuanhuan observed. The burning of the long river of my humanity is a more pure and supreme energy. The power after burning is more useful. If I use the belief of my empire, I will even let this god of heaven reappear in the world and reunite his soul for him. Breaking the law of life and death, and even instilling faith in the emperor, is likely to be used by me. Xuanhuan thought deeply. But he also understands that to really resurrect this heavenly Tao god, the power required is too vast for him to bear. The most important thing is that there needs to be a power that can absolutely control him. No rush, no hurry. 3 days have passed since Xuanhuan's contemplation. He stepped into the True Yang Palace again. The guests are here, this small fair has already started, please come in. Seeing Xuanhuan, the middle-aged man made a gesture of invitation. It is good. Xuanhuan took Gu Xian and Gu Zhe into a space, which was an independent quiet room, and one could see a treasure exhibition platform in the center. There are not many people coming to this small trade fair, but every statue is a strong one. Xuanhuan used the way of the void to sense the fluctuations in time and space. I even felt the breath of several Bantian Dao gods. Being able to make Bantian Dao come here must be a treasure that attracts them. The mountain, the infinite star sea have a different atmosphere. He also felt the vastness of the sky. At the same time, in this small trading field, Fensu, I heard that this time, the Xinyang Palace of Yanling City has produced real treasures, including the blood of the god of heaven, and artifacts of the half-heaven. Too many treasures have appeared here. The 2 people who appeared in Xuanhuan Purgatory also came here. Not only in Yanling City, but also in the entire city of Xinyangshan, Fensu said. Their moves this time are really too extravagant, where would you normally see them? Jiao, too, lamented. There are some things you don't understand. The heavenly court of Xinyang is planning the overall situation. The current heavenly court god is planning a war with Han Haitian. Many of the auctions at the fair were obtained by attacking Han Haitian. They deliberately took out treasures. Seduce us. Although Fensu looks lazy, he knows these things better than Jiao too. Han Haitian. That's my True Yangtian's #1 enemy. Before the Great Ancient War, my Xinyangshan had always suppressed us, and it was they who stepped on us when my True Yang Tian was weakest, and replaced us, becoming 33 days. If the ancient gods hadn't left the treasure behind, the entire Xinyang heaven would have been wiped out by them. Jiao Tu said, brother, you are going to seize the power of the sect even more. We must not miss the battle against Han Haitian. #C1170 Wu Lai Dazun. The standard of this small trade fair is not low. Xuanhuan looked at the trade fair indifferently. Hundreds of artifacts had already been traded, and he also sold a few during the period. As expected in True Sun Heaven, he had only seen some fetishes in the records, but he couldn't find them in Tianduan Mountain. The next thing to be traded is a drop of the blood of the god of heaven and Tao. Please see the specific attributes. It was the middle-aged man who presided over the auction. He waved a round bead, and there was a drop of blood essence the size of a soybean. The fiery red was intertwined with thunder and lightning. It turned out to be a drop of blood essence of fire and thunder. Although it is just a drop of blood, the power of heaven contained in it cannot be ignored. Heavenly Tao divine essence and blood. Swish. At this moment, Xuanhuan looked at it with great interest. Don't underestimate this drop of blood, the energy contained in it is secondary. The most important thing is the breath of heaven in the blood essence, which can make it easier for those who have realized half of the heaven to feel the fluctuations of the heaven. In a city of Yanling, they actually took out such fetishes as the essence and blood of the god of heaven and Tao. Xuanhuan said. Of course he wasn't shocked either. What a powerful Xinjiang heaven, especially in the Xinjiang heavenly court, not to mention the essence and blood, even the real gods and gods of heaven are enshrined. During the great ancient war, there were too many gods of heaven who fell, and there were also many gods controlled by this heavenly court. This drop of the blood of the god of heaven and Tao, I must take it. Xuanhuan wanted to take this drop of blood, not for his own use, but for Yelei's judgment. The attribute of thunder and fire happens to be a reference to the way of heaven ruled by Yelei. Yelei's ruling must break through to the half-day way as soon as possible, and he must use the most cherished resources to cultivate. Once he succeeds, it will not only be as simple as having an extra half-day way for the empire. What he cares most about is the entire Thunder Beast tribe in the Promised Star Sea. Through Yelei's ruling, Xuanhuan will be able to control the entire tribe through him. Gu Xian, bid. Xuanhuan said. The base price of this drop of blood essence is 5 million true sunstones, which can also be offset by the heavenly blood god stone. The middle-aged man said. The exchange ratio of the heavenly blood divine stone in true yang heaven is equal. If I have this drop of blood essence, I will be more likely to break through to the half-heavenly Tao and become a Grand Master. Not only Xuanhuan was the only strong man staring at this drop of blood essence, but also some people who were trapped in the Supreme Peak were staring eagerly. In a short period of time, the price of this drop of blood soared to tens of millions. I have to sigh how rich these people are. If Xuanhuan hadn't obtained the treasure left by the god of heavenly Tao, there wouldn't be enough sacred stones to bid with them. 20 million true sunstones. Gu Xian spoke for Xuanhuan. TSK, the price of 20 million true yang stones is very high, and it's almost time to reach the limit. There are too many people who want to get it this time. Yeah, the blood of the god of heaven, I heard that some are stored in Xinjiang heavenly court, but some are released every so often, and you can call out 20 million at will. It seems that we can't outbid them. It's not worth it to raise the price further, and we can't afford so much. After all, it's just a drop of blood essence. It's worth a lot, but it's also limited. The voices of many people fluctuated. Okay, you don't have to argue, the deity bids 30 million, this price has exceeded the value of blood essence. A cracking sound was suddenly transmitted, and the fluctuation contained in it was actually a half-day way. 30 million. At the same time, in a private room, Scorched Earth smacked his lips and said, "You are really rich." Hearing this voice, it seems to be Great Master Wu Lai. That is a great master who achieved half-heaven a million years ago. Dazuan is the honorific title for Ban Tian Dao. Otherwise, those strong men would feel uncomfortable when they shouted all day long, so they used the title of Dazuan. Fensu lazily said, I don't know if the person who bid 20 million will continue to bid. But it has nothing to do with me. I have some blood of the heavenly Tao spirit in my sect, and I buy almost everything I want. Done. We're just watching a play. 40 million true sunstones. Gu Xian's voice came out again. A direct price increase of 10 million is too generous. The strong bidder in that box was astonishing. How dare you bid with a great respecter, how courageous! 40 million will buy a drop of the blood of the God of Heaven and Tao. This deity advises you to give up bidding, and this deity is bound to win this drop of blood. Great Master Wu Lai's voice suddenly turned cold. After he revealed his identity, some people would dare to bid with him without knowing it. This was not giving him face. Continue to bid. Xuanhuan said lightly. It sounds like you're going to fight me to the end. Great Venerable Wu Lai is not kind. Master Wu Lai, this is in the Xinyang Palace. Anyone who pays the price will get it. Don't make a move at will. Otherwise, you will violate the rules. You should know the punishment from the heavenly court. Although the middle-aged man was not half-hearted, his words were very threatening. I know. As strong as the great Master Wu Lai, he can't violate the rules of Xinyang Heavenly Court. He forcibly suppressed his bursting temper, and said, this deity is increasing the price once, 40 million a true sunstone, this deity abides by the rules, and I hope you will be wise. 40 million and 2 pieces. Gu Xian closely followed the quotation. Okay, you are ruthless. Great Senior Wu Lai refuted his face, and he did not continue to bid. This is truly offending a great senior. Jiao Tu said interestingly. What does it have to do with us? Burn nothingness. At this time, after paying the true Yang stone, the blood of the God of Heaven was sent to Xuanhuan. As long as it is useful to his own God, Xuanhuan will not feel bad when spending it. Year's verdict. Oh, Yele's verdict. This time I spent a lot of money to get a drop of the blood of the God of Heaven. I hope you don't let me down. Xuanhuan closed his eyes and got up. The trade fair is still going on. Many people are guessing Xuanhuan's identity. After all, it is not an ordinary person who can casually take out 40 million true sunstones, but all the souls who spied into the box were isolated. Okay, now we start trading the last treasure. The middle-aged man smiled and said, this is a half-day Tao God corpse. Not long ago, Tianting and Han Haitian fought and killed the other party's great lord. I don't need to say more, everyone knows the function of the half-day Tao God corpse, and in order to make my Xinyangshan stronger, God did not extract the law of the half-heaven, that is to say, this corpse of the half-heaven is very complete. A complete half-day Tao God corpse, such things are put up for auction. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly fell on the half-day Taoist corpse. This is a tall man wearing a dark blue armor. The blue water ripples spread out, as if forming a scene of a boundless sea. This is his half-day power spreading out. On the head of the god corpse, there was a fatal wound. Moreover, Xuanhuan could detect that not only was this corpse perfectly preserved according to the law of half the sky, but even his soul fragments had not been extracted, which could be said to be invaluable. Han Haitian, one of the 33 days. #C1171 Burning Heaven Sect. The grievances between Han Haitian and Xinyangshan have a long history, and it is a world feud. The gods and gods of both sides fell into each other's hands. The Ling Heizong that Xuanhuan met in Tianxue ancient mine was from Han Haitian. Xuanhuan knew that 33 days represented a fixed number that had never changed since ancient times, and it was not just as simple as a name. As long as you can be promoted to one of the 33 days, you have great fortune and great luck, which will greatly benefit the existence of mastering one day. Now, it's interesting that Xinyangshan is actually fighting Han Haitian. Of course it has nothing to do with him. He wondered if he could get some benefit from it. The appearance of the half-day Taoist corpse was so complete that some great masters who came here were very moved. This is a law of the water system. When you understand it, although it will collide with their strength, the opposing attributes will make them go further in the realm of the half-day way. And refining the god corpse will also be a helper. Xuanhuan quietly watched the group of masters bid for the bid, and after a fierce battle, it fell into the hands of a great venerable. Let's go, the fair is over, Xuanhuan said. At the same time, it's really fierce. The corpses of Taoism and gods have appeared for a long time. The great master who bid should be called Zhu Yan, who is very powerful. Now let's find a place to refine all the gods, and then go back. Jiao Tu and Fensu left the auction house. Huh? The breath of great master Wu Lai? Fensu suddenly felt a force, and then he said amusedly, Master Wu Lai didn't get the corpse of the Taoist god for a long time this time, and even lost his blood, and he was burning with anger. It seems that he is in a very unhappy mood, and he needs to find someone else. Please vent your anger. Hey, it's forbidden to do anything in Yanling City, but it's fine if you leave. It depends on whether that person will hide in the city. Jiao Tu is waiting for a good show. He left, ignoring the power of a great master. How brave. Jiao Tu suddenly caught several figures stepping out of Yanling City. The shock in his eyes was suppressed, and he suddenly said in surprise, Fensu, look quickly, it's him. Isn't that person the mysterious strong man who helped us seal the heavenly fire sacred beast in Xuanhuan Purgatory? It turned out that he offended Lord Wu Lai. While Fensu was speaking, he shouted again, Grand Master Wu Lai has chased after him. This Wu Lai has a bad temper. Whoever dares to make him unhappy, he will make others unhappy. Let's follow and see if we can help. Yes, he has helped us a lot. We can't ignore it. This scene is worth watching. Jiao Tu also hurriedly chased after him. Your Majesty, Great Master Wu Lai is chasing us. Guze was expressionless. I have already sensed that I have not yet fought against the real Ban Tian Dao in this breakthrough. Now that Wu Lai has come after me, I will use him to test my strength to see if Ban Tian Dao can do anything to me. Xuanhuan said lightly. He stayed in the void, and saw a scorching light cluster coming, waiting for him quietly. Why don't you run away, snatch something from this deity, don't stay in the city, and dare to wait for this deity here, you are very courageous. Master Wu Lai circulated the great supernatural powers that penetrate the heavens and the earth, and he did not sense the power of the heavens from Xuanhuan. I thought you were so powerful. It turns out that you are just a supreme god. There are two masters by your side, but I wanted just to fight against the great lord is not in the eyes of the Lord. He was really unhappy in his heart. His most valued half-day Taoist corpse was snatched by Zhu Yan. I didn't snatch the corpse, so I didn't dare to do anything to that great venerable, and you came to trouble me. It's really interesting for you. Xuanhuan was terribly calm. It's crazy. Great Master Wu Lai said indifferently. Just when he was about to raise his hand to bombard, two people suddenly appeared and made him shout, You two came out to help him? Haha, Great Master Wu Lai, calm down. The one who pays the price at the trade fair wins. This is the consensus. Why do you have to play such a trick of turning shame into anger? Isn't it humiliating your status as a great master? Jiao Tu laughed. Yes, if you can't solve this, friend, wouldn't it be ridiculed? Fensu also said indifferently, and if you use this kind of method, where will the great master's reputation go? Jiao Tu, Fensu, this deity knows too. Great Senior Wu Lai was a little jealous of Fensu, and said coldly, but this matter has nothing to do with you, it's best not to interfere, the two of you can't bear the anger of Great Senior. Why doesn't it matter? This is my friend of Fensu, how can I not care about my friend? Fensu did not back down. Friend? Xuanhuan frowned slightly. These two people just met each other. Of course he knew that this was to repay his kindness for blocking the heavenly fire sacred beast that day, and only then did he offend a great venerable. However, the two men had the guts. Based on your few words, you want to make this deity retreat? A joke, Fensu, you junior, you can't do it alone. Great Venerable Wu Lai said, if your master was here, I would still be afraid of him, but unfortunately your master is already dead. If it weren't for the fact that you are from the Burning God sect, you would have already given up on me by talking to me like this. Slap you to death. If my master is here, it won't be difficult for him to slap you to death. Fensu said, even if there is no master, you can't touch me. This deity knows that he has left you a treasure for self-defense, but it is only to protect your life. Wu Lai also became irritable, get out of here. Humph, so what about the great senior, my brother and I joined forces and dare to fight you? Jiao Tu shouted, brother, it's been a long time since we joined forces to fight the great senior. The two are affectionate and righteous, and they are straightforward people. Xuanhuan also expressed his appreciation when he saw these two people. Meeting by chance, just for a little kindness, he dared to fight with Ban Tiandao. This kind of person is too rare. Grand Master Wu Lai, don't forget, my master is the one closest to the way of heaven after all. He is only my disciple, and treats me like his son on weekdays. The treasures he left me are unimaginable. Fensu's eyes gradually became sharper. Are you threatening me? Great Master Wu Lai's temper exploded, and he couldn't bear this kind of threat the most. In the surrounding area, more and more masters have gathered. Affected by the environment of the world, Xinjiang is warlike. If he is threatened by Fengsu, he will become a joke of others. You too, I already know your kindness. This matter has nothing to do with you. I can handle it alone. Xuanhuan's peerless coercion was displayed, like the Lord of the Gods, and said indifferently, if you want to do it, come here, I will come to experience your power. He should still be the supreme god, and he is going to fight against the great venerable. His strength is so brave. Jiao Tu said, in that case, we will watch from the sidelines. If he dares to make a move, it means he has the confidence, this great master Wu Lai may really be unable to do anything to him. Okay, it really doesn't work, we are helping out, this great master Wu Lai makes people really uncomfortable. Fensu nodded. As you wish, you are bold, but sometimes, you don't have to be bold. Great Master Wu Lai's eyes were burning hot, and when he raised his hand lightly, there was a mighty torrent, and the sea of fire was raging, burning everything. Although he is only a half-day Dao, and the law is not perfect, there is also an insurmountable gap between the Great Master and the Supreme. With a movement of his body, he attacked Xuanhuan in the most domineering and brutal way. #C1172 Collision with Ban Tiandao. The powerhouses of Ban Tiandao are not only in Xinyangshan, but also in the entire multiverse, and they are also powerful people who deserve to be named. On weekdays, the true heavenly Dao gods rarely make moves, even if it is a battle between the heavens, the one who makes the most shots is the half-heavenly Dao. After all, once Tiandashan takes action, the definition will be different. Grand Master Wu Lai is doing it. The fluctuation of his shot was so violent, when the power spread, all the strong people in the surrounding land were alarmed. Let me see how much you weigh. Boom. When the Great Lord made a move, the entire void actually disappeared, and his power that could not bear it was incinerated, and the monstrous fire waves gathered into a wave, sweeping past, and in the blazing power, the Great Lord Wu Lai killed him with a single palm. The power of the half-day way. Xuanhuan's expression was extremely calm. Eternity became empty, he waved out his palm, and the fire wave disappeared. He looked over indifferently, stepped forward, raised his palm and slapped it. In the end, we have to see, after breaking through the third heaven, whether this half-day Tao can do anything to him. Boom. A hurricane is coming. With the two at the center, there was a sound like a large area of mirrors collapsing. Everything around the two of them was destroyed, and Grand Master Wu Lai frowned suddenly. In Xuanhuan's counterattack, his strength could not advance an inch. He raised his other palm, and the two palms clashed instantly. In the instant of the collision, he could clearly feel that this person's realm had not reached the highest level, but there was a boundless domineering, fierce force that resisted his attack forcefully. It can resist the law of the half-day way, but it is difficult to defeat them, but it is enough to fight against this Wu Lai. Chuyuan thought about it and analyzed his own strength. Seeing Chuyuan's absent-minded look, Master Wu Lai thought that this person looked down on him, and he bombarded again violently, condensing the runes of Dao Dao fire, which exploded beside Chuyuan. The void trembled. Chuyuan's devouring black hole appeared and swallowed all the power of Great Master Wu Lai. Before he breaks through, he will definitely not be able to swallow half the power of the Dao. But now, although he cannot be defeated, this is not enough to deal with him. Great devouring technique. Great Master Wu Lai immediately recognized it. A raging flame was everywhere, and Wu Lai became ruthless. His will built this place into a flame comprehension. At this moment, Lai Yan's hand locked time and space and grabbed it. Your strength is not enough. The infinite thunder exploded. Chuyuan was expressionless, and his palm was also killed in an instant. The combination of thunder and flame, the giant hand of thunder and fire hit the flame. The power of thunder and fire! Many people exclaimed. With a loud bang that shook the sky, Chuyuan and Master Wu Lai stood still, their strengths were helpless against each other. Humph! Great Lord Wu Lai is extremely powerful at this moment. He strides, a giant of flames. At this time, he displayed the majesty of the heavenly way, turning into the spiritual coercion of the Great Master, and specifically hit the soul. This is an invisible fluctuation. Everyone didn't see clearly how Yuan fought, but those who were also half-hearted could see that this was a confrontation between souls. Chuyuan's eyes were fixed, and his pupils were burning with crystal flames, and Great Master Wu Lai stepped back a few steps. The fire of the soul, this person's control over the flame is not only strong in the material, but also strong in the soul. If the deity is not mistaken, he has also mastered the great soul art. Just now, Master Wu Lai suffered a lot. Great Master Zhu Yan stands tall in the sky, he is watching the battle. The blade of the law of heaven, the fire cooks oil. Great Lord Wu Lai is going crazy too. At this moment, he rubbed his hands together, endless flames rolled in, and a flaming weapon cut down in the air. Looking carefully, this is not a real weapon, but a blade of law formed by condensing the laws of the half-day way by Wu Lai. Seeing that Chuyuan's combat power is unparalleled, he must use his own high realm to suppress it. You can't help me with the incomplete power of heaven. Chuyuan looked at it coldly. He didn't see any evasive movements, but soared into the sky with endless breath. His various powers were condensed into one body, and the hand of the gods endowed him with the power of the emperor, and he directly slashed at the blazing giant sword. You are so bold. Great Senior Wu Lai laughed back in anger, wanting to use his own strength to fight against his law blade, but he couldn't think of any words to describe this person except the word arrogant. Chuyuan stands between the heaven and the earth, in the glory of the gods, the hand of the gods breaks out the conquest in troubled times, the tyrannical power breaks the blade of law in one fell swoop, and then the great devouring technique disintegrates the fluctuation of law. The smoke cleared. Chuyuan didn't move, and looked at Wu Lai coldly. You have only stepped into the half-day way, and you are still far from the real way of heaven. What a big tone! Great Master Wu Lai's face was extremely gloomy. Break the blade of the law in one fell swoop, and the Great Master can't do anything to him. Seeing this, Fensu shone brilliantly, and said loudly, Master Wu Lai, you made a move today, and you know the situation. If you can't do anything to this friend, why don't you just stop? It's pointless to continue fighting. Let me stop, this is impossible. The more angry this deity is, the stronger the power will be. You have aroused the anger of this deity. Bang bang bang. It seemed that there was a force called anger that was enhancing his strength, and Master Wu Lai completely turned into a ball of fire. The boundless sweeping flames, with the most scorching breath, Master Wu Lai displayed his strength. Every move, the power he carries is completely the law of fire, and he strikes hard with the law. This great master Wu Lai is really angry. Fensu's expression changed. Time stood still at this moment. Master Wu Lai used the law of flames to distort time and space, and a fire knife appeared in his hands, called Wu Lai sword, and swept down with the tyrannical sword intent of extinction. This knife will make you crippled if you don't die. Great Lord Wu Lai wants to save face. Well done. Chu Yuan's aura is also rising to the limit in the face of the oppression of Wu Lai. He just needs this kind of violent half-day power to sharpen himself. All eyes are on this moment. Chu Yuan moved the sword, and the flaming sword from the God of Heaven appeared in his hand. The impact of the collision of two half-heaven artifacts was huge. If it wasn't in Jinyang Tian, no one knew how many other places would have been sunk. But the collision between the blows created a scene like a godfire purgatory. What's going on inside? Jiao Tu was also a little anxious. Surrounded by the flames, it was difficult for him to see what kind of fluctuations erupted there. Don't worry. Fensu was very calm. Amidst the earth-shattering explosions, one could only see two phantoms constantly colliding with their knives, and at the same time heard the angry roar of great Master Wu Lai. The strength of the two of them was constantly tearing apart, but neither could do anything to each other. In the end, the fluctuation of the flame dissipated, and the two were evenly divided. Many people's eyes were wide open. This strange strong man didn't fall down in the fight with Master Wu Lai, and actually suppressed the opponent's strength. #C1173 Ask for help. This is an existence that even great Master Wu Lai can't solve. How will Venerable Wu Lai respond? How will it end this time? Everyone was shocked by Chu Yuan's strength. These voices were extremely ear-piercing to Senior Wu Lai's ears, and his whole body was trembling with anger. At this moment, he actually showed a blur. But the increase in power has increased exponentially. Grand Master Wu Lai, don't be blinded by anger. Forcibly burning the Tao law for half a day is not good for you. If you can't solve your opponent, your realm will fall because of this, and it will be difficult to step into this realm in the future. Zhu Yan saw that Wu Lai was burning for a long time and made a sound. The most powerful method of Bantian Dao is also a method of self-destruction, burning its own laws. But I can't accept such a failure. In Wu Lai's view, failure to deal with the opponent is a failure and the greatest shame. Listen to me, take a step back, go back. Now that the court is planning a big battle against Han Haitian, save your useful body and go to the battlefield. Zhu Yan's words are very strong. Okay, today, for the sake of great Master Zhu Yan, I will save your life, otherwise I will kill you with the law of burning. Great Master Wu Lai disappeared immediately. He also knew that Zhu Yan was saving face for him, otherwise it would be really hard for him to step down. You are very powerful. Although I don't know where you are from, but if you have nowhere to go in the future, you can go to Zhu's house in Jinyang Heavenly Court to find this deity. Master Zhu Yan took a deep look at Chu Yuan and left. Zhu family, that is an extremely powerful clan in the Heavenly Court of Jinyang, with a living God of Heaven sitting in it. Jiao Tu said, however, this friend is even stronger, and even forced great Master Wu Lai into the law of burning. Come on, let's meet this friend. Fensu came in front of Chu Yuan. He smiled and said, Your Excellency left in a hurry that day, and I haven't had time to thank you for blocking the heavenly fire sacred beast. This is Jiao Tu, my good brother, and my name is Fensu. I don't know your name. Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan said. Reaching out without hitting the smiling face, the two were so polite that Chu Yuan responded kindly. Brother Chu, don't rush to leave. Seeing Chu Yuan cast the void escape technique, Jiao Tu said hastily. What else is there for you two? Chu Yuan said lightly. Haha, there's nothing else. It's just that I hit it off with Brother Chu today, and I intend to get acquainted. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Chu should not be my true Yang Tian person, so that's fine. Jiao Tu said. Say something directly, Chu Yuan said. Nothing else. Fensu took Jiao Tu's words. If Brother Chu doesn't mind, you might as well go to my sect for a sit-down today. I forgot to mention that I am the deputy headmaster of the Fenchen Divine Sect. I don't have time right now. Chu Yuan was really busy returning to Tianduan Mountain at this time, and he didn't even explore Xinyang Tian. Wait until I finish. Fensu said again, actually, I have something to ask Brother Chu for help. In fact, there has been a little change in the sect. I have a one-sided relationship with you, and I may not be able to help you with some things. Chu Yuan said. Everything depends on fate. Meeting Brother Chu twice is a fate. Fensu smiled and said, I saw Brother Chu auctioning the blood of the god of heavenly Tao today. I can promise that after the matter is completed, I will also give Brother Chu a few drops of the blood of the god of heaven and Tao as a reward, and I can also provide insights about the breakthrough of the half-day Tao. In this true sun, if there is anything that needs my help, I will definitely help. Oh? Chu Yuan thought about it. He didn't know who the Fenchen Shenzong behind Fengsu was. But there are many friends and many paths. I saw them at the Xinyangshan exchange today, and I learned that they are about to start a war with Han Haitian, and there will be a lot of spoils. He may be able to use Fensu to insert his manpower in the true sun, and have one more source of resources. He smiled and said, please tell me. Oh, Brother Chu doesn't know something. In fact, Burning Sky Sect, was one of the most powerful sects in Jinyang Heavenly Court 10,000 years ago, but my master had already passed away 10,000 years ago. Fensu sighed. Fengsu's master is called Old Man Fenchen, the founder of the Fenchen Divine Sect, who existed in ancient times, although he is not a god of heaven, but he is not too resistant to fighting against a real god of heaven. He is the top Grand Lord. Focus Map Supplement. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. There are strong and weak points in the half-day Tao. The cultivator at this step has stepped out of his own way of heaven, and is constantly exploring and improving. If it is divided into 10%, Great Master Wu Lai is only 10% or 20%, but the old man Fen Tian is standing at the top. This kind of peak, even the gods of heaven can hardly be wiped out at will. My master has lived for too long, and his life is boring. He wanted to attack the realm of the gods of heaven, but unfortunately he died. Originally, my Burning God sect had more than one great master, but in the long time, or Cultivation went mad, or fell in the war, there is no one. Fensu sighed and said, my master also saw through it, and wanted to fight it out. He died and left a mess for me to clean up. In true sun heaven, a sect without a half-day way cannot maintain its status, Chu Yuan said. At the same time, he felt the difficulty of breaking through the way of heaven. Every step has the danger of going crazy, and the law will collapse. Weakness and pioneering, more than self-preservation. Fensu said, our sect has a skull of the god of heaven and Tao. If we work together to activate it, it can erupt with the power to severely injure the Grand Master. If Grand Master Wu Lai dares to attack our sect, he will die without a place to die. Even if Tian Daoshan is dead, everything on his body is also the most precious treasure. Also, even if my master is dead, he is too strong. The way of heaven did not destroy his body. Once the sect is killed, his divine body will recover and burst out with supreme power. Brother Chu, you see, when the great master Zhu Yan arrives there, he will die if he forces his way in. This is the legacy left to them by the old man Fenchen. Tell me all the real troubles, Chu Yuan said. Let me tell. Jiao Tu said, the Fenchen Divine Sect has 7 deputy headmasters, and my brother is one of them, and only my brother has inherited the mantle of the old man Fenchen, and should be the supreme headmaster, but the other 6 disagree. Therefore, we captured the heavenly fire sacred beast this time to cultivate a powerful supernatural power. You're trying to seize power. Xuanhuan hit the nail on the head. He has been the emperor for so many years, and the internal struggles of these sects are all too clear. The 7 of them refused to accept each other and entangled each other, leaving the Fenchen divine sect in a state of no master. My master, that old man, really knows that I don't like this kind of seizure of power, but he still insists on imposing responsibility on me. Isn't it good to live? He keeps saying that he is tired of work all day long, knowing that I am lazy, and he still tortures me like this. Fensu didn't like being the head teacher at all, but the situation forced him to do some things if he didn't want to. Old man Fentian has other intentions, Xuanhuan said. Old man Fenchen has indeed lived too long. He wants to fight hard. He also knows that with my brother's lazy temperament and no external oppression, it is very difficult and hopeless to become a great venerable. I also hope that he can shoulder the burden, change the temperament. Jiaotu said. I already know that your purpose of looking for me is nothing more than to seize power, but I don't know you well. Can you trust me? #C1174 Chaos. I can't say it, but I just feel that you are credible. There is a special feeling that as long as you make a promise, you will never back down. This feeling is very weird. Fensu couldn't figure it out, and said, Brother Chu gave me a credible temperament. Xuanhuan smiled. Of course he knew where the weirdness that Fensu said came from. This is his temperament of supreme humanity. Even if he didn't exude such coercion and oppression on purpose, it would still be influenced by people's subconscious mind and feel that he is tall and stalwart. The human emperor is the most holy emperor of the human race. Without this kind of temperament, Fensu would not have such a credible idea in his mind. Option 1, refuse Fengsu's request, get 40,000 vertex points, and draw random artifacts. Option 2, agree to Fensu's request, help him seize power in the Fenchen divine sect, obtain 40,000 fate points, and randomly draw divine pills. A group of dragons has no leader. There are 7 deputy headmasters in a sect, just like 7 dragons fighting in a melee. How can 7 wills make the sect develop? There can only be one dominant will, so that all orders, words, and deeds are one. Xuanhuan said lightly. That's right. The development of the Fenchen divine sect in the past 10,000 years has been extremely chaotic. Even I can't stand it anymore. Once the old man Fenchen sits down, they will go their own way, calculating this and that all day long. If this continues, it will all be over sooner or later. Jiaotu snorted coldly, and then he was overjoyed. Brother Chu, you promised to help Fensu take power. Yes, since you trust me, I will walk with you. Xuanhuan smiled. Okay. With Brother Chu's action, I have more confidence. Although I have no feeling for the position of the sect, I don't want to lose the family property that the old guy saved a long time ago. Master. Your Majesty, you patted your butt and sat down, leaving this mess for me to clean up. You are testing me. Fensu had to change his lazy temperament. Haha, brother, don't let old man Fenchen down. Jiaotu said. Yanling City is half a month away from the Burning Heaven sect. Speaking of it, I haven't been back in 100 years. Let's talk about specific things as we walk. The 3 immediately shuttled back to the Fengsu Shenzong. On the way. This time, the Fenchen divine sect must be fully controlled. The situation has changed. The Heavenly Court of Xinjiang is going to launch a full-scale war against Han Haitian, and the Fenchen divine sect will definitely be recruited. Only when I am in power can I gain benefits in this battle. Jiaotu said. I have a hunch that this battle will be more intense than ever before. From ancient times to the present, the battle with Han Haitian has never stopped. It is exactly like this that I, the great lord of the Burning Heaven sect, have killed several people in battle. Fensu sighed and said, "Hey, the master actually had a premonition. He wanted to become the god of heaven. The way of heaven is immortal, but it is a pity that he lost." Ordinary Dazuan would not dare to attack the heavenly Tao god at will. Jiao Tu also admired the old man, Fen Tian. The Fenchen divine sect has arrived and has not returned for 100 years. I don't know what it will become like. Half a month later, the Fenchen divine sect finally appeared in front of our eyes. As a sect that existed in extremely ancient times, the Fenchen divine sect was so magnificently built. On the vast land, there is infinite sea water, and in the center of the sea water, there are many temples. There is a round of divine sun in the sky, which is actually a divine cauldron, from which burning flames swept out, burning the sky red. Burning the sky and boiling the sea. Chu Yuan looked over. The sea is vast, and many disciples of the Burning Heaven sect are practicing divine techniques, and they are boiling the sea until it boils. Don't underestimate this sea water. This is a section of the origin of the vast sea cut by the old man Fen Tian from the vast sea sky. It is very mysterious. Jiao Tu introduced. Brother Chu followed me back to the sect, and I will do my best to be a landlord. Fensu looked at the unfamiliar yet familiar sect, with mixed feelings. He shook his head. If it wasn't left by the master, and his divine body is still guarding the sect, I really don't want to come back. Fensu, I know you are lazy, but I have something to tell you. Chu Yuan Dao, if you don't stop, you will be subject to chaos. The chaos of the Fenchen Shinzong has lasted for thousands of years. If you want the foundation of the old man Fenchen to not be defeated, you must show the strongest attitude and hold the power in your hands, is to clean up a group of disobedient people. Whoever dares to jump out, will be punished, and the disobedient members of the sect will be cleaned up. For a sect leader, you must be absolutely authoritative, so that everyone will be convinced of you, respect you, and follow you. Only when you come down, can you show grace and power. Chu Yuan understands this truth best. I see. Fensu's eyes also became firm. Anyone who dares to disobey my orders, kill them. When the master is here, how can there be any 7 assistant teachers? They all jumped out after the master's death. The purpose is to carve up the master's legacy. How could I let them succeed? It's enough to have such a cruel heart, Brother Chu, and I will help you. Jiao Tu said. Go, let's go in. There is also a tyrannical restriction shrouded outside the Fenchen divine sect, but Fengsu took out a token and forbade himself to open it, and when he displayed the power of burning the void, the whole world immediately showed a kind of emptiness. It's Fensu, deputy head, who's back. Deputy head Fensu chose to come back at this time. Look quickly, there are 2 people with the deputy head, one is Na Jiaotu, his friend, and the other is very strange. It should be the helper invited by the deputy head. This kind of momentum, those who come are not kind, and those who come will not come. Could it be that there will be a big chaos today, when I burn the heavenly divine sect? Many people in the Fenchen divine sect know that the sect has been in chaos for a long time, and there is no one who can really decide the world. Fensu used to be very low-key, and didn't like power, but the situation forced him to make a choice for the other 6 deputy heads. Many people feel uneasy. This Fengsu would choose to come back at such a time. The deputy headmen have been waiting for him for a long time, and even invited his helpers. It seems that he knows something, but he just invited a grand lord. Don't even think about this battle of seizing the sect. Some people sneered. The atmosphere is not right. Jiao Tu said. During the 100 years since you left the sect, I think that the Fenchen divine sect has undergone a lot of changes that you don't even know about. If my guess is right, they have already set a trap and are waiting for you. Chu Yuan understood all too well the fight for power and profit. 100 years is enough for too many things to happen. I'm not stupid. When I came back this time, I also thought of such a thing. I hope they don't let me down. Fensu snorted coldly and said, nominally, I'm the 7th deputy head, but master only has me as a disciple. I know too much and control too much. How can I deal with me if I don't make a plan? Even if it's a dragon's lake or a tiger's den, brother, I will accompany you through it today. Jiaotu said. It's good to deal with it together. Xuanhuan smiled, always giving people a mysterious feeling. When they all appear, they just catch them all at once. Sometimes it's troublesome not to jump out, but it's easy to solve by jumping out. Brother Chu is right. Fensu led the way. Let's go directly to the Burning Heaven Hall and hold a meeting. #C1175 Seize Power. Deputy Head Teacher Fensu, today you finally returned to the sect. We have been waiting for you in the Burning Heaven Hall for a long time, please enter the hall. A voice suddenly resounded. It's Fen Kong's voice. Fensu said immediately. In the Fenchen Divine Sect, the most honorable name is bestowed with Fensi, and then named to replace one's own original name. They have been waiting for us in the Burning Heaven Hall for a long time, and they really have no good intentions. Jiao, too, said coldly. It doesn't matter what backhand they set up, with me here, everything will be fine, let's go there. Xuanhuan's words are like heaven, giving people peace of mind. The Fenchen Temple is the most supreme temple of the Fenchen Divine Sect. The skull of the Taoist god was sealed in this hall, and it is also the place where the Fenchen Divine Sect discusses various important matters. It is equivalent to the Xuanhu Hall of Xuanhu. At this moment, there are already a large number of strong people in the Burning Heaven Palace. The weakest ones who can come here must be supreme. The deputy headmaster is here, please enter the Burning Heaven Hall. In the Fen Tian Temple, there were already a large number of people waiting, a middle-aged man said to Fensu, but there was no respect on his face. This sect naturally knows. At this time, Fensu was no longer as lazy as before, but instead had a fierce temperament. Jiaotu knew his brother very well. He was usually loose, but once he got serious, he was very scary. Deputy Head Teacher, these two are not members of our sect, so don't go in. The middle-aged man said. Ding Ting, are you ordering me? There was a killing intent in Fensu's words. I dare not, but my current name is no longer Ding Chong, but Fen Ting. The middle-aged man's face remained unchanged. Fen Ting? Fensu narrowed his eyes slightly. Who bestowed the title of Fenzi? This sect remembers that when there is no head teacher, the title of Fen can only be granted with the consent of the 7 deputy head teachers. Ding Ting, you are not worthy. He was also very cold. These people are already ignoring the rules set by old man Fen Tian. This means he has been excluded. You are a small character, and I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Ding Ting wants to burn your account. Without my promise, you will never change. Fensu waved his big hand. He had to show absolute dominance in order to win the power. A force directly suppressed Ding Ting's body, making Ding Ting retreat again and again. His knees could not bear it, and he wanted to kneel down. You still don't kneel when you see this sect? Who gave you the courage? Fensu said coldly. He wanted everyone to see that he had the strength to return to the sect for 100 years. Fensu, don't bully others too much. I call you deputy head teacher to save face. If you want me to kneel down, you don't have the qualifications. Ding Ting's face turned red. It is a shame to make him kneel down forcibly when almost all of the Zongmen are present. Fensu, why do you have to fight with Fen Ting here? Suddenly a huge force fell from the Burning Heaven Hall. Xuanhuan's eyes were fixed, and the invisible momentum blocked the huge force. Kneel down to this sect. The sect's rules are gone. How decent is it? This sect is going to teach you about superiority and inferiority. Fensu knew that Xuanhuan had resisted the pressure from the other deputy head teachers, so he yelled, and Ding Ting knelt down with a bang. Shame, grief and indignation, all kinds of emotions were intertwined in Ding Ting's heart. After he was awarded the burning number, he regarded himself as a big shot in the Fenchen divine sect, but now he was taught by Fengsu to be a man. You! Ding Ting said angrily. Before the sect meeting is over, if you dare to stand up, the sect will abolish your cultivation and take back your strength. Fengsu waved his sleeves, swept his eyes, and led Xuanhuan and Jiao, too, directly into the Fenchen palace. Ding Ting lost face this time, and he would not be able to hold his head up in the sect. Deputy head teacher Fengsu was so murderous this time, he was about to confront the other deputy head teachers head-on. After the ancestor was enthroned, deputy head teacher Fengsu was the only direct disciple of the ancestor. Who should we help this time? Hey, the future is uncertain. Everyone in the Burning Heaven Divine sect sensed the catastrophe. Inside the Fenchen Palace, there is an extremely huge, independent universe, which was constructed by the old man Fenchen himself with tyrannical magic power. One statue after another appeared in the universe time and space, and there was already a statue on it, and the most eye-catching ones were the first few thrones representing the deputy head teacher, and the deputy head teacher was already on it. I remember that back then, when the Fenchen divine sect was at its peak, there were all great venerables sitting on the throne, and with the strength of the old man Fenchen, he was absolutely powerful in the entire Xinjiang heaven. Even the god of heaven would give burning the old man's face. Jiao Tu whispered in Xuanhuan's ear, but look now, what kind of people are sitting there? The Fenchen divine sect has reached the most critical time. Unfortunately, the great master of the Fenchen divine sect died in battle, sitting. Xuanhuan's face remained unchanged. The vicissitudes of life, the rise and disappearance of forces are normal things in the entire multiverse. Not to mention the Fenchen Shenzong, even if it was as strong as Guyuan Tian, it would also collapse. Start your seizure of power. Xuanhuan's soul fluctuated. Fengsu nodded, his eyes swept across. The people here include the accomplices of the 6 deputy head teachers. There are also a group of neutral old antiques who don't care about the changes in the sect, and there are also people loyal to him. In short, the Burning Heaven Divine sect is in chaos now. Fengsu, you're back. You disappeared for 100 years without hearing from you. You are very unworthy and very bad as a head teacher. An existence on the throne of God looked at Fengsu coldly, and started to make trouble as soon as he came. Haha, Vice Headmaster, Fen Kong, Fengsu disappeared for 100 years, this time for the sake of cultivation. Cultivators of my generation have an endless lifespan, and 100 years is like sand in a finger. Let alone 100 years, 10,000 years is nothing. An old antique said immediately, Fengsu Tianzong is a genius, the only one passed down by our ancestors. As long as he becomes a great master, there is hope for our clan to recover. This old antique is called Fenyuan, and he is absolutely loyal to Fengsu. Jiao Tu introduced. Having said that, the form is different now. The recruitment order of Xinjiang Heavenly Court has already been sent to our sect. He is not here, so we cannot carry out many things. This is negligence. It is even more necessary to unite the power of the sect into one rope, and we can't do things independently and mess with each other as before. Burn the empty road. Fen Kong, what you said is correct, the sect can no longer be in chaos, and the 7 deputy sect orders must be unified. Fengsu said coldly, the real suzerain must be elected. Fengsu is about to seize power, he finally got rid of his sloppy temperament. Fenyuan was overjoyed. In his opinion, only Fengsu was worthy of being the head teacher, and no one else was worthy. He had been trying to persuade him before, but Fengsu didn't listen, which gave him a headache. Seeing Fengsu's appearance, he was serious. He made up his mind that even if he seized the sect today, if he gave up his life, he would still help Fengsu seize power. The foundation of the ancestors cannot be defeated. He was taught by Patriarch Fen Tian. Thousands of years of chaos must come to an end. Fengsu is the only one in the sect who can inherit the throne. We must work with one heart and one mind to assist the new head teacher. Don't fight each other. I, Fengyuan, are willing to risk my life to help. Fengyuan spoke up immediately. #C11767 Deputy Headmasters. Fengyuan, what you said is wrong. It is true that he is a disciple of the ancestor, but neither his strength nor his qualifications are enough. If Fensu is half-hearted, I can immediately work for him without saying a word, and respect him as his father. The supreme teacher, but unfortunately he is not. Fen Kong sneered. He knows too well the benefits of being a teacher. There are too many treasures left by the ancestors, only the head teacher has the right to mobilize them. My opinion is the same as that of Fen Kong. Fensu does not have enough prestige, so he cannot inherit the position just because he is a disciple of the ancestor. Another person spoke. This person was called Fen Lian, and said indifferently, now that the battle between Xin Yangshan and Han Haitian is about to start, our sect must have a great venerable, and we must also have someone with high morals to lead our sect to rise in this battle. Okay, no need to say more, there are still a few people who disagree, let's stand up. Fen Shuling glanced at it. Neither of us agree. Immediately, the 5 figures stood up from the deputy head teacher's throne, and at the same time made a sound, and the earth-shaking power turned into a tyrannical oppression, and fell on Fensu instantly. Fensu snorted coldly, he stood still. There are only 5 people, and one is missing. Fensu said again. Fensu, you are too immature. It's not that we don't want you to take on the big position, but we are worried that you won't be able to take on this heavy responsibility, ruining the foundation of our ancestors and the future of my Burning Heaven sect. A soft sigh came. I saw an old man slowly appearing from the void. He was tall and burly, with the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. He didn't sit on the deputy head teacher's seat, but sat on the most supreme seat. He sat upright on it, with the air of someone in power. Fenhai, how dare you go up to the seat of the head teacher? Fensu let out a sharp drink. This Fenhai boldly sat on the seat, without the consent of all the deputy head teachers. This meant that he had already regarded himself as the supreme head teacher. It's not that I want to be the head teacher, but the sect needs a head teacher, otherwise it won't be able to gain a foothold. Fenhai had a decided attitude. Great rebellion, Patriarch Fenchen didn't let you be the head teacher, yet you dare to sit on it, this is deceiving the master and destroying the ancestor. Jiao Tu shouted angrily. Outsider, how can you speak here? Fen Kong shouted. This is your plan? Fensu calmed down at this moment. That's right, you disappeared for 100 years at once. The 5 of us have already enshrined senior brother Fenhai as the new supreme headmaster. The minority obeys the majority. This has been voted by the sect long ago. Senior brother Fenhai's succession as the headmaster is recognized by the sect. Fen Lian knelt down facing Fenhai. He handed over the vice headmaster token in his hand. Immediately, the following deputy head teaching orders were handed over, and they were merged into one piece in Fenhai's hands, with only a gap in the center. The real one was on Fensu's body. Once all the teaching orders are in order, the treasure of Old Man Fenchen can be opened. Although Fenhai's expression was calm, his heart was really excited. He has waited for Fensu for 100 years, knowing that once the treasure is opened, he can become a great master by virtue of the resources sealed inside. Fengsu, why don't you hand it in? Another person shouted loudly, his name was Fenwu. Ha 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 ha, it's really ridiculous. Although Fensu was laughing, his eyes were cruel. I will hand it over. You were not present during the previous vote. This has nothing to do with us. If you are not convinced, we will vote again now. Whoever gets the most votes will be the new headmaster. In this way, you will have nothing to say. Burning Wei. It's just a formality. What's the difference between voting and not voting? Fensu said, what if I don't pay? Humph, if you don't hand it over, you will abandon the sect's honor and shame, and you will be rejected. We can use the sect's laws to punish you. You should know what punishment you will receive. The 5 deputy head teachers walked out at the same time, and now they have entered the burning heaven hall, that is the meat on the chopping board, to be slaughtered by them. You dare! Fen Yuan led a group of loyal Fensu people and shouted. Fen Yuan, if you dare to resist, I will also suppress you. Burning Wei. Without me, you wouldn't be able to open the treasure. Fensu said. Since everyone wants to be the suzerain, it's meaningless for the minority to obey the majority. Fensu, you and Fenhai will fight. Whoever wins will be the real master. It's a fair fight and a duel between the two. Chu Yuan's voice suddenly echoed in Burning Heaven Hall. Who are you, and you dare to meddle in our affairs? Fen Kong looked at Chu Yuan. If you don't even have the courage to fight a fair fight, then you don't deserve to be the head teacher. Chu Yuan ignored him at all. Nonsense. Fen Kong knew that this person was a master invited by Fensu, and he was a bit weird and mysterious, but in the Fen Tian temple, he had never been afraid of anyone, and his hand immediately shone with a blazing brilliance, turning into a flaming knife and slashing down in the air. But as soon as he split his palm, there was an irresistible force that made him unable to fall. Boom! On Chu Yuan's face, 2 masters suddenly appeared, with surging fierce aura. They raised their palms at the same time, and knocked Fen Kong away. If you dare to attack His Majesty, you will be courting death. Gumo Gu shouted. 2 supreme peaks. Fen Kong was also shocked. Both of these 2 supreme peaks are subordinates of this person, and the aura emanating from these 2 people is not ordinary supreme peaks. Suppress this person together, and act recklessly in my sect. Even the great master will not be able to please him. Fen Kong said. It's really looking for death. Brother Chu can't even do anything to the real Dazuan. Fortunately, we have found this helper. Naturally, Jiao Tu would not tell him this. Okay, Fensu has been away for 100 years, and he got to know this kind of strong man. Fen Yuan was overjoyed, gained confidence, and then shouted, Why, Fen Kong, do you want to bully the few with more? Humph, don't forget, without the power of Fensu, the real background can't motivate you, and we won't let you motivation. Fenhai, this friend is right, strength is the most important thing. If you don't even have the courage to fight Fensu, what will you use to convince the crowd? I, Fen Yuan, will be the first to refuse. Don't accept it, we don't accept it. Those who supported Fengsu all drank. Things are getting tricky. Fen Kong and the others looked ugly. Their original calculation was to wait until Fensu returned to the clan and use absolute power to suppress him, but it was this mysterious strong man who backed him up. But their seizure of power and determination to be in charge must not be changed because of this. Okay, since you are not convinced, I can only do as you wish. Fenhai stood up. Fensu, let's have a fight. If you lose, you will hand over the token of the deputy head teacher, and fight under the watchful eyes of everyone in the sect. Strength is the most fair thing. Fenhai, I will fight with you. Fensu knew that if he wanted to truly control the sect, he still had to rely on his own strength. The invited Chu Yuan could only support him, deter Fen Kong and the others, and create fair opportunities for him. Let me see how strong you are under the adjustment of the ancestor, and whether you are qualified to inherit the big position. Fenhai stepped out of the Fen Tian palace. #C1177 Seriously. The sky above the boundless ocean of burning heaven divine sect. 2 figures appeared at the same time. Fensu and Fenhai are both supreme peaks, the closest existence to Ban Tian Dao. The Lord of Heaven Ya is much weaker than them. The two deputy headmasters will decide the position with a decisive battle. This victor will be our new leader. My Burning Heaven sect should have a new head teacher. I don't know who will win. Many elders and disciples looked up at the two powerful men. Hateful. The faces of the 5 deputy head teachers have always been gloomy, and it is the worst way to let Fan Hai and Fan Su fight. If it wasn't for Xuanhuan standing here, they would have used coercive means to jointly suppress and seize his token. Don't worry, the strength of senior brother Fan Hai is also comparable to that of Fan Su. This is also good. Defeating him in front of everyone and making him feel uncontested is better than us teaming up to bully him. Even if he loses, Fan Su will never have a chance to stand up. Burn no way. Fan Su, in order to avoid people saying that I am bullying the small with the big, you take the first shot. Fan Hai looked at Fan Su. Haha, I'm still afraid that others will say that I'm bullying the elders. Fan Su said with a smile, why don't we play a bigger game, and if we lose, there will be resentment in our hearts, so in front of all the elders and disciples, whoever loses will hand over himself. How about the soul being controlled by the other party? What, Fan Su wants to play so big, handing over his soul will really be a disaster, he is going to drive himself to a dead end. Fan Yuan was anxious. He grew up watching Fan Su, and he knew that it is very possible to become a great master with Fan Su's talent. Don't worry. Jiao Tu said to himself, my brother's strength is more than enough to deal with a Fan Hai, this time, Fan Hai will be destroyed forever, and he will never be able to recover. Besides, Brother Chu is suppressing the situation, so they can't do anything else. Trick. I am here. This battle will be played in a fair manner. Xuanhuan said. He is calm. If Fan Su couldn't even defeat Fan Hai, then it wouldn't be worth his effort to cooperate with him. Okay, then I would like to thank Your Excellency. Fan Shirua is the Supreme Headmaster, and Your Excellency is the best friend of my Fenchen Divine Sect. Fan Yuan said. Hand over the soul source? Interesting? Fan Hai said, okay, I promise you. He is also riding a tiger. If he refuses to agree at this time, doesn't it mean that he is afraid? Then come on. The monstrous flames burst out at this moment, and the flames that burned the void burned out. Fan Su stared at Fan Hai, and his palm of the void flame fell down in an instant, slashing towards Fan Hai. Burning the sky and boiling the sea. Burning the sea was overwhelming. At this moment, the sea actually boiled to a boil by the flames. Fan Hai had no fear, he strode towards Fan Su to kill. The power of the two exploded out, only to see the two flame figures stalemate together, and no one could do anything about the other. I used to be too lazy to be the suzerain, but now I want to be, Fan Hai, just be more honest. A rare seriousness appeared in Fan Su's eyes. He is very aware of Master's approach, deliberately leaving him a mess and letting him clean it up. This is to set up tests to sharpen him after death. Master, please give me a good look. I will pass your test. I will walk for you if you have not traveled the road. Fan Su stood upright. The voice he was talking to himself was for the dead old man, Fan Tian, to hear. Boom. Fan Su's big hand grasped the fire of burning sky, and the flames were raging to the sky. His tyrannical and invincible palm instantly broke Fan Hai's sea-boiling power, and then he swung it violently. Countless sky flames burst into flames. Burning Heaven Holy Flame Palm. His affinity for the power of fire is too high. Ancestor Fan Tian only accepted him as a disciple in his whole life, which can be seen. It's just that old man Fenchen was a little helpless. This seat will too. Fan Hai also used the Burning Heaven Sacred Fire Palm. The two flames burned and collided, thanks to the fact that they were in the sect, protected by restrictions, otherwise the destructive power would be too strong. You dare to be presumptuous. Fan Su already has the demeanor of a peerless suzerain. He stared at Fan Hai closely, and unexpectedly showed the power of the fire element of heaven. In his eyes, there were flames rising, and he himself was like a sea of fire erupting, and he slashed towards Fanhai with one move. Humph, play hard in front of me, you're still a little tender after all. With the earth-shattering loud noise, Fanhai did not show any weakness. Two and two hit each other, the fire wave rose to the sky, Fansu suddenly came in front of him, and he slapped his palm again. Burn the sea, to fight. Void Skyfire Knife. Fansu muttered silently, and obviously blasted out with his palm, but his Skyfire saber reached Fanhai's side in an extremely strange way, and slashed at his body. Fanhai had already sensed it, but this kind of fire knife containing the power of the void was too difficult to resist, and a mask quickly appeared on his body, but he was still cut. The fire of the void, Fangsu has already cultivated to this level, and it will be transformed into a half-day Tao. Fenyuan also had the feeling of being in tears, watching his own children grow up. Fangsu has grown up, without the protection of his ancestors. He also knows how to take responsibility. This is my family's luck. Senior brother Fanhai has suffered. The faces of the 5 deputy head teachers also changed suddenly. Some tricks. Fanhai's face was solemn, he didn't care about the pain on his body, he found that Fangsu was more difficult than he imagined. You have this strength? Fangsu made great strides, the fusion of the power of the void and the way of flame created his current formidable strength. A blast of unrivaled divine power blasted him, and there were divine shadows in all directions. Fanhai knew right away that he had to devote 120% of his attention to dealing with Fangsu. Playing with void means, you can't hide it from me, this is the real you. Fanhai locked onto a figure and punched it away, but it was immediately disillusioned before his eyes. What is this fake? He bombarded again, but still couldn't lock onto Fangsu's real body. You can't even find my real body, and you still want to compete with me for the position of teacher? I didn't fight with you before. I really thought you could control everything? Fangsu's faint voice resounded throughout the world. Deputy head teacher Fangsu seems to have taken control of the audience. Many people's eyes widened, trying to find out where Fangsu's real body was. This Fangsu has a thorough comprehension of the way of the void. Chu Yuan watched. Naturally, he could see that it wasn't that Fanhai couldn't find it, what he locked on every time was the real thing, but Fangsu had a magical power of teleportation through the void, he could change his real shape in an instant. It's no problem for Fangsu to achieve half-day Tao. Are you kidding me? But you can't beat me with this method alone. Fanhai was alert to his surroundings. Really? Even if I want to defeat you, it is very simple. The moment Fangsu's voice fell, a flaming figure instantly stepped in front of him, raised his palm and bombarded him. I've been fooled, young people can't stand it. Fanhai smiled, he was not afraid of colliding with Fangsu head-on. Your strength is nothing in front of me, you will never know what master has taught me. Fangsu launched a worldwide offensive. #C1178 Headmaster Supreme. Under Fangsu's unrivaled slaughter, Fanhai was completely suppressed. Boom! Fangsu slammed it like a palm that passed through the void, and Fanhai immediately flew out like a cannonball, hitting into the ocean, and he was ejected instantly. But Fangsu's palm fell again, suppressing him again. Your strength. Fanhai didn't expect it, Fangsu's strength was so powerful, it completely surpassed his expectations. Even when the opponent's void flame was cast, the sky and the earth were distorted and fell into a phantom. Even he had a feeling that he couldn't understand it, as if he was looking at the way of heaven. Sitting on the position of head teacher without authorization is a serious crime. At this moment, Fangsu showed his domineering aura, waved his big hand, and yelled at him sharply, completely different from his usual self. Fangsu is too strong, could it be that senior brother Fanhai will be defeated by him? No, senior brother Fanhai will not be defeated. There is still the last card in the hole. He will definitely be able to defeat Fangsu. Senior brother cannot be defeated, otherwise we will suffer disaster. We must defeat him. The 5 deputy head teachers also became nervous. It is very clear that based on what they have done, once Fensu is allowed to ascend to the throne, they will be the first to liquidate them and use them to establish their prestige. They couldn't help looking at the strange man. Although this person didn't make any other movements, just standing there, the aura emanating from his body made them dare not act rashly. This battle is about to end. Xuanhuan said indifferently. I practiced for so many years, how could I be defeated by you? Fenhai shouted with a grim expression on his face, Dai Tian Jushin, the world has no self, kill. His power was like a volcano erupting, it came out in an instant, the power was vertical and horizontal, and when he slashed out with his palm, the sky was broken, and everything returned to silence. He's crazy, using this kind of supernatural power. Fenyuan was shocked. This is not the martial arts of the Fenshin Shinzong, but the old man Fenshin got it from the ancient ruins, and even he didn't learn it. I will let you know. The gap in strength between you and me. But in the face of this blow, Fensu stood still, as if he wanted to choose to resist, and the power of the heavens he had comprehended intertwined. Resist hard, you will lose miserably. Fenhai also fought hard, he deeply understood that this was his chance to fight back. This palm is called Duan Tian Jushin. Boom. The palm of his hand turned into a knife and slashed at Fensu's body, the terrifying power made people tremble. But in the next moment, his eyes widened, his strength was strong, but his palm seemed to pass through the water, and what he hit was only Fengsu's illusion, like a projection in a parallel space. Flowers in the mirror, moons in the water, master, you have really worked so hard to squeeze my potential in this way, and you will scheme against me even if I die. This trick is called mirror flower water moon, the use of void power. He raised his palm and slapped it down. The monstrous power covered Fenhai's body, causing him to cry out in pain. The intense flames were burning his body, making him unable to resist. Burning Sea was defeated. He had no way to break Fensu's illusion, so he could only be ravaged by him. Fenhai, you lost. According to the promise, this sect should extract your soul source. Fensu is merciless, his soul source must be extracted, otherwise there will be hidden dangers. He no longer has the protection of his master, and he has to shoulder the great responsibility of revitalizing the sect. What? The process of extracting the source of the soul is painful. Fensu, you really have to extract the soul source of senior brother Fenhai. The evil spirit of the 5 deputy heads is overwhelming, and the source of their souls cannot be extracted. Their power is transformed into a large formation, and they unite to transform into a monstrous giant hand. Are you going to break your promise? Xuanhuan snorted coldly, bang. The monstrous giant hand immediately collapsed, and then Gu Xian and Gu Zhe stepped out. What? Just one voice broke their joint strength. Fenyuan became more and more unable to guess Xuanhuan's strength. At this time, Fenhai's soul source had already been extracted by Fensu. I lost. Fenhai's face was pale. At this moment, he still doesn't have the strong ambition just now. His black hair is much whiter at this moment, he is slumped, like an old man in his dying years, his life and death are under control, how can he have other thoughts? He looked at Fensu, never expecting his strength to be so powerful. Old ancestor, this is using us to sharpen his resolve. At this moment, he understood a lot. Old man Fentian already had a premonition that he might not be able to survive this catastrophe, so he deliberately appointed several deputy heads, in order to let them seize power, oppress Fensu, and wear down his cynicism. He is extremely bitter. Of course, he also understood that if Fensu couldn't withstand the pressure, the position of head teacher would be his. My Fenshin Shinzong's new headmaster has been released, why don't you pay your respects to the headmaster? Fen Yuan was overjoyed. Fen Su's strength made him feel that the revival of the sect was hopeful, so he knelt down first and saluted, "Participate in the teaching supreme." Participate in teaching the Supreme Master. All the disciples and elders are kneeling at this moment. The 5 chief assistant teachers looked at each other in blank dismay, and they were a little panicked. Just as they were asking for food and paying homage, Fen Su's words were like a thunderbolt. This sect is already the new leader, and some things have to be dealt with at this time. Fen Shuba said in a loud voice, "You and the 6 people control the sect, disregarding the safety of the sect, and only seek personal gain for yourself and suppress dissidents. If you don't punish them, it will be difficult to convince the public. I will charge you for the first order of the sect's succession. The origin of the soul, suppressed in the burning heaven hall, as a punishment." "What, you want to collect our soul source?" The 5th deputy head teacher was terrified. Once the source of the soul was collected, life and death would be controlled. Fen Tian gritted his teeth and said, "Fen Su, you are so ruthless, how come I didn't see that you are so ruthless before? Using extraordinary means, for extraordinary things, why not punish the sect's rules?" Fen Su made up his mind that Fen Hai alone was not enough, all 6 of them had to be taken away, so that he could achieve absolute control. "We didn't agree that you are acting unfairly, and we are not convinced." Fen Lian shouted, "You are not eligible to collect it. When Patriarch Fen Tian was here, he was not like you. I think you are a wolf cub. Deliberately targeting us." "That's right, let me see if you dare to accept it." "Insulting the head teacher, the crime is aggravated." Fen Su said coldly. "Humph. If you forcibly accept our soul origin, then you are insulting us. We will leave the Burning Heaven sect and stop serving you. We will leave this sect to you. With the strength of the 5 of us, where can we go?" These 5 people united together and made up their mind not to let Fen Su take away his soul. "Enough is enough, winners and losers, I can afford to lose." But Fen Hai suddenly shouted violently, "You 5 dare to mention the matter of betraying the sect. Believe it or not, I will crush you to death without the head teacher taking action. Even if I die, I will not dare to betray the sect. I will die for the sect." Die. Although Fen Hai fought for power and profit, he was loyal to the sect in his heart. #C1179 Benefit. It is true that Fen Hai fights for power and profit, and he also wants to control a great power, but he will not betray the sect even if he dies. This is his bottom line. He has been cultivating in the Burning Heaven sect since he was a child, until now. His master is also a great master in the sect, but something went wrong when he comprehended the way of heaven for thousands of years. He had gone mad and burned himself out. Although Dazuan said that the lifespan is endless, you can live as long as you want. But the cultivation process is too difficult, and there are countless examples of going crazy and self-nirvana. Take it. Fen Hai handed the token in his hand to Fen Su. He gave in coldly, but also conceded. He couldn't stand the fact that Fen Kong and the others dared to shout out about betraying the sect. Proud. Fen Su was surprised, this old man was still a bit arrogant. The commander's order. He put his piece into the notch in the center depression. The 7 pieces merged into one, and there was a bang, a supreme majesty swept out, and the power of the entire sect was immediately completely controlled by Feng Su. With a little movement by him, there was a kind of power of heaven spreading in the Fenchen temple. The skull of the god of heaven. Chu Yuan looked, and he vaguely saw a skull like a heavenly spirit cover, exuding an indestructible majesty. This is the background. Even if there is no Dazuan, it can still shock many strong people. Ah. You can't do that. Under the shroud of the power of Tiandao God's skull, Fen Kong and the other 5 were terrified, pointed at Fen Hai, and said angrily, "Senior brother Fen Hai, you can't do this, you are crossing a river and tearing down a bridge, we supported you back then." Winner and loser, I have nothing to say. Fen Hai said, you just obey the orders of the new head teacher. 5 screams, Fen Kong and the others had no power to resist in front of the skull of the heavenly Tao god, and Fen Su used all his domineering power to collect all the source of their souls. Their faces were all pale. Fell on the spot. They lost badly. This sect took away your soul source today as a punishment. If you are loyal to the sect, there is no difference. When this sect becomes a grand lord, and you have made enough contributions, your soul source will naturally be returned to you. This is punishment. Fen Su used both kindness and power to suppress the source of the soul in the burning heaven hall. What else can we say? Fen Kong and the others said miserably. The chaos in the sect had a great adverse effect before. Fen Yuan, you are responsible for handling this matter, and restore the sect to a bright future. The sect will restore order and bring a new atmosphere. Fen Shudao. The head teacher, I will take care of these things well. Fen Yuan said excitedly, the most important thing now is to carry out the grand succession ceremony and tell the whole sect. In special times, keep everything simple. Fen Su already has the majesty of a superior. He's not stupid, otherwise old man Fenchen would accept him as an apprentice, it's just that he doesn't like fighting for power. I should also take on this responsibility, after all, old man, you are no longer here. Fen Su understood that he had to bear the heavy responsibility of the Fenchen Shenzong. He clenched his palms tightly and swore, I must let everyone see that in my hands, Shenzong will be even more brilliant, with me. He dodged and returned to Burning Heaven Hall again. The clothes on his body changed in an instant, and the large golden red robe was painted with mountains, seas, and stars, interpreting the mysterious artistic conception of burning the sky and boiling the sea, and wearing the burning sky crown, he sat on the seat of the head teacher. See the supreme teacher. Everyone in the Fenchen divine sect is paying homage to the head teacher Shinda. Hey! My brother is finally going to be the head teacher. Sitting there is really majestic. I almost don't know him anymore. Jiao Tu sighed. Originally, there were a series of cumbersome and solemn ceremonies for the succession of the head teacher, but now everything is kept simple, and Fen Su has not broken through the half-day way. Fen Tian is above, today I, Fen Su, will succeed as the head teacher, and I will definitely inherit the legacy of my ancestors, making my Fen Tian divine sect even more brilliant and immortal. He was comforting the ancestors of the Burning God sect. In a mysterious time and space, a figure sitting cross-legged suddenly appeared. He was wearing a red robe, and his face was ancient and lifelike, just like a statue. Old ancestor. This is the old man Fen Tian. Although he died, he left behind his divine body to guard the sect. Chu Yuan stared at Patriarch Fenchen, and felt an eternal majesty. Great Master Wu Lai was also half-hearted before, but in front of the old man Fenchen, there was a gap between clouds and mud, which was unacceptable. Old man Fenchen's strength ranks among the top 3 in all the half-day ways of Xinyangshan. The first 3, you must know that there are gods of heaven in Jinyang Heavenly Court, and they are also cultivating their own great venerables. Brother Jiao, Tu, Brother Chu. Fen Su looked at the 2 of them, and 2 thrones representing the high status appeared next to his head teacher. The 2 are the most distinguished guests of my Fenchen sect, please take your seats. Haha, this position is really comfortable. Jiao Tu said carelessly. It is good. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. He stepped onto the throne in one step, and Gu Xian and Gu Zhe, a god and a demon, stood on both sides. His sublime majesty made people trance, as if he was the most eye-catching protagonist in the Burning Heaven sect. What kind of existence is this person? Fen Yuan secretly said. He knew that Fen Su's move was to win over friends, and he was very satisfied, knowing that he had won over others. Now that our sect has just inherited the throne, the affairs of the sect are waiting to be done. Fen Yuan, I will open the treasure house of the sect with the decree and send it out. Everyone will exchange for contributions to strengthen the strength of our sect and deal with the upcoming fight against the vast sea and sky. Fen Shudao. Many elders were overjoyed when they heard this. Due to the delay in teaching, the treasure house of the sect has not been opened for a long time. Sovereign Master, although Xin Yangshan and Han Haitian are already in conflict, it will take decades to gather momentum for a full-scale war. The most important thing right now is for you to become the great master and lead our sect. Without a real Dazuan, the inheritance left by the old man Fenchen alone is not enough. Break through, my lord, I have no problem. Fensu has grown up. You guys retreat first. Fensu told Fen Yuan and the others to retreat. It's really you. Seeing those elders in the Burning Heaven Hall retreat, Jiao Tu laughed out loud. I will never forget how Big Brother helped me. Fensu laughed, mentally sensing the void, and 5 drops of bright blood essence appeared in his hand, 1 of fire and 4 of water. During the Great Ancient War, Xuanhuan followed Xinjiang Tian Dao God and strangled other Tian Dao gods. The skull was obtained at that time, and a lot of blood was obtained, but in the long years, it also consumed a lot. These 5 drops of blood essence are exactly what I thank Brother Chu for taking action. He knows it deeply. Without Chu Yuan's presence to intimidate him, Fen Lian and the others would have used the Fen Tian formation to suppress him long ago. I will accept it. Chu Yuan was not polite. Sometimes it's not good to shirk with hypocrisy. After getting paid, it's better for Fensu to ask him for help in the future. These 5 drops of blood essence are also very precious, and sometimes they can't be exchanged with the God Stone. Besides, my sect still has some insight into breaking through the half-day way, some of which can be donated to Brother Chu. Fensu wanted to benefit Chu Yuan a lot, so he could only speak when he had something to say next. #C1180 War against Nirvana. These insights, that broke through the half-day Tao, were accepted by Chu Yuan. Although it has no effect on him, it is very precious information to the powerful empire. Brother Jiao Tu, now that I have become the head teacher, you don't want to leave in the future. You might as well join my Burning Heaven sect and become my right-hand man. With your qualifications and the resources of the Burning Heaven sect, becoming a Grand Master is easy. Fensu just realized that the treasure house of the Fenchen Divine Sect is rich in internal resources, which shocked him. Haha, I don't like to join any forces. I'm used to being unrestrained. Thank you, brother, for your kindness. Jiao Tu refused, saying, but, I also know that brother is struggling for the first time, especially now that the situation is tense. I will be a guest elder, and I can help if there is anything. Kaching is very free and can benefit, and they will not be restrained in normal times. Since this is the case, then I won't force it, and I will be a guest. Fensu knew his elder brother's temperament. Since the matter of the Burning God sect is over, I won't stay for long, and I should leave. At this moment, Chu Yuan heard the prompt sound that the system selection was completed. Brother Chu, why leave in such a hurry? Fensu hurriedly persuaded him to stay. You might as well stay in my Fenchen Divine Sect. I will activate the Fenchen Divine Cauldron, increase the flow of time, and practice for decades, and then we will go to the Holy Ancient God City to explore together, and we can also join hands in the future in the battle against Han Haitian. It is a 33-day battle. Go in and plunder Han Haitian's resources. He tried his best to keep it. Knowing that Chu Yuan's strength is extraordinary, he also controls an existence of an empire, and making friends with such a strong person will not do him any harm. Holy Ancient God City? Chu Yuan asked. Yes, it is the Holy Ancient God City. Fensu nodded. This is an ancient relic not far from Xinjiang Tianwai. It was left by an ancient god of heaven. It will only be opened every 100,000 years. Brother Chu is a coincidence. The next time is about in these 20 years. Yes, there are many treasures in the holy ancient god city, and the god of heaven will not go there. Jiao Tu also said, it's not that the gods of heaven can't go in. But as soon as the god of heavenly Tao enters, he will conflict with the power of Xinqiang, causing the entire Xinqiang to collapse, and all the treasures will disappear, so he will stay and let the strong people of Xinyangshan explore. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. We practiced together in the Fenchen Divine Cauldron and comprehended Taoism. Every time we go to the holy ancient god city, there will be a large number of strong people. With Brother Chu here, our confidence will be much greater. Fensu understands that only by gathering stronger strength can he achieve something. I'm also very interested in the holy ancient god city, but my empire is facing a war, and I can't get out of it. In this way, if there is time, I will return to Xinyangshan again. Xuanhuan said. Everything is about the empire. Empire is fundamental. It turns out that there are wars everywhere in this multiverse. Fensu sighed, if I also have to deal with the Xinjiang Heavenly Court's call-up order, there will be a fight in the next few decades. I wonder if there is anything I can do to help. Zhen will open up a stronghold in Xinjiang Tian to exchange for resources. This requires the help of Headmaster Fen Tian. Xuanhuan said. That's it? This is a small matter. There is no problem. I will do my best to help. The base is set up in my Fenchen city. Brother Chu's affairs are my affairs, and Brother Chu will also be my best friend. Fensu smiled. Take what you need. Only when there are interests can we cooperate better. If you don't ask for each other, it will be difficult to cooperate. He also felt a bit of a headache. Managing the sect was more troublesome than he imagined. Then I will take my leave first. Xuanhuan left the Burning Heaven sect. I hope Brother Chu will be able to open the holy ancient god city in time. Fen Shudao. That's right, with Brother Chu around, you will be more confident, but the most important thing now is that you become the Grand Master first, then bring the skull of the god of heaven and kill all directions. Jiao said. I immediately opened the Fenchen Divine Cauldron, and my eldest brother retreated with me. As for the affairs of the sect, with Feng Yuan around, there will be no chaos. Fortunately, there is him, otherwise I will have even more headaches. Xinjiang Tian left. Xuanhuan drove the Shenzhou to the other side and quickly returned to Duanshan Mountain. Getting to know Fensu by accident this time allowed him to set up a stronghold for collecting resources in Xinjiang Tian. Ding! The host won the Taishan Golden Pill X1 through a random pill draw. The Taishan Golden Pill is a half-day Taoist pill, with a golden light, like a golden egg. Bang bang bang, there was actually a sound like a heart beating. Taishan Golden Pill has a mellow medicinal power. The truly top-notch half-heaven god pill, like the foundation pill, is a foundation god pill, but it is built with half-heaven power. It is not swallowed, but stored in the body, slowly absorbing the medicine, and letting oneself reborn, build a strong physique, and endure the half-day law. Xuanhuan's eyes were bright. But it still doesn't have much effect on him, and this kind of foreign object can have too little influence on him, unless it is a real heavenly pill. Give it to the god of war. He is now supreme in the third heaven, and he is extremely firm in his own way of the god of war. It happens that the Taishan Golden Pill allows him to break through to the supreme peak in a short period of time and prove his way of the god of war. Yang Tian brought back a lot of treasures. Xuanhuan has been allocated. The empire can not only have him as a strong man, but also has more generals who can support one side alone. Otherwise, he would not return from Xinyangshan in a hurry this time. The heavenly Nirvana kingdom has to deal with it. It took him 3.5 years before he came, but this time his mana was greatly increased, and the distance of each jump of the Void Gate was greatly increased, so it only took him about 2 years to return to the Divine Dynasty this time. The Shin Dynasty is still calm at this time, but who can feel the turbulent undercurrent? His Majesty has returned. Upon learning of His Majesty's return, God of War and a group of supreme powerhouses all went to the Hall of Divine Martial Arts to meet. Who are those two? The God of War suddenly looked at Gu Xian and Gu Zhe on both sides of Xuanhuan, and said in shock, "The giants of the highest peak, each one's aura is not worse than that of the Lord Tian without the blessing of the national fortune. Your Majesty is going to after entering Xinjiang Tian, could it be the strong man recruited from Xinjiang Tian? This is Gu Xian, that is Gu Zhe, and he is also a general of my gods and martial arts." Xuanhuan smiled. Returning to his own empire is where he really calls the shots. With 2 more generals, we will be more confident in dealing with Tian this time. The God of War said happily, "Your Majesty, although there has not been a large-scale conflict between us and Tian in the past few years, Tianduan City has sent me information, and a group of strong men have already arrived first, and there will be more in the future." The strong come. The pressure was very high, and they were walking on eggshells during the absence of the God Emperor. As for Tian's matter, I already know that some things have to be resolved. The territory of the Divine Dynasty is still too small, and it must be expanded, so as to have more population and national destiny. Xuanhuan said. What does His Majesty mean? God of War had a premonition of something. Starting a war will make Tian no longer have a foothold in Tianduan Mountain. Xuanhuan's calm voice caused an uproar in the Shenwu Hall. #C1181 Target Nirvana. God of War, your strength should also be promoted. After deploying some orders, there were only Xuanhuan and God of War in the Shenwu Hall. Yeah, the strength of the minister is getting unable to keep up with the rhythm of the war. God of War is also distressed. His will is firm, and his breakthrough is not slow, but it will take time. This is a Taishan golden elixir. Your realm is also the peak of the 3rd heaven. You have a firm heart and lack of higher energy. Now I will reward you with this golden elixir. The acceleration of time is enough for you to break through the 5th heaven before the war. Xuanhuan took out the Taishan golden pill. I thank your Majesty. Ares excited. Of course he knew that His Majesty needed him to lead the army to charge, but the current strength was not enough. There is no problem with his perception of the power of the realm, but the absorption of ordinary energy is too slow to promote the cultivation base. Xuanhuan is now going to smash God of War to the 5th heaven even if he wants to use high-level substances. 33 days, the highest energy is more, which is why there are so many strong people there. However, there are some things who can say for sure, the fighting there is more cruel, and sometimes you don't know how to die. Jerry verdict. Xuanhuan stepped into a sea of thunder, and a huge beast was exhaling, and the sound of thunder shook. His comprehension of the power of judgment has been transformed into various sword skills. Your Majesty. Yele made a quick salute. This is a drop of the blood of the God of Heaven, with the attribute of thunder and fire. You can refine and understand the power in it. In addition, I also have a book of fire written by the God of Heaven. Read it carefully, and it will become a half-day Tao soon. Xuanhuan took out the treasure and handed it to Yele for judgment. Heavenly Tao Divine Essence and Blood. The Book of the Way of Heaven. Yele was so excited that he didn't know what words to use to express his excitement. Half-day God Pill. The essence and blood of the God of Heaven, the Book of Heaven. His Majesty is so kind to it, too good to say anything. It has believed in Thor for so many years, but has never received such a gift. Yele's ruling trembled, and then said, I will die for His Majesty. If His Majesty wants to launch an army against Tian, I will charge forward. About the mobilization of troops against Tian, I have already made arrangements. You don't need to go out to fight. Your task is to comprehend half-day Tao. Other things have nothing to do with you for the time being. Xuanhuan didn't need it to fight. Don't want me to fight? Yelei's decision was not stupid, and he figured it out in an instant. Your Majesty doesn't want to expose his identity. After he becomes half-heavenly, he will penetrate into the Thunder Beast, conquer the royal family, and then become the vanguard of the Empire in the Infinite Star Sea. Thinking of this, it is even more excited. This is to let yourself play a big role. Everything is subject to His Majesty's deployment. Yeri ruled. Time passed. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Various preparations for the divine dynasty have been completed. This is a war that no one expected. Your Majesty, the preparations are complete. All the troops and equipment are ready. Please give Your Majesty the order to attack the heavenly Nirvana kingdom at any time. God of War leads the way. His aura is exactly that of the Supreme Five Heavens. At this moment, he is full of boundless self-confidence. With his violent fighting spirit, he will have the power to fight even if he meets the supreme peak. The medicinal power of the Taishan golden pill made his cells emit wisps of golden light, making his strength improve all the time. Very good, this is the Battle of Ding Ding, and it is also the best time for Xuanhuan to expand. Xuanhuan inspected the army, and his voice boomed, resounding through the army, the target is Tiao Nirvana. I will open the gate of the void, and with the strongest army, go all the way to the capital of the opponent's country, and start a war of annihilation there. In an instant, the gate of the void opened, and various warships shuttled in. In the territory of Tianya, troops are stationed everywhere, and they are constantly monitoring. Suddenly, a large number of warships are seen shuttling, making frightened sounds. Oh my God, what happened? That's not Shenwu's battleship. Why did they step into our country's borders with such fanfare? Are they going to start a war? Enemy attack, enemy attack. Xuanhuan took the lead in launching the war. The sound of fear resounded throughout the territory of Tianya. Tiao Nirvana was also shocked violently. Your Majesty, it's not good, Xuanhuan has launched an attack. Many courtiers and generals gathered here, and their faces were very ugly. I couldn't figure it out. It was only a few years since the king and the Emperor Xuanhuan fought. Why did Xuanhuan start a war at this moment? Do they have the confidence to destroy Tiao Nirvana? This is impossible. They have the support of Tianya Shinzong behind them, and during this time, many strong people have also come to support them. Do not panic. Although Lord Tianya couldn't figure it out, he was very calm. Xuanhuan chooses to fight at this time, there must be something strange. The minister may be able to guess some. A senior minister said, Look, Your Majesty, Shinzong has recently supported more and more powerful people. We have kept it secret, but in fact, the pressure on Xuanhuan is huge. I also know that delaying it is not good for them, so they want to take advantage of our strength and have not fully gathered to put all their eggs in one basket, hoping to fight a war of annihilation at this moment. Otherwise, they also know that there is no way to win. That's right, it must be like this. God Emperor Xuanhuan is risking his life. A minister nodded. Another group of people came to the hall, not the courtiers of the Lord Tianya, but the strong ones from the Tianya divine sect. It's really interesting. They chose to attack without waiting for us to attack. I have been in Duhishan for so long, and I have never seen such interesting people. Do you really think that we can do whatever we want before we are fully mobilized? This time we are going to make that martial artist pay a huge price. If you dare to come, build a Shura hell for him. The powerhouses of Tianya Shinzong didn't care, they were all gearing up for a fight. Everyone, the martial arts should not be underestimated. This person is mysterious, and I can't guess what he is thinking. If he dares to attack, he has a certain amount of confidence. Lord Tianya has always been very cautious towards Xuanhuan. Tianya Shinzong's strength is strong, but it is far away in Dui Tian. The Kurodui Tian is not peaceful. Shenzong also has opponents. It is impossible to say that all the masters will swarm to Tianduanshan, and they must guard against their enemies, who will attack when their strength is empty. Okay, Nie Jing, this time the Great Lord has an order. How to hit is up to you to mobilize. We all follow your orders and instructions. How to hit you. Tian Nye Shenzong completely delegated power to the Tian Nye king, and the strong one was called in, and he was also under his command. With the support of Shenzong, I naturally have no fear of this martial arts. Lord Tian Nye looked at the frontline battle report and said, Xuanhuan is aggressive this time, and the Emperor Xuanhuan leads the army himself, and he is completely attacking the city of God all the way. Well, if this is the case, I will accompany him to fight a decisive battle and add fuel tactics. There's no point in defending slowly. He could see that the aura of Xuanhuan was too fierce, and using strongholds to consume other people's troops would not be effective. It's good to fight directly. It's better to destroy his strength in one battle. Haha, he probably doesn't know yet. This time, the sect used its background and quickly descended on many strong men. The strong man of Tian Nye Shenzong laughed. Right here. Lord Tian Nye pointed to a place, and said sharply, this place was originally built for Ming Tsong, and it was specially used to fight a decisive battle. I didn't expect to use it on Xuanhuan. #C1182 Murderous. What? You're saying it again. God Emperor Xuanhuan leads an army to directly attack the Nirvana kingdom. The supreme god Yunqi, who was guarding Tianduan city, was shocked and unbelievable when he heard the news. It's true, Xuanhuan has already launched an attack first. A strong man from Tianduan city said. What the hell is he thinking? Could it be because of the continuous increase of troops from Tian Nye Shenzong that made him panic? Impossible, that person is so calm, he would not be so reckless. I have already revealed in secret that Tianduan city will also be secretly dispatched. The strong help him. Why do you want to do it at this time? Yunqi, supreme god, was in a difficult mood to calm down. She didn't know what Xuanhuan was thinking at all. This move is too aggressive. It seems to have the courage to fight with one's back. However, there are already a large number of strong men in Tian Nye. Even if the God Emperor is unparalleled in combat power, there is still no chance of winning. Tianduanqing does not want to see one family dominate. No, I have come into contact with the Xuanhuan God Emperor many times, so I must have some confidence. Yunqi is the supreme god, Miashan land, there will definitely be a war there. Go with this god, and see how this battle is fought. The entire Tianduan mountain was in chaos, and the news that Xuanhuan dared to send troops to attack was shocking. Your Majesty, all troops have been withdrawn from the territory of Tian Nye along the route. According to reports from the spies, the real place of battle will be Miashan land. This local minister has inquired about it. It is part of the great abyss of burial world. It has violent spatial power. If you stand up, disturbing the turbulent flow of time and space is really troublesome. God of War reports. There was lightning in his eyes, and his increased strength made him yearn for a decisive battle. It doesn't matter, I have no fear of the power of space. The Sky Army has also been trained and formed. There are 300 people. Let the opponents see their power. Xuanhuan looked into the distance. Tian Nye, they will be shocked. A big abyss that spread to the sky, like a crack in the sky, crossed in front of Xuanhuan, and a series of warships appeared, and one could already see the location of Tian Nirvana and the infinite army they hoarded here. Stop. Ares waved. Stepping out of the battleship, array, fight. The black flag fluttered like a blood-stained banner, and countless troops lined up, holding the weapons in their hands tightly, silently, icy murderous, iron-blooded arrogance emanating at the same time. Martial God Killing stood beside Xuanhuan, holding the sword of Killing God tightly like a pole. It really is going to match up. The supreme god Yunqi has arrived. Standing at a very far place, she stared at Xuanhuan suddenly, feeling a sense of shock. Although only a few years had passed, and it was only a flick of the finger for Ban Tiandao, she felt that Xuanhuan was completely different at this moment. If she had had the confidence to fight before, she was not at all now. His realm should not have reached half-day Dao. Does he already have half-day Dao combat power? She said in shock. Xuanwu, with a large army gathered, you dare to fight with me in the land of destroying the gods. You are really powerful. Unfortunately, this abyss is a gap that you will never be able to overcome. It is something you will never be able to do if you want to fight back and win the opportunity. The Lord of Tianye stared at Xuanhuan and said coldly, dare to attack. This land of destroying gods is the place where your army of gods and martial arts will be buried. Xuanhuan just looked at him without any response. Seeing that Xuanhuan didn't respond to him, he didn't care, and continued, I might as well advise you, take your god dynasty and leave Tianduan Mountain, I will not stop you. His words made him angry. Can the territory be given up at will? Xuanwu has risen from Xuanwu Tian, and this is their starting place. It is related to the fate of a country, and its importance is self-evident. Kill. Xuanhuan's response was only one word kill. He raised the Renhuang sword, and dropped it in front of him. Yunqi is supreme, it seems that this battle is coming for real, it is inevitable, how should we deal with it? There are people who have no way of knowing Yunqi. It seems that they are not fighting, but in fact they are closely related. Let's just wait and see what happens. Tianye has Dui Tian's support, and Xuanwu also has a trump card. If Xuanwu really loses this battle, we will force our hands, and we can't let Tianye Divine Kingdom monopolize half of the territory. Yunqi is supremely divine. Xuanwu goes out. God of War received the order to attack, the banner was raised, and immediately a large number of warships rushed out as the vanguard. The flames of war ignited. The sound of fighting resounded at this moment. The mighty warriors had been waiting for this moment for a long time. With an order from His Majesty, they also had the courage to step forward to fight against the heavenly Nirvana kingdom. Kill. Lord Tianye ordered coldly. Moment. The armies of the two sides fought together in the most intense way, weapons collided, blood collided, and immediately the world was stained red with blood, and a large number of soldiers from both sides fell into the abyss of the funeral god. War is so cruel, there is no reason at all. Martial god Slaughter attacked cruelly, he slashed and killed with a sword, covered in black armor, he was extremely eye-catching, and the method of killing was even bloodier. Most of the training in the demon-suppressing tower was under siege. He is not afraid of the real battlefield environment. Xuanhuan looked at him indifferently. Putting him on the real battlefield to kill is also a test. If he dies in battle, he will choose someone else for the title of Valkyrie. That's the Sky Battle body. The collective attack of the Sky Army is also very eye-catching. Everyone has comprehended the power of the sky and the profound meaning of the void. There are only a few hundred people, but each of them has the cultivation base of the dominant god. So many Sky Battle bodies, where did they come from? The opponent was also shocked. Hundreds of people formed by the dark divine body also attacked. As night falls, the killing begins. The number of these two elite legions is not large, and the combined number does not exceed 1,000, but it is like a sharp knife ruthlessly inserted into the opponent's camp, setting off a bloody storm. Xuanwu has really shown his true heritage. The supreme god Yunqi looked at the battlefield, the supreme five heavens, how could it be so fast? Of course she said it was God of War. God of War was the one who saw her break through that day. How long has passed, even if Xuanwu has time to speed up, God of War's breakthrough speed is too fast. So how much resources did the God of Martial God devote to cultivating God of War? This God of War is extremely firm in his way, and only such a person can accumulate resources. Yunqi is supremely divine. Kill. Fighting intent boiled over, murderous aura raged, God of War rolled forward and rushed to kill him alone. His opponent was from Tian sect. He beat that opponent to the point of suffering. This man was too violent. The massacre of the army and the collision of some strong men are precisely to prevent the opponent from fully targeting one person, and to give the two sides a chance to fight against those who can really decide the victory or defeat. Otherwise, there will be no army to fight. Whether it is Xuanhuan or the Lord of Tianya, if they dare to fight out, they will definitely be besieged. Niajing, let's deal with the other members of the Xuanwu dynasty. The Xuanwu emperor will be handed over to you. You can keep an eye on him. We are enough to crush their army. The powerhouses of the heavenly Nirvana sect came out, and there were many existences of the highest peak. #C1183 Strength Burst. He took the courage of a bear heart and a leopard this time, and dared to take the initiative to attack me, Tianya. When the blood flowed like a river, you will be afraid. This time, Tianya urgently dispatched a group of strong men from Dui Tian, and they also encountered war not long after they arrived. Everyone, let's use this martial arts to make meritorious deeds. Tianya Divine Sect is also a great sect in Dui Tian. Although there is no Tian Dao god, there is not only one Ban Tian Dao, and their suzerain is also a famous existence in the Ban Tian Dao list. A chilling aura swept over. The god corpse rushed out brazenly with the war demon giant axe in hand. I already knew that you have a god corpse, how can you not prepare? A powerful man of the highest peak came out with a battle gun in his hand. He had no fear in the face of the god's corpse. He had already responded to the methods displayed by the gods. The only thing he was afraid of was that they did not have the power to explode. Don't be careless. Since the beginning of the war, the Lord of Tianya has always been uneasy, and his eyelids are twitching. At his level, he is very sensitive to the secrets of heaven, and he dare not be careless about every trace of something wrong. The powerhouses mobilized by Tianya Shinzong this time are only a part, and there are more in the sect that is crossing the sky. To be honest, he didn't hope that this battle would truly collapse Xuanwu. What he hopes is to use this to see what power is still hidden in the other party. Haha, Niajing, don't worry too much. We haven't seen anything in Duershan, and we are still afraid of a mere martial arts. Take a good look at the God Emperor of Martial Arts, look at it, and leave the rest to you. Give us. A vast force shattered time and space, and an invincible strong man looked down. His strength was not inferior to that of Fanhai of the Fenchen Divine Sect. Let me kill you, trash fish. This person is holding a long halberd in his hand. It is a mighty weapon in all directions. Boom. Almost in an instant, a round of hot sun hangs high, radiating an incomparably blazing aura, hanging in the void, spraying out sky fire, which is exactly the sky fire bead obtained. This blazing fire immediately burned in the Tianya camp. Half-Heaven Dao artifact. There was a sudden shock in the Tianya camp. This is an artifact that has never appeared before. It's no wonder that Shinzong has to mobilize so much power to deal with the Xuanwu society. It is really difficult to deal with, but just relying on a half-day artifact to turn the tide of the battle? Use everything else. The strong man shouted. It's just in time, you are very arrogant. The monstrous magic gushes out, and a figure like an iron tower rushes out. Time and space are shattered by him. Gu Xian descends from the sky with a flame knife in his hand, and slashes at this person. This person is also a peerless figure. He swung his halberd and collided with Gu Zhe, and his peerless power shook. The Supreme Peak, the ancient demon powerhouse, this fire knife is also a half-heaven artifact. The person was shocked, a character that has never appeared in intelligence. Feng Tao, I haven't seen him either. The feeling of uneasiness is getting stronger and stronger. I know, this has nothing to do with you. The strong man named Feng Tao nodded. It doesn't matter, even if there is a strong ancient demon, it doesn't matter. This time, their power has just been tested. It seems that this martial arts deserves our careful treatment. It is indeed more difficult to deal with than Ming Song. The void was crushed, and another person appeared. A giant palm that covered the sky and sun fell down, like the sky like a god. Yunchi Supreme God thought he was a peerless figure of Tian Nye Shenzong, but his face changed. It turned out to be a strong man from Xinwu. The ancient god Gu Xian came. He was majestic and domineering, his brows flickered, and standing with Gu Xian, gods and demons appeared together. He wears a ring of fire on his left wrist and a ring of water on his right wrist. The ancient god clan. The strong Tian Nye screamed at the same time, water and fire double rings, a set of half-heaven artifacts. How can they have such powerful power? It's difficult. The appearance of Gu Xian and Gu Zhe made the strong Tian Nye understand that since the opponent dared to attack, he was fully prepared. With so many heavenly Tao artifacts, did they get the treasure of the heavenly Tao god? Someone couldn't help but let out a loud roar. Why, there are so many strong people, where did they come from? This is something they cannot understand. Strategic defense. It is not advisable to fight head-on with them. The opponent is not sure what power is hidden. The Lord of Tian Nye shouted loudly, the changes in the battle situation have exceeded their expectations, and if any unknown power appears, he is afraid that his heart will not be able to bear it, and it will burst out all at once. The situation has changed, you can't fight hard. The strong man from the heavenly Nirvana sect also felt the difficulty, as there were too many of the opponent's half-heaven artifacts. The Hand of God. Chu Yuan locked on the Lord of Tian Nye, and he struck out with the Hand of the Gods. There were too many mysteries contained in this palm, as if it was an invincible belief, and he wanted to control countless gods. Nirvana God's palm. The Lord of Tian Nye was not afraid at all, he went forward. Boom! The two forces erupted terrifyingly, but the face of the Lord Tian Nye changed drastically. Chu Yuan's palm was 10 times stronger than before. One move to knock Nye Jing back. How strong is he? Yunchi Supreme God was also taken aback. It's only been a few short years. You can't retreat, you must stabilize the morale of the army. The Lord Tian Nye charged again, and immediately displayed his strongest moves. He had fought against Chu Yuan before, and even if he couldn't do anything to him, he could still be equal to him. Bang, bang, bang. There was a loud cracking sound. That day, under Chu Yuan's slap, the Nirvana Lord's mana collapsed again, and his whole body was bleeding from the shock. He was easily suppressed by a palm. I am no longer his opponent. The Lord of Tian Nye endured the severe pain, and couldn't help roaring in his heart. It's only been a few years. A few years ago, he could still fight back and forth, but after a few years, he was no longer an opponent. Nirvana of Heaven. His aura was exploding, urging a move at a huge price. The power he erupted at this moment was comparable to a half-day blow. Chu Yuan's face did not fluctuate, and he just swung a blow at random. The Lord Tian Nye yelled, his strength collapsed, and his whole body was thrown into the abyss of burial. His strength is comparable to half-day Tao. The Lord of Tian Nye emerged from the great abyss of burial. His whole body was dripping with blood, and he was seriously injured. If he hadn't been protected by the fate of the gods, it would have been 10 times more tragic than it is now. His brain was also in a turmoil, and the opponent's combat power was comparable to that of the real half-day. Regarding the strength of Ban Tian Dao, he is very clear that the power that some great masters can display is no more than that. Oops, his strength is comparable to half-day Dao. Nye Jing is not his opponent. This is a big trouble. Even if we join forces, it will be difficult to be his opponent. Besides, there are strong people in Xinwu. The strong Tian Nye became uneasy. Come on, I've seen you. Chu Yuan didn't speak to the Lord Tian Nye, but looked at a strong man hidden in time and space. #C1184 Defeat. You are bold. In the depths of Tianye Kingdom, a strong golden light exploded, and an old man appeared in front of Xuanhuan in the blink of an eye, and said coldly, "Shenwu, you are too much, you want to destroy my Shenzong's plan in Tianduan Mountain, this is a capital offense." "Master." Seeing the old man, Lord Tianye hurriedly said, "This time, I was at a disadvantage in the battle, which attracted your lord to take action. It has nothing to do with you. Even the deity is surprised by the strength of this emperor. Niajing, you step back. This is Nirvana, the Nirvana divine sect." After the battle with Shenwu that day, he traveled through time and space and hurried over. The king couldn't deal with it, so he drew out the big man behind him. "It's really old when you hit him young." Shui Chengwei followed Xuanhuan to the battlefield, looked at Grand Master Niehong, and said calmly, "However, in Tianduan Mountain today, even if it is Grand Master, do you dare to make a move? You are not afraid of arousing the anger of Tianduan City Lord and beheading you directly, it's here?" She is provocative. "Woman, you are wantonly looking for death, little supreme third heaven, crushing you to death is no more troublesome than crushing an ant." Great Master Niehong's face was dull, he looked at Tianduan Mountain, and he really didn't dare to make a random move. He knew that City Lord Tianduan was in a deep retreat, closing his 5 senses and 6 senses, and only focused on comprehending the way of heaven, like a person in a deep sleep. But if the power of the half-day way hits and the aftermath spreads, it may cause the Lord Tianduan to wake up, and he will be beheaded in anger. The strength of the heavenly Duan City Lord is extremely strong. Even their heavenly Nye sect master is not fully sure that he will be able to fight against the Tianduan City Lord. Damn it, if it weren't for the threat of the Lord of Duan City today, with the strength of this deity, there is no need to play slowly with you here. He was also aggrieved. Who are you going to pinch to death? My woman is also someone you can speak rudely at will? An indifferent voice came from Xuanhuan's mouth. Facing the great master, he was extremely calm. Humph. This deity will not use these meaningless words with you today. Great Venerable Niehong said, "Shenwu. My sect is bound to win against Tianduan Mountain, you can retreat, I can forgive your offending crime, although you have the strength to fight against the Great Lord, but don't forget, the Supreme is always the Supreme, and it has not been touched yet. With the power of heaven, it is impossible to be the opponent of this deity." His words were flat. When Xuanhuan heard the words, he was also indifferent. The weak ones just opened their mouths and closed their mouths. And those who are strong say to retreat and forgive their sins. Interesting, really interesting. This deity knows what you are thinking in your heart. It is nothing more than thinking. With the Lord Tianduan, this deity dare not make a move. Yes, you think right. This deity dare not make a move, but there is one thing you should not forget. Great Master Niehong threatened, even if you expel the heavenly Nirvana divine kingdom? Unless your people never leave Tianduan Mountain, otherwise I will watch you outside and kill one by one. I have enough patience to accompany you slowly. Slow play. This is facing the threat directly. It is very troublesome for a great senior to kill a weak person of a certain force without losing face. If they had the same strength as them, they wouldn't dare to threaten like this, but it doesn't matter when facing Shenwu. It's unimaginable what happened. Yunshi Supreme God also shook his head. The whole army goes out, kill. Xuanhuan ignored the threat of Great Master Niehong. He has only one purpose, to make the heavenly Nirvana kingdom no longer have a foothold in Tianduan Mountain, to expand the territory of the divine dynasty, and to increase the luck of the divine dynasty again. Otherwise, with the threat of the heavenly Nirvana kingdom, he would have trouble sleeping and eating. You dare. Seeing that Emperor Shenwu completely disregarded his threats and directly sent troops to kill him, Master Niehong was furious, because he didn't take him seriously. Do you dare to make a move? Xuanhuan laughed, and she also found it amusing to see a great senior suffer a disadvantage. The brutal fighting began again. Although the Heavenly Nirvana sect has sent several top-level powerhouses here, Xuanhu also has divine corpses. Gu Xian and Gu Zhe are attacking with half-heavenly artifacts, and there is no obvious difference in strength. However, the biggest variable lies in Chu Yuan. Ban Tiandao couldn't attack, but Chu Yuan could. His combat strength was comparable to Ban Tiandao's, but he didn't have the power to control the heavenly Dao himself. No matter how his power fluctuated, as long as the heavenly Dao didn't collide, he couldn't wake up Tianduan City Lord. This is also where Venerable Niehong was angry and worried. He watched Xuanhu's conquest, clenched his fists tightly. Obviously he has great strength and can turn the tide of the battle, but he can only be a spectator, this kind of aggrieved backlog in his heart. A violent explosion blasted out with Chu Yuan's 5 fingers, and a peerless figure was attacking in the sky full of thunder. The body of Lord Tianye, who had just rushed out, was blown away by Chu Yuan in an instant with a palm. Ah! He let out a scream. You! Great Venerable Niehong shouted angrily. With the presence of the divine martial god emperor, Tianye can no longer resist this existence that can turn the tide of the battle. I didn't expect the situation of the battle to change like this. It is far beyond my expectations. This divine martial arts is the most unfathomable. Yunshi Supreme God thought, however, even if Tianye is expelled, Tianye Shinzong will not give up at this point, so let Xuanhu face this threat. My lord, what should we do? We can't stop them. The list of the supreme pinnacles of the Heavenly Nirvana sect is about to burst. The God Emperor Xuanhu could defeat them by attacking at will. If it was just one person, he wouldn't be afraid, but he also carried the elite of an entire empire. What can I do? Great Master Niehong quickly thought about the countermeasures. There is no other way, now we can only temporarily retreat. This emperor's strength is already enough to overturn the situation of the battle. A few supreme peaks can't help him at all, unless the sect sends more elites, and this deity can't make a move. Nie Jing, prepare to exit Tianduan Mountain. Retreat? The Lord of Tianye's face changed drastically. I can't retreat. Once the gods retreat, the foundation of Tianduan Mountain will be buried. After years of hard work, it will be extremely difficult to break into this place. I can be sure that once this martial arts is given time to grow, it will become stronger and more terrifying. This is what he has worked hard for half his life. With Tian Nirvana God Kingdom present, his status in Shinzong would decline, and he was really unwilling to do so. If you don't retreat, are you courting death? Great Master Niehong said coldly, okay, Nie Jing, I can promise that this failure has nothing to do with you. It is the strength of the divine martial god emperor that subverted our imagination, and you will not have any punishment. Your Majesty, let me fight again. Lord Tianye said unwillingly. Needless to say, I don't have any other options. I can't do anything on Duanshan this day, but even if I retreat this time, I won't make Xuanhu feel at ease, and I will use various means to deal with them. Great Master Niehong stared. Nie Jing, you know what you are thinking, but if you continue to fight, the masters of Shinzong will suffer heavy losses. Are you absolutely sure that you can resist that Xuanhu God Emperor? He has no other choice but to retreat temporarily. The master of Tianye Kingdom, said Sai, how glorious he was when he destroyed the country Ming Song, but now he is facing a difficult choice in the face of Xuanhu's attack. He closed his eyes and said sternly, back, get out of Tianduan Mountain. #C1185 Change of country. Your Majesty, Tianye has retreated. The god of war stepped in front of Chu Yuan and watched Tianye's army retreat. They also knew that there was a strong man like Chu Yuan who could disrupt the balance of the battlefield. They couldn't get a bargain, and although they were unwilling, they had to retreat, otherwise, the loss would be immeasurable. The heavenly Nirvana divine kingdom has already had a countermeasure against the fact that it may be defeated one day, and the speed of withdrawal is orderly. The army oppresses and controls the territory of Tianye. Xuanhuan ordered. There are a large number of space formations arranged in Tianye's land, and Grand Master Nan Yehong urged a half-heaven artifact containing space power to transfer all the strong people out in a short time. Tianye retreated. It's a dream, it's unbelievable. A long sigh came from Yunchi Supreme God's mouth. She would never have dreamed that it would be like this in the end. Immediately, another kind of powerlessness arises spontaneously. How will the battle situation be balanced in the future? She felt that it was too difficult to deal with such an unreasonable force as Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, most of the strong Tianye have left Tianduan Mountain. Fortunately, the battle lasted for a short time and did not cause much damage. They never thought of this situation before. Chased by Xuanhuan, the strong Tianye fought and retreated, gave up his own territory, and left Tianduan Mountain. However, even though it had been predicted long ago and sufficient plans had been made, the incident happened too suddenly, and the loss was still not small, and it was impossible to withdraw all the things, so it could only be cheap for Xuanhuan. The army stationed in the heavens controlled by Tianye before, let the King Zhongyong take charge, implement the laws of martial arts, and establish a unified order. Although we said that we forced Tianye to lead this time, their top powerhouses did not suffer any losses. It's just retreating for the time being, so it's not over yet. Xuanhuan ordered immediately. Your Majesty, the Yuan demon sect and Qiyu temple have disappeared, and they fled Tianduan Mountain. God of War reported again. Oh? Have you escaped? It's wise to know that I will attack them next. Guze, you lead people to take over this part of the territory. This half of Tianduan Mountain will be shrouded in the fate of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan said. Hey, it's changing so fast. The ruler of Broken Mountain has changed hands in the past half-day and has become Xuanhuan. In my heart, I always feel that this emperor is a more difficult existence to deal with. Their strength has grown too fast. In the area of Tianduan Mountain. Seeing Xuanhuan wantonly taking over the territory, his face was also very gloomy. Yunchi Supreme God also felt a deep powerlessness. She knows that her strength is still too weak, and she will not be able to advance to the Bantian Dao for a long time. Now her strength can no longer control the situation. Unless the master goes out. It's too early to talk about control. Tianye will never give up so easily. Yunchi Supreme God's eyes are firm. She wants to achieve half-day Tao as soon as possible. This moment. Outside Tianduan Mountain. A large number of strong men appear here. After many years of hard work, once it collapsed, I really don't want to be reconciled. I didn't expect that I, Nirvana, would become the king of subjugation. The country changed hands, and the territory was given to others. I am not reconciled. The Lord of Tianye was not reconciled. It was too easy to lose. It's not that he can't accept failure. If he was defeated by Ming Tsang, he wouldn't be so aggrieved. Can be amazing. This sudden rise of power forced him not to give up his foundation, causing his Tao heart to fluctuate. Can't you accept this failure? Great Master Nyehong said indifferently, Nye Jing, I am very optimistic about you. You are the most hopeful to be promoted to the Great Master among all the supreme peaks of Shenzong. I know that you are not reconciled, but it is not over yet. Be proud of your martial arts. The strong men of Shenzong are still gathering. This time they caught us by surprise. Where there is hope, there is no loss for the strong. Great Venerable Nyehong added. The heavenly Nirvana kingdom is different from ordinary gods. All the powerful people know that there is the heavenly Nirvana God sect behind them. Otherwise, if they give up their foundation like this, their faith would have collapsed long ago. I know. The Lord of Tianye clasped his hands tightly. If it wasn't for the fact that His Majesty couldn't do anything in Tianduan Mountain, how could he be so arrogant? Humph. I don't believe that he will hide in Tianduan Mountain forever. As long as his people dare to show up and kill one of them, I have already contacted Shenzong immediately. I believe that after receiving the news, I will respond immediately. Venerable Niehong said. With Shenzong here, it's easy to regain the foundation. The Lord of Tianye was full of murderous intent. Let him be proud first. The longer he is proud, the more painful the failure will be. Don't worry, my lord, I will not be dazzled by this failure, but I will use the failure to turn it into my own motivation. Let the shame help me achieve the half-day, and regain everything that I originally controlled. It's good if you have this kind of will. If you don't have enough strength, everything is false. Is it because Shenzong can't deal with Shenwu? No, if it wasn't for the threat of Tiandu City Lord, this deity would have killed him long ago. Great Venerable Niehong nodded in satisfaction. The focus of their war is really to overcome the calamities. If they can take advantage of this failure to make Nirvana a great master, it will be better than some foundation interests. Shenwu. Being defeated by Chu Yuan, this shame has been deeply imprinted in the heart of Lord Tianye. Tianduan Mountain. Martial arts. Chu Yuan quickly dispatched troops, and half of Tianduan Mountain was under strong suppression, and soon completely controlled it in his hands. Without my order, no one is allowed to leave the divine dynasty. Chu Yuan said. How could he not know that Tianye Shenzong was staring at him? Boom. This time, the territory of the Shen dynasty has expanded several times. With the conquest of the territory, more people have become the subjects of the Shen dynasty, so that the luck of Shenwu has skyrocketed rapidly, and more resources have come down. He distributed all the gains he gained in the True Sun. It takes time to change beliefs. Other places are fine, but the territorial rebound of the Heavenly Nirvana Kingdom is extremely fierce. But this is not a serious problem. The real big problem is the army of the Heavenly Nirvana sect who has not left. Chu Yuan said. He caught the opponent by surprise this time, which made the opponent a little confused, and he was also taking this opportunity to expand his territory. He is not worried about the implementation of the laws of the gods. Lu Qianfu presides over them, and he, the God Emperor, is suppressing them. He always uses the emperor's temperament to influence and change people's beliefs. Reward for merit, practice with luck. Chu Yuan issued an imperial decree again. If you want to consolidate the existing territory, you must have strong strength. Chu Yuan's current resources are not lacking. What is lacking is the ability to transform resources into the power of the gods. The stronger the luck of the gods, the stronger my strength will be. In the past few months, a large number of territories have returned to their hearts, and a large number of strong people are also promoted. The gathered luck has already made my realm almost reach the third heaven. The peak is not far from the fourth heaven, although this raid on Tianye will make Tianye Shenzong hate me even more, but I don't care. Strength is the only thing in eternity. Chu Yuan had expected it a long time ago. He knows it. How powerful it would be to break through to the supreme four heavens. All kinds of methods broke out, and half a day can be beheaded. Moreover, the wider the territory, the more people there are, and the more powerful people are, the stronger the luck of the gods will be gathered. These are real benefits. No matter what the threat is, we must use our strength to deal with it. The most important thing now is the development of the gods. Chu Yuan sat in a mysterious time and space. He swung the power of the void with both hands, and a strange picture appeared, as if he was building something. #C1186 Firmament of Sky. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. In the past 5 years, Shenwu has been very busy, digesting the territory obtained, and a large number of faith forces are gathering. Brother Emperor, what are you doing? Chu Chenzi came to a mysterious time and space, and saw Xuanhuan exerting the power of the void. Dawn is here. Xuanhuan smiled and said, I am building a time and space for trials, which is the sky, and in this trial time and space, I will select a second martial god for the god dynasty, the god of martial arts, which is very important to the god dynasty, important. He has been constructing this trial time and space for a long time, and it has cost him a lot of effort. He knows deeply. The selection of the 9 Valkyries is not to randomly pick out 9 people and pile their strength to the highest level. This is meaningless, but to go through numerous selections and tests, and even search for strong players from the entire multiverse, can the 9 places be determined. Now, it is far from enough to have only one Valkyrie killer. If the 9 martial gods gather together, they will be able to unleash a brilliant blow of martial arts. The firmament of the sky? Chu Chenzi asked in confusion. It is the firmament of the sky, suitable for the power of a martial god. The trial begins. Whoever can stand out from the firmament of the sky will be the martial god. I will build the internal difficulties of the trial. Xuanhuan rubbed her head. Chu Chenzi pouted. She was no longer a child, but her emperor brother still treated her like a child and kept her under strict control. In my eyes, no matter how long it takes, you will always be a child. Xuanhuan Dao, go and have a look inside the firmament of the sky, and tell me what you think. The internal spacetime test has not been fully constructed yet. Great! Chu Chenzi took the lead in experimenting with the wonders within the firmament of heaven for Xuanhuan. And Chu Chenzi, from the sky. Tell Xuanhuan that the internal trials are too difficult. It's not difficult, how to select the martial god. Xuanhuan's power is always shrouded in the boundless void. 2 months later, he suddenly shouted, God of War. The minister is here. The god of war appeared in front of Xuanhuan. Call together the army, leave Tianduan Mountain, and follow me to meet the army of the heavenly Nirvana sect. Xuanhuan said. The minister takes orders. The army gathered together, the strong came out and gathered in the capital of God. Huge light curtains appeared everywhere in the Shin dynasty, and they were interpreting the scene of Xuanhuan's ordering troops. Your Majesty, what is this for? Many people of the God dynasty were confused. The soldiers and horses of the heavenly Nye divine sect have gathered and have already arrived outside Tianduan Mountain. They have blocked the connection between the Shin dynasty and the outside world on the way to leave Tianduan Mountain. I will attack and defeat the tiny army. Tell them that I can let them leave. The shock of the heavenly Duan City Lord. Xuanhuan opened the void passage, and the army left Tianduan Mountain. The power of faith has been unable to increase in recent years, and the main reason is precisely because of the territory of the Tian Nye dynasty. Many people thought that Shenwu was just taking advantage of it, and it was because Dazuan couldn't make a move that made Tian Nye Divine Kingdom give up. Especially when Tianduan Mountain was blocked by Tian Nye, many people were sure that Tian Nye would return soon. They want to welcome Master Wang back. How can you believe in martial arts like this? This is very bad for the development of the gods. And to disintegrate this kind of will, the best way is to fight a frontal battle and tell all the people that he has the strength to deal with the great master head-on. Even the great master Tian Nye can't help him. War is always the best way to make people confident and gather national fortune. Shenwu's expedition was undisguised, and he sent troops in a mighty manner. What, Shenwu is going out again? After receiving this news, Yunqi Supreme God's heart couldn't take it anymore. Of course she knew the route of Shenwu's expedition this time, which was the place where the strong Tian Nye gathered outside Tianduan Mountain. That's right, just now, the scene of the expedition in Shenwu territory was presented live. Tianjuanqing said humanely. This time is different from the previous ones. I was caught off guard last time, but this time, Tian Nye has transferred a great venerable from Duershan. There are more powerful people gathered, and they are not in Tianduan Mountain. Great Lord, you don't need to worry about Master, you can act recklessly. Xuanhuan made her feel too tired. I want to know the details of this battle. Since the God Emperor Xuanhuan has made a move, he has the confidence to confront the Great Master head-on. Yunxi shouted, Supreme God. Within the multiverse. Haha, Great Master Nyezhen, you are finally here, but you kept me waiting. Great Lord Nyehong saw a large number of strong men coming, and welcomed them with a big smile. I came here immediately when I heard about you. I didn't dare to delay at all. I didn't expect that a Xuanwu Xinqiao would be so difficult to deal with, so Xinzong sent 2 great venerables. Great Nirvana appears. I didn't think of it either, it's too troublesome, even more uncomfortable than when I was fighting in the Doom Heaven. Great Venerable Nyehong sighed, Nyezhen, have you brought what I requested this time? Bringing it, the suzerain is also ruthless. With this thing, it can block the gods and warriors. Within a certain range, it can isolate our heavenly power, so as not to wake up the sleeping and secluded city master Tianduan. Great Master Nyezhen nodded, this thing is very precious. Every time it is pushed, it will cost a huge price. If I knew it earlier, I would have brought it to you earlier, and I would have saved so much time. I don't know, it's going to be like this. Venerable Nyehong said. Great, with this thing, there is no need to worry about the city Lord Tianduan. This time, he will directly destroy his god capital, directly destroy the country, and regain the foundation. Nirvana has been waiting for a long time, with this thing, his death time has come. Get ready and send troops immediately. Great Venerable Nyezhen said calmly. If the Great Master strikes, he will definitely die. What he captured before was nothing but magic, and even his life will be handed over to me. 2 Great Masters, I am ready, and I can attack at any time, and return to Tianduan Mountain. Lord Tian Nye said. Okay. Great Master Nyezhen just responded, and then his face moved slightly, no need, he has already come. What? He's here, knowing that His Holiness is here, how dare he come? The Lord of Tian Nye would naturally not think that such an arrogant person on the other side would come to surrender. I'm also very curious about this emperor. Great Venerable Nyezhen said. Boom. Time and space were shattered, and the army was full of murderous aura, appearing from the void passage, the sound of gold and iron horses, the wave of banners and tsunami, and the icy killing momentum shook the endless time and space. The army of gods and warriors has arrived. The 2 said for a long time. Chu Yuan's sharp gaze pierced Tian Nye's strong way. Kneel down now, and give up all resistance. You still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, if we make a move, you will definitely die. What we fear is not you at all, but City Lord Tianduan. As soon as Nyezhen saw Chu Yuan, he made a faint voice. Listen to what we say, and I can give you a way to survive. Since today is here, this deity can regard you as coming to voluntarily surrender. Those who voluntarily surrender will be lenient in everything, and those who resist will die without a place to die. Great Venerable Nyehong also spoke. My purpose is to find you. Chu Yuan's domineering aura also spread out at this moment. #C1187 Tigers leave the nest. The fierce tiger has left its nest, not honestly staying in its own lair, and even dared to jump here. Nyezhen, look at it, let me first ask for advice on his divine power. Boom. Nyehong erupted with half the power of the heavenly way. Although it was an incomplete power of the heavenly way, the level of power was completely inconsistent. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and his 5 fingers directly blasted towards Chu Yuan like a big millstone in the void. Nye Jing, don't worry, let's see how the great master Nyehong deals with him. Nye really looked quite relaxed. However, Chu Yuan did not dodge anything. His power penetrated into a layer of chaotic time and space. His eyes were stunned, as if he was slapping a layer of reflection in the water. It had no effect. The power of the void. Nirvana said. At this moment, Xuanhuan walked out of the void, and his 5 fingers also shot out in a counterattack. The divine thunder descended from the sky, and the violent thunder force deduced all kinds of thunder calamities. Niehong was not careless, and concentrated on it. He and Xuanhuan fought each other, and the gust of magic power knocked him back 100 steps. It's hard to deal with. He stepped out without any hesitation, and the power of the collapse swept in. The long river of space annihilated everything. Niehong's palm was like the wind, and he slashed down vertically, splitting the sky in 2. Space cutting. Nie Jing can also do this trick, but in the hands of Ban Tiandao, it is more than 10 times stronger than him. It's about the same strength as great monarch Wu Lai. Xuanhuan stood there calmly. Big incision. Using cutting to fight against cutting, he chose the most positive attack, and suddenly the 2 void forces cut and exploded at the same time. Time and space were annihilated, and finally both disappeared. You also know how to cut space. Niehong was surprised that the opponent's space cutting could offset his. I will do more than you think. Xuanhuan was like a shooting star, which flew across the sky in an instant, and arrived in front of Niehong in the blink of an eye. The hand of God was shot out, and the ruler of heaven and earth, the giant force that covered the sky, rumbled down. Huh? Attacking and killing me head-on, wanting to repel the deity, wishful thinking. Niehong turned his palm into a void and crushed it. It is impossible for him to be afraid of a supreme power. A boundless force made Niehong's expression change instantly. This emperor seemed to have grasped the supreme principle of heaven and earth, the supreme good fortune. He was like a god. The moment he fell, his mana exploded again and again, and he retreated more than 10 steps. How can it be so strong? Niezhen was also surprised. He had also seen some peerless geniuses in Duer Tian, who fought against the Grand Master with their superiority, but they were not as strong as Xuanhuan. World. Xuanhuan's power is majestic, and his mana is like the sea. He is the sky, he is the earth, he represents the most supreme emperor, and everyone who sees him will worship him. This is an idea of invincible control. What's going on in front of him? Why do I feel like I'm a head short out of thin air, and I want to worship him, but my heart is actually shocked by him? The change at this moment made Niehong's face change drastically. Seeing Xuanhuan in full swing, he trembled as if he didn't dare to fight with him. The way of heaven and earth, only I control. Xuanhuan's body was majestic, and he punched out like a judging force, judging all the emperors who disrespected humanity. The power of the Great Sealing technique locked on Niehong and impacted on Niehong's body. In this frenzy, Niehong backed back again and again after being hit. Yin and Yang universe. With the dual Dao power, Xuanhuan is the most eye-catching existence. With continuous attacks, each move uses the most magnificent force. The suppressed Niehong's half-day Dao power is shattered one after another, and there is a feeling of being unable to resist. Compared with the fight against Great Master Wu Lai that day, Xuanhuan's realm has reached the peak of the third heaven. Every bit of his progress brought about a huge increase in strength. Niehong was suppressed by him. Niezhen saw the most absurd scene, a supreme being pressing down on the Dazuan to fight. It is a fantasy to say it, but it really appeared in front of his eyes. A majestic force pressed down, and Niehong was shocked. It's not good. Suddenly, it was completely dark before his eyes, as if eternal night had fallen, but in this darkness, he saw an eternal legend, an infinitely bright light, shining like a scorching sun. A fusion of light and dark. That figure showed the power to control everything. In just an instant, it strode forward in front of him, and the strange feeling of darkness and light coexisting was suppressed with a palm. Niehong's strength was instantly broken, and his whole body was severely shocked. He resisted the blood that was about to be spit out. He looked at Xuanhuan and had an irresistible thought. Why so strong? He was puzzled. The battle was transmitted to the Imperial court via live broadcast, and everyone saw such a scene. The God Emperor is invincible. Countless people roared wildly. In this fantasy world where the strong are respected, an emperor of an empire must have the power of the world. Even Dazuan is no match for him. Yunxi was shocked. It wasn't until this moment that she realized that the God Emperor Xuanwu had such strength to fight the battle, and she was extremely puzzled why his strength had been promoted so quickly. It was too unbelievable and unreasonable. Could it be that he has been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Hateful. With a burst of rage, Niehong did not allow himself to suffer such a failure. The endless void flooded she, and the half-day way he had comprehended had something to do with void. The void gate is fixed on itself. Xuanhuan just stood like this, facing the impact of the void torrent indifferently, unmoved. I will do the same with your void power. He slapped out with a palm, and spread his 5 fingers open, and a torrent swept out from the void gate, suppressing Niehong's power back. Niehong, I'll help you. Originally, he wanted Niehong to play with him, but he didn't expect that the other party was a stronger existence than them. While shouting angrily, a whip kicked fiercely and fell directly on the head. Xuanhuan's divine thunder shook, and with a touch of his palm, the sky-reaching thunder column blasted down, and landed firmly on Niezhen. Niezhen was shocked and reunited with Niehong. Be careful, this emperor's methods are unimaginable, very difficult to deal with. He has a lot of supernatural powers under his control, and he knows an extremely terrifying big devouring technique. Niehong reminded. I know. Niezhen said. Are you two going to join forces to deal with me? There was strong bullying in Xuanhuan's tone. Ha 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 ha, when you see that someone is not His Majesty's opponent, you just use the method of siege. It's still Dazuan. I think Tian Yashinzong is nothing more than that. If you want to attack my divine martial arts, your strength is not enough. The god of war shouted loudly, cheering for Xuanhuan. That's all. Everyone in the army uttered the same voice. You are worthy of our joint efforts. Niezhen's face didn't turn red at all, and he said indifferently, Niehong, we have joined forces to suppress him. If the emperor can't make a move, his army will be the turtle in the urn, and kill them all. Xuanhuan's eyes widened, his murderous aura was boiling, his strength was as heavy as ever, and he took the lead in killing them. #C1188 Unfathomable. Facing the combination of the two Bantian Dao, Xuanhuan only had a strong fighting spirit. With big strides forward, he punched out, controlling the great power of heaven and earth, and the punch representing the emperor's hegemony crashed down like a huge wave. Niehong didn't underestimate Xuanhuan at all. They teamed up to resist the punch, and at the same time, they were secretly frightened. Fortunately, it was the two of them joining forces, otherwise, it would be very difficult for one person to stop him. Niekong. Annihilation. The killing moves that the two heavenly Nirvana lords used to attack Xuanhuan at the same time were unparalleled in power. The thick void collapsed at this moment, and the endless destructive storm swept out from the left and right directions. However, Xuanhuan stood still. The moment these two waves hit his side, they were resisted by a void force at the same time, and there was still a stable time and space around him. Void divine treasure. The two were startled at the same time. The difficulty of this emperor made them feel deeply troubled. Sky one finger. When Niehong killed him, there was a bang, and he pierced the head with a finger from the void, but this finger was just a feint. The real killer move is in Niezhen. His feet blasted down, crushing the sky, and the divine power of the void shrouded it was as sharp as a sickle. Get out. An explosion-like sound rolled out. Chu Yuan's power covered the sky and sun, tearing apart the void. Facing Niezhen's killer move, he remained calm in the face of danger, and when the two forces collided, Niezhen felt that he was about to be crushed, so he quickly retracted his legs and stepped aside. Too difficult to deal with. In all my life, I have never met such a difficult person. Chu Yuan's aura is like a tsunami, one wave is stronger than the other, sacred and majestic in the eternal legend. Wangu Qinkong wiped it away with a palm, and everything in front of him disappeared, as if it had never existed. Don't care. The two drank wildly, resisting with strength. In the confrontation of several tricks, only by joining forces can we have the strength to fight. Chu Yuan's strength is already as strong as that of a great master. Chu Yuan's eyes swept across, he was the only one who was the only one, arbitrarily judging the universe, grasping the sky and the earth. The moment his body moved, he moved in front of Niehong, and his aura was already stronger than him. Niehong did not give in, and fought Chu Yuan Shukong with a palm, and at the same time drew out a magic knife, and slashed at Mian Shukong. Use the fetish to block him. A bright dark blue orb flew out. This was not a divine weapon, but a special treasure, specially refined. The strong void power fixed the place where Chu Yuan was. This is refined by the suzerain. Collect multiple god crystals, you should taste the power. The power of the void is blocking, and the power of the tide is squeezing. Bring it on. Chu Yuan shouted loudly, the sealing door appeared, and it was also an incomparable sealing power. The two with the attributes of the seal collided, and the divine object shattered into a crystal. Void lock. Time freezes. The two of them didn't care when they saw the shattered fetish, and the crystal burned completely in an instant, and the two of them joined forces to not only lock the space, but also freeze the time. If time freezes and does not pass, the people who exist inside will not be able to operate their own bodies, and can only be slaughtered by others. Two half-heaven artifacts appeared at the same time, slashing towards Chu Yuan's power. They don't need to be able to seal Chu Yuan for a long time, as long as 1,000th of an instant, they can cause serious injuries to him. Boom! But Chu Yuan opened his eyes violently, and his eyes turned into black holes. Human Sovereign's sword flashed, and he didn't even give the two of them 1,000th of an instant. The collision of weapons, this time the joint efforts of Niezhen and Niehong, were declared invalid. You can't deal with him like this. Niehong roared, he was about to lose his composure. Is this all your strength? I'm so disappointed. Chu Yuan shook his head and sighed, seemingly dissatisfied. Niezhen stood in the distance, looking at Chu Yuan with an extremely gloomy face, thinking about countermeasures. The two of them had already exploded with various magical powers, but the situation was still deadlocked and could not be broken. They also knew that pure strength couldn't deal with Chu Yuan at all, and continued to explode with ultimate moves. This is also a stalemate that cannot be changed. Even if this kind of character is placed within 33 days, it is a peerless existence. They could no longer imagine how powerful Chu Yuan would be if he was promoted to Ban Tian Dao, and whether he could wrestle with the God of Heaven. Thinking of this, I flicked. I know that your Majesty still has a deadly ultimate move, which is to burn your own half-day law in exchange for the strongest explosion. Maybe you can deal with me by burning your own gods. Chu Yuan's indifferent tone was the biggest provocation for the two of them. You are arrogant. This is indeed Ban Tian Dao's strongest killing move, but the price is also very high. The longer it lasts, the more damage it will do to itself. If you don't, you won't have this chance. Chu Yuan continued. Whoever is afraid of whom, this deity will kill you even if he burns for half a day. Niehong was furious. Don't be provoked by him. Niezhen shouted, he is deliberately making us explode desperately. I can see that he still has some ultimate moves that he has yet to use. What if there are still masters hidden in his empire? Then it will be our death. Remember, our own life is the most important thing. This must be his trap. False and real, real and false, are the most unpredictable. Apparently, Xuanhuan sometimes has some inexplicable strongmen appearing, which makes them all worried. I was almost fooled by him. The heart of the emperor, the needle in the sea, unfathomable. This kind of character is too difficult to calculate. Niahong shuddered, thinking back to this person's methods. He was also in a cold sweat with fright. If a statue of the same state appeared and burned the gods, it would be their death. If God does not burn, he holds the biggest hole card. Then what should we do? Niahong frowned. No matter how big it is, it's useless. His strength has exceeded our imagination. We can't deal with him even if the two of us work together. Let's retreat first, and then discuss strategies. Nirvana said. Only retreat. The two great seniors made a decision in an instant, and without hesitation, they immediately used space means and disappeared in front of Xuanhuan. I also know that although this time it seems to end in a draw, the opponent's goal has been achieved. One person can resist the attacks of the two great seniors, and he also controls a powerful empire. This kind of strength, let alone in Tianduan Mountain, is not considered weak even in Duer Tian. This time they can be said to have become the stepping stones of the god of martial god Emperor Li Wei. Feeling aggrieved, I have to endure it. I have already retreated, but it shouldn't be so easy to give up. After all, I am a great master of the half-day way, and I have to be careful where they are hiding in secret. They may come out and bite like poisonous snakes. God of War frowned, not feeling relaxed. Go back to the gods first, the goal of this battle has been achieved. Xuanhuan looked at the empty time and space, and with a wave of his hand, the battleship rumbled back towards Shenchao. #C1189 Selection of Tianwu God. Xuanhuan didn't care whether these people withdrew to Du Ishan or where they were hiding like poisonous snakes. His purpose this time has been accomplished, and the people have seen his invincible strength to forcibly overwhelm the two Bantian Dao, and he has used his impressive record to tell all the people that he has the power to deal with Bantian Dao. Once he breaks through to the supreme four heavens, and his strength goes up to a higher level, it will be easy to kill the ordinary Dazuan who understands 10 to 20% of the Dao, and all hidden dangers will be easily solved. And he brought back too many heavenly blood divine stones from the treasure of the heavenly Dao God, hundreds of millions. How long does it take for the empire to dig for this, so there will be no shortage of cultivation resources in a short period of time, and if you use it all up, you will create a large number of strong people. Strive hard to govern, and have not used weapons recently, and the empire is immersed in development. Xuanhuan gave the order. Now that the empire is expanding and the people are returning to their hearts, what they need to do is development. With this development, 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. 10 years in the multiverse is such a long period of time for Xuanhuan's internal reversal, like the sea and the fields. The god of war has already reached the peak a few years ago, and he is focusing on breaking through his half-day way. The core of his way is the word war. Too many strong people have been promoted, and the overall combat power of Xuanhuan Shenchao has been greatly improved. Huh? The power of the half-day way? When Xuanhuan was monitoring the entire empire, he suddenly found a half-heavenly power appearing. Amidst the endless thunder, a huge beast figure appeared, roaring up to the sky, and its claws seemed to become blades of judgment. Yuri verdict. Xuanhuan immediately sealed this half-heavenly fluctuation, stepped in front of it, looked at it, and said with satisfaction, "Yilei ruling, you have not let me down. I have devoted so much resources to you, you have finally become a great lord of my god dynasty. I can break through the great senior, everything depends on the help of the master, without the master, I will never be able to become a half-day Dao." Although Yilei's ruling had achieved half the truth, it also knew about the God Emperor's one-man battle against two great lords, so he knelt down respectfully. It deeply knows that its great cultivation is bestowed upon it by His Majesty. Without the help of the heavenly thunder gate, without the essence and blood of the god of heavenly Tao, how could it become a great master? In the Promised Star Sea, the entire Thunder Beast tribe is only one great senior. You also have your own hard work and talent. Xuanhuan was not stingy with his praise. Master, if I become a great master, I will be able to sweep and conquer the Thunder Beast tribe that conquered the Infinity Star Sea for my master, and bring the entire royal family into the divine dynasty. Yearly ruling desperately wanted to do something good. Let's not mention the matter of the Promised Star Sea, for the time being. When you make a move, it is not yet the time to enter the Promised Star Sea. It's not yet time for Xuanhuan to go to the Promised Sea of Stars. It stands to reason that a great lord is worthy of congratulations even within 33 days. If you invite friends from all over the world to congratulate you, the entire empire will celebrate together. But now is a very good time. Your identity cannot be revealed, and you need to hide it in the dark. We'll do it later after celebrating. Xuanhuan said. I know. Yele's ruling was full of spirits. This big congratulations will be held after conquering the royal family, and I will congratulate them when I lead the royal thunder beasts back to the court. Stay in the divine dynasty to stabilize your cultivation, and you can also read the Book of Fire to understand the perception of the God of Heaven. Xuanhuan said. With Yele's ruling, Xuanhuan also has a useful general under his command, which makes him feel very happy. Another year passed. The firmament of the sky is about to open for selection. For the opening of the sky, Xuanhuan had been preparing for too long, and the news of the selection from the gods had already been issued with an imperial decree, and the people had also prepared for a long time. All those who participated in the sky of the sky will go to the big cities in every city and every region. Xuanhuan's mighty voice resounded throughout the entire Shin dynasty. The sky is finally about to start. I have been preparing for this day for too long. It is rumored that His Majesty is going to form a martial god guard. There are only 9 martial gods, and now there is only one martial god. The selection of the martial god is only now started. The title of martial god is the most glorious title of the god dynasty. Become a god of war, reach the sky in one step, and represent the glory of the gods. The gods, the people are boiling. Dang dang dang. The ancient bell rings at this moment, which is a signal of convening, and all those who hear the bell must gather. Xuanhuan used the fortune of the country to move all the people who were going to participate in the selection of Tianwu God from all over the Shin dynasty to the Shindu. Where is the rumored vault of heaven? After these people arrived in the capital of God, they all looked around, but they didn't find the location of the sky. Quiet, quiet. A guard shouted. All warriors, today is the day when I select the gods of the gods. I want to select the most powerful existence for the gods. Each one will represent the glory of the gods, the most supreme glory. In the void, a majestic figure appeared. He stood in the palace of the sky, looking down at all living beings, with a benevolent smile on his face. See your majesty. All salute. Stay flat. Xuanhuan waved away with a wave of strength. There were hundreds of millions of people participating in the selection of Tianwu God this time, and they were all confident in their own strength. Beside him, martial killing God stood coldly beside him, like a benchmark. The firmament of the sky is a secret realm built by me. There are various mysteries. Thousands of troops and horses cross the single plank bridge, and only one person can reach the top. In the firmament of the sky, strength is not the only one. The test also has character. Even if you are supreme, but you may not even pass the first test, and you will be eliminated. Xuanhuan continued. In the sky, I have laid down a lot of treasures. You need to seize the treasures, to strengthen your own strength. At the top, there is a drop of the blood of the god of heaven. Xuanhuan waved his sleeves, and hidden in the sky in the mysterious void, there was a drop of jagged blood. Oh my god, it turned out to be the essence and blood of the god of heaven. Whoever is a martial god all day will have this drop of blood. Essence and blood are not the most important thing at all, but the title of martial god. The sound boiled. The firmament of the sky, although I have made a lot of arrangements, there will still be casualties. Xuanhuan's kindness turned into vast majesty. I wait without fear. Who doesn't want to have the opportunity to reach the sky in one step? Enter the sky. The power of Xuanhuan swirled, and hundreds of millions of people entered the sky. In the time and space of the sky, the trial has completely begun. Your Majesty, the selection of heaven's firmament is different from the selection of martial god. God of War is also watching. He is the god of war, the commander of the army, and he is different from the god of war system, and will not be selected. He knew that 9 martial gods were 9 titles, exclusive to one person, and the honorary title representing strength would be passed on to the next person after the battle. Xuanhuan, representing Xuanhuan. Martial god is a life and death fight I put in the demon-suppressing tower. The experience of killing represents the experience of killing, but the god of martial arts is different. It is a kind of power of heaven and earth, just like the heaven of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan looked into the sky, and said slowly, just wait with me slowly. Becoming a martial god is the beginning. If you can't keep your position in the test after test, you will be replaced by others. Maybe Jiao Wuxian people will change, but the title of 9 martial gods will last forever. #C1190 Constellation. This is a major event of the God dynasty, and it is highly anticipated. The titles of the 9 Valkyries, each of which is supremely honorable, are exclusive to the 9. After they entered the firmament of the sky, what they encountered was not a head-on fight, but a real virtual phantom appeared in front of them, and the simulated strength was completely equivalent to their realm. That is to say, if you go into the Supreme, you will encounter the virtual illusion of Supreme. What the Juggernaut God meets when he enters is the Juggernaut God. This is their first round of assessment. If they want to defeat an opponent who is in the same realm as themselves, if they cannot complete it, it is a failure. Otherwise, directly dealing with the Supreme God against the Juggernaut God would not be a mess, nor would it serve as a test. If it wasn't for carefully arranging these tests, Xuanhuan would be able to construct an illusionary space at will. Xuanhuan does not lack a supreme being. What he lacks is someone with enough heart to take on the title of martial god. As long as he can stand out, with the resources in his hands, he can easily be cultivated to be supreme. God of War, Hezhen and I are slowly waiting for who can break through the encirclement and become the next God of War. Xuanhuan was not in a hurry, and waited slowly. As for the internal test, after they defeated the first master, the next level was to face 2, 3, 4, or even 9 people. It's too difficult. This is only the first level of assessment. The pressure is gradually increasing. Each warrior must be able to deal with several of the same realm, and must have a firm mind. No wonder His Majesty has only cultivated a killer over the years. Valkyrie alone. Ares sighed. The test is just the beginning, and the more difficult ones are yet to come. Xuanhuan said. This kind of virtual illusion test is considered safe. When they walk out of the virtual illusion, they will receive the inheritance of the power of the sky, and then step into a brand new time and space, and everyone's cultivation will be suppressed in the weakest casting state. Break through the level with the cultivation level of the casting body, and capture the sky crystal that Xuanhuan left for them in the sky, and then you can unlock your own cultivation. Different from my test. Killing Valkyrie said in a low voice, my test is to prove the truth, by killing in the demon-suppressing tower. Endless killings, death is life, and the selection of Tianwushan is to break out a brilliant road among many strong geniuses. 9 Wushans each represent a different power system. If so, in the firmament of the sky, I have also set up a void barrier. Only those who understand the void can enter the next level, fight, comprehend, and break into oneness. At this moment, Xuanhuan is the manipulator behind the scenes, the master of the game, watching the people inside break through the level. The speed of time in the firmament of the sky is different. With the passage of time, more and more people were sent out, with annoyed faces. Some people were originally masters of the gods, but they were eliminated by the immortal people in the internal suppression. This is the cruelty of the sky, and the internal rules of the game were written by Xuanhuan. Even if the selection of martial god is just a game for His Majesty, it is a chance to change the life of these trainees. God of War felt the vastness of Xuanhuan. The final showdown has begun. In the firmament of the sky, after a long confrontation, the God of War focused his eyes, and he saw that in the highest time and space, there were only the last 6 people left. The situation was that 5 people besieged everything, and they used tyrannical power to besiege 1 person, but they were all defeated in the end, and helplessly teleported out of the sky. Heavenly Tao Divine Essence and Blood. The man's palm grabbed the essence and blood of the God of Heaven and Tao suddenly, and he was teleported in front of Xuanhuan like 1,000 drums beating together. Xikongyu, ruler of the 3 heavens, congratulations, you have passed the test of the sky. You will be the second God of War in the gods, the God of Martial God, and you will be in charge of the power of the sky. Xuanhuan looked at Xikongyu's man. Standing out from a crowd of hundreds of millions, this man is extraordinary. Xikongyu sees Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me this opportunity. Xikongyu was also extremely excited. You won this by yourself. Xuanhuan said slowly, this is the Tianwu sword, Tianwu armor, and Tianwu seal, which are the representatives of Tianwu God. With a wave of his hand, the artifact was bestowed on Xikongyu. But you have to remember that becoming a Valkyrie is the beginning. The 9 martial gods represent the gods. If you die, the title of Valkyrie will be inherited by others, not just yours. Xuanhuan warned him. Tianwu God knows. Xikongyu nodded heavily, with a firm expression. Boom. At this moment, when he was officially appointed as the martial god by His Majesty, a strong divine power was infused into his body, and a beam of light belonging to the martial god shot out. A star appeared in the sky. Each Valkyrie is like a star in the sky, representing the 9 powers of the gods. This piece of the sky will be under your control from now on, and this place will also be a secret place of the God dynasty, and all the people can come here to practice. Xuanhuan's voice conveys the power of the country with the fortune of the country. Your Majesty is eternal. All the people made reverent voices. Xuanhuan disappeared. Heavenly Martial God is the heavenly martial star of Shenwu, and my God of War, although not one of the 9 martial gods, is the God of War star of Shenwu. God of War murmured. He suddenly looked at the sky, as if he saw a bright star of God of War, the master of killing and attacking, accompanied by the glorious God Emperor. Yuri's ruling has become half-day, and my cultivation should not lag behind. The promotion of Yele's ruling is a secret, but as the commander in charge of the army and horses of the God dynasty, he knows it, and he firmly said, my way is the way of a fearless warrior. Overcoming thorns and thorns, sweeping all enemies, and opening up the territory for the God dynasty. Time flies, and another year has passed. My cultivation base has also stabilized at the supreme 3rd heaven. Xuanhuan examined his own cultivation, and paid more attention to the development of the Shen dynasty, saying, the Shen dynasty is also in a period of stable development now. I am not in a hurry to develop a large amount of resources. It has been almost 2 years since I returned from Xinyangshan. 10 years, I wonder if the holy ancient god city has been opened. He did not forget Fensu's invitation that day. Alright, I need to go to Xinyangshan once more. The last time was too hasty. This time I can bring some people there to buy precious resources and use them exclusively for the cultivation of supreme powerhouses. Xuanhuan knew that he had to go again on this sunny day. This time, Yelei Judgment was in command of the Divine Dynasty, and half of Tianduan Mountain was under his control. The national destiny was so strong that even if several Bantiando attacked, it would not be able to break his national destiny. Tian Yashinzong must not have given up, and everyone in the Shin dynasty pays close attention to changes and fluctuations. Xuanhuan issued an imperial decree. God of War, I will go to Xinyangshan once in a while, and the return time is uncertain, and it may be longer than last time. You stay in Xinchao for retreat. I hope that after I return, your cultivation has already reached half a day. I also left a drop of the blood of the God of Heaven and Tao for you. Xuanhuan summoned the God of War. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will not disappoint Your Majesty. God of War took the order. #C1191, come again to True Sun. It's really sunny. Burning God Sect. Fensu, why don't you say Brother Chu hasn't come yet? It will take you more than 20 years. If he doesn't come again, he won't be able to catch up with the holy ancient God city this time. I'm about to die of anxiety. Jiao Tu was very anxious, and kept looking outside the sect, hoping to see that figure. Brother, don't worry, Brother Chu must have important matters to deal with in the future, so don't be in a hurry. Fensu was very calm. His temper became more and more calm. In more than 20 years, the two have broken through to the half-day way. Of course, in the Fenchen Divine Cauldron, what they spent was not just more than 20 years, but a long time counted in tens of thousands. Hey, since you became the head teacher, your temperament has become more and more calm. You have become calm, but I can't calm down. My anger has already burned to the head. Jiao Tu said, the exploration of the city of God this time is extraordinary, and many people will go there. If Brother Chu doesn't come, we will explore by ourselves, and I will bring the skull of the God of Heavenly Tao. In this way, when encountering those high-ranking venerables who have comprehended more than 70% of the Tao, they will also have the strength to fight. Fensu was quiet. He understands that he cannot rely on others alone. He is also very powerful, with the fire of the void to achieve the half-day way. The time and space around him are blurred, and he is in the mirror. That's all there is to it. Brother Chu, you should show up soon. Jiao Tu said. The two continued to wait for 3 months. I'm not late. Xuanhuan's voice suddenly resounded in the Fenchen Shinzong. I have come all the way, and I always feel that someone is talking about me. Haha, it's not too late, Brother Chu, as long as you come. Jiao Tu Fengsu appeared immediately. Come in please. The two welcomed Xuanhuan into the hall. Who was so anxious not long ago? Fensu joked. Hey, aren't you in a hurry? It's all right now. Brother Chu is here, so I'm not in a hurry anymore. Jiao Tu laughed. Looking at the two of you, the holy ancient God city should not have been opened yet. Tell me about the specific situation. Xuanhuan needed their information. And they need Xuanhuan's strength. This is what we want to tell Brother Chu. Fensu took over the words, the holy ancient city will not be opened in a few months. By then, I will gather a large number of powerful people, and even the God of Heaven will send out his own troops, Your Majesty. Look, this is the holy ancient Yuan vein, a unique energy in the city of God, as if it existed before the ancient era. As they spoke, they took out a continuously distorted gray vitality. This kind of vitality, Xuanhuan analyzed carefully, the energy level is very high. It is a kind of energy that is very much needed for supreme cultivation and even half-day Tao. Refining it into the body will also promote his cultivation to a certain extent. What pure and supreme energy! Xuanhuan said. That's right, the ancient aura produced by the holy ancient god city, and Jiao Tu and I were able to become the Grand Master also relied on this energy, but this breakthrough also consumes almost the same amount of energy that the Master has obtained in the past. Fensu said, and it's everywhere in Shangushan City. If it's just some holy ancient origin veins, it's not enough for the heavenly Tao gods to send their subordinates to participate. Chu Yuan said. Brother Chu is right. There is a real treasure in the holy ancient god city, and that is the artifact of the heavenly Tao. It is real. My master has seen it with his own eyes. At that time, many great masters did it. Exception, cannot be seized. Fen Shudao. Heavenly artifacts are very precious and powerful. Chu Yuan nodded, even if no one controls them, very few people can take them. For Tiandishan, although they have the ability to refine, they can only refine a few pieces of this kind of gods based on their ability, and if they get it, they will also enhance their strength and cannot be ignored. After all, each heavenly Tao artifact is not only refined, but also requires a lot of energy to nurture. Tian Tao God takes action, and the entire holy ancient god city will collapse, so we can only let the great master under his command do it. Jiao Tu said. Let's not expect to get the divine artifact of heaven. Let alone whether we can get it, so what if we get it? The God of heaven will not let us take it away. Fensu reminded. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. That's true. They don't care if you get other treasures in the holy ancient god city, and they don't care about half-day artifacts. But don't even think about the heavenly artifact, it won't belong to you if you get it. So our purpose this time is to plunder more St. Guyuan veins. This kind of energy must have been felt by Brother Chu. It has a great effect on our cultivation, and sometimes there will be half-day artifacts in the city of God. It's what we should take. Fen Shudao. Sage Guyuan Mai is indeed important, but without seeing Xinqing, it is difficult for me to know more about Xinqing just by dictation. Chu Yuan thought about it, and said, there are still a few months until the time. If this is the case, I ask the two of you to pay more attention to the treasures for me in Jinyang Tian. I wonder if there is any clue. Haha, we have already done this matter a long time ago. Many things are kept in Fenchen City. Let's go, let's take Brother Chu to visit Fenchen City. It's in my territory. How can we not leave the matter to Chu? Brother did it beautifully. Fensu laughed. It is also good for him to be able to win over and have a good relationship with Chu Yuan, a super master. Inside Fenchen City, it was also very prosperous. When the old man Fenchen was there, this giant city was second only to the giant city of Heavenly Tao in Xinyangshan. However, after the old man Fenchen sat down, it weakened a bit, but with the breakthrough of Fengsu, it regained its former glory. These are exactly what Brother Chu needs. A large number of precious resources appeared in front of Chu Yuan. Many of these resources cannot be received in Tianduan Mountain, and even Fensu spent a lot of effort. How much does it cost? I can convert it with a divine stone or a divine pill, Chu Yuan said. What's the point of this? Without Brother Chu's help that day, I can become the head teacher. These are my gifts to Brother Chu. Fensu shook his hand. My lord, this statement is wrong. Brothers are still clear about their accounts. This is a deal between Xinqiao and Fenchen Shenzong. Some things should be settled clearly. Otherwise, how will Xinqiao deal with Fenchen Shenzong in the future? It was Ji Fuling who spoke. Her cultivation base has also broken through to the highest level after Chu Yuan came back. This is the owner of the Chamber of Commerce that I brought. I will be responsible for the acquisitions in Jinyang Tian. I will trouble Headmaster Fengsu when I am busy. Chu Yuan smiled. Ji Fuling works carefully, and Chu Yuan is very relieved to put her here. And it was also a wise move for him to help Fensu win the position of head teacher. With the help of Fench and Shinzong, his business here will be much smoother, and for mutual benefit, this sect will spare no effort to help him. I don't worry about these things, brother, you can talk to this chairman. Jiaotu said. That's right. Benzong and Brother Chu will have more cooperation in the future. Some things are indeed better. Okay, let me ask someone to make a list. Cooperation can win each other. Benzong is willing to cooperate with Brother Chu. Partner forever. Fensu nodded. He is becoming more and more like a teacher when he does things. Fu Ling, I leave you here to be responsible for the turnover of the resources of the God Dynasty. You don't need to rush to transfer back, but to collect as much as possible. I know that Jinyang Tian has a long way to go. Some things are not easy, but you can do it if you have trouble. Please burn the Sky Shinzong. Chu Yuan exhorted. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, Fuling knows what to do. Ji Fuling nodded. C1192 Holy City. Soon, several months passed. Brother, the time has come, we should set off to the holy ancient God city. Jiaotu opened his eyes, and there were 2 bursts of fire from the cave, and he couldn't bear it any longer. That's right, we're leaving. Fensu nodded, and the moment he stood up, he stepped out of a layer of distorted parallel time and space. In fact, he has no interest in managing this sect, he just wants to prevent the ruin of his master's foundation, and what he likes most is to explore the secret places in the diversity of the heavens. This time I became a great master, and I used up a lot of the resources of the Burning Heaven sect. I feel guilty, and I went to the holy ancient God city this time to make up for it. Jiao, too, felt ashamed. It is true that he can take advantage of the Fenchen Shinzong to become a great master. Although he didn't join Shinzong, he, the guest elder, still has some things to do. Brother, why are you being polite to me? Kuqing also has offerings. Fensu said indifferently, come on, come with me to find Brother Chu, the 3 of us will join forces, we will surely achieve great success. They came to Burning Sky City. This time they entered the holy ancient God city, they did not bring other people, and everyone in the sect stayed behind to avoid unnecessary casualties. You too, Your Majesty is already waiting for you. A guard said. Brother Chu, we're leaving. They met Chu Yuan. Although Chu Yuan stood there calmly, they couldn't ignore the aura of the emperor's dominance and control over the world. He secretly said, although he is domineering, once such a person makes a promise, he can cooperate with confidence. Okay, I can leave at any time. Chu Yuan replied. This time, whoever gets the most credit will share the most treasures. This time we will go to many great masters. We must cooperate sincerely. Fen Shudao. I have no opinion. Chu Yuan and the others immediately rushed towards the holy ancient God city. Step out of the true sun, and then go all the way to the south, you can reach it. It's amazing. Brother Chu's control over the power of the void is terrifying. Look, Brother Chu is walking casually in the void, but every step seems to be teleporting in the long river of space. Even the 2 of us have to do our best. Do your best to keep up. Seeing Chu Yuan's speed, Jiao, too, was secretly startled. Yeah, Brother Chu is very powerful, but you can rest assured when you cooperate with such a character. This journey lasted for 5 days before they arrived at the location. The holy ancient God city is reasonable, and it will take about 2 or 3 days to tear through the outer defenses and enter. They stayed. The gray vitality shrouded, and a huge land surface appeared in front of him. The holy ancient God city was inside, but the current atmosphere was too strong, and there was a strong wind, thunder outside, so many people were waiting outside. Chu Yuan glanced casually, and there were more than a dozen Dazuan in his line of sight, and more strong men came continuously. There are quite a few small sects here this time. Without the Great Master, we can only collect some ancient vitality. Without the Great Master, it is indeed just a small sect in Jinyang Tian. Jiao doesn't care. The origin of this city of gods is very strange, even reaching an era that we can hardly imagine. It was only after the Great Ancient War that the impact of the power of the gods of heaven appeared. Despite repeated explorations, the core treasures still could not be touched. Fensu pointed to the front. Xuanhuan is also observing. The history of the multiverse is too long, with many epics and endless history, who can tell exactly what happened. For many people, the most memorable period of history should be the Great Ancient War. Congratulations, the new head teacher of the Fengtian Divine Sect, the disciple of the old man Fengsu has also become a great venerable, and the deity didn't even have time to celebrate. A strange voice came. In the distance, a large number of figures appeared. Shuyan Shinzong. Fensu said indifferently, "What's the matter?" "Haha, it's nothing. I just want to ask, did you bring the Taoist skull that day? If you didn't bring it, it would be better. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will be lost in it. Why don't you hand it over to me, my lord? Keep it for you, and return it in its entirety after the trip to the City of God is over." Xuyan Shinzong said. "That won't bother you." Fensu didn't bother to pay attention to them. This Xuyan Shinzong is just a buffoon. When my master was around, he was just like his grandson. He didn't even dare to dance. Let them do whatever they want, but my master sits down. They trembled, taking advantage of my Shinzong's power to shrink. They actually expanded wantonly, but they were afraid of the power of my master's god body, so they didn't dare to attack. With the strength of the master, killing their sect master Su Yan is like shooting a watermelon. It is not difficult. Fensu still vividly made a gesture of patting a watermelon. That's right, it's shooting watermelons. Jiao also laughed. My lord, they are laughing at us. Su Yan Shinzong saw the two people's presumptuous actions, and his face was not good-looking. I didn't expect that Fensu would be able to stabilize the Fengtian Divine Sect, seize power in one fell swoop, and even become a Grand Master, and his brother also became a Grand Master, but they are both first-time Grand Masters, so I don't worry about the two of them's strength. They respectfully said, "What I am worried about is the skull of the God of Heaven, which possesses extremely powerful power. When we enter the holy ancient God city this time, Fengsu will definitely take it with us. If we find an opportunity, we will seize it and strengthen our sect's strength." Yes, the large-scale battle with Han Haitian has been going on for the past few years. If we can get it, we can gain great benefits in the battle. I have a few friends who are fighting on the front line, and the Great Master has already fought extremely fiercely in 2 days. They strong said, "I heard that the disciples of God Jinyang are all on the battlefield. That is an extremely high existence on the half-day road list." Su Yan Shinzong was in awe. They are suffocating, and they may be looking for trouble. Jiao looked at each other unkindly. Looking for trouble? I'll be afraid of them. Fensu's eyes were sharp. I want them to know that even if Master is not around, I, Fensu, can still prevent them from jumping up and stand in front of me honestly. Let's not talk about these, wait for the time to come. The lords of the heavenly court have arrived, and they are going to tear apart time and space, and step into the city of God first. Suddenly, in a powerful aura, there were many figures in the terrifying flames. All of them were Dazuan, suppressing the aura of other people here, descending on the sky above the city of God. It's so powerful, this is the most powerful king in the heaven. Jiao said. I saw the leader, that is the great master Yang Yuan. He has gained a great reputation in the ancient times. His strength ranks 47th in the half-day Taoist list, and he is the strongest in the real Yang Tian. Your Majesty. Fensu's eyes fell on a strong man with an ancient face and a piercing light all over his body. Ranking 47th means that he is the 47th strongest Grand Lord in the entire multiverse. Although the list may not be completely accurate, after all, there are hermit strongmen who will not make a move, but it is enough to show his strength. #C1193 Time and Space. Everyone, this time we have obeyed God's order, and we must open the core of the City of God to obtain the artifact of the heavenly way. Remember not to disappoint God. Great Master Xuanhuan paid no attention to these people who came. No one dared to compete with the God of Heaven for the treasure. Everything is according to His Majesty's orders. These Great Venerables are headed by Xuanhuan, Great Venerable. Okay, the deity will now open the time and space of the City of God, and go in first. Great Master Xuanhuan raised his palm, and suddenly a terrifying force condensed, almost reaching the limit of half-day Tao. He slapped the City of God, and the endless time and space collapsed. The direct descendants of the true Sun heavenly court entered. This is the strength of Great Master Xuanhuan. I heard that more than 10 years ago, Great Master Xuanhuan entered Hanhaitian. He even beheaded Great Master, making Hanhai Tian Tian Tao God angry. He chased and killed him, but failed to kill him. It's gone. Fensu sighed. His newly promoted Great Lord is also far behind the ranking Great Lord like Xuanhuan Lord. The top 100 on the Ban Tian Dao list are all the closest existences to the Tian Dao God. Let alone those ranked in the top 50, everyone has a slight possibility of being promoted to the Dao of Heaven. Those ranked in the top 10 are all invincible Grand Masters. Brother, don't underestimate yourself. After all, Great Master Xuanhuan existed in the ancient times and lived too long. You can reach that height even if you have time. Jiaotu said. Okay, let's go in too. While Fensu was speaking, he injected his own power into the time and space of the divine city, and immediately the three of them clapped their palms at the same time, and after a hole was collapsed, they entered the holy ancient divine city. Strong ancient vitality. Chu Yuan's eyes were fixed. This is a huge piece of land, and the grey holy ancient vitality turned into dragon veins and danced in the sky. He devoured and refined it, and in an instant, a sea of vitality poured into his body. The energy contained in this ancient vitality is too great. There is an inexplicable force called primitive power, which loosens his realm at the peak of the triple heaven. The cultivation of the great devouring technique to this level is terrifying. Jiao Tu thought secretly. By Chu Yuan's side, he tried to devour his vitality on purpose, but found that his power was too terrifying, and he couldn't get a trace of it. Brother Chu, to put it bluntly, there are not so many twists and turns in the holy ancient city. As you can see, the most central place is the holy ancient city, and all the ancient vitality leaks from there. Fen Shudao. Chu Yuan's gaze pierced through time and space, and he saw a magnificent ancient city of gods, with countless strands of aura spreading out like an aurora. He said lightly, "It's unusual in the city of God." Brother Chu is right, there is another different time and space in the city of God, called the time and space of the Tao of Heaven. Although the vitality of the outside world is also strong, it is a place for the weak to stay. We will go directly to the time and space of the Tao of Heaven this time. Jiaotu was gearing up, and couldn't bear it any longer. Naturally. Chu Yuan looked at a place, but your troubles are coming. Hand it over, the skull of the God of Heaven, I don't need to talk to you about it. It was the people from Su Yan Shenzong who had arrived. They had been staring at Fensu for a long time, and when they saw him enter the city of God, they couldn't wait to come over and beseech him. Just the two of you? Fensu looked at the two great sects of Xu Yan Shenzong indifferently, and said with disdain, "If you want the skulls of the gods of heaven, please bring a few more. The strength of the two of you is far behind. Back then, I forgot how to bow down to my sect underfoot. This time is different from the past. I can deal with you two newly promoted great lords alone." The great venerable who spoke was called Xuanhuan, and it had been hundreds of millions of years since he became a great venerable. Next to him was a great senior who was promoted tens of thousands of years ago and was staring at Xuanhuan. Haha, don't be afraid to laugh your teeth out, come on, let's try. Jiao Tu laughed loudly, and with a slap of his palm, the world would be turned into scorched earth. The violent fire element swept out, and his 5 fingers lifted up like a god's hand, and then fell down, grabbing fiercely. Presumptuous! Xuanhuan snorted coldly. This time they are bound to win the Tiandishan skull. He slapped his palms, and the law evolved into a sort of law, which tore down and was incomparably sharp. This kind of law's frontal fight was several % stronger than that of Wu Lai, which clearly showed his strength. I'm afraid of you? Jiao Tu is fearless, he is arrogant and lawless. Burning the vacuum, he grabbed the sword of law with both palms and strode forward. Although he was a newcomer, his understanding of the way of heaven was so strong that it was broken directly. He slammed his palms and hit hard with the law. Don't think that you can be defiant just by becoming a great senior. Sometimes the gap in strength between great seniors is like heaven and earth. Xuanhuan said. I don't want the skull of the god of heaven, how about I give it to you this time? Fensu said indifferently. When he made a move suddenly, a white Tianyuan cover appeared in his hand, smooth as a mirror. Inside contained the real law of heaven and God, and the power of heaven was fluctuating. Heavenly God skull. Xuanhuan stopped breathing, looked at the skull, and greedily shouted, bring it. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold it. Fensu moved the skull of the god of heavenly Tao, and suddenly, the skull seemed to revive, and a long river of heavenly Tao appeared, and the laws intertwined to form a vague figure, and a ray of divine light suddenly pierced through. Boom! Xuanhuan condensed the shield of law, but when it was pierced by the divine light, it was immediately shattered, and he retreated dozens of steps. What a powerful power, this is the real power of heaven. Xuanhuan was not surprised, but pleased. This is a skull, it is more precious than other bones on Tiandao Shen. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, which was indeed unusual. Even the power of the newly promoted Grand Master to move his skull could make several Grand Masters of the same level helpless. The power of heaven, the divine light of heaven. Fensu's face, which never fades away and exists forever, also changed from casual to serious. An ancient god of heaven seemed to appear from the river of heaven, and his blurred figure slapped his palm. He actually pushed the power of heaven to such a terrifying level. At this moment, Xuanhuan felt that the time and space around him were frozen, his whole body trembled, under the pressure of the real power of heaven. It was difficult to breathe, as if his magic power was about to be deprived. He suddenly understood that he was so powerless in the face of a skull, how perverted those beings who could survive the hands of the god of heaven must be. With the slap of the palm, Xuanhuan's whole body was shaken, he bounced up from the slap, his whole body suffered great damage, and his own laws were about to collapse. Haha, do you still want it? Seeing that Xuanhuan was suppressed with one palm, Jiao Tu laughed loudly. Come again. Fensu continued to use the power of the skull of the god of heaven to make Xuanhuan miserable. Boom! Suddenly, the abnormality regenerated, and a large annihilated palm print directly covered Fensu, and directly grabbed at the glowing skull. This power surpassed Xuanhuan by a lot. Chu Yuan looked up, and the moment his palm fell, he also struck at it casually. #C1194 Xingu Yuan Mai. Sect Master Su Yan was tall and came down empty-handed. An ancient power swept over his body, surrounding the aura of destroying the world. For example, Xuanhuan and the others are only of the strength of an ordinary great senior, but his comprehension of Tao has reached 50%, which is the strength of a medium great senior. But his face was extremely gloomy. He had already calculated just now, taking advantage of Xuanhuan's restraint on the power of Tiandao God's skull. He suddenly made a move, formed a perfect siege to Fensu, and snatched the skull. But his blow was destroyed by Xuanhuan. Metropolitan Xuanhuan and the others immediately came in front of Sect Master Su Yan, with very ugly expressions on their faces. Thanks to Brother Chu's help, I really noticed Su Yanji's plot, otherwise this time it would be really troublesome. Fensu's thoughts turned, and then he sneered and said, the majestic Sect Master Su Yan, who has comprehended 50% of the existence of the power of heaven, will also play with this kind of conspiracy and sneak attack. It really makes me feel ashamed. The teeth are sharp and the mouth is sharp. Sect Master Su Yan said coldly, but this time you have invited a very powerful man. Su Yan, when old man Fenchen was around, you would just pretend to be a grandson and make offerings every year, but now you're shaking? It's also because old man Fenchen has a good temper, so I left you guys behind. Slave! Jiao Tu taunted loudly. Presumptuous! Xuanhuan was furious. There was no old man Fentian, and the two newly promoted great venerables were so shivering. Sect Master Su Yan was not angry. If Fensu had not possessed the skull of the god of heaven and Tao, he would not have paid attention to it, but his eyes suddenly fell on Xuanhuan. This emperor is like a pillar of heaven and earth, standing upright. He suddenly flashed away, turned into a ray of light, and appeared in front of Xuanhuan in an instant, grabbing it with his big hand, and the divine light shot out. Su Yan is good at light and void. Jiao Tu shouted, brother, help Brother Chu. It's okay, Taoist Wuching Daily, let's take a look at his strength. Xuanhuan said calmly. He took a step forward, simply punched out with a single punch, and immediately the fist and palm met, and the two forces of Bang and Long exploded in an instant. In the explosion of light, both figures remained motionless. Eternity becomes empty. Xuanhuan wipes it out with one palm, and everything in time and space is annihilated. When Sect Master Su Yan fought back, he was also a little surprised. His light shot out and disappeared, as if all his laws had been wiped away. Humph! After all, Sect Master Su Yan is not an ordinary great senior. His power changed again, the storm of time and space swept across, and he slashed down with his palm, breaking the strangeness with the strongest power. Brother Chu's strength is strong. I'm not his opponent. He is much stronger than when he was fighting against great monarch Wu Lai. Jiao Tu sighed. That's right. I won't be an opponent even if I activate the skull of the heavenly Tao God. I, the Burning Heaven sect, have already been recruited, and I will go to the heavenly court at any time to participate in the battle. I have always been uneasy. It would be great if Brother Chu could help me. Fensu said, with an ambitious person like Brother Chu, if he attacks for a day, he will have so much wealth, I think he will not refuse. While the two were thinking, the confrontation between Xuanhuan and Sect Master Su Yan had reached its most intense moment. The power of wind and thunder rolled, and Xuanhuan attacked with the Great Storm technique and the Great Thunder and Lightning technique at the same time, turning into a giant hand of wind and thunder to kill him. Sect Master Su Yan struck hard. The will of the emperor made Xuanhuan extremely tall at this time, controlling the heaven and the earth to the utmost. He stood on the top of the gods and heaven, condensed the infinite Taoism, and the emperor's domineering power, at this moment, blasted down in the most violent way. Mystic derivation technique. The law appeared, and the two giant gods were bombarding, bang bang bang, with shocking power. The face of Sect Master Su Yan became more and more gloomy, and finally they both closed their hands and faced each other 100 meters apart. You are not from the Fengsa divine sect. Sect Master Su Yan shouted, I have to admit that you are very powerful, but why do you need to block this sect? Why don't you and I join forces to kill Fensu, make the Fenchen divine sect leaderless, and then exterminate this sect? Zong, old man Fenchen left behind a lot of treasures. What a cruel heart. Hearing this, Fensu's expression became ferocious, If you want to destroy me, I will destroy you first. But at this moment, Sect Master Su Yan knew that if this person turned his back on him, he could definitely kill Fensu. Chuan was so powerful that he didn't bother to answer him. The emperor promised that the world would not change, and his palm to rule the world fell instantly. Walk. Sect Master Su Yan knew that this plan was ruined by Chuan, so if he continued to fight, he could not do anything to his opponent, so he had to leave here with his hands. Humph. Run away, if he is going to go, kill him a great master first. Jiao Tu said cruelly. We have to hurry up and enter the city of God. We wasted a lot of time this time. There are only so many primordial veins, so we can't fall behind others. Fensu also said. Walk into. Chuan is already the leader of this team. They stepped into the city of God in an instant. Heaven and space. Here is also a gray time and space, stepping on the vastness, everywhere is empty, from the outside it looks like a city of gods, but inside it is a vast world. Saint Du Yuanqi, which was 100 times stronger than the outside world, swept in. This is the inside of Xincheng. Fensu observed, Grand Master Yang Yuan and the others have already arrived at the core. I didn't see the artifact of heaven and feel the fluctuation. Jiao Tu felt carefully. Heavenly artifact is here, it's just that it can't be seen by ordinary means. Fensu smiled. If what I see is correct, there is also a mysterious inner time and space here. The inner time and space is the real time and space of the Tao of Heaven. If you want to find the inner time and space, it is difficult to find it by ordinary methods. Then the great Lord Yang Yuan has a way to find the inner time and space. Chuan said. I also hope that they will quickly open up the inner time and space. Anyway, the artifact of heaven and earth has nothing to do with me. Fensu said, all vitality is leaked from the inner time and space. Once they are opened, there will be violent fluctuations. Maybe a few powerful artifacts will appear. In fact, we are all waiting for them. Ignore these for now. When Chuan came to the time and space, he had been running the great devouring technique to devour it. Brother Chu, look quickly, that is a Yuan Mai. Boom. Immediately, in the gray vitality, a 100,000-foot-long Yuan vein appeared, like a mad dragon, twisting wantonly. Its strength was so great that no one could grasp it. Come over. Chuan grabbed it with his big hand. Yuan Mai still wanted to struggle, but was caught by Chuan in one fell swoop, shattered and refined with a bang, and disappeared without a trace. What a speed! Jiao Tu's eyes widened. Even him, it would take a little time to refine the Yuan Mai, but for Chuan, it was only an instant. The energy is very pure, and there is an inexplicable ancient power, which is exactly what I need, but I need more vitality to break through the realm. Sensing this force, Chuan grabbed it hard with both hands. He also had to quickly break through the realm of the fourth heaven. Follow me, I know where the primordial veins are more abundant. Chuan circulated the endless origin, broke through the gray vitality, found the source of the Yuan Mai, and strode over.